Regarding the first sword of traversing the book, first slaying the pig teammates, the Xiao clan has once again experienced another instance of transcendence. This time, it is Xiao Jie who has crossed over. He has assumed the role of a prince within an imaginary narrative. However, he is not the protagonist. That honor belongs to his elder brother, Xiao Huang, a favored child of destiny. Xiao Jie is merely a minor antagonist. Yet as the adage goes, where there are villains, there will be systems. Only ineffective systems and unambitious villains exist, and there is no dimensional prodigy that cannot be vanquished. Let us witness how Xiao Jie defies fate and alters his destiny. Chapter 1. The Antagonist Beginning. It is said that everyone inevitably transforms into the very person they loathe. Xiao Jie believed this to be true. He chose to harbor resentment towards the wealthy. After all, he truly wished to cease his efforts. He succeeded, he transcended. Upon his arrival in this new realm, his unassuming father turned out to be the current emperor. The entire world belonged to his father, making him one of the most formidable second-generation officials and wealthy heirs. However, he is not his father's only son. Yet, this poses little concern, as the saying goes, beneath heaven's expanse, all land is the king's, and throughout the realm, all subjects are his. With a larger cake, it matters not how many partake in its division. The only issue is that he did not traverse to ancient times, nor to an alternate world, nor to a parallel university year, SE, but rather into a novel titled Counterattack for the Throne. The narrative unfolds around the third prince, Xiao Huang, who, due to his mother being merely a lowly palace maid, has never garnered the favor of his father, the emperor. Subjected to the relentless bullying of his royal siblings, he is even scorned by the palace maids and eunuchs alike. Yet, through the auspices of a protagonist halo, he ultimately secures loyal ministers, gathers formidable generals, embraces beautiful women, and ascends to the throne, reigning supreme and defying fate. It is truly a case of a dying man. Suddenly, rising the true antagonist turns out to be none other than himself. The author's choice of name for him is laden with malice. The protagonist is named Xiao Huang, a homophonic play on Xiao Huang, exuding an aura of regal authority, unmistakably the chosen one, a paragon of divine destiny. In contrast, there is Xiao Jie, whose name, when pronounced with even the slightest accent, could result in administrative detention for several days, a dark humor that nearly spill. LS off the page. A minor antagonist in the tale. Prince Xiao Jie is dealt a fortuitous hand, yet he, along with a band of inept companions, manages to turn it into a catastrophic downfall. Xiao Jie hails from illustrious lineage. His mother bears the surname Wang, belonging to the esteemed Wang family of Lengia. From birth, he is backed by the foremost noble family of the Ning dynasty. His maternal grandfather, Wang Cheng, serves as the prime minister, while his uncle, Wang Cheng, commands the elite 10,000 cavalry of Xiliang. Even the head of the imperial guards, Gao Yang, is his cousin-in-law, not to mention the multitude of officials in both the court and localities who owe their allegiance to the Wang clan. In popular folklore, there exists a saying, Xiao and Wang, sharing the world. However, as the adage suggests, extremes inevitably lead to reversals. Prosperity will decline and decal. INE will lead to ruin. The heavens do not grant two sons, nor can a nation have two sovereigns. No sane monarch would willingly share dominion over the realm with his subjects. The Wang family remains blissfully oblivious to any sense of crisis, treading a path towards self-destruction from which they cannot return. Concubine Wang exhibits an air of superiority, wielding her power in the imperial harem with impunity. She frequently resorts to violence against palace maids and eunuchs, humiliating other consorts with abandon, and has even dared to speak disrespectfully to both the empress and the empress dowager, inciting a deep-seated resentment within the palace at the mere mention of her name. Wang Cheng engages in rampant factional strife within the court, seeking to secure the allegiance of ministers while denigrating those who oppose him, thus shrouding the imperial court in turmoil. The officials voice their grievances, which ultimately arouses the emperor's suspicion and dissatisfaction. Wang Cheng exacerbates the situation further by secretly colluding with the Chong tribe, nurturing a band of rebels and illicitly smuggling salt and iron to the northern barbarians. Despite repeated admonitions from court officials, he remains utterly unrepentant. Gao Yang, though a man of reason, finds himself beleaguered by his wife, Wang Yin, who is Wang family's legitimate daughter and cousin to Xiao Jie. She looks down upon Gao Yang, who has fallen on hard times, subjecting him to frequent humiliation and reminding him that without the Wang family, he would not have attained his current status, leaving him utterly disgraced and unable to hold his head high before others. The former retainers of the Wang family are no better, exploiting the family's name to engage in corruption and oppress the common people, leading the populace to direct their collective ire towards the Wang clan. There is even a saying among the common folk: as long as the Wang family endures, the Ning dynasty shall know no peace. Xiao Jie himself is the epitome of self-destructive behavior, indulging in extravagance and vice, forcibly seizing the daughters of commoners and treating court officials with insolence that he harbors fugitives and nurtures assassins, targeting those who would challenge his power, including ministers who oppose him and princes deemed threatening. His actions are a reckless dance upon the precipice of the emperor's and the entire court's tolerance. The inevitable consequence of such collective folly is nothing short of catastrophic. The imperial consort Wang was granted the decree to take her own life, her corpse concealed by hair, with chaff stuffed into her mouth. Wang Chong faced the brutal execution of his entire family, the annihilation of 9 generations, and the once illustrious Wang clan was reduced to ashes. Wang Chong rose in rebellion, only to be betrayed and slain by his own deputy, his remains ground to dust. Gao Yang was swayed by Xiao Huang, turning against his wife and becoming the final straw that broke the Wang family's back. All officials associated with the Wang family met with grim fates, either executed, dismissed from office, or exiled, with none escaping unscathed. Xiao Jie was demoted to commoner status, his head displayed for public spectacle, becoming the first prince in the history of the Great Ning to be executed publicly. And it was upon the corpses and blood of Xiao Jie and the Wang family that Xiao Huang rose to prominence, embarking on his path to usurpation. Thus, the position of Xiao Jie in the narrative serves as the stepping stone for Xiao Huang's ascent in essence. Xiao Jie is the initial boss in Xiao Huang's journey of leveling up, responsible for bestowing experience and gear that facilitates Xiao Huang's evolution. All of Xiao Jie's efforts to counter Xiao Huang inflicted no harm upon him. Rather, they were effortlessly countered and retaliated against, leading to a pitiable and tragic downfall. In his view, Xiao Jie and his band of inept allies collectively displayed a shocking lack of intelligence, their misguided actions paving a direct path to the underworld. Indeed, the 9 clans would suffer. He could never have anticipated that he would ultimately become the very person he once despised, and even that which he had previously looked down upon. Ding dong. As Xiao Jie continued to lament in his powerlessness, a clear electronic voice suddenly resonated in his ears. A child of the realm is about to make a comeback. The villain system awakens. Host Xiao Jie has been locked in the antagonist system is binding. Hey. This system is out of line, that we are not acquainted, and yet you audaciously bind me without even a word of consent. Xiao Jie protested, bewildered by this system he scarcely understood, and yet he found himself forcibly entwined. Rather, forcibly possessed. This is intolerable. Once this system is bound, it cannot be undone unless the host meets their demise. Good heavens! Xiao Jie was taken aback. What a predicament. A moment of unwelcome attachment, leading to his own funeral pyre. Perhaps an early demise would lead to a swifter rebirth. Who knows? My next reincarnation might be far more thrilling. The sole purpose of this system's existence is to thwart the protagonist of this realm, Xiao Huang, from achieving success in his counterattack. What is your issue? What grievance do you have against Xiao Huang? Why would you go to such lengths to thwart him? Xiao Jie was once again left speechless, astonished by such a self-sabotaging system. This system holds no grudge against him, however. He has been chosen by the halo of the protagonist, and this system harbors animosity towards that very halo. So, since the protagonist halo selected Xiao Huang, you have chosen me. If I succeed in thwarting Xiao Huang's counterattack, shall I assume you will have vanquished the protagonist? Halo, Xiao Jie finally began to grasp the concept. Exactly. Why was I chosen? You are the fortunate host randomly selected by me. How fortunate indeed. But why should I assist you? After all, Xiao Huang is currently my beloved and cherished companion. This system can enhance your attributes, augment your skills, and bestow upon you various rare treasures, enabling you to become taller, faster, and stronger. There are no Olympic Games in this era. Thank you. This system can also assist you in rewriting the narrative, defying fate, and seizing everything that originally belonged to the CH. Out of this realm, Xiao Huang. Deal! Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie felt invigorated, for in the novel, Xiao Huang monopolized all good fortune. The talents were his, the empire was his, and ultimately, the beauty as his as well, that if the system could indeed aid him in altering the plot and reversing his destiny, would not everything that rightfully belonged to Xiao Huang become his? Now issuing the activation gift package. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, perception of clarity, enabling you to view others' attribute panels at any time. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an attribute enhancement card, increasing all attributes by 10. Congratulations, host. You have received an initial destiny value of 1,000. The activation gift package has been fully distributed. What is destiny value? Xiao Jie discovered a gap in his knowledge. Destiny value is used to exchange for items in the Destiny Mall. There are only two ways to acquire it. One is by completing tasks, and the other is by seizing it from Xiao Huang. Just as Xiao Jie was about to enter the so-called Destiny Mall to see what he could exchange with his 1,000 destiny value, a loud, panicked wail from the estate's steward, Old Hu, pie-ducked through the door. Your Highness, a grave matter has arisen. Chapter 2. The Schemes of Xiao Huang. Why such fluster and disarray? Xiao Jie furrowed his brow, swiftly embracing the role of the prince. Butler Lao, who rushed in a state of breathlessness, his trembling finger pointed towards the gate of the Wang residence, gasping, Your Highness, the governor of Hunan and the magister. 8 of Luoyang are attempting to forcibly breach the Wang residence, claiming they seek to apprehend the notorious bandit, the Dragon of Jiang. He was aware that the notorious outlaw, the Dragon of Jiang, was concealed within the Wang residence. It was Xiao Huang who, under the cover of darkness, had clandestinely infiltrated the residence of Magistrate Fan Luan last night, using a dart to convey this critical information. Given that this matter implicated a royal prince, Fan Luan dared not act unilaterally and sought out his superior, Governor Liu Yi, early in the morning. Liu Yi, too, found himself in a quandary ultimately. The two resolved to jointly approach Prince Xiao Jie, hoping he might grant them a modicum of favor and surrender the Dragon of Jiang to them. Humiliated, Liu Yi and Fan Luan hastily proceeded to report to the emperor, accusing Xiao Jie of disrespecting imperial officials and revealing his harboring of a state criminal. Although the emperor refrained from public retribution against Xiao Jie, out of deference to Prime Minister Wang and the royal concubine, he secretly ordered the Qilin Guard, the intelligence agency of Danning, to investigate the matter. Under Xiao Huang's deliberate guidance, they uncovered Xiao Jie's clandestine nurturing of assassins. The emperor, upon learning of the assassins, was incensed, fostering suspicion toward Xiao Jie and the entire Wang clan, igniting thoughts of retribution. This marked a minor step in Xiao Jie's self-destruction within the narrative, yet a significant stride towards his own demise. Ding-dong, the sudden electronic chime of the system echoed in his ears, detected that the host is facing the first crisis after the crossover, triggering the task Deception at Sea. Task requirement: ensure that the existence of the assassins is not revealed due to the matter of Injiang Long's success reward. 1,000 destiny points, random, item 1. Though the allure of the rewards presented by the system was undeniable, Xiao Jie found himself at a loss for a feasible solution to the predicament. Xiao Huang's initial move had effectively cornered Xiao Jie into a deadlock. Should he fail to surrender the individual today, Liu Yi and Fan Luan would not relent regardless of WHE. Though he had humiliated them, they would undoubtedly report to the emperor. The inevitable outcome would cast suspicion upon the emperor, prompting the Qilin guards to trace the matter of the assassins back to its source. Surrendering the individual was equally untenable, as the narrative dictated that Xiao Huang had orchestrated the capture of Injiang Long to hand him over to the Qilin guards. How? Would then extract from Injiang Long the revelation of Xiao Jie's intentions to recruit him as an assassin. In truth, The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate Injiang Long, presenting his corpse to Lu Yi and Fan Luan, claiming that he had intruded upon the royal residence with malicious intent and was slain by the guards of the estate, thereby providing an explanation both upwards and downwards. However, the challenge lay in Injiang Long's formidable prowess. Having escaped a siege of over 100 constables in Jingzhou unscathed, Xiao Jie had recognized this ferocity as a potential asset and had dared to harbor him within his residence, hoping to utilize his strength for his own ends. According to the combat capabilities assigned to Injiang Long within the narrative, the several dozen guards of the royal residence might not suffice to subdue him. Should he inadvertently allow Injiang Long to escape, exposing the existence of his own assassins to the world, his fate would be far worse than that depicted in the original plot. Could Xiao Huang truly jeopardize himself with such recklessness? Should the author really delineate matters so transparently? Wait, this idea is rather intriguing. To the omnipotent readers of Tomato and the ever-resourceful comments section, I adore you all. Your Highness, how should we proceed with this matter? Old Hu, the steward, inquired, unable to restrain himself as he noticed Xiao Jie lost in thought, silent for an extended parry. OD. Having formulated a plan, Xiao Jie felt a sense of calm wash over him. He donned an expression of nonchalance and smiled. There is no rush, let us first investigate the situation. Outside the gates of the Prince Qi's residence, the constables and the guards of the royal palace faced off across the steps. Magistrate Fan Luan of Luoyang and Governor Lu Yi of Hunan took turns presenting their case, employing a multitude of persuasive words. Yet Captain Xiao Kuan remained impervious, resolutely denying the constable's entry to conduct a search. Exchanging glances, Fan Luan and Lu Yi recognized a shared sense of futility in each other's eyes. After all, there were still 7th-rank officials before the Chancellor, let alone the fact that they were addressing the captain of a prince's guards. How could two mere local officials command any respect? Noticing the two seemed inclined to retreat, Xiao Kuan grew even more arrogant, his words becoming increasingly reckless. I have warned you before, the Prince Qi's residence is not a playground for you. Yet, you insist on making a fool of yourselves. Let me make it clear, even if the Minister of Justice were to arrive, he would not set foot inside the Prince Qi's residence. Smack. Before Xiao Kuan could finish his sentence, he was abruptly kicked from behind, crashing face first into the ground, his face meeting the dirt with a resounding thud, seemingly losing a couple of front teeth in the process. Xiao Kuan was ambushed and suffered a significant setback, his anger flaring instantly. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he stood up only to behold the grim and merciless visage of Prince Qiwang Xiao Jie, along with the elevated soles of his shoes, which left him momentarily dazed. Fan Luan and Lu Yi exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Xiao Jie's unexpected behavior. Pointing at the prostrate Xiao Kuan, Xiao Jie rebuked, "Both Lord Lu and Lord Fan are esteemed officials of the court. What are you, that you dare speak to them with such insolence?" At this moment, not only was the fallen Xiao Kuan bewildered, but all present were equally astonished, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. Was this truly the discourse of His Highness the Prince? Who among them was unaware of his notorious disdain for others, even dismissing high-ranking officials in court? Today, however, he was visibly incensed over the misdeeds of two mere local officials. Xiao Jie was genuinely infuriated. These incompetent allies seemed to revel in provoking enmity day after day. Criticizing the magistrate of Luoyang and the governor of Hunan was one thing, but to antagonize even the Minister of Justice was utterly absurd. Did they wish for more adversaries? Having never witnessed such fury directed at him by Xiao Jie, Xiao Kuan was struck with terror, instinctively collapsing to his knees and fervently bowing his head in supplication. "I am deserving of death. I beseech your highness for mercy." Xiao Jie coldly replied, "You need not plead with me. Your apologies should be directed towards Lord Lu and Lord Fan." Trembling, Xiao Kuan complied without hesitation, turning to kneel before the two officials, repeatedly bowing his head in atonement. This turn of events left Lu Yi and Fan Luan feeling rather uncomfortable. "Your Highness," the commander Qiu merely spoke out of turn in a moment of indiscretion, driven by a sincere desire to protect his lord. "Perhaps you might consider granting him clemency this once." Lu Yi interjected, unable to remain silent in defense of Xiao. Xiao Jie nodded, casting a glance at the bloodied Xiao. For the sake of Lord Lu, I shall spare you this time. However, should you err again, I will not hesitate to impose severe punishment. Now, begone, you disgraceful fool. Xiao, akin to one who has received a reprieve, hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Xiao Jie and Lu Yi before departing in a flustered manner. Once Xiao had left, Xiao Jie offered an apologetic smile to Lu Yi and Fanlun, his tone imbued with sincerity. I have failed in my duties as a guardian, and I beg your pardon, F.O. Or any amusement I have inadvertently caused Lord Lu and Lord Fan. Xiao Jie's courteous demeanor left Lu Yi and Fan Lun somewhat taken aback, feeling unworthy of such regard. They hastily insisted that the prince was being overly modest. Their earlier resentment towards Xiao interruption significantly alleviated. Nevertheless, sentimentality must yield to duty. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yi took the initiative to speak. Your Highness, there is a matter for which I seek your understanding. It concerns a report we received indicating that a notorious criminal, Jiang Long, is believed to be hiding within your residence. Lord Fan and I are concerned that someone may be attempting to frame you. Thus, we wish to conduct a search to clear your name. We hope for your cooperation in this matter. Throughout his speech, Lu Yi maintained a steady gaze upon Xiao Jie's countenance, believing he had delivered his words with sufficient delicacy and respect for the prince's dignity. Why? Yet he remained apprehensive that Xiao Jie might suddenly turn hostile. Xiao Jie, amused within, recognized that it was time for his performance to commence. Chapter 3 Confrontation. Before the court, Xiao Jie was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Lord Lu, what did you just say? Someone has accused me of harboring a court-designated criminal, Ru Jianglong? Lord Lu, visibly shaken, hastily denied the allegations. Your Highness, no, that is not the case. Please do not misunderstand. We did not mean it that way. We merely wish to enter the palace to investigate a matter or two in order to clear your name. Xiao Jie's face flushed with indignation. I have always adhered to the law and lived a life of integrity. I cannot fathom that someone would go so far as to slander me in such a manner. Minister Fan, do present the intelligence report to me. I shall see who dares to fabricate such lies against me. Minister Fan displayed a troubled demeanor, apprehensive that Xiao Jie might devise some scheme. Stealing a glance at Lord Lu, he noticed a nod of reassurance before retrieving a slip of paper from his sleeve and handing it to Xiao Jie. Although Xiao Jie already surmised the content of the note without even opening it, he accepted it nonetheless. Upon unfolding the paper and reading the line that accused the Qi prince's residence of concealing the court-designated criminal Ru Jianglong, his expression shifted to one of incredulity, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lord Lu, having been successfully deceived by Xiao Jie's display, cautiously inquired, Your Highness, is there an issue with the note? Now it was Lord Lu and Minister Fan who donned expressions of astonishment. How could a mere Ru Jianglong implicate a prince? Minister Fan was the first to regain his composure, suspecting that Xiao Jie might be deliberately diverting attention with baseless accusations. He proposed, Perhaps His Highness the Qi Prince should allow us to enter the palace for an inspection to ascertain whether someone is indeed attempting to defame you. Minister Fan, why do you still not comprehend? Xiao Jie appeared to be filled with a sense of exasperation, as the presence of Ru Jianglong in my residence seemed inconsequential. The accuser's intent was merely to obfuscate the truth. If you were to discover Ru Jianglong within my manor, how could you ascertain that he was concealed here by me rather than having been placed here by another to frame me? Conversely, should you fail to find Ru Jianglong, how can you be certain that I have not hidden him away or secretly facilitated his escape? With just a few words, Xiao Jie successfully bewildered Lu Yi and Fan Lun. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one could indeed perceive the validity of his reasoning. Lu Yi, in a state of resignation, inquired, What, in your Highness's opinion, should be done about this matter? A faint, cold smile crept upon Xiao Jie's lips. This is a matter of great significance, involving both myself and my third imperial brother. You shall accompany me to the palace to meet with His Majesty. In the Chongming Palace, within the imperial study, a congratulatory scroll submitted by the third prince, Xiao Huang, from years past lay open upon the royal desk. Accompanying it was an unfolded note. An anonymous tip regarding the court's wanted criminal Ru Jianglong, presented by Fan Lun, the magistrate of Luoyang. Emperor Xiao Jie's expression was grave as his gaze shifted between the congratulatory scroll and the note, his mind already formulating a plan. Closing his eyes, he gently tapped the congratulatory scroll with his fingers. The eunuch at his side, Lian Yi, comprehended the unspoken command and stepped forward, whispering, "Your Majesty. Shall we summon the third prince, Xiao Huang, to the palace?" Without uttering a word, Xiao Jie merely nodded slightly. Lian Yi then summoned a young eunuch to convey the imperial edict for the third prince, Xiao Huang, to enter the palace and pay his respects. Throughout this exchange, Xiao Jie exhibited neither fury nor intimidation, nor did he pose a single question to Xiao Jie, Lu Yi, or Fan Luan. Luo Yi and Fan Luan felt a sense of trepidation, unable to decipher His Majesty's intentions. While Xiao Jie appeared anxious, his heart remained remarkably composed. He had successfully shifted the focus of the inquiry. His father should now be more concerned about why Xiao Huang had clandestinely accused his own brother, rather than why this prince had harbored a court-designated criminal. After a while, Xiao Huang was ushered into the imperial study by a eunuch. Upon seeing him tall, with a face resembling jade, strikingly handsome with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, Xiao Jie felt a surge of indignation. He pondered how the author could have imbibed so much counterfeit wine to portray him in such an illustrious light. Due to his mother's humble origins, Xiao Huang had long been denied the title of prince and the opportunity to establish his own court, residing instead in a modest dwelling in Luoyang. He rarely ventured out, and few among the civil and military officials had ever laid eyes on him. Now, faced with Xiao Huang, they were momentarily dazzled. Indeed, he was truly a paragon of elegance, a peerless gentleman. Xiao Jie observed the stars of admiration gleaming in their eyes, which only intensified his frustration. Xiao Huang bowed before Xiao Jie, proclaiming, "Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor. May your Majesty live long and prosper." Xiao Jie gazed at Xiao Huang with a complex expression. It had been years since they last met, and had he grown so much? The young man seemed somewhat thinner. Perhaps the hardships of the years had taken their toll. Had he, as a father, offered him insufficient care? Xiao Jie discreetly lifted his gaze. Noticing his father's momentary distraction, realizing with a sinking feeling that the protagonist's radiance was so overpowering that even the usually stoic emperor displayed signs of faltering. "Third brother," he remarked, "it has been years since we last met, and you have grown increasingly handsome." Xiao Jie deliberately greeted Xiao Huang in a loud voice, causing Xiao Jie to awaken abruptly from his reverie. Xiao Huang offered a faint smile and remarked, "Seventh brother, you flatter me." Internally, Xiao Jie cursed, thinking how pretentious he could be. Regaining his composure, Xiao Jie did not allow Xiao Huang to rise, but instead instructed eunuch Lian to bring forth the congratulatory scroll and note for him to examine. Xiao Huang's mind was suddenly struck, and his expression transformed instantly. In his usual seclusion, he had underestimated the recognition of his handwriting, which had emboldened him to pen an anonymous letter denouncing Xiao Jie. To his astonishment, it had been recognized and brought to the emperor's attention. The shift in Xiao Huang's demeanor did not escape Xiao Jie's notice. However, he refrained from displaying anger and merely inquired, "Speak. Why did you choose to denounce your own brother?" Xiao Huang remained silent. Xiao Jie's tone gradually turned icy. "If Jie has erred, as his elder brother, it was your duty to counsel him towards correction, not to betray him to the authorities. Is this your interpretation of brotherhood?" At this juncture, Xiao Huang realized that he could no longer feign innocence and bowed his head in acknowledgement of guilt. "I am at fault. I feared seventh brother would commit a grave mistake and had no choice but to resort to this method, hoping to halt him through the intervention of Lord Fan and Luoyang." Xiao Jie inwardly scoffed, lamenting the presence of such shameless individuals in the world. It was evident that Xiao Huang had intended to harm him, yet he now feigned concern for his well-being. Xiao Jie could no longer contain his discontent, his expression darkening as he retorted, "If you truly had such intentions, you could have first attempted to counsel Jie. If he refused to listen, you could have come to me, rather than rushing to the authorities and risking our family's reputation." Xiao Huang raised his head, tears welling in his eyes. "Father, how many times have I had the chance to see you since childhood?" For a moment, Xiao Jie was at a loss for words, reflecting on how indifferent he had been towards this son over the years, and his heart softened slightly. Xiao Jie observed everything quietly and sighed inwardly, realizing that the emperor would likely not blame Xiao Huang. "Very well, for the sake of your concern for Jiener, I shall not punish you. However," Xiao Jie's tone turned grave as he added, "but should there be another occurrence, I will show no mercy." Xiao Huang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately bowed in gratitude. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie felt exasperated. What did "for my good" even mean? He merely wished to bring about my demise. Lu Qing's family, Fan Qing's family. Xiao Jie finally turned his attention to the two bystanders who had been observing the scene and declared, "This matter ends here. There is no need for further investigation. I am fatigued. You may all withdraw." except for Prince Qi. Fan Luan wanted to inquire about the situation regarding the Zhonglong, but was discreetly signaled by Lu Yi to leave. Even the eunuchs, understanding the situation, followed Xiao Huang out, leaving only Xiao Jie and Xiao Jie in the imperial study. Chapter 4. Sibling rivalry. Xiao Jie felt a sense of unease, pondering why his father had chosen to retain him. Xiao Jie appeared to have completely forgotten his presence. Engrossed in reviewing memorials, Xiao Jie dared not overstep and stood patiently, awaiting his father's initiation. The imperial study was silent, save for the rustling of the memorials and the increasingly rapid beating of Xiao Jian's heart. "Do you not have anything you wish to confess to me?" Xiao Jie closed the memorial, set down his vermilion brush, and asked in a calm tone. Xiao Jian's heart sank, and he had no choice but to feign ignorance. This son is dull-witted and does not comprehend what father refers to. Xiao Jie let out a cold smile and asked, "Must I spell it out for you?" "Very well, I shall inquire. Is the fugitive Ru Zhonglong concealed within your residence?" This was undoubtedly a question that could spell doom. Should he deny it, his father would undoubtedly dispatch the Qilin guards for a covert investigation, and he would not only face the grave charge of deceiving the emperor, but also expose the existence of the Death Warriors. Conversely, if he confessed, he would be compelled to surrender Ru Zhonglong, thereby still revealing the presence of the Death Warriors. With a firm resolve, Xiao Jie clenched his teeth, decided to take a gamble, lowered his head feigning fear to meet his father's gaze, and murmured, "Yes." Xiao Jie was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Xiao Jie's forthright admission, then coldly remarked, "You, a prince of the realm, harbor a wanted criminal. What is your intent?" This statement was almost a dagger to the heart. Associating a prince with a fugitive would inevitably evoke disquieting associations. Xiao Jie deliberately feigned trepidation, trembling as he replied, "Your Majesty, please discern my innocence. I harbored no ulterior motives. Initially, I was unaware that this individual was a criminal sought by the court. I was merely informed that he possessed unmatched bravery, and I wished to recruit such talent as my personal guard. It was only when Lord Lu and Lord Fan came to my door that I realized he was the notorious Ru Zhonglong. I was blind to the truth and nearly committed a grievous error. I implore your Majesty to forgive me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie remained noncommittal, only coldly inquiring, "Is this truly the case?" Xiao Jie swore to the heavens, "What I have said is utterly true. Should there be even a hint of falsehood in my words? May I, Xiao Jie, be struck by divine lightning and face the wrath of the heavens." Clenching his teeth, Xiao Jie made a solemn oath on behalf of his predecessor. Upon witnessing his son make such a vehement vow, the bond of father and son prevailed, and Xiao Jie chose to place his trust in Xiao Jian. He uttered no further words, merely gesturing with a gentle motion of his hand, prompting a shadowy figure clad in black to leap down from the rooftop, landing soundlessly and unnoticed. Xiao Jian maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware that according to the narrative, the emperor had at his disposal the three most formidable masters of daiming, who answered solely to him. Their whereabouts remained unknown to all, yet upon the emperor's summons, they would materialize without delay. Xiao Jie's expression remained impassive as he casually instructed, "You are to proceed at once to the residence of Prince Qi, eliminate the intruder Zhonglong, and dispose of his corpse outside the county office of Luoyang." Though the command was undeniably one of murder, Xiao Jie's tone was as nonchalant as if discussing a mundane matter. The black-clad figure departed to fulfill the order, and Xiao Jie exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing he had navigated this perilous challenge without incident. Not only did the emperor believe in him, but he had also aided in removing the significant threat posed by Zhonglong. Without lifting his gaze, Xiao Jie continued to review his memorials, stating, "I shall overlook this incident this time. Should there be a next, I shall show no mercy." Xiao Jian, overwhelmed with gratitude, prostrated himself in thanks for the emperor's grace. Upon exiting the imperial study, Xiao Jian became acutely aware that his back was drenched in cold sweat. His initial confrontation with Xiao Huang had resulted in a stalemate. Neither had managed to outmaneuver the other. However, what perplexed Xiao Jian was that, according to the narrative, the emperor held traditional values in high regard, particularly cherishing the bonds of brotherhood among princes and detesting any discord between them. Yet now, with Xiao Huang having reported him to the authorities, the emperor seemed unconcerned, leaving him utterly bewildered. Ding! The melodious prompt of the system echoed in his ears. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea. You have earned 1,000 fate points and acquired the item golden silk armor." Xiao Jie glanced at the description of the golden silk armor, which could withstand the vast majority of ordinary weapons damage. It was indeed a remarkable item. Congratulations to the host for successfully thwarting Xiao Huang's schemes against him, thereby seizing 500 fate points from Xiao Huang. A cold smile crept onto Xiao Jie's face as he thought, "What can you do to me, Xiao Huang?" The satisfaction of besting Xiao Huang surpassed that of merely completing the task. He then inquired of the system, "How many fate points does Xiao Huang have left after deducting the 500? The answer came swiftly. 99,500 fate points remain. Xiao Jie's smile instantly froze. What a deception. The system seemed to sense Xiao Jie's dissatisfaction and explained, "This time, you merely prevented Xiao Huang from framing you. However, your counterattack did not inflict any damage upon him, resulting in only the successful seizure of his 500 fate points. Should you successfully retaliate in the future, the greater the harm inflicted, the more fate points you will acquire." Xiao Jie's expression softened slightly. He certainly did not wish to engage in a battle with Xiao Huang over 200 times. He pondered another question. What impact does seizing fate points from Xiao Huang have on me? The system responded, "Indeed, there is a consequence. For every 20,000 fate points Xiao Huang loses, one random fate buff will diminish. When his fate points reach 0, he will lose his protagonist aura and become nothing more than an ordinary passerby." Xiao Jie paused, taken aback. It seemed Xiao Huang possessed several fate buffs to bolster him. The system sensed Xiao Jie's perplexity and proactively elucidated. Xiao Huang's first destiny buff is infinite life, rendering him invulnerable to death under any circumstance. The second destiny buff is the blessing of the matchmaker, causing all women to be irresistibly drawn to him. The third destiny buff is the allegiance of the realm, inspiring talented individuals to feel a sense of devotion akin to that of sacrificing oneself for a true friend. The fourth destiny buff is reasoned discourse. As most of what Xiao Huang articulates is readily acknowledged by others, the fifth destiny buff is the favor of fortune, ensuring that Xiao Huang's life is filled with countless serendipitous encounters and perpetual good luck. Upon hearing the system's exposition, Xiao Jie could not help but gasp in astonishment. He was aware of the protagonist's formidable halo, yet he had not comprehended its sheer magnitude. He finally understood why Xiao Huang had reported him to the authorities without facing any retribution from their father. Most likely because their father was swayed by the influence of the reasoned discourse destiny buff, his mind clouded with thoughts of agreement. Convinced that everything Xiao Huang uttered was correct, faced with such an extraordinary male protagonist, Xiao Jie suddenly felt that even with a golden finger, he might not stand a chance against him. He hastily examined his own attribute panel to ascertain what he possessed to contend with Xiao Huang. Character: Xiao Jie leadership, 58 martial power, 43 intelligence, 67 politics, 58 charisma, 93 destiny value, 2,500 skills. None indeed. The royal lineage is inherently powerful. Aside from his looks and demeanor, he was utterly lacking in other attributes that damned charm. Xiao Jie then chose to inspect Xiao Huang's attribute panel. Character: Xiao Huang command, 100 martial prowess, 100 intelligence, 100 politics, 100 charisma, 100. Although Xiao Jie had long anticipated the remarkable attributes of Xiao Huang, he was taken aback to discover that Xiao Huang was, in fact, the epitome of excellence, a fully developed Pentagon warrior from the outset. Even his own pride and charisma paled in comparison, reduced to mere insignificance. The clash between the golden finger and the protagonist's halo had commenced with a disadvantage. Xiao Jie felt a slight alleviation in his heart. With Xiao Huang's opportunities for reduction, his own chances for enhancement emerged, and he could ultimately surpass him. From then on, he resolved to deliberately oppose Xiao Huang in all matters, just as Xiao Huang had meticulously endeavored to orchestrate his demise. It is, in some ways, amusing that Xiao Huang, with such calculated intent to contend with him, harbored no intrinsic enmity towards his brother, but rather was driven by the actions of their mother, the esteemed Wang Guofei. Born into the most illustrious lineage, her haughty disposition led her to disregard even the empress and the dowager empress, let alone the palace maid from whom Xiao Huang's mother hailed. According to the narrative, there was an instance in the imperial garden where their mother publicly ridiculed the humble origins of Xiao Huang's mother, leaving her in a most embarrassing predicament. Young Xiao Huang witnessed this humiliation and vowed to annihilate the entire Langyue Wang clan as retribution for Wang Guofei's arrogance and insolence. As the sole offspring of Wang Guofei, Xiao Jie was destined to be eradicated both physically and spiritually. Subsequently, the once magnificent Langyue Wang clan of Daming was reduced to ashes, and even he, the grandson of the Wang family, faced disgrace and execution. Chapter 5. A night on the flower boat. As night fell, Xiao Jie appeared by the banks of the Luo River in the southern part of Luoyang City. In the twilight, the river bank was adorned with hundreds of splendid pleasure boats. Ablaze with lights, a cacophony of revelry and laughter echoing through the night. This locale served as the grandest inn of indulgence in Luoyang, a haven where countless dignitaries and frivolous young scions sought their merriment, offering the finest wines and the fairest maidens the city had to offer. Among these establishments, the renowned Mioran boat stood out, famed for its exquisite 30-year-old daughter red wine, and home to the most beautiful courtesan, Lianer. However, it was a lamentable truth that Lianer sold her artistry, not her body, and rarely entertained guests. To catch a glimpse of her, one must first correctly answer 3 of her riddles. Otherwise, no amount of wealth could secure an audience. Thus, the desire to meet Lianer was intrinsically linked to one's fortune. There were tales of those who, in their hubris, attempted to breach Lianer's sanctuary. It was said that the son of a high-ranking official once, emboldened by inebriation, attempted to force his way into her quarters, only to be met with a swift and brutal rebuttal, cast off the boat like a discarded trinket. While onlookers wondered about the trouble Mioran boat had stirred, they soon learned that the high-ranking official was stripped of his position and exiled with his family to the southern mountains the very next day. From that moment on, it became widely known that Mioran boat possessed formidable backing, a force to be reckoned with, and no one dared to disturb its peace or covet Lianer. Yet, as the adage goes, that which is unattainable stirs the heart's desires. The rarity of glimpsing Lianer only fueled the ardor of countless young gentlemen. For to be graced as her honored guest would be an unparalleled blessing. Today, Xiao Jie was determined to visit Mioran boat to meet Lianer. For this captivating maiden was destined to be the principal consort of Xiao Huang in the future. If all goes as anticipated, tonight shall mark the inaugural encounter between her and Xiao Huang, a fleeting glance that could alter the course of their lives. However, Xiao Jie intends to orchestrate an unforeseen circumstance, thwarting their meeting. Dressed in the garb of a dandy, with a fan in hand, he disregards the alluring invitations from the flower boats along his path and strides directly towards the bustling Miao Fang. The attendants of Miao Fang possess keen eyes. Discerning that Xiao Jie exudes an air of nobility surpassing the typical debauched scion, and they hurriedly usher him aboard. The matron herself emerges to extend a warm greeting. "Ah, this young master is quite unfamiliar. Is it your first visit to our Miao Fang?" She beams, her heavily made-up face nearly blooming with joy, with powder cascading down. A smile unconsciously graces Xiao Jie's lips. He finds the reality diverging from the portrayals he has witnessed in dramas, where the matron would typically exclaim, "My lord, it has been a while since your last visit." Yet, Xiao Jie is certain that his previous incarnation had never set foot in Miao Fang. For the royal family imposes stringent regulations, forbidding its members from frequenting establishments of ill repute. Although his former self was reckless, he would not dare contravene such laws. Now, however, Xiao Jie feels emboldened, knowing that with his status, even if Miao Fang possessed tenfold courage, they would not dare disclose his presence. Miao Fang is backed by his maternal grandfather, the current Prime Minister Wang Chong. Hence, even a high-ranking official of the 3rd grade could be exiled at a whim. On the surface, Miao Fang appears to be an ordinary pleasure boat, yet in truth, it serves as a covert intelligence hub for Wang Chong and Luoyang, meticulously gathering information, for there is no place more conducive to extracting secrets than at the banquet table or the pillow's edge. Nonetheless, Xiao Jie is aware that Miao Fang harbors an even deeper, concealed identity. This is, in fact, a secret stronghold of the former dynasty's loyalists in Luoyang, masquerading as a flower boat. Under the pretense of gathering intelligence for the Prime Minister, they are, in truth, fervently engaged in their endeavors to restore their fallen nation. The courtesan, Lianer, is, in reality, the last surviving member of the royal family, Princess Yuanxian. According to the narrative, Yuanxian is the principal female protagonist, a paragon of beauty, intellect, and cunning, possessing a decisive spirit. Initially, she is solely focused on the restoration of her dynasty. But her encounter with Xiao Huang leads her astray. Xiao Huang remarks, "Our child will carry half the blood of the Yuan royal lineage, should he inherit the throne. It would signify the success of your restoration." Such absurdity surprisingly persuades Yuanxian, transforming her into a lovesick devotee. As she willingly relinquishes the immense wealth and clandestine organization painstakingly built by the former loyalists, fixated solely on becoming one of Xiao Huang's women. Tonight, Xiao Jie intends to meet this Yuanxian, both to behold the beauty of the first female lead of the novel and to prevent her first encounter with Xiao Huang. The brothel keeper, wary of offending Xiao Jie, arranges for him to be placed in the finest private room of the Mioran pavilion, and with a beaming smile, inquires, "Young master, as this is your first visit, would you like me to introduce you to the ladies of our establishment?" Xiao Jie responds with a faint smile, "There is no need. I have come to see Lianer." The matron's smile momentarily faltered, yet she quickly regained her composure, maintaining her cheerful demeanor as she spoke. My dear sir, I sincerely apologize, but tonight, Miss Lian is feeling somewhat unwell and is unable to receive guests. However, our establishment has many lovely ladies, and I assure you they will attend to your needs splendidly. No, Xiao Jie replied with a gentle shake of his head, his expression resolute. This evening, I seek only Miss Lian. He was well aware that Yuan Xuan was not merely unwell, but rather preoccupied, as the narrative dictated that she was to assassinate General Zhou Yin of the Left Guard that very night. As a third-rank military officer, Zhou Yin was always surrounded by numerous loyal guards. Although Yuan Xuan ultimately succeeded in her assassination attempt, she tragically suffered a wound to her chest from one of Zhou Yan's loyalists. In her frantic escape, she inadvertently stumbled into the residence of Xiao Huang, who successfully diverted her pursuers and treated her arrow wound, leading to an undeniably intimate and enchanting encounter between them. Consequently, Yuan Xuan developed unexpected feelings for Xiao Huang. As the antagonist, Xiao Jie was intent on sabotaging their budding romance this evening. Noticing Xiao Jie's steadfast determination, the matroness' eyes darted thoughtfully before she continued to smile. Since you are so insistent, I shall not obstruct you. However, as you are likely aware, our establishment has its rules. If you wish to meet Miss Lian, you must first answer 3 questions posed by her. Are you prepared, sir? Xiao Jie chuckled softly. He knew the answers to the 3 questions. Nevertheless, he had come not to showcase his talents, but to create a scene and disrupt their plans. Why must he adhere to the rules of the Miao? His own rules should suffice. Xiao Jie let out a cold smile and replied, I have no interest in answering any questions. I merely wish to meet Miss Lian tonight. The matron quickly discerned that Xiao Jie was not a visitor of benign intentions, and her smile faded, replaced by a chilling sneer. If you seek merriment tonight, our Miao would be most welcoming. However, if your intent is to cause trouble, I advise you to inquire first. Our establishment is not something everyone can provoke with impunity. Have you heard the tale of the son of a third-rank official who caused a ruckus here? He was unceremoniously tossed overboard, and the very next day, his father was dismissed from office, and the entire family was exiled to Ling'an. Are you referring to the former deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue? Yuzhe? Xiao Zheng interjected with a faint smile, seamlessly taking over the conversation. The matron hesitated, for this matter involved high-ranking officials, and most would speak of it only in hushed tones, wary of delving too deeply. Hence, while many had heard of the incident, few knew the specifics of the official whose family was exiled due to their offense against the Miao. The fact that Xiao Jie could articulate the man's rank and name suggested his own stature was not to be underestimated. The matron quickly donned a smile once more and said, Your knowledge of court matters implies that your background is indeed remarkable. Given this, why trouble an old woman like myself? If you genuinely wish to see Miss Lian, you must also respect her rules. Xiao Jie does not harbor any particular animosity towards the courtesan in the Miao. Rather, he is acutely aware that this evening, Yuan Xuan intends to assassinate General Zhou Yin of the Left Guard. She will likely be too preoccupied to pay him any mind. Even if he were to successfully answer her 3 questions, their interaction would probably be reduced to a few terse exchanges before she resumes her deadly mission, ultimately leading to an unavoidable encounter with Xiao Huang. Thus, Xiao Jie is determined to occupy Yuan Xuan's attention for the entire night, preventing her from embarking on her assassination of Zhou Yin, and thereby averting her meeting with Xiao Huang. It is time to unveil his trump card. He is confident that once this card is played, neither the Miao nor Yuan Xuan will be able to refuse him. Chapter 6. The Ultimate Confrontation. Xiao Jie removed a golden token from his waist and tossed it onto the table, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Do you know who I am? The courtesan trembled slightly, hesitantly picking up the token. After a mere glance, her expression transformed into one of disbelief. His Highness, the Prince of Qi? Xiao Jie nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is I. Observing Xiao Jie's unwavering determination, the courtesan found herself in a quandary. Under ordinary circumstances, she might have simply summoned the princess to meet him and dismissed him. However, she was acutely aware that the princess had pressing matters to attend to tonight. Although the princess had adamantly refused to disclose the nature of these affairs or allow their interference, it was evident that they were of significant urgency. Leaving no time to entertain the Prince of Qi, resolving herself, the courtesan clenched her teeth and said, Your Highness, it is not that I am unwilling to allow you to meet Miss Lian. It is simply that I recall a decree from the court prohibiting royal family members from frequenting places of pleasure. I am merely concerned that should this matter be made public, it could prove quite detrimental to your Highness. Xiao Jie harbored a cold smirk within, unperturbed by the situation. He had anticipated that the madam would employ this tactic to threaten him. "Are you aware," he inquired, "that besides being the Prince of Qi, I am also the beloved grandson of the Prime Minister?" With a smile that danced on the edge of irony, he continued, "If news of my presence at the Mioran Pavilion were to circulate, I wonder how you would explain it to the Prime Minister?" The madam's countenance instantly drained of color. After a brief pause, she feigned composure, forcing a smile. "Your Highness, the Prince of Qi, you jest. How could a humble establishment like ours possibly attract the attention of the esteemed Prime Minister? We have no need to account to him." Observing the madam's vehement denial, Xiao Jie remained unhurried, merely smiling slightly as he remarked, "I, Xiao Jie, am indeed the grandson of the Prime Minister. Do you truly believe I am unaware of the connections between your Mioran Pavilion and my grandfather?" Realizing the undeniable certainty in Xiao Jie's words, the madam became convinced that he was aware this place served as a clandestine intelligence hub for the Prime Minister. She could not help but harbor grievances against him. Such confidential matters should never be disclosed to outsiders. Although they ostensibly served the Prime Minister, their true loyalty lay with Princess Yuanxian. Now, with the Prime Minister's grandson poised to jeopardize the princess's interests, the madam felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Seeing Xiao Jie's demeanor as one who had her firmly in his grasp, and recalling the urgent matters the princess had mentioned for the evening, the madam resolved to make one last attempt. "Your Highness, this evening, Miss Lianer is indeed unwell. Perhaps another day, when she feels better, she will certainly accompany you for a drink. Our Mioran Pavilion boasts many delightful ladies. Xianger and Xianer are particularly charming. Allow me to summon them to attend to your comfort." Xiao Jie harbored a cold smile within. The princess appeared to be in good health at present, yet after tonight, her condition would take a dire turn. Struck by an arrow in her breast and subjected to the embrace of a man she had only just met. Observing the brothel madam's evasiveness, Xiao Jie resolved to toy with her, bursting into laughter as he suggested, "Then let us summon Xianger and Xianer." The madam exhaled a long sigh of relief, grateful to have managed this troublesome prince, her face blooming once more with a smile. "Your Highness, please wait a moment within. I shall fetch Xianger and Xianer immediately." Xiao Jie shook his head with a grin. "What I mean is, summon Xianger, Xianer, and also the young lady Lianer to join us." The madam's smile froze upon her face, realizing she had been tricked, a fleeting flash of anger glinting in her eyes. Xiao Jie perceived everything with keen clarity, inwardly mocking her, confident that Miao Rifang would not dare to retaliate against him. He feigned indignation, his voice turning cold. "My patience is not infinite. Should I not see Lianer within the span of a teaspoon, I shall have someone demolish your establishment, and we shall see whether Prime Minister Wang will place the blame upon you or me." Seeing that Xiao Jie genuinely appeared enraged, the madam began to panic. Tasked with gathering intelligence for the Prime Minister, they were well informed and had likely heard whispers of Xiao Jie's past misdeeds. Aware that this Prince of Qi was no benign character, provoking him could very well lead to the destruction of Miao Rifang. In such a case, Prime Minister Wang would undoubtedly shield him from accountability, leaving Miao Rifang to swallow the bitter pill of unjust suffering in silence. In a moment of resignation, the madam could only ask Xiao Jie to wait in the room for a brief period while she hurried to speak with Miss Lianer. Watching the madam's retreating figure, Xiao Jie felt a surge of dark satisfaction. A villain ought to embody the essence of villainy, acting with audacity and disregard. The notion of showcasing talent to impress the heroine was a task befitting the protagonist, not a rogue like him who eschews such sentimental pretenses. Yet, the truth lingered in his mind. Confronted with Xiao Huang's overwhelming charisma, he lacked the confidence to captivate Yuanshuan through mere talent and charm. Meanwhile, within the Zhishuan Pavilion, Yuanshuan, now donned in her nocturnal attire, furrowed her brow in exasperation after listening to the madam's account. Why did Xiao Jie have to arrive at this precise moment, just as she was preparing to embark on a night of assassination? Was he deliberately attempting to thwart her plans? According to the madam, Xiao Jie would not relent until he had seen her. And there was a genuine concern that this arrogant prince might even resort to demolishing the Mioran Pavilion, thereby complicating her own affairs further. Ultimately, she resolved to meet him, to exchange a few casual words and dismiss him, allowing her to proceed with her mission to eliminate Zhou Yin later. Perhaps she could afford to let that traitorous general's son live a little longer. "Mother, please send Xianger and Xianer to accompany Prince Qi. I shall change my attire and join them shortly," Yuanshuan asserted. Nodding, her mother replied, "Rest assured, my dear, I trust your judgment." Nevertheless, despite her words, the Mioran Pavilion represented the culmination of their collective efforts from the previous dynasty, and it could not be so easily discarded. After the courtesan departed, Yu Wenxuan shed her night attire and donned a delicate pink dress, lightly applying a subtle touch of makeup. After a moment's contemplation, she opened the concealed compartment of her dressing table and retrieved an exquisitely crafted hairpin shaped like a butterfly, inserting it into the coils of her hair at the nape of her neck. One should not underestimate the seemingly innocuous hairpin. It is hollow at the center, infused with a deadly poison that can claim a life with but a mere scratch. Should Xiao Jie dare to act recklessly, she would wield this hairpin to take his life. The Xiao clan has usurped the throne of the Yuan family, creating an irreconcilable enmity. She could not allow the enemies of the Xiao family to lay a finger upon her. Chapter 7. The Courtesan's Play. When Yu Wenxuan entered, Xiao Jie was already reveling in the company of fine wine and beautiful women, thoroughly enjoying himself. Upon first encountering Xiao Jie, she noted his refined features, with a face as handsome as jade and sword-like brows framing starry eyes. His striking appearance was somewhat overshadowed by his indulgent demeanor, as he embraced Xiang with one arm and held Xin with the other, exchanging flirtatious banter that filled her with disdain. However, if every member of the Daning royal family were as hedonistic as he, the restoration of Dezhou might indeed be within reach. Xiao Jie, in turn, scrutinized Yu Wenxuan with keen interest. True to her title as the foremost beauty, she possessed a statuesque figure and graceful poise, her hair as dark as lacquer, brows delicately arched, eyes like phoenixes shimmering with allure, a nose like precious jade, lips a vivid red against pearly teeth, skin as smooth as cream, and hands as delicate as the finest silk. Every glance she cast and every smile she offered could captivate a nation, while each frown and playful expression stirred the depths of one's heart. Xiao Jie's gaze ultimately lingered on the alluring curves of Yu Wenxuan's form, inwardly lamenting that Xiao Huang was truly fortunate. In that moment, Xiao Jie activated his keen perception, revealing an attribute panel visible only to him. Character: Lianer Command, 67 Martial Power, 91 Intelligence, 100 Politics, 73 Charm, 100 Indeed. She possesses the script of the heroine, with intelligence and charm reaching their zenith, and martial prowess astonishingly high. However, the displayed name is Lianer rather than Yu Wenxuan, indicating that this flawed skill cannot reveal the hidden identities of others. Yu Wenxuan also sensed the aggressive gaze of Xiao Jie, which only intensified her disdain. Yet, she managed to suppress her discomfort and respectfully bowed to Xiao Jie. I have the honor to meet your highness, the Prince of Qi. I apologize for my delay due to my ailment. I hope your highness can forgive me. Xiao Jie smiled faintly and replied, no harm done. A beauty like Miss Lianer is worth any weight. Xiao Jie's frivolous demeanor only deepened Yu Wenxuan's aversion. Yet her expression remained composed. She gracefully approached, picked up an empty cup, and poured herself a drink. I raise this cup to your highness as a token of my apology. As she lifted the cup to drink, Xiao Jie swiftly grasped her hand, preventing her from taking a sip. Upon feeling his grip, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Yu Wenxuan's eyes, but she quickly concealed it, withdrawing her hand with feigned confusion. What is your highness implying? The moment Xiao Jie held her delicate hand, two words resonated in his mind, exceedingly soft. Regrettably. Before she could fully savor the moment, Yu Wenxuan withdrew her hand, and Xiao Jie, mindful of the fleeting glimmer of lethal intent that had crossed her eyes, refrained from further indulgence. Though this woman possessed unparalleled beauty, her martial prowess was equally formidable. Provoking her could indeed lead to dire consequences. With a smile, Xiao Jie shook his head and remarked, since Miss Lianer is unwell, it would be best to refrain from drinking, lest it exacerbate her condition. Yu Wenxuan harbored doubts about Xiao Jie's ability to discern her inner thoughts, finding him rather intimidating. However, upon observing his dazed expression, she swiftly abandoned that notion. Xiao Jie inwardly chuckled, knowing that as long as he was present, there would be no opportunity for Yu Wenxuan to escape to meet Xiao Huang tonight. Seeing one scheme thwarted, Yu Wenxuan subtly signaled to Xiang and Xin beside Xiao Jie. Your Highness, why is it that the moment Miss Lianer enters, you cease to pay her any attention? Is it that she is lacking in beauty? Suddenly, Xiang, seated to Xiao Jie's right, plopped onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her lovely face nearly brushing against his, pouting in feigned grievance, with soft warmth enveloping him. Xiao Jie barely had time to react before Xin pressed in from the left, her gentle form eliciting an unexpected sensation, followed by a warm, fragrant breeze that was delightfully ticklish. Your Highness, it grows late. Allow Xiang and me to attend to your rest. Xiao Jie found himself momentarily swayed, nearly succumbing to the allure of this tender embrace. Fortunately, a flicker of clarity reminded him not to forget the important matters of the evening. Such cunning intentions. Employing this as a test for the prince, he was relieved to have maintained his composure at the critical juncture. Yuan Xuan deliberately revealed a hint of embarrassment, saying, "A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. I shall not intrude upon your highness's refined enjoyment." However, Xiao Jie, peeking out from his Tinder domain, jested, "Why not join us?" Upon hearing Xiao Jie's unabashed words, Yuan Xuan's lovely countenance instantly turned as cold as ice. "Your Highness," she replied, "I have always sold my art, not my body. Should you continue to be so frivolous and reckless, I must take my leave." With that, she feigned anger and turned to depart, secretly relieved to find an opportunity to escape. Yet, Xiao Jie laughed heartily. "Lady Lianer, you misunderstand me. I meant for you to perform while Xianger and Xiner offer their services." Yuan Xuan froze in shock and fury, lamenting the existence of such shameless individuals. However, Xianger and Xiner were not to be outdone. They feigned indignation and playfully pounded their tiny fists against Xiao Jie's chest. He merely chuckled, ignoring their antics, and turned to Yuan Xuan, saying, "I have long heard that Lady Lianer is not only beautiful but also possesses unparalleled musical talent. Might I request a performance?" With no other option, Yuan Xuan reluctantly replied, "I apologize for my lack of skill," and gracefully made her way to the guqin, where her melodious notes began to fill the room. The allure of one's charm not only determines beauty and grace but also reflects artistic cultivation. Xiao Jie could distinctly sense a hint of chilling intensity within the enchanting melodies, realizing he had indeed vexed Yuan Xuan this evening. However, he feigned ignorance, continuing to flirt and jest with Xianger and Xiner, reveling in the moment, reflecting that what once was mere existence has now transformed into true living. Such ethereal music was insufficient after just one piece. Might I trouble Lady Lianer to perform a few more for me? A jest. How could Xiao Jie possibly let her go? Yuan Xuan struggled to suppress the fury swelling within her, forcing a smile as she said, "This humble woman has been unwell these past few days and is truly at her limit. I beseech your highness to show mercy. If your highness truly enjoys listening to my playing, when my health improves, I shall certainly perform several pieces for you." Before Xiao Jie could respond, Xiner drew even closer, her softness brushing against his arm, whispering sweetly in his ear. A cold smile crept across Xiao Jie's heart. If he were to release these ladies, someone would surely meet their demise tonight. If Miss Warner were genuinely unable to endure any longer. Xiao Jie smiled faintly, gesturing towards the grand bed behind him. "There is a bed in this room. Why not rest for a while? Once you feel better, you may continue to play for me." At that moment, not only Yuan Xuan but also Xianger and Xiner were taken aback by Xiao Jie's audacity. Truly, how could such shamelessness exist in this world? Yuan Xuan exerted considerable effort to quell the urge to draw her hairpin and stab Xiao Jie, her face devoid of any semblance of a smile, transforming into a frosty countenance as she coldly declared, "Since your highness so delights in my playing, I shall oblige." Xiao Jie ought to be grateful that Yuan Xuan's martial arts were not akin to a lament of heart-wrenching sorrow, for otherwise, the intensity of her music at that moment could have rendered him into pieces. Forced to play for Xiao Jie throughout the night, Yuan Xuan endured, while he, in turn, engaged in flirtation with Xianger and Xino until dawn broke outside. Observing that Yuan Xuan would likely have no opportunity to assassinate Zhou Yan, Xiao Jie finally stretched and stood, indicating that it was time for him to take his leave. Yuan Xuan was seething with anger, nearly uttering a farewell to his highness without any inclination to rise and see him off. Xiao Jie, however, remained unconcerned, for he had already achieved his objective. He generously rewarded the two companions, Xianger and Lianer, who had entertained him throughout the night, each with a gold ingot, bringing radiant smiles to their faces. One of them embraced Xiao Jie, planting a kiss on each of his cheeks. Wiping the makeup from his face, Xiao Jie approached Yuan Xuan, gazing at her with a cheerful smile. Yuan Xuan maintained a cold demeanor, showing him no favor, yet her right hand subtly channeled her energy. She had endured Xiao Jie's presence for an entire evening. Should he dare to exhibit any further inappropriate behavior, she would not hesitate to take his life, even at the cost of abandoning the entire Myron Fang. Xiao Jie, with a sly grin, suddenly began to recite, "The mist enfolds the willows by the pond. The cannon guards the tower by the sea. People return at midnight, and midnight returns the people. Butterflies intoxicate among the flowers, and flowers intoxicate the butterflies. The woods stand tall, pines, cypress, phoenix trees, and willows. The waters flow gently, rivers, lakes, seas, and springs." Having recited these cryptic verses, Xiao Jie burst into laughter and strode away. Yuan Xuan's expression changed. Myron Fang had gained renown in Luoyang due to her beauty, attracting numerous literary men eager for a glimpse of her, which had become a source of frustration. To confound those suitors, she had expended considerable wealth to commission a renowned teacher to create 3 exceedingly difficult couplets, none of which had yet been completely matched. To her astonishment, Xiao Jie managed to respond to all 3. However, if he possessed such skill, deserving of her newfound respect, why then did he choose to approach her in such a brazenly disrespectful manner? Was it merely to hear her play music for an entire evening? However, that is not entirely accurate. He had clearly spent the entire night reveling with Xiong'er and Xiner, showing no interest in listening to his own performance. Yuan couldn't help but recall how Xiao Jie had played with her throughout the night, even sabotaging her assassination plan, which filled her with a surge of anger. Xiao Jie, this princess shall have her revenge upon you soon. Chapter 8. The upcoming birthday feast. Ding dong. A melodious notification chimed in Xiao Jie's ear. Congratulations to the host for successfully preventing Xiao Huang from encountering Yuan for the first time, thereby seizing 1,000 destiny points from Xiao Huang. A night of indulgence had unexpectedly yielded such fortune. This villain was indeed enjoying himself immensely. What Xiao Jie was unaware of was that while he was out frolicking, the entire Qi Wangfu was in a state of near frenzy, having not heard from him all night. After all, the disappearance of a prince is no trivial matter. Should anything happen to Xiao Jie while he was away, the servants of the estate would be unable to escape dire consequences. Steward Lao, who had dispatched all available hands to scour half of Luoyang City in search of Xiao Jie, yet no trace of him could be found. With dawn approaching, if the palace were to learn of this, it was likely none of them would survive until nightfall. In a state of urgency, Lao Hu sought out Xiao Jie. But as soon as he entered, he was met with a wave of the scent of wine and perfume. His brow furrowed as he began to piece together the likely scenario. Prince Qi had likely spent the night indulging in frivolities, leaving the household in a state of anxiety. Fortunately, as long as the prince was unharmed, the estate had narrowly avoided disaster and preserved a semblance of safety. Nonetheless, Lao Hu felt it his duty, as a loyal servant of many years, to offer his counsel to the prince. Old Hu, with a weighty tone, finished his words and raised his head, only to find Xiao Jie gazing at him with an enigmatic smile. A sudden chill gripped Old Hu's heart as he inwardly lamented the situation. This prince was not one to easily acquiesce, known for his capricious temperament. His presumption in speaking out of turn might lead to dire consequences. Just as Old Hu contemplated kneeling an apology to mitigate his impending punishment, he was taken aback by the gentle voice of Xiao Jie. Very well, Uncle Hu, I understand. I shall be more mindful next time. For a moment, Old Hu could hardly trust his ears, staring incredulously at Xiao Jie. Was the sun rising from the west today? Or had the prince perhaps indulged in too much wine the night before? Not only had he refrained from being angered by Old Hu's candidness, but he had graciously accepted the advice offered. Wait a moment, did the prince just address him as Uncle Hu? When had he ever shown such courtesy? By virtue of Old Hu's unwavering loyalty to Xiao Jie, he was indeed deserving of respect. Uncle Hu, the entire household has searched for me tirelessly throughout the night. Please inform the steward that each person in the residence is to be rewarded with a tael of silver. They shall know well what to say and what to refrain from saying upon receiving their reward. Old Hu spoke wisely. The royal family maintained stringent rules. As a prince who had not returned home for an entire night, rumors could easily arise. The Qilin guard had eyes and ears everywhere, and if news reached the emperor, with his intolerant nature, the outcome could be dire. Thus, by bestowing rewards upon the household staff, he aimed to ensure their silence. Although the Qiwang mansion is home to over 1,000 individuals, Xiao Jie, as a favored prince and the grandson of the Langyuan clan, possesses more than 10,000 acres of farmland under his name. Thus, this meager reward holds negligible significance for him. Old Hu nodded repeatedly, having no children of his own. He had watched Xiao Jie grow up, and to him, he was both a master and a child. Witnessing Xiao Jie's remarkable progress brought him immense satisfaction. Additionally, he had an important matter to discuss with Xiao Jie today. Tomorrow marks the 70th birthday of the Empress Dowager, and he reminded Xiao Jie to prepare a gift for his grandmother. Xiao Jie was certainly aware of the significance of the Empress Dowager's birthday feast. In the original tale, Xiao Huang presented a copy of the Diamond Sutra as a birthday gift, a version inscribed with his own blood as ink over a period of 49 days. He claimed to have received guidance from a highly enlightened monk, stating that the sutra, written with the essence of his own blood, could ensure longevity and ward off malevolent spirits. Whether this blood-written sutra truly possessed such powers is debatable. However, the Empress Dowager, devoted to Buddhism, was deeply moved by Xiao Huang's heartfelt filial piety upon witnessing his pallid complexion, leading her to shower him with affection thereafter. Furthermore, the emperor, a paragon of filial duty, began to regard Xiao Huang with newfound respect due to this incident. Consequently, Xiao Huang was formally bestowed a title at the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, marking the beginning of his rise to prominence. Tomorrow, he must present a gift that surpasses Xiao Huang's blood-written Diamond Sutra, overshadowing his cousin's acclaim. Why not prepare a volume of the Blood Sutra of the Diamond Sutra? Claiming to have spent 81 days inscribing it with ink derived from my own blood, asserting its efficacy surpasses that of Xiao Huang's version? However, upon reflection, perhaps it is best to refrain, setting aside the shame of potential plagiarism. Who would believe that this rosy visage, with its pearly whites, could bear witness to such a sacrifice? Hubo, do you possess any splendid ideas regarding the longevity gift? Xiao Jie decided to seek Old Hu's counsel. Old Hu, having already devised a plan, chuckled softly. Your Highness, I have long dispatched individuals to inquire throughout the capital. There exists a Zhang family in the eastern part of Luoyang, who possesses a natural piece of Shoshan stone, resembling a large longevity peach. Your Highness might consider purchasing it at a generous price to present to the Empress Dowager, deeming it a celestial omen, wishing her longevity akin to the southern mountains. Xiao Jie shook his head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. This stone peach was merely marginally superior to the golden longevity peach, yet it paled in comparison to Xiao Huang's Blood Sutra of the Diamond Sutra. Observing Xiao Jie's dissatisfaction, Old Hu reluctantly took his leave, intending to further investigate in Luoyang for any noteworthy items suitable as a longevity gift. Once the steward had departed, Xiao Jie found himself at a loss for an appropriate gift. As the saying goes, when in doubt, consult the system. Xiao Jie entered the system space, heading directly to the Destiny Mall, where he was soon captivated by an intriguing item, the lost relics of Shakyamuni Buddha. Upon examining the item's description, he learned that it was said to be a relic formed from the finger bone of the Buddha upon his passing. It was brought to the Central Plains by a revered monk from India and had been enshrined in the Qiyin Pagoda of the Bema Temple in Luoyang, available for the disciples of Buddhism in the region to pay their respects. However, several decades ago, when Emperor Ningtaizu Shaoyin besieged Luoyang, the Qiyin Pagoda caught fire, resulting in the loss of the relic, which has since vanished into the mortal realm. Although this lost relic of Shakyamuni Buddha is said to require an exorbitant expenditure of 3,000 destiny points, and Xiao Jie possesses only 3,500, he resolutely chose to exchange for it. With the relic in hand, he anticipated witnessing how Xiao Huang would distinguish himself at the birthday banquet the following day. Chapter 9. Bestowing titles upon grandsons in the current dynasty, filial piety governs the realm, and thus the emperor must serve as a paragon for the people. Not only did he promptly announce a grand amnesty, but he also hosted an elaborate banquet within the palace. Members of the royal family, consorts, wives and daughters of noble officials, and even princes from distant fiefs were summoned to the capital to honor the Empress Dowager's birthday. Grandsons humbly wished their grandmother longevity as vast as the eastern sea and a life as enduring as the southern mountains. Xiao Jie, alongside other princes and a number of young lords, knelt in 2 rows, respectfully bowing to the Empress Dowager. Her countenance radiated warmth, the wrinkles on her face seeming to soften, as she continually encouraged, "Good grandsons, rise. The ground is cold." Though she held the esteemed title of Empress Dowager, she was also an elderly woman, and no elder could fail to beam with joy when surrounded by their progeny. As Xiao Jie rose with the other princes, he discreetly glanced around, yet did not spot Xiao Huang. A further look revealed that the crafty boy had positioned himself at the back among the young lords. Despite his current lack of favor and humble standing, he remained a prince and ought to have stood at the front, yet he deliberately chose to linger at the rear. Xiao Jie could likely surmise his ulterior motives. The patterns on royal garments are governed by stringent regulations. The emperor's attire is referred to as the dragon robe, intricately embroidered with 9 5-clawed golden dragons, symbolizing the supreme authority of 9 and 5. The crown prince's garment closely resembles the dragon robe, yet it is designated as the python robe, featuring a lighter hue and adorned with 9 4-clawed pythons. Xiao Jie and the other princes don similar python robes, their garments even paler, embellished with 7 4-clawed pythons. As the son of a prince, the heir also possesses the privilege to wear a python robe, albeit in a lighter shade, adorned with merely 5 4-clawed pythons. Although Xiao Huang, a prince himself, has yet to receive a princely title, he too wears a python robe with 7 4-clawed pythons today, standing out prominently among a group of heirs. Furthermore, the absurd author has bestowed upon him a perfect charm rating. His striking looks and transcendent aura are impossible to conceal amidst the crowd. Indeed, the Empress Dowager, with a benevolent gaze, surveyed her grandsons and soon spotted the exceptionally conspicuous Xiao Huang in an inconspicuous corner. However, due to her advanced age and waning eyesight, she failed to notice the distinction in Xiao Huang's attire and was not captivated by his handsome features, merely feeling that this child appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Whose heir is this? With Xiao Huang's mother, consort Song of lowly rank, and Xiao Huang himself not yet conferred a princely title, he is seldom permitted to enter the palace for salutations, resulting in the dowager's unfamiliarity with him. Seeing Xiao Huang standing in the back row, the Empress Dowager naturally assumed him to be the son of a certain prince who had entered the capital to celebrate a birthday, cheerfully inquiring after him. Xiao Jie let out a quiet sigh, realizing that this situation had once again led to Xiao Huang's successful masquerade. Consort Song. The dowager seemed unable to recall such a figure within the palace. Beside them, the noble consort Wang let out a cold laugh, remarking that Song Kairen had merely been a palace maid in the past, thus it was entirely normal for the Empress Dowager to forget her. Xiao Jie could not suppress a sigh of despair within. Indeed, there are always a multitude of foolish allies, yet this year seemed particularly abundant. Did his humble mother not realize that the Empress Dowager had also once risen from the ranks of a maid? As expected, a flicker of unusual interest passed through the Empress Dowager's eyes. It appeared she had not heard Consort Wang's words, instead beckoning Xiao Huang with a face full of affection. Xiao Huang, my dear grandson, come closer so that your imperial grandmother may have a good look at you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang stepped forward, knelt down, and bowed deeply, saying sweetly, grandson pays his respects to imperial grandmother, wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountain. My dear grandson, rise, come nearer so that your imperial grandmother may observe you well. The Empress Dowager smiled warmly, encouraging Xiao Huang to stand. He took a few steps forward and then knelt again to allow the Empress Dowager a better view. The more she gazed at Xiao Huang, the more her joy grew. She gently caressed his somewhat emaciated face, her eyes brimming with tenderness. In your childhood, your imperial grandmother held you close. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, you have grown so much? You scarcely come to see your imperial grandmother. Xiao Huang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice slightly choked. Grandson often thinks of imperial grandmother, but he glanced briefly at Xiao Jie and did not continue. The Empress Dowager, pondering little on this, inquired about another matter instead. Your imperial grandmother wishes to ask you, as a prince, why did you stand at the back with the heir of the Wang family? Such behavior is rather improper. Xiao Huang raised his eyes once more to glance at Xiao Jie and softly remarked, it was my momentary misstep in positioning. I hope grandmother can forgive me. Xiao Jie could not help but sigh inwardly, pondering how his rather unrefined mother, the Empress Dowager, always seemed to have a penchant for mocking others, regardless of the occasion. The Dowager's expression shifted slightly, disregarding the Wang Guifei, and continued to press Xiao Jie. If I recall correctly, Xiao Huang should be 20 this year. Why has the emperor yet to bestow upon him a title? Xiao Jie, feeling somewhat awkward, could only deflect. I have been preoccupied with state affairs and momentarily overlooked this matter. Yet the question lingered, had the emperor truly forgotten? Or did he simply wish to refrain from conferring a title? The Dowager, displaying a tenacious demeanor, retorted with a cold smile. Does the emperor believe that children born of palace maids are unworthy of titles? Xiao Jie silently shook his head, alarmed at the formidable influence of the protagonist's aura, which compelled the Dowager to put her own son in a compromising position for the sake of a grandson she had not seen in over a decade. The Dowager's words were somewhat piercing, considering her own origins as a palace maid, and Xiao Jie himself was also of such descent. The Dowager's expression softened slightly before she spoke again. Today marks my birthday. Would the emperor grant me a favor? There is no need to trouble the Zong's to draft a title. Is it not true that the title of King Qin remains vacant? Let us bestow that title upon Huang, shall we? Upon the Dowager's declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered princes, their eyes betraying a mixture of envy and jealousy. Even Song Kaijin, seated in the farthest corner, wore an expression of disbelief. It is well known that in the Ning dynasty, a prince's title is a clear indicator of his status and nobility. Firstly, a prince with a single character title is deemed more esteemed than one with a double character title. Traditionally, the sons of the empress and the four noble consorts, the Guifei, Shufei, Defei, and Xianfei, are bestowed with single character titles, while the sons of the 9 concubines, Zhaoi, Zharong, Zhaoyuan, Xiui, Shirong, Shouyuan, Choni, Chongrong, Chongyuan, the Jieyu, Marin, and Kairen are granted double character titles. Moreover, among single character princes, there exists a hierarchy. Titles such as Qin Wang and Zheng Wang, originating from ancient minor states, are far less prestigious than those of the dominant states like Wei Wang and Xiao Huang. Nonetheless, the four most esteemed titles recognized by the Ning dynasty are Qin Huang, Qi Huang, Chu Huang, and Jin Huang. Xiao Jie, as Qi Huang, is the son of Wang Guifei, while Chu Huang Xiao Hang is the offspring of Zhou Shufei, and Jin Huang Xiao Yin is the progeny of Lu Xianfei. Surprisingly, Xiao Huang, a prince born of the lowest-ranking Kirin, has received the Empress Dowager's personal advocacy to be conferred the title of Qin Huang. The Dowager herself seems perplexed by her own sentiments, feeling an inexplicable affection for this child upon their first encounter, compelling her to seek the title on his behalf. Xiao Jie appears somewhat troubled. This may not adhere to conventions. Typically, only the sons of the Empress and the four noble consorts are granted the title of Qin Huang. Yet, conventions are not immutable ancestral laws. What is there to prevent their transgression? The Empress Dowager retorts with a cold smile, implying that the Emperor shares a disdain for princes born of palace maids, much like certain others. This statement clearly bears an underlying criticism, causing Wang Guifei's countenance to darken immediately. As the conversation reached this point, Xiao Jie found it difficult to contradict the Empress Dowager. After all, Xiao Huang was also his son. Thus, he managed a reluctant smile and said, "Since mother has spoken, it is only proper that I comply. I shall arrange for the Zongzhangfa to officially confer the title of Prince of Qin upon Huang later." The Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction, and Xiao Huang promptly knelt to express his gratitude. Xiao Jian felt a sense of perplexity, according to the original text. It was only after Xiao Huang presented the blood oath of the Diamond Sutra that the Empress Dowager was deeply moved and urged the emperor to immediately bestow the title upon Xiao Huang. However, the current situation seemed different. Why did the Empress Dowager merely glance at Xiao Huang and insist that the emperor grant him the title? It could be attributed to the butterfly effect, yet he had done nothing today to warrant such an outcome. Xiao Huang possessed the divine favor of destiny, blessed with numerous fortuitous encounters throughout his life. The system provided an explanation, though only Xiao Jie could hear it. He understood that the protagonist's aura was indeed formidable. Regrettably, Xiao Jie had initially intended to thwart Xiao Huang's rise, but he found that before he could act, Xiao Huang had already soared to new heights. Filled with regret, he noted that his stepmother, Consort Huang, was no fool either. She deliberately mocked him from the sidelines, saying, "Third Prince, oh no. I should now refer to you as His Highness the Prince of Qin." With such favor from the Empress Dowager, on this auspicious day of her birthday, I wonder what gifts you have prepared for her. Consort Huang was acutely aware that Xiao Huang and his mother were not favored at court. They relied solely on the meager monthly stipend from the House of Nobility to make ends meet, leaving little to no disposable income for extravagant gifts for the Empress Dowager. Her question was intentionally provocative, aimed at publicly embarrassing Xiao Huang. The other princes displayed expressions of schadenfreude, their jealousy distorting their features. Only Xiao Jie wore a mask of anguish, pondering if his dear mother feared that Xiao Huang would not shine brightly enough today. Before Xiao Huang could respond, the Empress Dowager graciously intervened. "My dear grandson, I do not require any gifts. Your visits to see me are what truly matter." Xiao Huang nodded in agreement. But he added that today, being the Empress Dowager's grand birthday celebration, he had indeed prepared a gift. "Dear grandson, whether your gift is valuable or not is of little consequence. What matters most is the thought behind it." The Empress Dowager clearly wished to alleviate any concerns Xiao Huang might have about presenting an extravagant gift, fearing he might lose face. Xiao Huang then produced a book from his robes, which appeared to be a scripture. The crowd gasped, realizing Xiao Huang's poverty, astonished that a prince would present a mere scripture as a birthday gift to the Empress Dowager. Xiao Jie remained speechless, contemplating how their current amusement would soon turn to pain when the truth was revealed. Xiao Jie could not suppress a frown, feeling a simmering anger that he could not express in the presence of the Empress Dowager. Yet, she remained unbothered, cheerfully accepting the scripture and exclaiming, "My dear grandson, how thoughtful of you. Knowing that I am a devout Buddhist, you have chosen to present me with a scripture. Did you copy this by hand?" Xiao Huang nodded. However, the others remained unconvinced, thinking that anyone could transcribe scriptures, and the Empress Dowager was too easily deceived. With a cheerful demeanor, the Empress Dowager opened the scripture, only to quickly detect something unusual. Leaning in, she caught a faint scent of blood emanating from the pages. The Empress Dowager's expression subtly shifted as if a realization struck her. "This is a blood scripture." Xiao Huang nodded, recalling a sage who once informed his grandson that a copy of the Diamond Sutra, written with the blood of a close relative over a span of 49 days, could grant longevity and keep malevolent spirits at bay. The grandson, lacking material possessions, and unable to afford a lavish gift for his royal grandmother's birthday, chose instead to inscribe a diamond sutra with his own blood, hoping to bestow upon her a long life filled with peace and health. The Empress Dowager gently caressed Xiao Huang's gaunt face, overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening on her cheeks as she choked out, "Good grandson. It is worth the affection I have shown you." Xiao Jie, standing nearby, felt a stirring in his heart, recognizing the child's profound filial piety. No wonder the Empress Dowager cherished him so deeply, even going so far as to pressure herself to bestow upon him the title of Prince of Qin. The other princes felt a twinge of shame, as they knew they could never endure the sacrifice of drawing blood for 49 consecutive days to write a scripture. Xiao Jie maintained a stoic expression. Since it was destined for Xiao Huang to ascend today, he would simply strive to soar even higher. Meanwhile, concubine Huang seethed with resentment. Having intended to mock Xiao Huang ruthlessly, only to find herself inadvertently overshadowed by his brilliance. Her gaze was filled with resentment as she looked at her disappointing son, only to find Xiao Jie wearing a cold and composed expression, as if he had everything under control, stirring something within her. "Jie, today is the grand birthday celebration of the Empress Dowager. Do you have any gifts to present?" The words of the noble consort drew the attention of the entire assembly towards Xiao Jie. After all, he was the wealthiest among the princes, and others were keen to see what kind of congratulatory gift he would offer. Chapter 11. Relics of the Buddha. As soon as Xiao Jie spoke, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They were aware of the arrogance of Prince Qi, yet none anticipated that his audacity would extend to disregarding his own grandmother's birthday, failing to prepare even a simple gift. The complexion of Xiao Jie instantly darkened to a deep shade of anger. The noble consort, too, was flustered, although she often behaved haughtily. She would temper her demeanor in the presence of the emperor, at least showing some respect to the Empress Dowager. Yet, she was taken aback that her son could be even more outrageous, daring to embarrass the Empress Dowager at her own birthday feast. However, the Empress Dowager maintained her composure, smiling and attempting to smooth over the situation. "If you haven't brought a gift, it's of little matter. What matters is the sentiment." Upon hearing the words of the elder, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Jie's expression also softened slightly, though he still shot a fierce glare at his thoughtless son. Xiao Jie stole a glance at Xiao Huang, who was lowering his head, stifling laughter, when he raised his face again. It was replaced with a look of frustration at his cousin's lack of decorum. After all, with such a grandchild as him, Xiao Jie's behavior was rendered all the more inappropriate. The usually reticent Empress' son smiled and spoke on behalf of Xiao Jie. "It seems that the Prince of Qi left in haste today and momentarily forgot to bring it. After the birthday banquet, it can simply be sent to the palace by the servants." Empress Sun's relationship with Consort Huang was far from cordial. Consort Huang coveted the position of Empress and relied on her family's influence, dismissing Empress Sun altogether, often seeking to create trouble for her. Yet, Empress Sun chose to defend Xiao Jie at a crucial moment. Xiao Jie recognized that Empress Sun's actions were not mere pretense. She possessed a genuine kindness. In the original narrative, when Xiao Jie was still conflicted about whether to execute the original character, Empress Sun was the sole individual to intercede on his behalf, advising Xiao Jie that even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. To execute one's own child would likely tarnish his legacy in future historical accounts. Although she ultimately could not save the original character's life, her compassionate nature was evident. The seemingly jovial Empress Dowager, however, was a formidable figure in the original tale. When Xiao Jie grappled with the decision to execute the original character, the Empress Dowager pointedly reminded him that if he intended to eradicate the entire Huang clan, he must not show mercy lest he forget that Xiao Jie bore half of their bloodline. This remark solidified Xiao Jie's resolve to eliminate the original character. One can easily surmise that a palace maid, who not only survived the treacherous intrigues of court but ultimately ascended to the position of matriarch, could not be merely naive. The Empress Dowager could indeed be seen as a benefactor to Xiao Huang. In the original narrative, Xiao Huang thrived in the power struggle for the throne, buoyed by the Empress Dowager's favor. Today, however, she intended to vie for that very benefactor against Xiao Huang. Xiao Jie smiled faintly. "Grandmother and the Empress have misunderstood. It is not that I have failed to prepare a gift for grandmother. Rather, I simply do not have one to present today." His words left the crowd momentarily bewildered. What did it mean to have prepared a gift yet not offer one on this day? Xiao Jie continued, "I am aware of grandmother's devotion to Buddhism, and thus I have been seeking a precious relic from the Buddhist realm for her, hoping that the Buddha's compassion may ensure her a life of peace, free from illness and disaster." At this, the Empress Dowager nodded repeatedly, and even Xiao Jie's expression softened considerably. One could not help but wonder if the seventh brother had indeed found such a treasure. Sensing that the situation was shifting favorably for Xiao Jie, Xiao Huang quickly interjected. Since Xiao Jie claims he has no birthday gift to present today, it stands to reason that he has not found anything. Anyone can weave a grand tale. Perhaps the heavens have shown their mercy. It may be that my sincere filial piety moved the Buddha, who appeared to me in a dream and bestowed upon me a precious relic. Upon awakening the next day, I indeed found such a treasure by my bedside. Xiao Jie recounted with a devout expression, weaving a tale of divine intervention. The assembly was left in a state of astonishment, clearly thunderstruck by this mythic narrative. It was not that they disbelieved in the supernatural, but rather they found it hard to trust Xiao Jie himself, who was unaware of his notorious reputation for extravagance and indulgence. Such a scoundrel could hardly be believed to have touched the divine. Xiao Huang, even more skeptical, sought to undermine the story. So what exactly did the Buddha bestow upon you? Why not present it for grandmother and us to behold? Xiao Jie shook his head, replying, I cannot produce it. I have already returned it to its rightful owner in grandmother's name. As the crowd grew increasingly perplexed, the nature of this treasure of the Buddhist realm that could be returned to its rightful owner remained shrouded in mystery. At that moment, a eunuch entered to report, Your Majesty, Your Highness, Master Tongda from the White Horse Temple requests an audience. Master Tongda is a renowned and enlightened monk, having been invited multiple times to the palace to expound upon Buddhist scriptures for the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing of his request, the Empress Dowager hurriedly instructed that he be brought in. Before long, Master Tongda was ushered in by the eunuch. Upon seeing the Empress Dowager, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he expressed, I, Tongda, represent the entire White Horse Temple in expressing our gratitude for your kindness. Your Highness. The Empress Dowager had never witnessed such a display of emotion from the esteemed monk and hastily beckoned for the eunuchs to assist him. However, Master Tongda remained kneeling, continuing, from this day forth, the entire White Horse Temple shall recite scriptures daily, praying for the Buddha's blessings upon your Highness, granting you longevity and freedom from ailments and disasters. The assembly was left in stunned silence. Was this truly the same enlightened monk who had remained unperturbed even in the face of calamity? Master Tongda regarded Xiao Jie with profound gratitude, for it was the people of the Qi Wangfu who had returned the relic of the Buddha, lost for decades, to the White Horse Temple, claiming it was at the behest of the Empress Dowager to restore it to its rightful place. Although Master Tongda did not comprehend why the relic's return was facilitated through the Qi Wangfu, he recognized them as benefactors for returning such a treasured artifact to the temple. The Empress Dowager felt a subtle stir of emotion within her. Due to the influence of concubine Wang, she had harbored an aversion towards Xiao Jie. Yet his actions today had significantly altered her perception of him, at least placing him on par with her beloved grandson, Xiao Huang. Master Tongda, bewildered, cast a questioning glance towards Xiao Jie. Master Tongda comprehended the matter and stated, Every outcome has its cause. It is the sincere devotion of the Empress Dowager and the filial piety of Prince Qi that has allowed the Buddha to manifest his divine presence, resulting in the relic of the Buddha being revealed once more to the world. I, a humble monk, would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the White Horse Temple to the Empress Dowager and His Royal Highness, Prince Qi. Master Tongda then respectfully bowed in gratitude to both the Empress Dowager and Prince Qi. The Empress Dowager no longer declined the gesture, accepting Master Tongda's homage with a heart at ease, her gaze towards Xiao Jie imbued with a touch more affection. This was the finest birthday gift the Empress Dowager had received today. Not only did Prince Qi alleviate a burden from her heart, but he also settled the old debts of Emperor Taizu of Daning with the Buddhist community. Xiao Huang's countenance inadvertently darkened, feeling as though the blood he had shed over the past 49 days was in vain. Xiao Jie observed this with a cold smile in his heart, knowing that the matter would not conclude here. Chapter 12. The two princes compete for a lady. Not only did the Empress Dowager's impression of Xiao Jie undergo a significant transformation, but even Xiao Jie regarded him with newfound respect. Previously, due to the connections with concubine Wang and the Wang family, Xiao Jie held certain reservations about his son. However, today, Xiao Jie's actions deeply moved him. Concubine Wang beamed with joy, unable to conceal her delight. Indeed, her son had inherited her cleverness. Xiao Jie had performed splendidly, leaving those who had anticipated his folly speechless, perplexed as to why Prince Qi had so suddenly altered his demeanor. Yet, Xiao Jie unexpectedly knelt down, his expression earnest, and said, Grandmother, since you claim that the gift I presented is the finest, might I request one favor from you? At these words, others exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing the brilliance of his character. Splendid. This truly exemplified the essence of Prince Qi. Xiao Jie's countenance darkened, and the affection he once held for Xiao Jie evaporated entirely. Were it not for the presence of the Empress Dowager, he would have surely expressed his fury. A subtle smirk danced upon Xiao Huang's lips. A jester remains a jester. Reveling in their own arrogance, the noble consort Huang appeared indifferent, questioning what was amiss with the emperor's son requesting something in return for such a precious gift. The Empress Dowager, seemingly unfazed, cheerfully remarked, "Prince Qi speaks wisely. Feel free to voice your desires, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Should it be within my power." Xiao Jie shot a provocative glance at Xiao Huang, who felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, as an unsettling premonition washed over him. Xiao Jie solemnly bowed his head before the Empress Dowager, his face tinged with a faint blush, as if grappling with embarrassment. "Grandson is already 17 this year. By this age, my other royal brothers had already taken consorts." Ha ha. The Empress Dowager laughed so heartily that tears nearly streamed down her cheeks, teasing. "What could such a request be? Is it that my good grandson has set his sights on a certain young lady and wishes for me, as your grandmother, to propose on your behalf?" Xiao Jie, somewhat abashed, lowered his gaze and whispered, "Indeed." The others were left in stunned silence. Was this truly the reason for Prince Qi's elaborate ruse, to solicit the Empress Dowager's assistance in courtship? This was hardly in line with his usual demeanor. One would expect him to seize the moment to demand something extravagant. Consort Huang, equally perplexed, thought to herself, "Why not simply inform me of which young lady has captured your interest? Surely my status as a consort holds greater weight than that of the Empress Dowager." Xiao Jie found himself chuckling in silence, yet any lingering dissatisfaction he harbored towards Xiao Jie dissipated in an instant. He feigned anger and remarked, "Jiener, should you wish to take a princess as your bride, I shall grant you a marriage decree. There is no need to trouble your royal grandmother." The Empress Dowager, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, "Your Majesty, that sentiment is misguided. How could matters concerning my beloved grandson ever be deemed a nuisance? Since my dear grandson has broached this subject, you ought not to compete with me for this match. Now, tell me, dear grandson, which young lady has captured your fancy?" Xiao Jie, pretending to be nonchalant, cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Huang, yet a subtle smirk betrayed his inner thoughts, intensifying Xiao Huang's unease. With a serious expression, Xiao Jie raised his gaze to the Empress Dowager and declared, "The granddaughter of the Grand Scholar of the National Academy, Su Yao." At that moment, Xiao Huang's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. Su Yao had been his childhood companion. They had met during a lantern festival in Woyang when they were merely teenagers. The youthful Xiao Huang had been utterly captivated by the enchanting Su Yao, vowing never to wed anyone but her. In turn, the young Su Yao had secretly harbored affections for the extraordinary Xiao Huang, longing for a future where they could soar together as one. In the original tale, shortly after being bestowed the title of Prince of Qin, Xiao Huang had proactively sought a marriage proposal from the Su family, enduring numerous trials set forth by Grand Scholar Su Hong, ultimately winning the hand of the beautiful maiden. However, Xiao Jie did not regard this as a tale of celestial romance. On their wedding night, Xiao Huang had promised Su Yao eternal companionship, only to abandon her the very next day to pursue Yu Wenxuan at the Mioran Pavilion, revealing himself to be a quintessential scoundrel. Yet, Su Yu was undeniably a beauty in her own right, her allure rivaling that of Yu Wenxuan. Rather than allow Xiao Huang, the cad, to take her, it would be far wiser for Xiao Jie to seize the opportunity first. If thwarting Xiao Huang from becoming the Prince of Qin proved impossible, then he would simply claim his future bride before him. The Su family has long been a distinguished lineage of scholars. Thus they are indeed worthy of the affection bestowed upon my esteemed grandson. Very well, tomorrow I shall send someone from the palace to convey my decree, proposing a union between my beloved grandson and the Su family. The Empress Dowager readily acquiesced. As Xiao Jie was about to express gratitude, Xiao Huang suddenly knelt down with a thud, his voice filled with fervor. "Grandmother, this matter must not proceed." The smile vanished from the Empress Dowager's face. What is the reason for such alarm? Xiao Huang's emotions began to spiral out of control. Since childhood, my grandson and Miss Su have been inseparable, pledging their lives to one another. She vowed to marry no one but me, and I swore to take no bride but her. Preposterous. The Empress Dowager remained silent. But Xiao Jie was incensed. Such an important affair as marriage should be guided by the wishes of one's parents and the wisdom of matchmakers. To privately pledge oneself is utterly ridiculous. As a prince, you ought to set a proper example, yet you choose to act in defiance of this understanding. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Jie feigned grievance from the sidelines. "Elder brother, how can you act thus? Though I have long admired Miss Su, my feelings are tempered by propriety." I have never overstepped the bounds of decorum, yet you. Xiao Jie's words rendered the expressions of the Empress Dowager and Xiao Jie even more grim. Is it not true that without comparison, there can be no pain? Both of us harbor affections for the same lady of the Su family. Yet the younger brother seeks the elder's approval for a proposal, while the elder brother secretly binds himself to her. What face would the royal family have if such news were to spread? Suddenly, Xiao Jie found himself reconsidering the merits of traditional values. As Xiao Huang sought further justification, the fury etched on his father's face and the displeasure of the Empress Dowager left him feeling increasingly uncertain. Having arduously won the favor of both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager through a heartfelt letter, the thought of inciting their ire now loomed ominously over me. Would all my previous efforts be rendered futile? Must I truly forsake everything for Yaoer? After a prolonged silence, Xiao Huang finally bowed his head. Father, I acknowledge my mistake. Xiao Jie felt a surge of disdain within. What a pitiful protagonist. Where are your boundaries? Your principles? Your assertiveness? If only you had the fortitude to insist on marrying Su Yao, I would not yield to you. After all, Xiao Jie was ever mindful of his role as the antagonist, one who competes with the protagonist for the throne, for advantages, and for women. Xiao Jie's expression softened considerably. It is good that you recognize your error. Since it was Jie who first expressed the desire to wed Miss Su, as the elder brother, you ought not to contest with him. Should you find favor with other young ladies in the future, I shall grant you a marriage decree. The Empress Dowager seized the moment to mediate. Huang, your father speaks wisely. As the elder brother, it would be unbecoming to compete with your own younger sibling over a woman, for such news would invite the scorn of the realm. You are all grandchildren of this household. I shall show no favoritism among you. Should you take a liking to any other young lady, I, as your royal grandmother, shall also issue a decree for your marriage. Xiao Huang numbly nodded, yet deep within, a dark resolve towards Xiao Jie began to brew. Chapter 13. The concubines worried Jie. Why did you not consult with me regarding such a significant matter as taking a royal consort, instead choosing to act unilaterally, excluding the eunuchs and palace maids? Wang Guifei's demeanor darkened instantly as she coldly interrogated Xiao Jie. Xiao Jian's demeanor appeared tranquil, yet inwardly he harbored a mocking disdain. He understood that the source of concubine Wang's ire was not solely his unilateral decision regarding the selection of the crown princess, but rather her knowledge that the Huang family had already designated a candidate for the position. That candidate was none other than his cousin, Wang Yu, the daughter of the Grand Governor Wang Cheng of Liaozhou. In the original narrative, Wang Yu was also one of Xiao Huang's consorts, and undoubtedly the character Xiao Jian found most repugnant throughout the entire tale. Wang Yu had long nurtured affections for Xiao Huang, and under familial duress, she had reluctantly wed the original protagonist, becoming the crown princess of Qi, all the while maintaining a clandestine and ambiguous connection with Xiao Huang. Her repeated covert communications with Xiao Huang had led the original protagonist to numerous defeats in their confrontations, culminating in her bearing Xiao Huang's child, which bestowed upon the original protagonist an unwelcome green cap of infamy. Even more astonishingly, after Xiao Huang obliterated the entire Langyuan clan, she audaciously deemed her family's sins to be profound, rationalizing that her beloved Xiao Huang was enacting divine justice, ultimately adopting a new identity to remain with him. For such a sanctimonious individual, Xiao Jian felt a strong desire to keep his distance, lest he be ensnared by the tempestuous storms of her actions. The prospect of marrying her was utterly implausible, for he had no inclination towards collecting caps of environmental disgrace. However, it was impossible to elucidate these matters directly to concubine Wang. Thus, Xiao Jian resolved to offer alternative justifications. As thoughts whirled in his mind, he swiftly concocted a pretext. Does my mother wish for me to become the crown prince? He inquired abruptly, without context. Concubine Wang was momentarily taken aback, casting a furtive glance around before realizing that the eunuchs and palace maids had been dismissed by her hand, allowing her heart to settle. Of course, this palace wishes for you to ascend as the crown prince. Instinctively, the beloved concubine Wang lowered her voice. Thus, I hope you will wed the daughter of the Wang family, solidifying our ties and maximizing the support from the Wang family, thereby increasing your chances of ascending to the Eastern Palace. Xiao Jie suddenly chuckled. So, mother, you imply that if I do not marry the Wang family's daughter, my grandfather and the Wang family will withdraw their support for my claim to the Eastern Palace? Is that correct? Concubine Wang paused, contemplating for a moment, and realized that perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. That is not the case. After all, you are the grandson of the Wang family, and they would certainly prefer you as the crown prince. Xiao Jie continued to smile. If the Wang family will support me regardless of whether I marry their daughter, Then why does mother insist on this marriage instead of leveraging the opportunity of taking a concubine to garner support from other factions in court? Concubine Wang pondered seriously and found Xiao Jie's reasoning quite compelling, yet she still felt a sense of confusion. You speak of wanting to use the opportunity of taking a concubine to win support from other factions. Then why disregard the daughters of so many esteemed ministers and insist on marrying the granddaughter of a mere master of the National Academy? The master of the National Academy is but a low-ranking official, holding little sway in court, and how could this aid your pursuit of the Eastern Palace? Xiao Jie felt utterly speechless. His mother, with her narrow perspective, seemed rather short-sighted. Yet, he patiently elucidated, "Mother, you may not be aware that the Su family is a lineage of scholars. The head of the family, Xiao Huang, has presided over the Imperial Academy for many years and has repeatedly served as the chief examiner for the Imperial examinations, earning the reputation of a leader among the virtuous. Do you realize how many officials in the court and how many scholars across the realm consider themselves his disciples? If I were to become the son-in-law of the Su family, how significantly would that assist me in securing my position in the Eastern Palace?" Xiao Jie's assertion held truth. In the original narrative, Xiao Huang had wed Su Yao, becoming the son-in-law of the Su family, and garnered the support of numerous young officials in the court, gradually establishing his own power and influence, ultimately aspiring to the position of heir apparent. Xiao Jie was resolute in marrying Su Yao, not only to rival Xiao Huang for her affections, but also to contend for the influence wielded by the Su family. The Empress Dowager appeared somewhat convinced by Xiao Jie's reasoning, yet a perplexity lingered in her mind. If you wish to court a daughter of the Su family, you could easily ask me, your mother, to advocate on your behalf. Why must you trouble the Empress Dowager instead? Xiao Jie was even more at a loss for words. The Empress Dowager was perpetually preoccupied with palace intrigues and remained woefully uninformed about court affairs. Her father, Wang Chong, was known for forming factions and engaging in partisan struggles. Xiao Huang, with his self-righteousness, would hardly tolerate Wang Chong's demeanor. Should the Empress Dowager approach the Su family to propose a match? Given their esteemed character and Xiao Huang's temperament, she might not even be granted entry. The rationale would be straightforward. Ministers were prohibited from associating with the harem, which would undoubtedly leave the Empress Dowager with no outlet for her frustration. However, the situation is markedly different when it comes to the Empress Dowager. Although she is also a woman of the imperial harem, her status as the mother of the Son of Heaven renders her unparalleled in dignity. Should she issue a decree to grant a marriage, even the Su family would not dare to refuse. My dear mother, you may not be aware that Xiao Huang is at odds with my maternal grandfather. If you were to propose on my behalf, it is likely that the Su family would not acquiesce to this union. Consequently, I must request the intervention of our esteemed grandmother. After this explanation, the noble consort Wang finally grasped the situation, yet a new layer of concern arose within her. You mentioned that Xiao Huang is not on good terms with your grandfather. Should you marry Xiao Huang's granddaughter, would your grandfather not take offense? A cold smile crept across Xiao Jie's heart. Why should he concern himself with the feelings of others? If all goes as expected, within 6 months, the entire Wang family may face unexpected turmoil, and he himself would be a mere clay Buddha crossing the river, unable to protect himself. However, such thoughts were not to be voiced to noble consort Wang. Xiao Jie merely stated that he would seek an opportunity to clarify the circumstances to his grandfather, trusting that his grandfather would understand, as everything is ultimately for his ascension to the Eastern Palace. Moreover, the discord between his grandfather and Xiao Huang stems solely from matters of the court. There exists no deep-seated enmity between them. He is perfectly positioned to mediate and unite them in support of his claim to the Eastern Palace. The noble consort Wang ultimately accepted Xiao Jie's reassurances, yet insisted that he must consult her prior to any future endeavors, never again acting unilaterally. At that moment, he recognized a servant from the Mioran pavilion. Upon spotting Xiao Jie's carriage, the servant hastily approached with a smug grin. Xiao Jie surmised that he had been sent by Yuan Xuan. Indeed, the servant informed Xiao Jie that Miss Lian had expressed her improved health and extended a special invitation to His Highness Prince Qi for an evening gathering at the Mioran Pavilion. Upon hearing the name Mioran Pavilion, Xiao Jie's horseman's expression shifted dramatically. He was well aware that such an establishment was hardly a place suitable for a prince. Infuriated, he raised his whip as if to strike the servant. Chapter 14. A beautiful appointment as night descended, Xiao Jie arrived at Mioran Pavilion as promised. Without uttering a word, a servant greeted him with a smile, leading him to the most opulent private room on the upper floor. The moment Xiao Jie stepped inside, the servant promptly closed the door behind him, and suddenly, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Softness pressed against his back, and delicate hands covered his eyes. Accompanied by a warm breath whispering in his ear, "Your Highness, can you guess who I am?" Recognizing the voice of Xiao, Xiao Jie feigned amusement, replying, "Is there any need for guessing? It must be my beloved Xiao." Before Xiao could respond, another wave of tender warmth collided with him, followed by gentle, playful punches against his chest. "Your Highness is truly naughty, unable to even recognize Xiao's voice, yet you dare to call her your treasure." Xiao then released her hold on his eyes, playfully declaring, "Your Highness guessed incorrectly. You must drink 3 cups as punishment." Xiao Jie burst into hearty laughter. "With 2 beautiful companions by my side, what does it matter if I am to drink 30 cups? Surrounded by Xiao and Xiao, he settled comfortably, one pouring wine for him, and the other serving delicacies, reveling in their company, seemingly oblivious to who had summoned him to Mioran Pavilion. In the corridor outside the private room, Yuan and the brothel keeper stood at the door, listening intently to the sounds emanating from within, both of them furrowing their brows. "Leonor, could it be that you are merely overthinking? This Xiao Jie appears to be nothing more than a debauched prince, indulging in frivolities." The corridor bustled with passers-by, and the brothel keeper, mindful of her position, refrained from addressing Yuan as princess. Yuan too pondered whether she might be misinterpreting the situation. Yet, the events had unfolded in such a peculiar manner. On the night she had plotted to assassinate General Zhou Yin of the Left Guard, Xiao Jie had made his appearance and ensnared her for an entire evening, ultimately thwarting her assassination scheme. Last night, Xiao Jie did not come to entangle her once more. However, when she attempted to strike at Zhou Yin again, she discovered that the general's residence was deserted. After dispatching someone to inquire during the day, she learned that Zhou Yin had been sent by the court to Yangzhou to quell the rebellion of the mountainous people the day prior. Yuan sensed something amiss and sent an informant within the court to the Ministry of War for further details, only to find that it was the Prime Minister Wang Chang's directive. It seemed that Zhou Yin had offended Prince Qi, Xiao Jie, who had deliberately sought the Prime Minister's intervention to punish him. The coincidences were too numerous to ignore, leading Yuan to harbor suspicions regarding Xiao Jie. She speculated that Xiao Jie's presence at Meirenfang was intended to prevent her from carrying out the assassination of Zhou Yin, and the subsequent order for Zhou Yin to be dispatched to Yangzhou was a calculated move to ensure she would have no opportunity to strike. She confided her suspicions to the brothel keeper. The madam was taken aback, momentarily setting aside her reproach towards Yuan for her reckless attempt on the life of a high-ranking court official. She understood that if Yuan's suspicions were indeed valid, it would signify the exposure of their identities as remnants of the previous dynasty. It became apparent that Xiao Jie must perish. All the loyalists from the former regime must expeditiously flee the capital. However, the act of eliminating Xiao Jie and abandoning the city would render years of their careful endeavors and aspirations to reclaim their homeland utterly futile. Their dream of restoration would drift even further into the realm of impossibility, and they were loath to arrive at such a dire conclusion unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Yuan resolved to summon Xiao Jie for one final test. Should the situation prove unfavorable, she would eliminate him on the spot and set fire to the Mioran Pavilion, ensuring a swift retreat from the capital to devise alternative plans in the future. Upon calling for Xiao Jie, she intentionally chose to remain hidden, allowing Xiao and Xiao to attend to him. Xiao Jie appeared to be entirely absorbed in the pleasures surrounding him. Oblivious to the reason for his visit to the Mioran Pavilion, Yuan found it hard to believe that a man of such indulgence could truly jeopardize her affairs. Perhaps it was all mere coincidence, and she had overthought the situation. She decided to enter personally to meet Xiao Jie. Yuan instructed the madam to attend to other matters while she boldly pushed open the door. Xiao Jie seemed entirely unfazed by her arrival. "Miss Leonor has finally graced us with her presence. I have waited in eager anticipation. It appears your highness is thoroughly enjoying the company of Xiao and Xiao. There seems to be no intention of waiting for me." Yuan's words carried a hint of teasing laced with mockery. "Ah, if Miss Leonor feels neglected, she is most welcome to join us for a drink." As long as Xiao Jie remains unembarrassed, it is Yuan who feels the awkwardness. "Is your highness not curious as to why I have taken the initiative to request this meeting tonight?" Yuan had long grown accustomed to Xiao Jie's brazen demeanor. Yet a sweet smile lingered on her face. Xiao Jie, with a playful smirk, teased, "Is it not because Miss Lien has been yearning for me?" Yuan's smile faltered slightly. She could tolerate Xiao Jie's audacity, but could hardly endure his shamelessness. "Your highness jested. Miss Lian was unwell the night before last and neglected your highness, feeling uneasy in her heart. Tonight, she has specially prepared a modest drink to express her apologies, hoping that your highness will not hold it against me. Miss Lian is too modest. How could I ever be angry with someone as enchanting as you? Xiao Jie replied. As long as your highness is not upset, I can rest easy. Yuan Xuan feigned relief, then seemingly inadvertently remarked. I have heard that those who offend your highness usually meet with unfortunate ends. Naturally, I am apprehensive. Is that so? I wonder if Miss Lian has heard some rumors. Would you be so kind as to share them with me? Xiao Jie maintained a smile on his face, yet a cold laugh echoed in his heart. He had anticipated Yuan Xuan's purpose in summoning him. It was merely to ascertain whether Zhou Yin's reassignment from the capital was connected to himself. Indeed, he was the one responsible, for he could not possibly visit Miao Renfeng every night to prevent Yuan Xuan from venturing out. Instead, he had leveraged his grandfather Wang Chong to facilitate Zhou Yin's departure from the capital, leaving Yuan Xuan without recourse and inevitably disrupting her chance encounter with Xiao Huang. Your Highness is aware that the Miao Renfeng is frequented by individuals from all walks of life. I have heard whispers that General Zhou of the Left Guard has been dispatched to Yangzhou to quell a rebellion due to having offended your Highness. This is not mere gossip, but indeed a matter of fact. Xiao Jie openly acknowledged this situation, yet he promptly reassured, do not worry, dear Miss Lianer. I am only harsh towards men. However, I am exceedingly gentle with women, particularly with beautiful ladies such as yourself. A heaviness settled in Yuan Xuan's heart. It was indeed his doing that Zhou Yin had been reassigned from the capital. She could not ascertain whether Xiao Jie's actions were solely motivated by revenge or if he sought to thwart her assassination scheme. She resolved to extract more information from him. Is General Zhou's removal from the capital truly just an act of retribution? Is there any other reason, dear Lianer? Do you suspect there might be an alternative motive? Xiao Jie regarded Yuan Xuan with a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking, fearing that Xiao Jie would grow suspicious. Yuan Xuan dared not pry further and skillfully diverted the conversation. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie found amusement in the thought that as long as he was present, Xiao Huang would never have the chance to encounter Yuan Xuan. Chapter 15. The Empress Dowager grants a marriage miss. Something terrible has happened. Dong Earth. The personal maid of Miss Su Yao from the Su family had been brought into the household at a young age and had grown up alongside Su Yao. Though they were known as master and servant, they were, in truth, as close as sisters. She had just passed through the front hall when she inadvertently witnessed the matriarch of the Su family, old Madame Bai, kneeling to receive a decree. Out of curiosity, she concealed herself in a corner to eavesdrop, and the contents of the decree shocked her greatly, prompting her to hurriedly rush to inform the young lady. In a beautifully adorned boudoir, a stunning visage emerged, with delicate brows, bright eyes, and pearly teeth, exuding an air of grace and dignity befitting the esteemed daughter of the Su family, Su Yao. Donger, what troubles you so? Why do you appear so flustered? Su Yao questioned, bewildered by her maid's unusual demeanor. Donger, who had served her for many years with composure and poise, was now in a state of distress. She burst into Su Yao's chamber, her voice trembling with emotion. Miss, something terrible has happened. Someone from the palace has arrived to convey an imperial edict. Su Yao's confusion deepened. What was there to be alarmed about? An envoy from the palace delivering an edict was not an uncommon occurrence. Is it not sufficient for someone to inform my grandfather at the Guozijian or my father at the Hanlin Academy? Why all this panic? Donger shook her head vehemently, on the verge of tears. Miss, it is not the Emperor's decree, it is the Empress Dowager's command. Why would the Empress Dowager issue an edict to our Su family? Su Yao struggled to comprehend the situation and could not fathom Donger's frantic state. Surely, her grandmother would attend to the Empress Dowager's summons. What cause for alarm could there be for a mere maid? Finally, Donger gave way to her tears, sobbing like a weeping willow. The venerable matriarch has already received the edict in the front hall. I overheard its contents, and it pertains to you, Mississippi. That is why I rushed to inform you. A sudden sense of dread gripped Su Yao upon hearing that the edict involved her. Donger, please do not cry. Tell me at once what the edict states. Donger, struggling to suppress her sobs, with tear-filled eyes replied, Miss, the Empress Dowager wishes to bestow a marriage upon you. Bestow a marriage? Upon witnessing Donger weeping so sorrowfully, Su Yao felt a heavy weight settle in her heart, yet she clung to a lingering glimmer of hope and inquired, is it the third prince, Xiao Huang? How she wished it were the Empress Dowager who had discovered her secret engagement with Xiao Huang, bestowing upon them a marriage to conceal such a royal scandal. Miss, if it were the third prince, how could I be in such despair? Donger could no longer contain herself and burst into tears once more. It is the seventh prince, Xiao Jie. Dong Er's words shattered Su Yao's final vestige of illusion. Darkness enveloped her vision, and her delicate form swayed precariously, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Dong Er reacted swiftly, supporting her faltering body. As Dong Er helped the disoriented Su Yao to the bed to rest, she remained worried that her mistress might contemplate something foolish, silently keeping vigil at her bedside. The sight of Su Yao in such distress filled Dong Er with profound sorrow. Her anguish stemmed partly from her concern for Su Yao and partly from her own predicament. As Su Yao's personal maid, she would accompany her as a marriage dowry, likely becoming the concubine of her future husband. In essence, the man Su Yao was to marry would also become her own master. Thus, she fervently wished for Su Yao to wed the third prince, Xiao Huang, the most handsome and skilled man she had ever encountered, who had always shown her, a mere maid, great kindness, embodying her dreams of romance. Having never seen Xiao Jie, she bore him no ill will. She simply believed that no man in the world could compare to Xiao Huang. Dong Er, could you go out and deliver a letter for me? Su Yao's words shattered Dong Er's reverie. She glanced over, realizing that Su Yao had already propped herself up. With 2 tear streaks adorning her face, her eyes filled with a pleading expression. Dong Er instinctively nodded fervently, her heart vaguely grasping whom her mistress wished her to deliver a message to. Su Yao swiftly descended from the bed, hastening to the writing desk, where she retrieved paper and pen. After a brief moment of contemplation, she began to write. The Su family upheld progressive values, allowing women to be educated and literate. Since childhood, Su Yao had diligently studied classical texts, her intellect rivaling that of the other men in the Su household, earning her the esteemed reputation of a talented woman. It was merely a fleeting whim that led her to attend the Lantern Festival in Luoyang, where she met Xiao Huang. Memories flooded back as Su Yao wrote, tears spilling onto the letter, glistening droplets falling onto the paper, yet she paid no heed to wipe them away. In a short while, she had completed the letter, sealing it in an envelope and solemnly handing it to Dong Er. Dong Er, you must personally deliver this letter to the third prince and inform him that I shall be waiting for him at Tongsten Bridge tonight at the hour of the snake. As Dong Er accepted the letter and turned to leave, she was suddenly halted by Su Yao's voice. Dong Er, would you be willing to leave Luoyang with me? Mistress. You intend to? Su Yao nodded emphatically. Dong Er was her most trusted maid, and she believed that Dong Er would never betray her. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Without hesitation, Dong Er nodded resolutely and dashed away. In truth, she had no other choice, if her mistress were to disappear. As the close attendant of the lady, she would be held accountable. Even if the Su family chose not to punish her, the palace would certainly not let her off easily. Dong Er sauntered out through the back door, unimpeded by any of the household servants. As Su Yao's personal maid, her status among the servants of the Su residence was not insignificant, allowing her a certain degree of freedom to come and go under the pretext of procuring items for her mistress. It was through this privilege that she frequently slipped away to deliver messages from Su Yao to Xiao Huang, or to relay Xiao Huang's words back to Su Yao, effectively serving as the celestial matchmaker between them. Dong Er took great delight in this role, for Xiao Huang was exceedingly handsome, and each encounter left her heart fluttering like a restless steer. With familiarity, she traversed half of Luoyang City and arrived at an inconspicuous little courtyard, Xiao Huang's abode, where he resided solely with an elderly servant named Fu Bo, who had seen more than 50 winners. At times, Dong Er found herself perplexed, despite being a prince. Xiao Huang lived in such a remote and modest manner. She gently rapped on the door, and an aged voice resonated from within. Who is it? Recognizing Fu Bo's voice, Dong Er replied, It is I, Dong Er from the Su residence. My mistress has sent me to seek the third prince. This was not her first visit, and Fu Bo could undoubtedly discern her voice. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing not the weathered face of Fu Bo, but the visage of the third prince, Xiao Huang, who appeared somewhat haggard for reasons unknown. Upon seeing Xiao Huang's handsome face, Dong Er's heart raced. Yet the sight of his weary expression stirred a pang of concern within her. Third prince, do you know of the Empress Dowager's decree regarding my mistress's betrothal? She could not help but inquire. Winter hurriedly took a letter from her bosom and handed it to Xiao Huang. My young lady instructed me to deliver this to you personally. She also mentioned that she would await you at Tongsten Bridge tonight at the hour of the snake. Xiao Huang nodded, assuring her, I shall certainly keep my appointment this evening. Chapter 16. The past of Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang was not in the mood to entertain Winter's youthful sentiments. He tore open the envelope and unfolded the letter within, revealing traces of the lady's tears still fresh upon the paper, causing a pang of sorrow to stir in his heart. In the letter, Xiao conveyed that the empress had arranged a marriage for her, compelling her to wed the seventh prince, Xiao Jie. Yet, Her heart belonged solely to Xiao Huang. She had no desire to marry anyone else. She would wait for him at Tongxian Bridge tonight, hoping he would take her away from Luoyang under the cover of night, allowing them to soar to distant lands, living freely and unencumbered, far removed from the envious gaze of others, perhaps to a place where they could dwell in seclusion, leading a life of simplicity and toil. After reading the letter, Xiao Huang's mood grew even more despondent and heavy. The maid from the Su family wishes for you to elope with her, does she not? Fu Bo's words interrupted Xiao Huang's reverie. He looked up to find Fu Bo's gaze penetrating and sharp, entirely unlike that of a man advanced in years. For many years, Xiao Huang had relied on Fu Bo, who had imparted his knowledge of martial arts, military strategy, and cunning to him. Their bond was akin to that of father and son. And Xiao Huang had little to conceal from Fu Bo, nodding in acknowledgement of Fu Bo's astute deduction. Then, are you indeed planning to elope with her? Fu Bo inquired in a neutral tone, devoid of discernible emotion. Xiao Huang sighed heavily and shook his head. I do not know. Had it been a few days prior, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to forsake everything and elope with Su Yao, for at that time, he possessed nothing. And there was nothing within the entire city of Luoyang that he could not relinquish. However, the present circumstances differ greatly. His father, the emperor, had publicly promised at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet to bestow upon him the title of Prince of Qin. Now, it merely awaits the auspicious day designated by the imperial clan court to officially conduct the enthronement ceremony. The title of Prince of Qin is not merely one of the 4 most esteemed titles within the Daming dynasty. It signifies that he would thereafter be able to establish his own court, gradually cultivate his own influence, and embark upon the path of usurpation. More than one person has asserted that he is blessed by destiny, a chosen one of heaven, destined for unparalleled greatness in the future. Yet, none have informed him of the numerous trials he must endure to reach that pinnacle. His mother, Consort Song, was told at a tender age by a fortune teller that her daughter bore the decree of the Empress Dowager, destined to give birth to a son of heaven. However, despite 3 years in the palace, she never had the fortune to meet the emperor, let alone be favored by him. Her father, convinced he had been deceived by the fortune teller, succumbed to his anger and passed away. Ironically, in the very year of her father's demise, the emperor chanced upon her while strolling through the imperial garden, admiring the blossoms. Captivated by her beauty, he took a sudden fancy to her. Truly, the emperor is deserving of his title. A moment of inspiration led to her bearing the 3rd prince, Xiao Huang, 10 months later, and she was conferred the lowest rank of consort. However, the treatment of Consort Song did not improve due to the birth of the dragon child. Instead, it incited jealousy among other childless concubines, who devised various means to torment her and her son, particularly the favored consort Wang, hailing from the Wang clan of Langya, frequently sought to trouble them, whether there was cause or not. Consort Song, possessing a gentle disposition, bore her grievances silently, too timid to resist or to seek solace from the emperor or the Empress Dowager, enduring all hardships alone, observing her vulnerability. Even some eunuchs and palace maidens began to disregard her, though outwardly they dared not act against her, behind her back. They did not refrain from slandering her and causing her distress. Xiao Huang witnessed all of this and vowed that one day, those who had bullied him and his mother would pay dearly, especially the tyrannical consort Wang. He swore that she would find no resting place in death and that her entire clan, the Wang family of Langya, would be reduced to ashes, with her son meeting a grievous fate. Initially, he had his mother as his sole companion in the palace, but when he turned 8, a fire broke out, and a fortune teller claimed it was due to the surfeit of yang energy in the inner court. Consequently, the emperor ordered all underage princes to relocate outside the palace. The other princes, having been granted titles early on, resided in opulent palaces with numerous servants at their command. Only he, due to his mother's humble status, was never conferred a title and was assigned to a secluded courtyard, living with an elderly servant named Fu Bo. Fortunately, this Fu Bo was no ordinary man. Upon first meeting Xiao Huang, he revealed that the young prince was destined for greatness, chosen by the heavens, and that he would endure trials to fortify his spirit before attaining unimaginable glory. The enigmatic figure known as Uncle Fu possesses an extraordinary breadth of knowledge, encompassing astronomy, geography, military strategy, and martial prowess. He generously imparts the entirety of his life's teachings to Xiao Huang, who, endowed with remarkable talent, swiftly becomes nearly equal to Uncle Fu in skill. As fate would have it, upon reaching the tender age of 20, Xiao Huang captures the attention of the Empress Dowager at her birthday banquet, who personally requests his elevation to the title of King of Qin from his father. Just as he anticipates soaring to great heights, his most detested brother, Xiao Jie, unexpectedly emerges to vie for his childhood sweetheart, Su Yao. With the Empress Dowager having issued a decree for their union, Xiao Huang is faced with two distinct paths: to relinquish Su Yao and embark on a journey of personal triumph, or to forsake everything and elope with her. In essence, it is a dilemma of empire versus love. He must contemplate the tribulations he has endured and the efforts he has invested to reach this pivotal juncture. As I have stated, destiny is in your hands, and the world shall inevitably bow to you. Is it truly worthwhile to abandon everything for a woman? In the brief exchange with Uncle Fu, the confusion in Xiao Huang's eyes gradually dissipates, replaced by a resolute gaze, ignited by a burgeoning flame of vengeance. Xiao Jie, I shall not rest until you are vanquished. Chapter 17. Su Yao's heartbreak as the night envelopes the city of Luoyang. Silence reigns over all. Meanwhile, her devoted maid, Dong stands beneath a willow tree by the bridge, bearing two satchels, her heart uneasy in the stillness of the night. Concerned for her mistress's safety, she worries that they might encounter unscrupulous ruffians instead of the third prince. This evening, it was Dong who was responsible for diverting the attention of the servants at the back door, allowing Su Yao, disguised as a maid, to seize the opportunity to escape the Su residence. As the instigator, if anything were to befall Su Yao outside, Dong would bear the weight of 1,000 deaths. After enduring countless hardships to flee the Su manor, they anxiously awaited the arrival of Xiao Huang, whose absence was increasingly alarming as the hour grew late. Su Yao's heart was a tumult of urgency and trepidation. She was anxious about Xiao Huang's delay and fearful that he might refuse to elope with her. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, the figure she had longed for finally emerged from the twilight. All her anxiety and panic transformed into exhilaration. And tears of joy streamed down her face as she rushed toward Xiao Huang, her voice trembling with emotion. Why did you take so long to arrive? Xiao Huang's expression was complex as he softly uttered, I'm sorry. There's no need for apologies. This is not the time for words. We must devise a swift plan to leave Luoyang, or else the people from the Su residence in the palace will soon be in pursuit, Su Yao urged, her impatience growing. Just as she intended to signal Dong who was keeping watch beneath a nearby willow tree, Xiao Huang reached out to halt her. I'm sorry, Yao, but I cannot take you with me. Su Yao stood frozen, scarcely able to believe what she had just heard. Xiao Huang clenched his eyes shut in anguish, repeating, I'm sorry, Yao, but I cannot take you with me. Only then did Su Yao notice that Xiao Huang was dressed in plain attire, lacking any belongings, indicating he did not intend to embark on a journey. Why? She asked coldly, her voice steady despite the heartbreak, as two streams of tears silently traced down her sorrowful face. Xiao Huang sighed deeply. If it were in the past, I would have undoubtedly taken you away. Why could you do it before, but not now? Su Yao coldly pressed. Xiao Huang found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to explain to Su Yao. Was it because he was about to be conferred the title of King of Qin, reluctant to abandon the impending riches and glory? Su Yao's tone grew even colder. Xiao Huang's eyes widened in shock. How could you possibly know? The announcement of his title had not yet been made public, leaving him bewildered as to how Su Yao had learned of it. Pain filled Su Yao's gaze as tears streamed down her cheeks. Earlier, while walking with Dongo to the Tongsten Bridge, she had inadvertently overheard two passers-by discussing that the third prince was finally to be conferred a title, the esteemed King of Qin. She was perplexed by how these strangers were privy to such courtly affairs, even more so by Xiao Huang's silence on the matter. Most importantly, she felt a pang of anxiety. Would Xiao Huang, once he attained power, still wish to escape with her to lead a humble life among the common folk? Xiao Huang's reaction shattered her heart. He appeared astonished, but did not deny her implications. I understand now, she continued. You were willing to take me away when you had nothing to lose, but now it is different. You are about to become the esteemed King of Qin, and you cannot forsake the wealth and honor you have finally grasped to live as an ordinary person with me. Xiao Huang shook his head vehemently. Yao, things are not as you imagine. Do you not know what kind of person I am? Then tell me how things truly are. And what kind of person you really are. Su Yao's tone grew increasingly indifferent. Xiao Huang inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure, and explained, Do you still remember when I confided in you? I am destined to bear the fate of the world, to become the sovereign of this realm. I carry an immense burden, laden with the hopes of many. I cannot abandon everything to elope with you, for that would be a dereliction of duty to the people. Yao, you are the one who understands me best. I was born to be extraordinary, and I cannot wander the world with you. Therefore, your reluctance to elope with me is not due to the title of King of Qin, but rather because you cannot let go of what you deem the world. Am I right? Su Yao's tone grew increasingly frigid. Xiao Huang lowered his head, unable to refute her words, for she spoke the truth. He had chosen the realm over Su Yao. I ask you once more, are you truly willing to watch me marry another man for the sake of your so-called ambitions? Su Yao posed a question that pierced the very soul of Xiao Huang. She smiled, a sorrowful smile, as she realized that the man before her felt utterly unfamiliar. There is no need, Xiao Huang. I misjudged you. From this night forth, I, Su Yao, shall have no further ties with you. Yaoer. Xiao Huang reached out, calling her name. Your Highness, the King of Qin, it would be inappropriate to address me in such a manner henceforth. Perhaps you should refer to me as the Princess of Qi, or as your younger sister-in-law. I wish you, Your Highness, the swift realization of your aspirations to become the ruler of this world. Winter hurriedly followed suit. Having overheard the conversation between Su Yao and Xiao Huang beneath the bridge with crystal clarity, she felt a profound disappointment toward Xiao Huang. Indeed, power had a way of corrupting men, and now that he had ascended to the role of King Qin, he seemed to have discarded even the young ladies. Xiao Huang gazed at their receding figures, a pang of anguish piercing his heart, and the hatred in his eyes threatened to spill forth. Xiao Huang shall personally end your life. Unbeknownst to Xiao Huang, the very Xiao Jie he sought to kill was quietly observing him and the departing Su Yao from a nearby loft window. The reason for Xiao Jie's presence was simple. He feared that Xiao Huang might prematurely attempt to don his shoes, or perhaps that Su Yao might unwittingly gift him an environmentally friendly hat. After all, in the original narrative, Xiao Jie's destined partner, Wang Yu, had indeed committed such an act. Thus, from the moment he requested the Empress Dowager to arrange a marriage, he had dispatched individuals to surveil the Su residence day and night, meticulously monitoring Su Yao's every movement. Even the passerby who had deliberately informed Su Yao of Xiao Huang's new title as King Qin was one of his orchestrations. Through his series of cunning maneuvers, he successfully extinguished Su Yao's affections for Xiao Huang, effectively severing the bond between the childhood companions. Yet, witnessing Su Yao's sorrow tugged at Xiao Jie's conscience. After all, his true adversary was Xiao Huang, while Su Yao remained blameless, as Su Yu was destined to become his woman. Treating her with kindness could serve as a form of recompense. As a villain, he found himself lacking in ruthlessness. Xiao Jie couldn't help but shake his head in contemplation. Chapter 18. The Grand Wedding of Prince Qi, Part 1. In matters of marriage, the 6 rites are of utmost importance. The proposal, offering gifts to seek a union. The inquiry of names, asking for the bride's name and birth date. The engagement, presenting gifts to confirm the betrothal. The bride price, offering dowries. The setting of the wedding date, discussing the marriage date. And the personal welcome, the groom personally fetching the bride. Even among royalty, adherence to these 6 rites is mandatory. The news of Prince Qi Xiao Jian's impending nuptials has already spread throughout the city of Luoyang. This engagement has become the talk of the townsfolk, who eagerly gossip about the noble family from which the bride hails, her beauty, the amount of the bride price, and the dowry. Meanwhile, certain ministers in the court have sensed a different undertone. Chancellor Wang Chong, the foremost among officials, and Su Hong, the esteemed leader of the scholarly faction, have historically been at odds. Now, with Wang Chong's grandson, Prince Qi Xiao Jie, set to wed Su Hong's granddaughter, Su Yao. Does this signify a reconciliation between Wang and Su, or a potential alliance between the Wang faction and the scholars? Some ministers ponder deeper implications. With the crown prince yet to be determined, if Prince Qi Xiao Jie were to garner support from both factions, who could possibly thwart his ascension to the Eastern Palace? Should they not seize the opportunity to pledge their allegiance to Prince Qi, seeking to share in his future triumphs? While others speculate on the political ramifications of this union. For Su Yao, none of this holds significance. Having been deeply wounded by Xiao Huang, she feels indifferent to whom she marries. Her heart has already succumbed to despair. However, her mother, Madame Shen, harbored a different perspective. She had previously gleaned hints of her daughter's clandestine meetings with the third prince, Xiao Huang. Yet she dared not voice her suspicions. Firstly, the Su family upheld a strict moral code, and should her husband discover the truth, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar. Secondly, the dissemination of such news would irreparably tarnish her daughter's reputation. Madame Shen had anticipated that, given her daughter's disposition, she would resist the proposal due to her affections elsewhere. To her astonishment, however, her daughter exhibited neither tears nor protests. Instead, she appeared lost in thought, her mind elsewhere, which only heightened Madame Shen's concerns. She surmised that her daughter's demeanor was likely connected to the third prince, Xiao Huang. Though she yearned to inquire about her daughter's state, she felt too timid to question either her daughter or Xiao Huang himself. Witnessing her daughter's current plight caused her immense distress. Madame Shin had also dispatched individuals to gather information regarding Prince Qi, Xiao Jie, who was notorious for his extravagance, arrogance, and cruel disposition, qualities that the Su family abhorred. The thought of her daughter marrying such a man filled her with dread. Yet, Madame Shin found herself trapped. Had Xiao Jie been an ordinary scion of a bureaucratic family, the Su family could have easily declined the match on the grounds of his questionable character. However, circumstances were different now. Xiao Jie was a prince of the realm, and the Empress Dowager had bestowed her imperial decree for the union. The Su family dared not defy such an edict. Madame Shin could only hope that the rumors circulating were exaggerated and that Prince Qi was not as grievous as portrayed. With a heavy heart, she sighed, gazing at her daughter, overwhelmed by a wave of sorrow. Su Yao, however, did not ponder much. Adorned in splendid attire with a phoenix crown atop her head and draped in a radiant cloak, her exquisite makeup accentuated her captivating beauty. Yet, she wore an expression of utter detachment, as if the grand occasion of her wedding bore no relevance to her. Madame Shin sighed softly, opening an ornate box to retrieve 2 strands of silver thread, preparing to perform the ritual of opening the face. This rite involved twisting the fine threads around the fine hairs on the bride's forehead, rendering it smooth and signifying the conclusion of her youthful days. Madame Shin, having undergone this ritual herself on her wedding day, remembered the slight discomfort it entailed. Yet, no matter how she maneuvered the threads upon Su Yao's visage, her daughter remained expressionless, seemingly devoid of sensation. Madame Shin felt a tumult of sorrow and worry stir within her on the wedding night. If the Prince of Qi were to witness her daughter's numb demeanor, given his temperament, she feared the consequences for Su Ye would be dire. While Madame Shin's mind wandered through such troubling thoughts, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside, accompanied by the distant yet approaching rhythm of drums and music, signaling the arrival of the prince's wedding procession. According to custom, when the groom arrives to claim his bride, the bride's family must present red envelopes to each member of the procession, excluding the groom, filled with a handful of coins as a gesture of celebration and gratitude. The Su family, seasoned in the art of marrying off daughters, had anticipated that the number of guests would not exceed 200. However, with the new son-in-law belonging to royal lineage, they surmised the event might be more extravagant, possibly doubling the number of attendees. Thus, the Su family had prepared 500 red envelopes, believing this would suffice. Yet, it soon became apparent to them that the constraints of lineage had severely limited their expectations. Due to the imposing procession of the groom's entourage, which seemed endless, it was estimated that there were at least 2,000 individuals. Typically, the number of attendees for a prince's wedding would be around 1,000, and Xiao Jie had no intention of extravagance. However, his mother, who relished in grandeur, insisted that her son's wedding outshine those of other princes, thus doubling the size of the welcoming party. Once the Su family recovered from their astonishment, they swiftly dispatched someone to inform others in the household to prepare over 1,000 additional red envelopes. They planned to distribute the initial 500 envelopes more slowly, as the illustrious Su family could not afford to be embarrassed by a shortage of red envelopes. Amidst the resounding firecrackers and festive music, the wedding procession grandly halted before the gates of the Su residence. Leading the way was naturally Xiao Jie, adorned in a celebratory red silk robe, crowned and dignified, atop a magnificent crimson steed, exuding an air of majesty. Despite the spaciousness of the Su residence, it was impossible for 2,000 guests to enter all at once. Thus, Xiao Jie dismounted and walked into the Su household, followed closely by over 100 attendants carrying bags and lifting the bridal sedan chair. Outside, the Su family began to distribute red envelopes along the lengthy procession, understanding that this was customary for welcoming the groom. And they graciously accepted the envelopes while exchanging auspicious greetings, leading to a collective celebration. Xiao Jie entered the gates of the Su residence, but the door leading to the inner courtyard remained firmly shut. Xiao Jie naturally understood the implications of the situation. Regardless of the era, marriage customs dictate that one must present money at the door. Only when the sum is satisfactory to the bride's family will the door be opened. The amount required depends on the financial capacity of the groom and the sentiments of the bride's relatives. As a prince, Xiao Jie was the epitome of an affluent heir, embodying both privilege and wealth, thus he was indifferent to monetary concerns. Before Xiao Jie could utter a word, the entourage of several attendants approached, each carrying a bag, and began to insert their offerings through the narrow gap of the door. The women of the Su family were puzzled as to why they chose to push their gifts through such a slender opening when a much larger door was available. When some received the envelopes, they were met with disappointment. The envelopes were light and thin, leaving little to the imagination regarding their contents. coming from distinguished families. They were accustomed to the customary practice of substantial gifts filled with silver, typically enough to warrant the opening of the door. However, during the grand wedding of the crown prince, they were faced with such insubstantial offerings, which, if made public, could easily become a source of ridicule. Yet, someone soon realized the true nature of the gifts. Upon opening an envelope, a gasp of astonishment erupted. The envelope contained a banknote, and upon closer inspection, it revealed a denomination of 100 taels of silver. As others eagerly opened their own envelopes, they discovered the same. Each contained a banknote of equivalent value. The women of the Su family could not help but reflect on the extravagance of royalty, recognizing that their generosity far surpassed that of ordinary noble families. Those who had initially judged Xiao Jie for being stingy now found themselves humbled, their heads bowed in shame. It is important to note that the head of the family, serving as the master of the National Academy, receives an annual stipend of less than 300 taels of silver, thus the sustenance of the Su household, with its numerous members, primarily relies on the rent from ancestral lands. It is no surprise that the Su family, despite being a household of officials, is taken aback by the generosity of Xiao Jie. After all, the amount of silver notes Xiao Jie has slipped through the door cracks is likely equivalent to the head of the household's salary over many years. As the red envelopes continue to flow in from outside, some of the women of the Su household can no longer maintain their composure and take the initiative to open the door. While the Prince Chi may be magnanimous, the Su family must know when to stop, as they are, after all, a prestigious family with a legacy of scholarly distinction spanning a century. To gain a reputation for insatiable greed would be a grave misstep. A smile involuntarily crept onto Xiao Jie's lips. Indeed, problems that can be resolved with money are not problems at all. In his previous life, his greatest challenge was a lack of wealth, but in this life, he has finally made amends for that regret. As the door opened, the wedding procession behind Xiao Jie surged forward, carrying the bridal sedan chair and rushing to the bride's chamber, calling out in unison, "Please, bride, enter the sedan." Chapter 19, The Grand Wedding of Prince Chi, Part 2. The sound was so resounding that Madame Shen and Su Yao, naturally, heard it clearly from the loft. Madame Shen sighed. What was meant to come had indeed arrived. Su Yao's expression, initially one of numbness, shifted slightly as she softly said, "Mother, please send your daughter down." Madame Shen, feeling helpless, picked up the red veil to cover Su Yao's head. Noticing that Su Yu still wore a vacant expression, she couldn't help but urge, regardless of everything, "Today is your joyous day. You must show a semblance of happiness. Otherwise, when Prince Chi sees you in such a state, I fear." Madame Shen's eyes glistened with unshed tears, leaving her unable to continue. Observing her mother in such distress, Su Yu felt a pang in her heart. Yet she merely nodded slightly and replied softly, "Mother, do not worry, I understand." Madame Shen said no more, adjusting the red veil for her daughter and assisting her down the stairs. The accompanying maid, Donger, felt a deep sorrow for her mistress's demeanor, but with the madam present, she dared not speak. Instead, she silently followed behind, holding a tray draped in red cloth, upon which rested dates in pairs, symbolizing the hope for early offspring. As the bride descended, the onlookers erupted in cheers, and Madame Shen managed to muster a smile, as if nothing had transpired moments before. After all, today was her daughter's grand occasion, and as a mother, she could not afford to act inappropriately. From a distance, Madame Shen spotted Xiao Jie, whose striking features and groom's attire rendered him exceptionally handsome. She had to admit that regardless of his reputation, he was indeed worthy of her daughter's beauty. As Su Yao approached the bridal sedan, Xiao Jie instinctively lifted the curtain, surprising Madame Shen with his thoughtfulness, contrary to the unfavorable rumors that circulated about him. The other ladies of the Su residence gazed upon Su Yao with envy. Truly, she was fortunate to wed a husband of noble birth, generous in spirit and considerate in nature. What virtues had Su Yao accumulated in her past life to deserve such a fate? In a soft voice, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness," before gracefully entering the bridal sedan chair. Her accompanying maid, Donger, discreetly glanced at Xiao Jie, her cheeks flushing slightly, before following her mistress into the carriage. This Prince Chi was indeed quite handsome, not much inferior to that faithless scoundrel. Were all princes so strikingly attractive? Madame Shen, still harboring some concern, summoned her courage to speak. "Your Highness, my daughter is still young and has been somewhat spoiled by me. If she should falter in any way, I hope you will bear with her and not take offense." Xiao Jie offered a gentle smile. "Madame Taishui, you exaggerate. Su Yao, upon entering the Qi royal household, will naturally be my wife, and I shall care for her well. Moreover, from this day forth, we shall be one family." I implore you not to refer to me as Prince Qi, for it would embarrass your son-in-law. Madame Shun smiled politely, yet her heart brimmed with suspicion. This son-in-law seemed entirely different from the rumors she had heard. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Xiao Huang, the head of the Su family, sat by the window of an inconspicuous loft, observing Xiao Jie from afar, occasionally sighing. Just as Su Yao and Madame Shen expressed their discontent regarding this union, so too did Xiao Huang share their sentiments. There are two reasons for this. Firstly, as a leader of the righteous faction, he disdains Wang Chong's party for its ruthless suppression of dissent. He refuses to bow to the might of Wang Chong and has endured years of oppression from Wang's faction, harboring deep resentment towards him. Consequently, he naturally holds no affection for Xiao Jie, Wang Chong's grandson, and is disinclined to have him as his granddaughter's suitor. Secondly, the reputation of the Qi Prince Xiao Jie is rather unsavory. Although Xiao Huang has never interacted with him directly, he is well aware of Xiao Jie's various misdeeds and certainly does not wish for his granddaughter to wed such an arrogant prince. However, this marriage has been decreed by the Empress Dowager, leaving the Su family with no room to refuse. If Xiao Huang were to dare to resist the marriage, the Su family would lose their standing within the entire Ning dynasty and might even face imprisonment for their defiance. He recalls his previous encounters with the third prince, Xiao Huang, and cannot help but lament that it would have been far better if the Empress Dowager had chosen him as the bridegroom. As the sound of firecrackers erupted and the music played, the bridal sedan chair was slowly lifted, moving towards the main gate. Xiao Jie, as the groom, naturally walked beside the sedan chair. Others followed behind, carrying boxes filled with the bride's belongings and dowry. Upon exiting the Su residence, the female relatives of the Su family poured water from a bronze basin, symbolizing that a married daughter is like water poured out, signifying that Su Yao is no longer a daughter of the Su family but has become a daughter-in-law of the Xiao family. Xiao Jie remounted his steed, riding alongside the bridal sedan chair, while a grand procession of over 2,000 people followed behind, creating a magnificent spectacle. Several horse-drawn carriages bearing the Su family's relatives trailed at the end of the wedding entourage, all heading towards the Qi prince's residence. The streets were thronged with curious onlookers, many of whom began to vociferously demand wedding gifts. Such matters were beyond the concern of Xiao Jie, for others had already commenced tossing handfuls of items from their bags into the crowd. The falling objects, upon striking heads, caused a surprising sting. Those who caught them discovered they were fragments of silver. Indeed, Prince Qi's generosity was remarkable, while other families scattered copper coins during weddings. None matched Xiao Jie's lavish display of silver. In an instant, the throng erupted into a mild frenzy as they scrambled for the silver, with those who failed to secure any shouting even louder, while those fortunate enough to collect some jubilantly proclaimed, "Congratulations to Prince Qi on his joyous nuptials." Xiao Jie, seated atop his steed, radiated delight, clasping his hands in salute, yet inwardly he chuckled at the exhilarating sensation of literally showering money upon the masses. He mused that had he thrown copper coins instead, he wondered if they would have shouted, "Thank you, Prince Qi, for the coins." Unbeknownst to him, in a nondescript alley, Xiao Huang was fixated on him with an intensity that bespoke deep-seated resentment. Xiao Huang, too, was unaware that within the bridal sedan, apart from Dong Air, there was no one else. Feeling stifled, Su Yao discreetly lifted her red veil for a breath of fresh air. A gentle breeze inadvertently stirred the curtain of the sedan, allowing her a fleeting glance at Xiao Huang in the alley. A flicker of emotion crossed Su Yao's beautiful eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, subtly tightening the curtain and avoiding any further gaze. Regardless of her feelings towards Prince Qi, Xiao Jie, from this day forth, she was to be his princess, and she resolved to uphold her fidelity as a wife, no matter the circumstances. Chapter 20. The wedding night. As the newlyweds approached the gates of the Prince Qi's residence, the crowd gathered outside caught sight of the wedding procession drawing near and erupted into jubilant shouts. In an instant, the air was filled with the thunderous sound of firecrackers, the resounding beat of drums, and a haze of smoke enveloped the entrance. The residents of the Qi Wangfu instinctively formed two lines, standing in eager anticipation to welcome the couple, watching as the bridal sedan was carried into the estate and into the inner courtyard. The officiating matchmaker called out with authority, instructing the newlyweds to alight from the sedan. This time, it was not necessary for Xiao Jie to ascend on his own, as the palace's matrons of honor had already stepped forward to lift the bridal curtain, assisting the bride down from the sedan on either side. With the auspicious hour yet to arrive, the two matrons led the bride to a designated chamber to rest, while Xiao Jie, as the groom, was obliged to greet the guests. Xiao Jie's wedding was meticulously organized by the favored consort, Wang Guifei, and the grandeur of the event was unmatched. Almost every notable figure in the city of Luoyang had received an invitation, making it impossible for Xiao Jie to individually attend to each guest. Instead, he focused on acknowledging the most important attendees. As he made his way toward the main hall, he graciously smiled and nodded in gratitude to the well-wishers lining his path. Though the prolonged exertion caused his facial muscles to stiffen, and his smiles grew increasingly perfunctory. Nevertheless, the guest remained unperturbed, for it was well known that His Highness, the Prince of Qi, held an air of superiority, and it was indeed a rare occasion for him to offer even a cursory smile on such a joyous day. Upon entering the main hall, Xiao Jie was greeted by the presence of the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, the Empress, and his mother, the favored consort, Wang Guifei. Swiftly, he performed his respectful salutations. The Empress Dowager beamed with delight and teased, "Ah, our groom has arrived, looking exceptionally handsome today." According to the current progression of the narrative, the Empress Dowager merely disapproves of the haughty demeanor of Consort Wang, and it has not yet escalated to a point of open conflict. Furthermore, her perception of Xiao Jie has significantly shifted due to the matter of the relic. Today, on the occasion of his grand wedding, she expresses the joy befitting a grandmother. Xiao Jie, in a moment of bashfulness, blushes and smiles. "Grandmother is teasing me again." The Empress Dowager bursts into hearty laughter. While the attentive Sun Empress steps in to alleviate Xiao Jie's embarrassment, "Mother, the Prince of Qi is rather shy, please do not tease him." Naturally kind-hearted, the Sun Empress has yet to bear any offspring, yet she harbors no jealousy towards the other consorts who have borne princes. Instead, she shows great affection for their children. Although Consort Wang frequently disrespects her, the Sun Empress has never responded to Xiao Jie with disdain. In fact, in the original narrative, she even risked incurring the Emperor's wrath to plead for Xiao Jie's life when he was in peril. The reason Xiao Huang stands out among the princes can be attributed to the meticulous care bestowed upon him by the Sun Empress, who regards him as her own. Consequently, Xiao Huang enjoys the privileges and attention akin to that of a legitimate son. This scene does not escape the observant eye of Consort Wang, who feels a palpable discomfort in her heart. After all, she is Xiao Jie's biological mother. Is the Sun Empress attempting to overshadow her? However, today is her son's wedding day, and with the Emperor present, she dares not utter anything inappropriate. "Jie, are you satisfied with your mother's arrangements for today?" Consort Wang deliberately emphasizes the name Jie, seemingly asserting her authority to someone. Xiao Jie silently sighs, thinking to himself how unnecessary it is for his mother to seek the spotlight at such a moment. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has exerted herself, and I, your son, am naturally quite content. Regardless of the circumstances, I must express the customary pleasantries. Today, on your wedding day, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your joyous union, wishing you both a lifetime of happiness and the blessing of children." Prince Xiao Jie also spoke up, though he is the sovereign, as a father. He felt compelled to utter auspicious words. Xiao Jie sensed a shift in the Emperor's tone. "However, there are a few words I wish to impart to you today." Indeed, the Emperor's demeanor changed, and he spoke with a slight gravity. "In the past, I overlooked your mischief due to your youth, but now that you are wed, you are no longer a child. You must conduct yourself with prudence and decorum. Any further folly will not be tolerated." "I shall heed my father's teachings," replied Xiao Jie earnestly, nodding with a serious expression. He understood that Xiao Jie was not jesting, particularly as his former incarnation had met a tragic end as the only prince of the great Ning dynasty executed by his own father. "Your Majesty, today is a day of great joy for the Prince of Qi. Why bring this up?" The kind-hearted Empress Dowager intervened to alleviate Xiao Jie's predicament. The concubine Wang felt quite distressed, thinking, "Does my own son require your intercession?" Xiao Jie chuckled and said, "The Empress Dowager speaks wisely. Today marks a momentous occasion for Xiao Jie, and I shall refrain from uttering anything disheartening. I shall also bestow a gift upon the groom." Xiao Jie, uncertain of his father's intentions, thought that since today is a day of celebration, perhaps there was something good in store for him. And thus he joyfully knelt to receive the decree. Lord Xiao Jie of Qi, modest and courteous, refined and elegant, possesses both literary and martial prowess, a remarkable talent that stands out among his peers. He has been appointed as the Grand Commander of Qishou, a prestigious title conferred upon him from afar. Although Xiao Jie is unaware that his previous incarnation was notorious for its arrogance and disdain for others, he cannot help but feel a sense of secret delight upon receiving such an esteemed title. In the Daming dynasty, the position of Grand Commander is exceptionally unique, ranking as a first-class official wielding considerable military power over a province. The court establishes the role of Grand Commander only in the three provinces of Liangzhou, Yuzhou, and Jiazhou. For instance, Xiao Jie's uncle, Wang Qing, serves as the Grand Commander of Liangzhou, overseeing military affairs in that province. However, the Ning dynasty has instituted a peculiar system known as the remote conferment of Grand Commanders, specifically designed for the royal family to showcase imperial favor. For example, while Xiao Jie has been bestowed the title of Grand Commander of Qinzhou, the province lacks such an official position, and Xiao Jie is not required to assume a physical role in Qinzhou. It is a title of distinction devoid of actual power. The intention behind this system is straightforward. Despite the high status of royal family members, they remain without official rank within the court. However, being granted the title of Grand Commander of a province allows them to be recognized as a first-class official, granting them the privilege to attend court meetings, establish a residence to recruit talent for subordinate roles, and maintain a private retinue of no more than 2,000 individuals. Therefore, the ability to receive such a remote conferment of Grand Commander serves as a significant indicator of a prince's favor within the imperial court. In the original narrative, Xiao Huang was the first prince to be remotely conferred as Grand Commander, yet it is unexpected that Xiao Jie has now preempted him. Just then, a delightful notification sound from the system resonates in his ears. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the remote conferment of Grand Commander ahead of Xiao Huang, capturing 2,000 destiny points. What truly constitutes a surprise? Just as Xiao Jie was reveling in his own delight, members of the Su family entered the main hall one after another. Upon witnessing the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the Empress present, they hurriedly knelt to pay their respects. Xiao Jie assisted Xiao Huang, who was kneeling at the forefront, and said with a smile, "Please rise. Today, there are no sovereigns present, only relatives." There is no need for such formality. Xiao Huang, somewhat taken aback, repeatedly expressed, "This old minister feels unworthy." Xiao Jie observed Su Jing, who appeared quite pleased. For as the father of Su Yao, he felt a sense of pride in being related to the emperor. Xiao Jie was aware that Su Jing did not share his father Su Hong's passion for scholarly pursuits. Instead, he was more inclined towards the intrigues of court politics. In the original narrative, he vehemently opposed Su Yao's union with Xiao Huang, unaware at the time that Xiao Huang had been bestowed the title of King of Qin. Consequently, he had subjected Xiao Huang to ridicule, only to become a mere backdrop to Xiao Huang's subsequent triumph, leaving him unable to hold his head high before his daughter and son-in-law. Most members of the Su family were imbued with the spirit of scholars and might not fully recognize their royal son-in-law. However, this father-in-law presented a favorable opportunity. Xiao Jie then approached the elder members of the Su family to pay his respects as a younger generation. Although Xiao Huang was not entirely pleased with his granddaughter's choice in Xiao Jie, he could not voice any dissatisfaction in the emperor's presence and merely offered casual admonitions, essentially entrusting his granddaughter to Xiao Jie with hopes that they would treat each other with mutual respect. After a round of polite exchanges, the first bell tolled from outside the hall, signaling that the auspicious time was approaching. The second bell soon followed, and the matchmaker, accompanied by 2 attendants, brought the bride forward to be escorted into the hall. The bride's attendant took a piece of red silk, with the groom and bride each holding one end, standing a distance apart, awaiting the auspicious moment. As the third bell tolled, the officiant promptly announced, "The auspicious time has arrived. Let the newlyweds pay their respects." They bowed to heaven and earth. Xiao Jie and Su Yao turned to face the entrance and bowed simultaneously. Su Yao, her face concealed beneath the red veil, left Xiao Jie unaware of her expression, yet her bow was decisive and unhesitant. Xiao Jie, however, found himself lost in thought. Having watched his fair share of emotional dramas in his previous life, he worried that the bride might have been swamped, leaving the true Su Yao to elope with Xiao Huang, leaving him to face the scorn of the world alone. But he soon realized that he was overthinking. As he caught sight of Xiao Huang glaring fiercely at him from outside, his eyes ablaze with intensity, to which Xiao Jie responded with a faint smile. They bowed to their parents. Xiao Jie and Su Yao turned once more, kneeling before their elders, and bowed deeply. The assembled relatives could not help but sigh. Having watched these children grow, now witnessing their transition into marriage and family life, evoking a myriad of emotions, Madame Shen breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared that her daughter might have a change of heart at the last moment, risking the royal family's honor, which would not only harm her but also implicate the entire Su family. They bowed to each other as husband and wife. Xiao Jie and Su Yao turned to face one another and knelt down. Su Yao understood in her heart that once she performed this act of reverence, she would forever become the princess of Qi, the sister-in-law of Xiao Huang, and in this lifetime, there would be no possibility of a future with him. Yet, upon reflecting on how Xiao Huang had unhesitatingly abandoned her for the so-called ambitions of power, Xiao no longer hesitated. She bent her body and bowed her head in deference to Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie sensed Su Yao's momentary hesitation, yet he refrained from speaking. Knowing he had just orchestrated the separation between her and Xiao Huang, how could she accept him so swiftly? He cast a glance towards the door, only to find that Xiao Huang had vanished, stirring his curiosity about his whereabouts. Surely he would not engage in some melodramatic scenario akin to those in modern dramas, attempting to seize the bride at the last moment. However, as events unfolded, it became evident that his concerns were unfounded. Xiao Huang did not reappear until the completion of their ceremonial bow. With the rites concluded, they were to be ushered into the bridal chamber. Unbeknownst to Xiao Jie, the moment he and Su Yao performed their respectful bows, Xiao Huang had already stumbled away from the Qi Huang residence, followed closely by a woman who had been watching over her with concern. As Xiao Jie closed the door and stepped forward, he steadied himself and gently lifted the red veil, releasing a sigh of relief. Before him was Su Yao's flawless, exquisite visage, enhanced by subtle makeup, appearing even more radiant in the flickering candlelight. This narrative lacked the art of disguise. The Xiao Jie could ascertain with absolute certainty that the bride before him was indeed Su Yao. Quietly, he activated his keen perception, and before him, Su Yao's attribute panel swiftly materialized. Character: Su Yao leadership, 36 martial power, 33 intelligence, 88 politics, 79 charisma, 98 at this moment. Su Yao radiated such exquisite beauty that Xiao Jie began to doubt whether her charisma score of 98 was, perhaps, underestimated. He nodded gently in acknowledgement. Su Yao felt her mind growing increasingly blank and foolishly uttered, "Your Highness, are you tired? If so, you should rest early." The moment the words escaped her lips, she realized her faux pas. After all, on the night of their nuptials, the term rest seemed to carry a different connotation. Xiao Jie's Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to swallow. He had to concede that Su Yao was indeed breathtaking. And even without the ulterior motive of seizing Xiao Huang's destiny score, she was one of the women he wished to marry. Staring at Su Yao's enchanting visage, he could no longer contain himself, turning away to extinguish the candlelight. Suddenly, the room was filled with Su Yao's startled gasp. The sweetness of a forcibly obtained fruit is irrelevant. What matters is the quenching of thirst. First, let us transform the raw rice into popcorn. Otherwise, shall we leave a chance for Xiao Huang? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring Su Yao, seizing 5,000 destiny points from Xiao Huang. Chapter 21. A Heroic Rescue. Ding dong. Dear host, I regret to inform you that due to Xiao Huang's successful acquisition of Wang Yu, I must deduct 5,000 destiny points from your score and return them to Xiao Huang. Early in the morning, it was not an alarm clock nor a dream that roused Xiao Jie, but rather the notification sound of the system. What the hell? The reason he couldn't find Xiao Huang last night was that he had gone to bed with Wang Yu? System, are you mistaken? I never intended to marry Wang Yu. Xiao Jie was utterly at a loss for words. The system chuckled softly. Host, you may forego Wang Yu, but you must not allow Xiao Huang to take your place. Xiao Jie was rendered utterly speechless. It appeared that all his meticulous planning had merely resulted in a change of figures with Xiao Huang. Your Highness, have you awoken? Just as Xiao Jie was seething with impotent rage, Su Yao, nearby, also stirred from her slumber. He was compelled to set aside his frustrations, nodding in agreement, and said with a smile, "You too must rise. We shall enter the palace together to pay our respects." Su Yao recalled that on the day after a daughter-in-law's marriage, she was expected to present tea to her mother-in-law, a custom that even royalty couldn't escape. She softly acknowledged with a hum, yet remained cocooned within her blankets, unmoving. Xiao Jie, puzzled, inquired, "Are you unwell? If so, you should rest. I can inform my mother that we may visit the palace another day." Upon hearing the term unwell, Su Yao's delicate face flushed crimson as images of the previous night's fervor flickered through her mind. Nevertheless, she shook her head, her complexion blooming like a peach blossom, and spoke softly, "It is not that I am unwell. Rather, I am without clothing, Your Highness. Could you please step outside?" Coming from a scholarly family with strict decorum, her upbringing had instilled in her a sense of propriety. Even after years of friendship with Xiao Huang, their relationship had never crossed the bounds of etiquette. Although now married to Xiao Jie and having consummated their union, she still found it difficult to accept being unclothed before him. Understanding Su Yao's modesty, Xiao Jie refrained from teasing her and decided against summoning a maid to assist with his attire, instead rising promptly to dress himself. Su Yao stealthily buried her head deep within the blankets, unable to bear the sight of Xiao Jian's physique. Xiao Jian announced, I shall await you in the front courtyard," and then exited through the door. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Su Yao's maid, Dong standing at the threshold. He instructed her to enter and assist Su Yao in changing her attire. However, upon catching sight of his face, Dong instantly flushed crimson, responding with a stammer before hastily retreating into the room, leaving Xiao Jie in a state of bewilderment. It is noteworthy that Dong was also one of Xiao Huang's concubines. According to the system, while Xiao Jie could choose not to accept her, he must ensure that Xiao Huang did not seize her away. The carriage ambled steadily towards the palace, with Xiao Jie and Su Yu seated side by side within. Xiao Jie leaned against the interior wall of the carriage, closing his eyes to rest, while Su Yu kept her gaze fixed upon the ground. Both maintained a tacit understanding, refraining from uttering a word, resulting in a somewhat oppressive and awkward atmosphere inside the carriage. This, perhaps, epitomizes the most significant drawback of an arranged marriage: two individuals devoid of emotional foundation suddenly thrust into the roles of husband and wife. Compounded by the fact that one has recently endured heartbreak, it is a recipe for discomfort. Nonetheless, Xiao Jie had no luxury of time to cultivate feelings. As his primary objective was the pursuit of the throne, nurturing emotions would be an extravagant expenditure of time. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from ahead, followed by several masked figures clad in black leaping down from the rooftops, brandishing weapons as they charged towards Xiao Jien's carriage. "Protect His Highness and the princess." Suddenly, a thunderous shout from the guards outside the carriage pierced the air, followed by the clashing sounds of weaponry, interspersed with gasps and cries of agony. Su Yu had never encountered such chaos before, her delicate face paling instantly as she instinctively clutched Xiao Xi's arm, her eyes pleading for assistance. Xiao Jie offered her a reassuring smile, a gentle glimmer of confidence, and subtly shifted to shield her. Su Yu felt an unprecedented sense of security envelop her. Being beside him felt like the safest haven in the world. Alas, this warm atmosphere was short-lived. An assailant clad in black leapt onto the carriage, parting the curtain with his sword, glancing inside at the two occupants before lunging a deadly strike towards Su Yao. In that fleeting moment, her complexion drained, and she sensed her imminent peril. In a flash, Xiao Jie used his other hand to deflect the lethal blow meant for Su Yao, while she remained unscathed. A deep gash marred Xiao Ji's arm, crimson blood staining his garments. Upon witnessing his injury, Su Yu was instantly engulfed in panic, torn between concern for his safety and the fear that the assailants might seize the moment to strike again. Fortunately, a sharp whistle echoed from outside, signaling the assailants to retreat as they heeded some command. As the threat dissipated, Su Yao's heart, which had risen to her throat, finally settled. She hastily retrieved a handkerchief to bind Xiao Ji's wound. The wound was far from superficial. As Su Yu finished bandaging it, the vibrant crimson blood instantly stained the handkerchief, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. "Your Highness, you are a treasure beyond measure. I do not deserve such treatment from you." Xiao Jie smiled gently. "As your husband, it is only natural for me to ensure your well-being." Tears blurred Su Yao's vision, her heart swelling with emotion. She worried about Xiao Jie's injury and the possibility of the assassin returning, thus she suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps we should refrain from entering the palace today." Xiao Jie shook his head, chuckling softly. "Do not worry. This is merely a minor injury. It would be unfortunate to delay your visit to the palace to serve tea to mother." Su Yao, touched by Xiao Jie's constant consideration for her, suddenly realized that perhaps the Xiao Jie was far more worthy of her lifelong commitment than the resolute Xiao Huang. Seemingly pondering something, Xiao Jie suddenly remarked, "When we meet mother later, please do not mention the assassination attempt today. I do not wish for her to worry. It is best not to inform others either." Su Yu gazed at him with confusion in her beautiful eyes. She understood his desire to spare the Empress Dowager from concern, but why keep it from others? Xiao Jie explained with a smile, "The more people who know, the sooner it will reach Mother's ears, which would inevitably cause her distress. Rest assured, I will personally ensure that the matter is thoroughly investigated." Su Yu found his reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Xiao Jie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly did not want anyone else to be aware of the situation, for the assassin had been orchestrated by him. After all, what are the odds in this world? Su Yao, a mere delicate woman with no enemies in the city of Luoyang, could hardly encounter an assassin brazenly committing murder on the streets, let alone be so fortuitously rescued by him. However, now that he has married Su Yao, he must not only possess her body but also capture her heart. If he does not win her affection swiftly, he fears she may become another Wang Yu. The notion of exchanging sincerity for sincerity proves to be a rather ineffective and uncertain approach, and it runs the risk of turning him into a mere sycophant. Since he has embraced the role of the antagonist, why not tread upon a more unconventional path? The age-old trope of the hero saving the damsel, though cliché, remains effective. At the very least, from Su Yao's gaze, he could perceive a flicker of emotion beyond mere gratitude. Chapter 22. A mystery unfolds at Ilan Palace. Concubine Huang accepted the tea presented by Su Yao, but hesitated to take a sip, instead scrutinizing her from head to toe. During the wedding banquet yesterday, Xiao had been veiled in a red hood, leaving concubine Huang without the opportunity to behold her daughter-in-law's beauty. Today, upon closer inspection, she found Xiao to be as elegant and radiant as a lotus emerging from the water. No wonder her son was so enamored, even forsaking his childhood sweetheart, Wang Yu. However, her father was decidedly displeased with the marriage to Su Yao. In his eyes, Wang Yu's union with Xiao Jie was not merely a matter of familial ties, but a strategic alliance that would secure Wang Yu's position as empress should Xiao Jie ascend the throne, thereby ensuring the Wang family continued to bask in prestige and wealth for decades to come. Wang Guifei was acutely aware of her miscalculation, however. The die had already been cast, and Xiao Jie had taken Su Yao as his consort. Unless he were to divorce her, it was impossible for Xiao Jie to wed Wang Yu as his primary wife in this lifetime. Yet, Su Yao was the granddaughter of the Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy and had been bestowed as a wife by the Empress Dowager's decree. Such a union could not be easily dissolved. Noticing Wang Guifei holding her tea without taking a sip, Su Yao felt a pang of unease in her heart. Fearing embarrassment for Su Yao, Xiao Jie stepped forward to rescue her, kindly reminding, "Mother, if you do not drink the tea soon, it will turn cold. You child. Having taken a wife, you seem to have forgotten your mother," Wang Guifei retorted with a sidelong glance at Xiao Jie. Nonetheless, she raised the cup to her lips and took a small sip before setting it aside. Su Yao cast a grateful glance at Xiao Jie, her heart subtly stirred by his gesture. Witnessing Xiao Jie's unwavering support for Su Yao, Wang Guifei found it difficult to continue imposing on her. Although she felt resentment for the fact that her son had not married Wang Yu, the situation being what it was, she could only hope for substantial backing from her grandfather's faction to support Xiao Jie. Yet, duties must be fulfilled. Wang Guifei began to impart her wisdom to Su Yao in her capacity as a mother-in-law, expounding upon the virtues of obedience and propriety, which even made Xiao Jie feel somewhat drowsy. Su Yao, however, displayed remarkable poise, maintaining a smile and an air of eager attentiveness, which gradually cultivated a favorable impression in Wang Guifei's mind. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie silently lamented his predicament. He had donned a fresh garment before entering the palace to conceal the wound on his arm, but the assassin had struck with such ferocity that the injury continued to bleed. He feared that Wang Guifei might discern any signs, leaving him unable to provide a satisfactory explanation. After waiting patiently for the Empress Dowager Wang to finish her discourse, Xiao Jie was just about to take his leave with Su Yao when a palace maid arrived to announce that Madame Cui was seeking an audience outside the palace. The Empress Dowager promptly instructed the maid to usher her in. Madame Cui, the wife of General Wang Cheng from Liaozhou, was not only Xiao Jie's maternal aunt but also the mother of Wang Yu. According to the laws of daming, when a general was leading troops outside, his wife and children were required to remain in the capital, effectively serving as hostages to ensure the general's loyalty. Therefore, Madame Cui and her daughter Wang Yu had been residing in Luoyang, relying on each other for support. Recalling the matter of his diminished fate points from earlier that day, Xiao Jie was eager to uncover the events that transpired the previous night. According to the narrative's progression, Xiao Huang should not yet be acquainted with Wang Yu, leaving him puzzled as to how their relationship had suddenly blossomed. Madame Cui was soon brought in by the maid, her face still bearing traces of tears. Unaware of Xiao Jie and Su Yao's presence, she greeted the Empress Dowager and immediately inquired, "Your Highness, forgive my boldness, but after the marriage banquet of Prince Qi last night, did you happen to see my daughter Yuer?" The Empress Dowager, taken aback, responded, "But Wang Yu has been with you all along, has she not?" Upon hearing this, Madame Cui's tears began to flow anew. After using a handkerchief to wipe her eyes for some time, she finally managed to quell her sobs and replied, "She was indeed with me until the wedding ceremony. When the prince mentioned a matter that required his attention, we thought little of it, as she had visited the prince's residence several times before and was quite familiar with it, not fearing to get lost. However, we have not seen her since the banquet concluded. If anything were to happen to Yuer, how could I possibly explain it to my husband, who is far away in Liangzhou?" Upon speaking, Lady Cui's tears flowed uncontrollably. Had it not been within the palace, she might have cried out loud. The noble consort Wang was simultaneously offering gentle words of comfort to Lady Wang while casting a fierce glare at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian was momentarily rendered speechless. For consort Wang could not possibly believe that Lady Wang had fled home due to the overwhelming shock of their wedding ceremony. Her affections had always been directed toward Xiao Huang. However, recalling the deduction of his celestial mandate earlier that day, Xiao Jie surmised the truth with considerable accuracy. And, please do not weep. I may have knowledge of cousin Wang Yu's whereabouts. Only then did Lady Cui notice Xiao Jien's presence, but in her distress. She neglected to pay her respects and urgently inquired, Your Highness, please tell me, where is you? Xiao Jie replied with a slight smile, if I am not mistaken. Cousin Wang, you should currently be at the residence of the third prince. Instantly, the expressions of consort Wang and Lady Cui shifted dramatically. Bewildered as to how Wang Yu could possibly be connected to the third prince, Xiao Huang. A subtle complexity flickered across Su Yao's face as well. Third prince, do you harbor feelings for Sister Su Yao? Wang Yu could no longer contain her curiosity and finally posed the question. Lowering her gaze, she continued softly. Yesterday at my cousin's residence, I observed you closely. The moment you saw Sister Su Yao, your countenance reflected profound sorrow, and later, when she was wed to my cousin, you were so heartbroken that you departed without a word. Furthermore, during our encounter last night, you kept calling out Yao. Did you mistake me for Sister Su Yao? Xiao Huang bowed his head in anguish, fiercely grasping at his own hair. Last night, during the wedding ceremony of Xiao Jie and Su Yao, he could no longer bear to witness the scene and drunkenly departed from the Qi Wangfu. The subsequent events were a blur, and upon awakening, he found himself in his own bed, accompanied by a woman who claimed to be Wang Yu, completely devoid of clothing. Seeing Xiao Huang in such a state, Wang Yu hastily grasped his hand, saying, Third Prince, please do not be this way. I harbor no resentment towards you. Everything that transpired last night was entirely my choice. Her words only deepened Xiao Huang's distress. He was undeniably in love with Su Yao. How had he ended up entangled with Wang Yu in such a fleeting moment? Yes, it was all Xiao Jien's fault for having taken Su Yao away from him, leading to this predicament. Xiao Jie, I vow to end your life if I do not avenge this. Third Prince, will you visit my family to propose and take me as your wife? Wang Yu finally summoned the courage to pose this question, her eyes brimming with hope. Although she had surrendered herself to Xiao Huang without hesitation the previous night, she yearned for him to bestow upon her a legitimate status, to be with her openly and honorably. Xiao Huang lifted his gaze only to quickly avert it once more, unsure of how to respond. The light in Wang Yu's eyes began to dim, yet she forced a smile and said, It is all right, Third Prince, I can wait. Until you forget Sister Su Yao and accept me. In that moment, the dilapidated courtyard door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. Startled, Xiao Huang and Wang Yu looked up to see three figures standing outside, with Xiao Jie at the forefront, having been the one to force the door open. On the left of Xiao Zhan stood the furious Lady Cui, her countenance resembling a stormy sky, her eyes ablaze with indignation. To his right was Su Yao, her expression inscrutable, as though the turmoil around her bore no relevance. Chapter 23. A devastating blow to Xiao Huang with a darkened visage, Lady Cui stormed towards Wang Yu, who, in her flustered state, hastily rose, her gaze averted, too intimidated to meet Lady Cui's eyes, merely managing a timid call of mother. Slap. The sound of Lady Cui's hand striking Wang Yu resonated sharply, leaving half of Wang Yu's face flushed crimson. She covered her face in disbelief, tears glimmering in her eyes. Throughout her life, her mother had never scolded her, let alone struck her. With that single blow, Lady Cui's own eyes glistened with tears cascading down her cheeks. Her gaze fixed intensely upon Wang Yu. Madam, please do not blame Miss Wang. The fault lies solely with me, Xiao Huang. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. Xiao Huang displayed the valor expected of a man, stepping forward to shield Wang Yu behind him. Xiao Huang's silence might have been preferable. But once he spoke, Lady Cui unleashed her fury, disregarding decorum as she clawed and struck at him. Xiao Huang bowed his head, neither resisting nor evading, allowing Lady Cui to vent her anguish. Xiao Zhan and Su Yao, momentarily casting aside their embarrassment, interposed themselves between the two. With Xiao Zhan stepping forward to shield them and Su Yao attempting to restrain the frenzied Lady Cui. Heeding Xiao Zhan's counsel, Lady Cui wiped her tears and, with a fierce declaration that the Wang family would not let this matter rest, forcibly dragged Wang Yu away. Wang Yu's eyes brimmed with sorrow and reluctance, as if they were enacting a tragic farewell. Once again, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of relief that he had not wed Wang Yu. Otherwise, he would have been ensnared in a lifelong entanglement akin to a commitment to the vast grasslands of Yulunber. Yaoer, allow me to elucidate. The situation is not as you perceive it. As soon as Madame Cui departed, Xiao Huang fervently sought to defend himself before Su Yao, entirely disregarding Xiao Jien's presence. In Xiao Jian's heart, a tempest of frustration raged. He had yet to be vanquished by this man, yet here he was, brazenly courting his woman in his very presence. Your Highness the Third Prince, I beseech you to exercise a modicum of respect. Although we have crossed paths in the past, I am now the princess consort of Qi. Your sister-in-law. Is it not excessive for you to address me thus in front of my husband? Xiao Jian's countenance remained impassive, his silence echoing the frosty demeanor of Su Yao. Xiao Huang closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then opened them to say, "Very well, princess consort of Qi. Might you permit me to explain? Such explanations are entirely unnecessary." Su Yao retorted, her demeanor still icily resolute. "Given the circumstances, I hope His Highness the Third Prince can assume the responsibilities befitting a man, lest he be held in contempt." Xiao Jian's heart swelled with unrestrained delight. Her utterance of husband was so effortlessly natural that it surely inflicted a grievous blow upon Xiao Huang, perhaps inflicting 1,000 points of damage to his pride. "You, Su Yao, trust me, all of this is Xiao Jian's scheme. He seeks to tear us apart and claim you for himself." Xiao Huang shouted in a desperate frenzy from behind. With that, Su Yao and Xiao Jian exited the courtyard, paying no heed to Xiao Huang's impotent rage echoing behind them. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for inflicting permanent psychological trauma upon Xiao Huang, seizing 3,000 of his fated value, and permanently diminishing his charm by 2 points. A melodious broadcast from the system echoed in Xiao Jie's ears. Ha ha ha, the system certified that Xiao Huang's fragile psyche had indeed suffered a grievous blow. He was no longer the pentagonal warrior. Within the confines of the carriage, Su Yao had shed her earlier icy demeanor, now gazing anxiously at Xiao Jie. Her hands twisting the hem of her garment, an expression of hesitance upon her face. Eventually, summoning her courage, she spoke, "Your Highness, I wish to clarify that my past with the Third Prince truly holds no significance. Why not address me as your husband as you did before?" "I take pleasure in hearing you refer to me in that manner," Xiao Jie interjected with a smile. Su Yao lowered her head, softly uttering the term husband. Her cheeks flushed to the point of near embarrassment. "Let bygones be bygones regarding your past with the Third Prince. After all, who among us is without history? What matters to me is that you belong to me now." Xiao Jie then began to weave sweet nothings, though somewhat sentimental. They proved effective in captivating the heart of a lady in this era. The simplicity of his reasoning for not wanting Su Yao's explanation was evident. As a reader of the entire narrative, he was fully aware of the intricacies of their past. There was no necessity for Su Yao to elucidate further. It was far more advantageous to feign magnanimity, thereby moving her deeply. "Husband." Su Yao looked up at Xiao Jie, her eyes shimmering with tears. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully making one of the female leads fall completely in love, earning a special reward of maximum charm value. Maximum charm value implied that he would henceforth be a man even more handsome than Xiao Huang. Ha ha ha. This was indeed a tremendous stroke of fortune. Xiao Huang gazed at Uncle Fu in confusion, perhaps due to the effects of the counterfeit wine, unable to comprehend the source of such joy. "Pray tell, who is this Wang Yu?" inquired Fu Bo with a grave expression. "If you were to marry Wang Yu, would you not become the grandson-in-law of the Prime Minister Wang Chong? Xiao Jie is the maternal grandson of Wang Chong. Do you not consider the bond of a maternal grandson to be stronger than that of a grandson-in-law?" Fu Bo scoffed, stating, "No matter how dear a maternal grandson may be, he remains an outsider. However, should you wed Wang Yu, the circumstances would shift dramatically. If the Wang family were to endorse your ascension to the throne, Wang Yu would ascend as empress, and her offspring would be considered the maternal grandchildren of the Wang lineage. If you were in Wang Chong's position, how would you choose?" Fu Bo shook his head. Offering patient counsel, "I understand your disdain for concubine Wang and, by extension, the Wang family. Yet, as one born to rule, you must cultivate the heart and spirit befitting a sovereign. Concubine Wang is one entity, and the Wang family another. You must discern this clearly. Presently, Wang Chong wields immense power in the court, while Wang Chong commands significant military might in the provinces. Your objective should be to leverage your connection to Wang Yu to ascend the grand tree of the Wang family. Only by harnessing their strength can you hope to expand your own power, vanquish Xiao Jie and other princes, and emerge as the ultimate victor in the struggle for succession. A true monarch is not one who forgets his grievances, but one who learns to endure them. When the time comes for you to truly govern the realm, should you wish to confront concubine Wang, it is likely the Wang family would not dare to oppose you." Xiao Huang, enlightened as though struck by a sudden revelation, comprehended the entirety of the situation. Yet, he seemed to hesitate momentarily, pondering, "At present, I am not favored, and I am contending with Xiao Jie for the position of heir apparent. Perhaps the Wang family would not be inclined to allow Wang Yu to wed me." Xiao Huang expressed some uncertainty. Would this course of action not be too underhanded? After all, Wang Yu is innocent in all of this. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang steeled his heart and nodded firmly. Chapter 24. Su Yao's return. The term return encompasses two meanings. Firstly, it signifies the bride's gratitude towards her family for their nurturing, while also reflecting the respect that the groom's family extends to the bride's kin. The carriage of the prince, Qi, gradually came to a halt before the gates of the Su residence, where the elders and family members awaited at the entrance to offer their greetings. Xiao Huang, stroking his beard, graciously accepted the grand gestures from the couple. In his eyes, regardless of Xiao Jie's noble lineage, he remained merely his granddaughter's husband, and as an elder, he felt unworthy of such honors. His son, Su Jing, however, dared not assume such familiarity. He hurried forward to assist Xiao Jie, repeatedly urging, "Please, rise. We are all one family. There is no need for such formality." Xiao Huang shook his head in exasperation at his son's demeanor. Meanwhile, Madame Shen stepped forward to help Su Yao, noting her daughter's rosy complexion, which suggested that the couple's married life was indeed harmonious, filling her heart with quiet joy for her daughter. The return banquet had yet to commence, so the matriarch, along with Madame Shen, took Xiao to the inner courtyard for a chat, while Xiao Huang led Xiao Jie into his study. Su Jing wished to follow, but Xiao Huang shot him a fierce glare, decisively closing the study door and instructing the servant at the entrance to ensure that no one approached. Xiao Huang regarded Xiao Jie with a complex expression, silently sighing. It was clear that his favored grandson-in-law was the third prince, Xiao Huang. Yet, fate had conspired against him, resulting in his granddaughter marrying the seventh prince, Xiao Jie. Despite having only met Xiao Huang a few times, he held a favorable impression of him, sensing that this individual possessed great depth and was destined for far greater things than mere mediocrity. In contrast, Xiao Jie was met with unfavorable reviews. Although Xiao Huang had never interacted with him before, he had long heard of Xiao Jie's reputation for arrogance and indulgence. As a member of the Su family, known for its scholarly lineage, Xiao Huang naturally harbored reservations about such a man becoming his son-in-law. More importantly, Xiao Jie was the grandson of Prime Minister Wang Chong, and as a leader of the reformist faction, Xiao Huang had always disapproved of Wang Chong's partisan machinations. He never imagined that, because of Xiao Jie, he would find himself inextricably linked to Wang Chong. "Your Highness, since you address me as grandfather, I shall take the liberty of speaking candidly," Xiao Huang declared. Xiao Jie inclined his head slightly, responding, "I humbly request your guidance, grandfather." This display of humility from Xiao Jie considerably elevated Xiao Huang's perception of him. It puzzled him, however, that this Prince Qi appeared so courteous, yet his public image was so tarnished. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie secretly chuckled to himself, thinking, "I call you grandfather, and you call me your highness. We each have our own roles to play." He continued, "I have heard from those within the palace that it was your highness who earnestly requested the Empress Dowager's blessing at her birthday banquet, which led to her issuing the decree for your union with Yao. Is that true?" Xiao Huang fixed his gaze upon Xiao Jie, inquiring with a composed demeanor. Xiao Jie nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is so." Xiao Huang furrowed his brow. "As far as I know, your highness has never met Yao. What prompted you to desire her hand in marriage?" Xiao Jie smiled and replied, "A graceful and virtuous lady is a gentleman's ideal match. I once had the fortune of encountering Yao at the Lantern Festival in Luoyang and was captivated by her beauty. At that moment, I vowed to marry no one but her." Xiao Huang secretly nodded, as this made perfect sense. The Su family's traditions were exceedingly strict, generally. The female members were not permitted to leave the estate freely. However, the annual Lantern Festival was an exception, and it was likely during this time that Xiao Jie had taken a liking to his granddaughter. This thought alleviated some of Xiao Huang's concerns. His greatest fear was that Xiao Jien's intentions in marrying Su Yao stemmed from a desire to leverage his status as a distinguished leader within the family to gain greater support for his ascension to the Eastern Palace. He did not wish for his granddaughter to become a pawn in a political marriage. "Your Highness, although you have wed Yao and thus become a son-in-law of the Su family, there are certain matters we must address up front." Xiao Huang resolved to speak candidly. Recently, many of his disciples had inquired whether his granddaughter's marriage to the prince signified the Su family's endorsement of his claim to the Eastern Palace. He had firmly denied such implications. "Yao is Yao, and the Su family is the Su family. While you may now be my granddaughter's husband, I have always maintained a clear distinction between personal and public matters. The integrity of our lineage is preserved precisely because we refuse to engage in factional disputes. We have no desire to be embroiled in the power struggles among princes, and I hope you can appreciate this." Xiao Jian smiled faintly and nodded, saying, "My reason for marrying Yao stems solely from my affection for her. It is entirely unrelated to factional strife or the matter of succession. Please rest assured, grandfather." Although Xiao Jie was adept at delivering eloquent reassurances, he remained skeptical at heart. In the original narrative, after Xiao Huang married Su Yao, Xiao Huang had expressed similar sentiments to him. Yet, in the end, it proved inconsequential. Xiao Huang ultimately rallied his disciples to fully support Xiao Huang's claim to the Eastern Palace. Having married Su Yao, he became the grandson-in-law of Xiao Huang, which inevitably influenced Xiao Huang's disposition and, consequently, the overall attitude of the Qi Lu faction. In many matters, officials aligned with Qi Lu would, consciously or unconsciously, lean in favor of him. Over time, the entire Qi Lu would, to some extent, bear the mark of support for the Prince Qi. Xiao Huang's positive sentiments towards this grandson-in-law were further encouraged by Xiao Jie's attitude, alleviating some of the regrets he harbored. Perhaps the third prince was truly fated to be unrelated to his granddaughter. It was unfortunate that he had only Yao as his sole legitimate granddaughter, thus missing the opportunity to gain such an admirable grandson-in-law as the third prince. For Xiao Jie, no matter how precious a renowned painting might be, it was merely a somewhat luxurious ornament. However, for Xiao Huang, it was one of the few gifts he could afford to bestow. Xiao Jie understood that Xiao Huang had already acknowledged him as a grandson-in-law, which is why he generously offered his most cherished painting, feeling a twinge of emotion. Xiao Jie humbly declined, saying, "As this is your most treasured possession, how could I dare to take what you hold dear? Please, keep it for yourself." With matters having reached such a point, Xiao Jie had no choice but to graciously accept the painting, expressing his gratitude to Xiao Huang repeatedly. His humble and courteous demeanor further endeared him to Xiao Huang, who began to feel that this younger brother might not be inferior to the elder. Observing the improving expression on Xiao Huang's face, Su Jing quietly exhaled in relief. He sensed that his father was somewhat dissatisfied with the grandson-in-law, Prince Qi, and worried that any verbal clash might provoke the prince, ultimately dragging his own son into trouble. Su Yao caught sight of the painting in Xiao Jien's embrace and instantly recognized it as the cherished map of rivers and mountains belonging to her grandfather. She felt a secret joy, for nothing could be more delightful than her typically stern and obstinate grandfather accepting her husband. Chapter 25. The Wang family's intentions. Xiao Jie had indulged in considerable libations at the Su residence the previous day, and upon rising in the morning, he felt as though his head might split open. The alcoholic beverages of this era were not particularly potent, lacking flavor while consuming. Yet they could easily lead to a significant inebriation when overindulged. Xiao Jie contemplated learning from other time travelers about brewing, aiming to earn his first fortune in this new life, although he possessed no shortage of wealth. After all, an abundance of money is never unwelcome. With a throbbing headache, Xiao Jie initially resolved to spend the day in repose. However, a messenger from the palace arrived, conveying that Consort Wang urgently required his presence, emphasizing that he should attend alone, without bringing along Princess Qi. The more he thought about it, the worse his headache became. So he decided not to dwell on it further. Reluctantly, he donned his attire and followed the attendant into the palace. Upon entering Ilan Palace, he found Consort Wang already seated with a dignified posture, while beside her sat Lady Cui, who was weeping profusely. The sight of Lady Cui led Xiao Jie to suspect that his summons might be related to Wang Yu. Yet, Wang Yu had already become entangled with Xiao Huang. What could this pertain to? Surely, it was not expected for him, as her brother, to bear responsibility for his brother's dalliance. Once the palace attendants withdrew, Lady Cui fell to her knees before Xiao Jie, weeping and imploring, "Your Highness, you must assist your cousin." Xiao Jie found himself at a loss for words, urging the conversation to be clarified without resorting to melodramatic displays of emotion. "Aunt, please rise and speak. Your nephew cannot bear such a grand gesture." He wished for Madame Cui to stand, yet she resolutely remained on the ground, incessantly imploring him to assist her cousin. What calamity had befallen her cousin? Faced with Madame Cui's obstinate refusal to rise, Xiao Jie had no choice but to inquire directly about the matter at hand. However, Madame Cui struggled to articulate her thoughts, casting a pleading glance towards the noble Consort Wang. Observing her evident hesitation, an ominous premonition stirred within Xiao Jie, sensing that misfortune was poised to befall him. Could it be that due to Wang Yu's inability to secure a suitable match because of her entanglement with Xiao Huang, he was being summoned to take responsibility? He too turned his gaze towards Consort Wang, silently imploring her not to jeopardize her own son. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Consort Wang finally interjected, "Very well. I shall speak on behalf of my sister-in-law. Jie, would you consent to take Yua as a secondary consort?" Although Xiao Jie had mentally prepared himself for such a proposition, he was utterly astonished that his own mother would broach such a topic. Was it truly his fate, merely for being cast as a villain, to bear the burden of the protagonist's misdeeds? Mother, do you not find this suggestion utterly absurd? Xiao Jie, surprisingly, did not erupt in anger. Rather, his tone was chillingly cold. Xiao Jie's remarks left Madame Cui feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, her daughter Wang Yu had engaged in such scandalous behavior, causing her to feel a sense of shame as a mother. The only viable solution was to have Xiao Jie accept Wang Yu as a concubine, thereby concealing this disgraceful incident. This also aligned with the wishes of the family head, Wang Chong, who had always hoped for Xiao Jie to wed Wang Yu as the princess of Qi, ensuring the Wang family could fully support him in ascending to the Eastern Palace. Accepting Wang Yu as a concubine could serve as a remedy with the Wang family's influence. Elevating Wang Yu to the status of a primary wife in the future would pose no challenge. The noble consort Wang also endorsed her father's perspective. In her view, since Xiao Jie had already taken Su Yao as his primary wife, accepting Wang Yu as a concubine would enable him to secure the support of both the Wang and Su families, achieving a dual benefit. Moreover, her father had subtly indicated through Madame Cui that if Xiao Jie were unwilling to take Wang Yu as a concubine, the Wang family, in order to preserve their dignity, would have no choice but to marry Wang Yu to Xiao Huang. Consort Wang could hardly fathom the implications of Xiao Huang becoming the Wang family as son-in-law. Would the Wang family still be inclined to support their grandson in claiming the Eastern Palace? Thus, Consort Wang was even more eager than Madame Cui and Wang Chong for Xiao Jie to accept Wang Yu as a concubine. Jie, what you say is quite unfounded. How can my proposal be deemed absurd? We are all family here. Given the gravity of the situation involving your cousin, should you not lend her a helping hand as her elder cousin? Such talk of family and assistance, with a mere flick of her words, seemed to impose an unwanted burden upon herself. Seeing Xiao Jie remain silent, the noble consort Wang continued to patiently advise him. Initially, your intention to marry Su Yao was to gain the support of the Su family. Now, if you were to take Wang Yu as a secondary consort, the Wang family would undoubtedly lend their full support to you. If you were to secure the backing of both the Wang and Su families, what could hinder your ascension to the Eastern Palace? Xiao Jie remained taciturn, yet his mind was tumultuous, akin to 1,000 wild horses galloping within. What was his mother thinking? He had just wed Su Yao as his primary consort, and now, mere days later, he was to take Wang Yu as a secondary consort? This was akin to dragging the Su family's dignity through the mud. If the Su family did not retaliate, it would be a testament to their grace. Moreover, to think they would support his claim to the Eastern Palace was utterly ludicrous. As Xiao Jie continued to display his aversion, the noble consort Wang grew increasingly irate and exclaimed, "If you remain ungrateful, do you not fear that the Wang family will marry Wang Yu off to Xiao Huang?" Xiao Jie was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why he should fear Wang Yu marrying Xiao Huang. In fact, he would welcome such an arrangement, as it would spare him from the burden of infidelity. Witnessing Xiao Jien's obstinacy, the noble consort Wang's anger flared. Should Xiao Huang wed Wang Yu, he would become the Wang family as son-in-law. At that point, how could the Wang family possibly continue to support your claim to the Eastern Palace? The prospect of losing the Wang family's backing was, in truth, a relief. After all, in the original narrative, Xiao Jien's downfall was abysmal, and aside from his own missteps, the blunders of incompetent allies had played a significant role. If the Wang family were to withdraw their support, he would be rid of numerous inept companions. As consort Wang's words reached such a climax, and seeing Xiao Jie remain so disdainful, Madame Cui could no longer contain herself and erupted into tears, lamenting how her daughter had made one misstep after another, leading to such disdainful treatment. Upon witnessing Madame Cui in such a state of distress, concubine Wang found it unseemly to continue her quarrel with Xiao Jie, and thus softly sought to console Madame Cui. With a heart-wrenching cry of "My Yuer," Madame Cui hastily abandoned her formalities and rushed out the door. Concubine Wang shot a glare at Xiao Jie, urging him to follow her swiftly. Curious about the situation concerning Wang Yu, Xiao Jie ambled after her, his pace unhurried. Chapter 26, a complete break. By the time Xiao Jie arrived at the Wang residence, chaos reigned supreme within its walls. He had no desire to enter Wang Yu's chamber, lest he be subjected to the moral coercion of the elder members of the Wang family, who might insist on his marriage to her. In that moment, he could only lament the nature of love, which drives one to despair. However, this turmoil was a matter between Xiao Huang and Wang Yu, or rather, between Xiao Huang and the Wang family, and he wished to remain uninvolved. The antagonist was preoccupied. It was the protagonist's mess to unravel. Xiao Jie initially intended to make a discreet exit while the Huang family was preoccupied. Yet, before he could step out of the grand entrance, the butler hurriedly approached him, conveying that the master wished to see him. Among the many venerable figures in the household, only one could be referred to as the master. And that was the head of the family, Wang Chong. With the butler sent to summon him, Xiao Jie felt it inappropriate to decline and reluctantly steeled himself to meet this unexpected grandfather figure. At that moment, his only resolve was to attend the meeting, engage in conversation, and firmly refuse any propositions from Xiao Huang. The butler escorted him to the study, and as he stepped inside, the butler gently closed the door behind him. Upon entering the study, Xiao Jie was greeted by a distinctive fragrance that invigorated his senses. He recognized it as the sin of ambergris, a rare and precious substance, found only in two places in the realm, the Huang family and the imperial palace. This indicated the immense power and wealth of the Huang family. Xiao Jie was acutely aware of this due to a passage in the original text, where prior to Wang Chong's execution, Xiao Jie decreed to the world his 18 grave transgressions, one of which was usurpation, specifically referring to Wang Chong's audacity in using the palace's exclusive ambergris within his home. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jie found the aroma of ambergris undeniably alluring. Yet it also reeked of death to him. Wang Chong had been silently observing Xiao Jie, having watched him grow since childhood, pouring his hopes and energies into the boy. In his eyes, Xiao Jie's fate was intricately linked to the future of the Huang family. However, the present Xiao Jie felt increasingly alien to him, as if transformed into a completely different person, while Wang Chong might have accepted a significant change in temperament. The prospect of Xiao Jie marrying Su Yao unquestionably crossed the line for both him and the Huang family. The Huang family's support for Xiao Jie's ascension to the Eastern Palace was not merely because he was their grandson, but because they perceived him as a future son-in-law. According to the Huang family's plans, Xiao Jie was required to marry Wang Yu as his primary consort, ensuring that the future heirs would also be of Huang lineage. Only through generations of blood ties could the fates of the Xiao and Huang families be interwoven, safeguarding the latter's enduring prestige. The union between Xiao Jie and Su Yao was a marriage bestowed by the Empress Dowager, with the position of primary consort determined by her decree, rendering it unassailable in the short term. Wang Chong contemplated persuading Xiao Jie to take Wang Yu as a concubine, intending to later devise a means to displace Su Yao from her position as the primary wife. However, he had just inquired with Madame Cui and learned that no matter how much the favored consort Wang implored, Xiao Jie remained resolute in his refusal to accept Wang Yu as a concubine. Wang Chong deemed it imperative to engage in a candid discussion with his grandson, elucidating the stakes involved. Thus, he instructed the steward to summon Xiao Jie to the study. "Your Highness, should you have an affinity for the fragrance of ambergris, I could arrange for some to be sent to the Qi Huang Manor," Wang Chong remarked, observing Xiao Jie entering the room and taking a deep breath, accompanied by a faint smile. "Ambergris is a treasure cherished by my esteemed grandfather. How could I dare to usurp what he holds dear?" In all sincerity, Xiao Jie was not merely being polite, he genuinely had no desire for it. Wang Chong chuckled softly, abandoning any pretense, and candidly asked, "Your Highness, I believe your mother has conveyed all that needs to be said. I shall pose a singular question. Are you willing to accept Yu as a concubine?" Given Wang Chong's forthrightness, Xiao Jie resolutely declined. "I regret that I cannot acquiesce." Wang Chong appeared to have anticipated this rejection. His countenance bore no trace of anger, only a serene smile as he pressed further. "What is your reasoning?" Xiao Jie suddenly found himself at a loss for a suitable justification. Was it because Wang Yu held affection for Xiao Huang? In this era, matrimonial matters were dictated by parental authority and matchmaking, rendering such a rationale utterly untenable. Was it due to the fact that Wang Yu was his cousin, making their union tantamount to incest? Yet, in this society, marrying within the family was seen as strengthening ties, not as a moral transgression. To claim that his heart belonged solely to Su Yao, and that he had no desire to wed another was equally implausible in a time when polygamy was commonplace. A prince asserting such a sentiment appeared decidedly unconvincing. If all else fails, one might assert that Wang Yu has lost her virtue, and thus, he finds her unworthy of marriage. This seems to be the sole reasonable justification, albeit it would greatly tarnish the reputation of the Huang family. There is a fear that Wang Chong might, in a fit of anger and humiliation, sever ties on the spot. Is it because Yu has lost her virtue that you deem her unworthy of you, believing that marrying her would tarnish your masculine pride? Observing Xiao Jie's prolonged silence, Wang Chong decided to be forthright in his view. Xiao Jie's reluctance to take Wang Yu as a concubine stemmed solely from a blow to his pride as a man. Wang Chong exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, He endeavored to enlighten Xiao Jie. You must understand that Yuer represents not just herself, but the entirety of our Huang family. Only by marrying Yuer can our family wholeheartedly support your quest for the throne. Wang Chong first laid out the stakes clearly and then added with a smile. Should you feel discomfort in your heart, you may take several concubines. I am certain Yuer would not object. In Wang Chong's perspective, he had been quite liberal, and he believed that his grandson ought to gain some understanding. Xiao Jie discerned the underlying implication in Wang Chong's words. Should he persist in refusing to wed Wang Yu, the Wang family would withdraw their support in his pursuit of the crown. Yet, this was precisely the outcome he desired. The Wang family's downfall, leading to a fate that would implicate their entire lineage, could be attributed to a series of bewildering maneuvers, but fundamentally, it stemmed from the fact that their existence posed a severe threat to imperial authority. In the eyes of the Wang family, the notion of Xiao and Wang sharing the world was a matter of pride, while from the perspective of the emperor, it was a death knell for the Wang lineage. The Ning dynasty was a realm solely ruled by the Xiao clan, leaving no room for any encroachment from the Wang family. In the original text, the reason why Xiao Jie, despite being a prince, ultimately faced execution lies in the fact that he bore the blood of the royal family. The Empress Dowager and his father resolved to eradicate any potential threat. For Xiao Jie, his bloodline connection to the Wang family represented an inescapable inherent disadvantage. Thus, he recognized that if he aspired to ascend to the Eastern Palace, his foremost task was to sever ties with the Wang family. Regardless of whether Wang Yu had an affair with Xiao Huang, Xiao Jie was resolute in his decision not to take Wang Yu as his concubine. The absence of Wang family support, in fact, offered him a sense of liberation. There's no need for further persuasion. My mind is made up. I will not take Wang Yu's cousin as a secondary consort, Xiao Jie declared, effectively extinguishing any lingering hope. Wang Chan's expression darkened instantly. He gazed deeply at Xiao Jie and chose to lay his cards on the table, in that case, to preserve the Wang family's reputation. I must marry Yuo to the third prince, Xiao Huang. Xiao Jie smiled. Perhaps this will indeed be beneficial for both Wang Yu and my third brother. In truth, it also served Xiao Jie well, once Xiao Huang became the Wang family's son-in-law. The emperor would certainly be wary of this connection when the time came to appoint an heir. Having reached this conclusion, Wang Chong refrained from further discussion, merely shaking his head and stating, "Then, Your Highness, take care." Xiao Jie, understanding the implications, rose to take his leave. He comprehended that this departure signified a complete rupture with the Wang family. From henceforth, he could no longer anticipate any support from them. Conversely, Xiao Huang would henceforth become the esteemed son-in-law of the Wang family, receiving their unwavering backing. However, he would harbor no regrets. After all, without the burden of a foolish ally, his path to power would undoubtedly flourish. Chapter 27. A sole focus on wealth. In the quietude of the night, the study remained aglow, with Xiao Jie seated alone at his desk, lost in contemplation. His current sentiments mirrored those of Hao Guo. He had no desire to dwell on the trivial romantic tales of Xiao Huang and Wang Yu. His sole ambition now was to amass wealth. What purpose did it serve to merely envy the financial backing of the Wang family? He must take initiative and surpass the Wang family in affluence. While severing ties was momentarily liberating, the stark reality was that Xiao Jie would henceforth forfeit the Wang family's inexhaustible financial support. In the pursuit of power, one could forsake many virtues, but the absence of wealth was not an option. The demands for silver were simply too numerous. Although Xiao Jie was reputed as the most formidable prince of Daning, residing in the grandest mansion and possessing the most extensive estates among his peers, that was the extent of his fortune. The Wang family annually allocated tens of thousands of taels to the Qi Wangfu for its expenses. Thus his previous incarnation had never known financial worries and had never considered engaging in entrepreneurial endeavors. Now that he had irrevocably severed ties with the Wang family, even if they were to continue their financial support out of respect for the Wang Guifei, he could not shamelessly solicit their aid any longer. Thus, the only recourse left was to devise his own means of generating income. As a seasoned bookworm in his past life, having perused countless tales of transmigrators who had risen to wealth, Xiao Jie had discerned the various strategies employed by such individuals to amass fortunes. Refined salt, glass production, sugar manufacturing, soap creation, perfume distillation, winemaking. As a time traveler, the methods for acquiring wealth are simply abundant. In his previous life, Xiao Jie had indeed memorized these techniques from books during moments of boredom. Little did he expect that they would prove useful now. This underscores the importance of reading. One never knows when an unintended journey through time may occur. Xiao Jie sincerely hopes that these authors have conducted thorough research rather than fabricating information, for otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. As for selecting the means to earn his first fortune in this new world, Xiao Jie believes it is imperative to weigh his options carefully. Firstly, salt production is certainly out of the question. The state monopolizes salt and earns more from its sale than from tax revenues. If he dares to entertain ideas of salt production, the benevolent emperor would undoubtedly not hesitate to expedite his departure from this world. Glass manufacturing, while not overly complicated, requires high-quality quartz sand and soda ash, resources that are currently difficult to obtain, leaving this option for a later time. Sugar production necessitates a substantial quantity of beets or sugarcane. However, beets have yet to be introduced to the Ming dynasty, and sugarcane grows only in the southern regions, rendering this avenue unfeasible at present. The production of soap demands a large supply of fats and alcohol. Given that the livestock industry in the Ming dynasty is underdeveloped, pork, with its strong flavor, is seldom consumed or raised, and cattle cannot be slaughtered at will. Consequently, mutton predominates the meat supply, albeit in limited quantities, making it difficult to procure fats. Additionally, the purity of available alcohol is insufficient, leading to the conclusion that soap production must also be postponed for the time being. Perfume necessitates the use of high-purity alcohol. Xiao Jie now comprehends why time travelers invariably opt for brewing as their initial venture upon crossing over. The old Russian was indeed correct. Alcohol is, after all, the source of life. Brewing is not particularly challenging, but it does require a substantial quantity of grain. Xiao Jie himself possesses vast estates spanning tens of thousands of acres, ensuring a plentiful supply of food. Currently, under the diligent governance of Xiao Jie, the Ming dynasty, while not yet a flourishing era, enjoys relative peace, and the grain prices are reasonably low. A dough, approximately 10 pounds, of rice costs merely 10 won, whereas a small dough, around 4 pounds, of fine wine can fetch up to 10 taels of silver. 1 tael equals 1,000 won. Typically, 1 pound of grain can yield about 4 to 5 taels of wine, revealing the substantial profit to be made. If one were to brew and sell several thousand sure, 1 sure equals 100 pounds, of grain from the estates, would it not lead to instant financial freedom? The more Xiao Jie pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He retrieved paper and pen, meticulously jotting down the brewing process from the creation of the fermentation starter to the distillation and purification of the liquor, capturing every step without omission. Husband, may I come in? Just as Xiao Jie set down his pen, a gentle voice floated in from outside the study. He looked up to see Siyu standing at the door, holding a tray that bore a steaming cup of tea. Surprised, Xiao Jie urged, "It's quite windy outside. Please come in quickly." Upon receiving Xiao Jie's permission, Su Yao entered the study, placing the tray on his desk. Xiao Jie gazed at Su Yao's face, slightly flushed by the evening breeze, feeling a pang of concern mixed with reproach. In the future, let the servants of the manor attend to such matters. You must not risk your health. Shaking his head, he smiled and added, "What worries could I possibly have? I merely occupy myself in the study with some writing. There is no need for you to overthink it. Dearest, may I inquire about something?" Su Yao's expression reflected a hint of hesitation. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Jie surmised her thoughts and smiled gently. "Are you wondering what my mother summoned me to the palace for today?" Su Yao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that Xiao Jie could discern her innermost thoughts. Nevertheless, she nodded. "Indeed, I wish to know, but I am uncertain if I should ask." Siyu had indeed wrestled with her thoughts for quite some time. Today, when the imperial concubine summoned Xiao Jie to the palace, she had specifically instructed him not to bring her along. Her woman's intuition hinted that the matter was undoubtedly related to her, and it was unlikely to bode well. "Since you are my queen, you ought to be aware of this matter," Xiao Jie replied, revealing no guilt or secrets. "My mother and the Wang family wish for me to take Wang Yu as a concubine." Su Yao could scarcely believe her ears. A wave of sorrow and melancholy washing over her. It had been mere days since she had entered as the legitimate wife, and now her mother-in-law was hastily urging her husband to take a concubine. What place would this leave her, the princess of Qi? "Have you acquiesced to this?" Su Yao's voice trembled, betraying her fear of the answer she dreaded most. Xiao Jie observed her demeanor and swiftly rose to gently envelop her in his embrace, speaking tenderly. "Of course not." With this reassurance, Su Yao's anxious heart finally found solace. Nevertheless, she rested her head against Xiao Jien's chest, feeling a lingering sense of grievance. How could her mother treat her in such a manner? "Why won't you agree?" Su Yao inquired softly from within the warmth of his arms. Xiao Jien, unless beset by folly, would never divulge the true reason at such a moment. Instead, he offered the answer she most yearned to hear. "I do not wish for you to be unhappy. However," she expressed her concern, "if you do not agree, I fear that my mother and the Huang family will not relent. Xiao Jie chuckled lightly. If they cannot provoke me, I can certainly evade them. I plan to retreat to the countryside estate tomorrow morning for a few days. Would you care to accompany me? Naturally, Suyao nodded vigorously in agreement. Nestled within his embrace. Chapter 28. An encounter with a remarkable person as dawn broke. A dozen guards swiftly escorted a lavish carriage out of the Zh gate of Ch and Jianing Palace. The carriage, carrying the esteemed Wang Guifei, sped down Zh Street at an alarming pace, causing the few pedestrians on the street to scatter in fright. Inside the carriage, Wang Guifei was agitated, unable to sit still. Despite the driver urging the horses onward at a swift pace, she incessantly urged him to go even faster. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought. She must see her son Xiao Jie and daughter-in-law Su Yao at the earliest opportunity. Just yesterday afternoon, her father had sent word to inform her that Xiao Jie was adamantly opposed to taking Wang Yu as a secondary consort, while the Huang family had already resolved to accept the proposal for Xiao Huang, thereby betrothing Wang Yu to him. The imperial concubine Wang was acutely aware of the implications of the situation. She felt as though the heavens were about to collapse. Without the support of the Huang family, how could Xiao Jie contend for the position of crown prince on his own? In her estimation, Xiao Jie's reluctance to take Wang Yu as a concubine stemmed solely from his consideration for Su Yao's feelings. Thus, she resolved to personally visit Su Yao to persuade her. Once Su Yao acquiesced, she had no doubt that Xiao Jie would not object. According to the laws of Daning, a consort must obtain the consent of the Empress Dowager or the Empress to leave the palace. Consequently, imperial concubine Wang was compelled to lower her noble head and humbly request Empress Sun's approval for her excursion to the residence of the Prince of Qi. Fortunately, Empress Sun did not make things difficult for her and readily provided the necessary written authorization without further inquiry. Nonetheless, imperial concubine Wang still felt a profound loss of dignity. However, regardless of her embarrassment, if this journey could persuade Xiao Jie, it would all be worthwhile. What was face compared to success? When imperial concubine Wang's carriage finally arrived at the gates of the Prince of Qi's residence, she adopted a haughty demeanor, remaining seated in her carriage and instructing the attendants to announce her arrival, demanding that both the prince and princess of Qi come forth to greet her. Her intention was straightforward, to impose her authority upon Xiao Jie and Su Yao, instilling a sense of trepidation within them. Unfortunately, aspirations often clash with reality. The attendants, trembling with apprehension, informed her that His Highness the Prince of Qi and the princess had left the city early that morning for a leisurely retreat at their estate outside the city. Unfilial wretches! Imperial concubine Wang seethed through gritted teeth, nearly driven to madness by her fury. In just a few days, Xiao Huang would have already taken Wang Yu as his bride, and by then, it would be too late. She surmised that Xiao Jie was deliberately avoiding her, for he had taken Su Yao to the estate outside the city early in the morning. It seemed he was truly resolute in his refusal to accept Wang Yu as a concubine. How could she have given birth to such a foolish son? One who would choose beauty over power? If Xiao Huang were to ascend the throne with the support of the Huang family, would there still be a place for her and her son in this vast world? At that moment, Wang Guifei felt utterly despondent, her heart heavy with despair. Xiao Jie, having departed from Luoyang City at dawn, was blissfully unaware of Wang Guifei's fury and hopelessness. He reclined languidly on the spacious, soft seat. Though it could not compare to the sofas of later years, it was nonetheless quite comfortable. The carriage, besides himself and Su Yao, also accommodated Su Yao's maid, Dong and her servant, Xiangling. In the original tale, Xiangling was indeed a remarkable figure. Despite Xiao Jie's indifference toward her, she remained exceptionally loyal. After Xiao Jie's demise, when Wang Yu sought to change her name and follow Xiao Huang, this girl vehemently denounced them as shameless adulterers, ultimately meeting a tragic end at Xiao Huang's sword. If the steward, Old Hu, was the only one willing to assist Xiao Jie in collecting his remains, then Xiangling was the sole individual prepared to accompany him in death. For her unwavering loyalty and devotion, Xiao Jie could not help but regard her with newfound respect. Of course, in addition to the 3 women in the carriage, there were also a dozen guards from the Qi Wangfu accompanying them, for with Xiao Jie's current martial prowess standing at an impressive 43, even self-defense was a concern, let alone protecting 3 delicate young ladies. The 3 young girls, likely due to their infrequent excursions, exhibited an extraordinary excitement. Even the usually composed and steady Su Yao found herself gazing dreamily at the pastoral scenery beyond the carriage window. The 2 younger girls were so eager that they nearly thrust their entire heads out of the vehicle, causing Xiao Jie to worry that they might inadvertently tumble out. At that moment, the carriage suddenly came to a screeching halt, causing Dong Air to stumble precariously. Su Yao's mood darkened instantly, her concern shifting to the possibility that concubine Wang or someone from the Wang family had dispatched individuals to intercept them outside the city. She instinctively turned her gaze towards Xiao Jie, who had become her pillar of strength and reassurance. Xiao nodded, her eyes filled with concern. Be cautious. Xiao Jie smiled and nodded in response before dismounting the carriage. He casually inquired of a nearby guard, "What seems to be the matter?" The guard replied, "Your Highness. It appears that there are officials ahead attempting to apprehend bandits. We feared that they might mistakenly harm your Highness and the princess. So we instructed the driver to halt the carriage." The prospect of bandit apprehension piqued Xiao Jie's interest. After all, there was no urgency in their journey. He decided to witness the commotion, emboldened by the presence of a dozen guards and clad in the golden-threaded armor bestowed upon him by the system, which rendered him impervious to ordinary weapons. Ignoring the guards' objections, he boldly stepped forward. As he approached, he discerned a group of officials in dark attire encircling a burly man, none daring to advance. They shouted at the man from a distance, although Xiao Jie could not make out their precise words. It was likely a warning to surrender without resistance. The towering figure before him, a man of extraordinary stature, appeared to stand over 2 meters tall. His unkempt beard suggested he had neglected grooming for quite some time, and his soiled garments indicated an equally prolonged absence of cleanliness. Most strikingly, a severed head, still oozing blood, ominously hung from his belt, creating a truly ghastly sight. Despite facing a throng of over a dozen officials, this man exhibited an air of indifference. A blade stained with crimson casually resting on his shoulder, while a blade of wild grass dangled from the corner of his mouth, epitomizing a profound disregard for his surroundings. Intrigued, Xiao Jie activated his insight skill, which swiftly unveiled the attributes of this formidable individual. Character: Peng Hu. Command: 72. Martial power: 96. Intelligence: 48. Politics: 27. Charm: 56. A smile crept across Xiao Jie's face. A mere excursion beyond the city had yielded such a treasure. He recognized Peng, who was the personal guard of Xiao Huang. Akin to the likes of Dian Wei and Su Chu, fiercely loyal yet possessed by an insatiable thirst for alcohol. Since he had encountered Peng Hu before Xiao Huang, he felt no hesitation in seizing the opportunity. As a villain, there was no issue with vying for both women and men against the protagonist, was there? Assist him in driving away those officials. If they inquire, simply invoke the name of Prince Qi. Xiao Jie commanded his guards directly. The guards, initially stunned, hesitated, unsure if they had misheard, with one daring to inquire, "Your Highness, should we not aid the officials in capturing the bandits?" Xiao Jie offered a faint smile to the guard. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" "Subordinate dares not." The guard, startled, hastily galloped out, prompting the other guards to remain silent and follow suit. Upon seeing a dozen guards clad in uniform armor rushing towards them, the officials displayed expressions of delight, mistakenly believing that reinforcements had arrived. However, Peng Hu maintained an air of disdain, as if no number of arrivals could intimidate him. In the next moment, the guards exchanged words with the officials, causing their faces to shift to one of confusion. Even Peng Hu looked perplexed at the guards, as the officials remained unmoving. One guard produced a badge from his waist and tossed it before them. An official bent down to retrieve the badge, inspecting it closely before glancing at Xiao Jie and returning the badge with a conciliatory smile, subsequently signaling for all officials to retreat hastily, disappearing in an instant. The guards appeared to be conversing with Peng Hu, yet he merely cast a glance towards Xiao Jie, remaining rooted in place. Xiao Jie surmised that the guards wished to summon Peng Hu to meet him, but Peng Hu was reluctant to comply. It was quite normal for capable individuals to exhibit a touch of arrogance, and thus, Xiao Jie decided to extend a gesture of courtesy by approaching him. As Xiao Jie advanced, one guard promptly lamented, "Your Highness, this fellow is ungrateful. We called him, but he remains unmoved." "It's all right. I do not blame you." Xiao Jie replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Are you the Prince of Qi they speak of?" Peng Hu asked, tilting his head with a hint of interest. "How dare you be so disrespectful to His Highness the Prince of Qi?" A guard was about to reprimand Peng Hu, but was silenced by a cold glare from Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie nodded slightly to Peng Hu, saying, "Indeed, I am Prince Xiao Jie of Qi." Peng Hu raised his head defiantly. "We are strangers. Why would you save me?" Xiao Jie shook his head, smiling as he replied, "I did not save your life. I was merely preserving the lives of those officials." "Ha ha ha. They truly ought to thank you. Had you not driven them away, they might have met the same fate as him." Peng Hu laughed heartily, finally spitting out the wild grass from his mouth. He then patted the head hanging from his waist, a look of mystery crossing his face. Do you know whose head I carry? Xiao Jie continued to shake his head with a smile. I do not know who he is, but I can tell he is certainly not a good person. Peng Hu erupted into laughter once more. How can you be so sure he is not a good person? Xiao Jie replied with a gentle smile. Because I can see you are a valiant man, and those you slay are undoubtedly deserving of their fate. Upon hearing this, Peng Hu unfastened the head from his waist and casually tossed it into the foul ditch behind him. Xiao Jie chuckled, appreciating his audacity. You may be a prince, but your character resonates with me, Peng Hu. Should the opportunity arise, I shall seek you out in Luoyang for a drink. Having said this, Peng Hu prepared to depart. But Xiao Jie could not allow him to leave so easily. It was imperative to seize the moment. Otherwise, their next encounter might involve Xiao Huang's guards. Although that corrupt official deserved his fate, Peng Hu had indeed killed a court official, which would likely put him on the wanted list throughout the realm. At that point, entering Luoyang would be impossible, let alone enjoying a drink at an inn without the threat of exposure. With no other choice, Xiao Jie resolved to attempt to intimidate him. Upon hearing these words, Peng Hu felt a profound headache. He was not afraid of being wanted. After all, those officials could do nothing to him. However, each time he ventured out for a drink, the officials would come knocking, ruining his enjoyment, which he truly could not endure. Observing Peng Hu's demeanor, Xiao Jie recognized an opportunity and smiled, suggesting, why not follow me from now on? With my presence, no one would dare to trouble you. Follow you? Peng Hu scrutinized Xiao Jie from head to toe, pondering what was on his mind. Xiao Jie chuckled and uttered a proposition that Peng Hu found irresistible. There will be an abundance of wine. Very well. It's a deal. Peng Hu laughed heartily and finally nodded in agreement. Xiao Jie understood that Peng Hu's willingness to accompany him was not solely due to the promise of wine, for many could afford to indulge him. The fundamental reason lay in Xiao Jien's ability to cater to his preferences. In the original tale, Xiao Huang merely paid for a meal, and thereafter, Peng Hu devoted himself wholeheartedly to him, viewing Xiao Huang as a kindred spirit. However, now, Xiao Jie had seized the initiative, leaving Xiao Huang with no such opportunity. Congratulations to the host for recruiting the formidable Peng Hu before Xiao Huang could, thus obtaining 3,500 destiny points. Today, the system's voice resonated particularly sweetly in Xiao Jien's ears. Chapter 29, The Brewing Enterprise, Part 1, in the afternoon. Xiao Jien's carriage finally halted before the grand entrance of a manor. The estate is known as Chiefing Manor, sprawling over more than 16,000 acres. Within this estate, one can find over 3,000 acres of fertile farmland, meandering streams, lush woodlands, crystal-clear springs, hills, and elegant pavilions, all harmoniously coexisting. Additionally, there are over 1,000 estate workers, and the manor is encircled by towering walls, with sentinels patrolling tirelessly throughout the 12 hours of the day, ensuring that no unauthorized individuals dare to approach. Originally, this manor served as a royal estate, granted to Xiao Jie by Xiao Jie when he was bestowed the title of Prince of Qi. Xiao Jie possesses 3 such estates, with this particular one being the most distant and smallest compared to the other 2, which lie closer to Luoyang and are considerably larger. Xiao Jie chose to reside in this estate as the other 2 were gifts from the royal family, and he sought a suitable opportunity to return them. In the future, they may very well become rivals. It would be unwise to remain indebted to the royal family. Forewarned by swift riders, the steward of the manor had assembled all the estate workers, men, women, and children alike, at the entrance, ready to receive Xiao Jie. Welcome, His Highness, the Prince of Qi. Welcome, Her Highness, the Princess of Qi. As Xiao Jie and Su Yao alighted from the carriage, all the estate workers knelt in unison. Some children, bewildered and unsure, were firmly pressed down by their parents, fearful of offending or inciting the wrath of Xiao Jie. Though they were nominally tenants, in reality, they were his household servants. And in their eyes, a mere word from Xiao Jie could dictate their fates. Rise, commanded Xiao Jie, and only then did the workers dare to stand, most still bowing their heads, unable to meet his gaze. The estate steward, whose surname is Qian, has served in this manor for several decades. Although the ownership of the estate has changed hands multiple times, Steward Qian remains as steadfast as a mountain. It is his first encounter with Xiao Jie. Although Steward Qian is uncertain why Xiao Jie has suddenly chosen to visit the manor, he understands the importance of making a favorable impression on him. Aware that it is Xiao Jie's inaugural visit, Steward Qian eagerly volunteers to show him around the Shifeng Manor. Without hesitation, Xiao Jie inquires whether there is a winery on the estate. In his mind, such a grand estate is akin to a secluded village, replete with essential facilities like blacksmith shops and wineries. Though Steward Qian is perplexed as to why His Highness, the Prince of Qi, would inquire about the winery upon his arrival, he dutifully informed Xiao Jie that the estate indeed boasts a winery. Given the size of the manor and its ample grain reserves, the aged grain is quite suitable for brewing. Xiao Jie, uninterested in further discourse, insists that steward Qian lead him to the winery. The steward, apprehensive about questioning further, obediently takes the lead. Initially, Xiao Jie had intended for Su Yao to explore the estate alongside Donger and Xiangling, but Su Yao is now solely focused on accompanying him. Thus, the two maidservants have no choice but to follow closely behind. As for Peng Hu, upon hearing Xiao Jie's inquiry about the winery, he believes that Xiao Jie is indeed looking out for him, silently affirming that he has chosen the right person to follow. He rushes ahead of Steward Qian, urging him to hasten his pace. Before long, Steward Qian leads Xiao Jie and his entourage to the winery. The winery was modest in scale, with only a few brewers diligently at work. Upon the arrival of Manager Qian, they hurriedly paid their respects. Manager Qian, both anxious and fearful, raised his voice to inform the brewers that these were His Highness Prince Qi and Princess Qi, admonishing them for their lack of discernment and urging them to bow quickly. In an instant, the brewers turned pale with fright and hastily prostrated themselves before Xiao Jie and Su Yao. Xiao Jie, however, was not inclined to anger over such trivialities. He merely requested that the brewers bring him a barrel of their freshly brewed wine. Although the brewers were perplexed, they complied obediently and soon presented a barrel of wine. Xiao Jie did not take it himself, but instead smiled at the eager Peng Hu, who had been fixated on the wine barrel, and said, "Old Peng, give it a taste." Peng Hu, showing no hesitation, took the barrel, uncorked it, and tilted his head back, gulping down a substantial portion before wiping his mouth with his sleeve, exclaiming in delight, "How does it taste?" Xiao Jie inquired after Peng Hu seemed to relish the drink. Peng Hu shook his head, mediocre, too weak, not satisfying enough. The expressions of Manager Qian and the brewers instantly shifted, internally cursing this man for his inability to appreciate fine wine. Could he not utter a single compliment? Speaking a kind word would not cost him anything. Yet their lives could be at stake if he did not. Nevertheless, Xiao Jie was well aware of how to enhance the wine's potency, transforming even the most ordinary brew into a fine vintage of the era. Xiao Zheng approached Manager Qian, who, in his trepidation, dared not lift his head or draw a breath. "I have a blueprint here. Have someone replicate it for me. I need it by tomorrow, and also prepare some plaster." Xiao Jie crouched down slightly, retrieving the meticulously drawn blueprint from his bosom and presenting it beneath Manager Qian's nose, as if granted a reprieve. Manager Qian hastily accepted the blueprint with both hands, scarcely glancing at it, repeatedly assuring, "Your Highness, rest assured, I shall see to it with utmost diligence." Once Xiao Jie had conveyed his instructions, he beckoned Su Yao to accompany him for a stroll around the estate, followed closely by the two maidservants and Peng Hu. It was only after the group led by the King of Qi had distanced themselves that Manager Qian dared to rise. Trembling, he unfurled the blueprint presented by Xiao Jie, while several brewers gathered around curiously. Remember the structure of this device. Perhaps one fortunate reader may find it useful in a future journey. The design crafted by Xiao Jie was not overly complex, and Manager Qian, along with the brewers, understood it well. Though they were puzzled as to why His Highness was engaged in such endeavors, Manager Qian recognized that it was wise not to inquire further. Compliance was paramount. Should they falter in executing the prince's wishes, they would find themselves in dire straits. Without further ado, Manager Qian instructed several brewers to promptly cease their current tasks and clear a section of the brewery. He resolved to summon the craftsmen immediately, vowing to construct the apparatus depicted in the blueprint, even at the expense of a sleepless night. The following day, upon their return to the brewery, Xiao Jie found that the rudimentary distillation apparatus he had requested had risen majestically overnight. It must be said, Manager Qian's efficiency was indeed commendable. Su Yu and Peng Hu gazed at the peculiar device and then at Xiao Jie, utterly bewildered as to his intentions. Xiao Jie chose not to elaborate further and instructed the winemakers to pour the already sealed liquor into the large vat. The winemakers, perplexed, were about to inquire the reason when Qian, the overseer, shot them a piercing glance, causing their curiosity to dissipate instantly. Complying with Xiao Jie's wishes, they began to pour the liquor into the vat, one jar after another. Soon enough, the vat brimmed with the fragrant liquid, filling the distillery with an intoxicating aroma. Next, Xiao Jie issued a second command to add some gypsum. The winemakers were taken aback. They had never before encountered such an unconventional method of adding gypsum to wine. Would the liquor remain drinkable? Observing their stunned silence, Qian, in a fit of frustration, took matters into his own hands, cautiously adding gypsum to the liquor. Yet, he too was uncertain about the quantity required, continually glancing at Xiao Jie, awaiting his cue to halt. In truth, Xiao Jie was equally unsure of how much gypsum to add. He had merely read in other time travel novels that wine with low alcohol content could further oxidize into acetic acid during storage, leading to spoilage. To prevent this, it was common to add an appropriate amount of lime to the mash before fermentation reached maturity, thereby neutralizing the acetic acid, lowering acidity, and clarifying the mash. Now that the liquor had been brewed, Xiao Jie was uncertain if adding lime would still be beneficial, but he approached the situation with a spirit of experimentation. Noticing that Qian had added a considerable amount, Xiao Jie finally called for a stop, instructing them to cover the vat and ignite the fire beneath to commence the distillation process. This time, the winemakers displayed a bit more wisdom, understanding that it was best to refrain from unnecessary questions and simply follow orders. The flames soon blazed to life beneath the vat. As the fire blazed ever more fiercely, it became evident that the liquid within the pot had begun to boil, and the entire distillery was suffused with an intoxicating aroma of spirits. Soon, the bamboo tube atop the lid dripped the first drop of liquid, falling into the waiting wine vat below. In Chapter 30, The Art of Brewing Part 2. Peng Hu inhaled deeply, his throat constricting in anticipation. Unable to restrain himself, he took a few steps forward, disregarding the scorching heat, and extended 2 fingers to catch the falling liquid. He brought it to his nose for a closer inspection, and his pupils dilated in astonishment. Unable to resist, he licked the spirit from his fingers, and an unprecedented spiciness erupted upon his palate. Xiao Jie, observing Peng Hu's reaction, shook his head with a smile and said, "Old Peng, be patient. I promise that the first vat of wine that emerges will be yours to taste. You have my word, no backing out." Upon hearing Xiao Jie's assurance, Peng Hu was instantly filled with exhilaration, marveling at his good fortune in having chosen the right companion. Time passed in a blur, and at long last, the vat had accumulated nearly half its volume with wine. Peng Hu could no longer contain his eagerness. He raised the vat to the heavens and drank deeply, finishing it in one gulp. Satisfied, he let out a hearty belch, exclaiming, "This is the finest wine I have ever tasted in my life." He bestowed upon it the highest of praises. The brewers exchanged glances, amused, for just yesterday this fellow had remarked that their brew was mediocre. How is it that today, after adding a touch of lime and boiling it, he declared it the best wine he had ever experienced? Xiao Jie understood that Peng Hu was not exaggerating. According to traditional methods, the wine produced typically did not exceed 15 degrees of alcohol content. However, the liquid he had just consumed had undergone a distillation process, elevating its potency to at least 20 to 30 degrees, a remarkable difference indeed. After an arduous half-day of simmering, the spirits in the pot had finally evaporated. Although the distilled liquor was considerably diminished, each individual, upon tasting it, was struck with astonishment, expressing that it was the most potent and exquisite drink they had ever sampled in their lives. Yet, Xiao Jie would soon enlighten them to their misconception. He instructed the master brewer to pour the distilled liquor back into the pot for another round of boiling. The onlookers were left in bewilderment. Had it not just been brewed? Why the need for a second round? Xiao Jie offered no explanation, simply commanding them to comply. When the second batch of liquor was distilled, and they tasted it, the truth dawned upon them. They had indeed been mistaken. The beverage they now savored was truly the most intense and delightful they had ever encountered. Peng Hu's reaction was the most dramatic. He felt as though he had squandered half his life, proclaiming that what he was consuming now was the essence of liquor, while what he had previously drunk was akin to mere rice-washing water. Suddenly enlightened, he eagerly suggested another round of distillation, envisioning a flavor that would be celestial. In that moment, Xiao Jie was convinced that his intellect surpassed the mundane. With a smile, Xiao Jie acquiesced, proposing they attempt it, albeit with only half the amount of liquor this time. After the third distillation, Peng Hu was again the first to taste it, but the outcome left him somewhat disheartened. While the flavor was indeed more robust, the texture had diminished significantly, falling far short of the second distillation's quality. Xiao Jie secretly chuckled. The third distillation yielded liquor with an alcohol content of around 70 degrees, rendering it akin to disinfectant, hardly palatable. Truly, the prince was remarkable. Such an unassuming beverage, under his deft guidance, had transformed into a rare and exquisite elixir. Qian Guanshi, filled with heartfelt emotion, remarked, while several winemakers nodded in agreement, to Xiao Jie. The sentiment carried an air of both admiration and flattery. However, Xiao Jie paid little heed to such nuances and directly instructed Qian Guanshi to construct a large distillery within the estate, along with an expansive distillation workshop. From that point onward, every grain of the estate's produce would be dedicated solely to the art of winemaking. With Qian Guanshi tasked to procure substantial quantities of grain from neighboring estates, Qian Guanshi was astute enough to recognize that the profits from winemaking far surpassed those from selling grain. Yet, the estate lacked skilled winemakers, resulting in mediocre brews that struggled to find a market, relegating sales to internal consumption. However, with Xiao Jie's expertise in distillation, the resulting spirits had transformed into rare delicacies. Imagining the wealth that could be generated by selling every ounce of grain as wine each year filled Qian Guanshi with excitement. He envisioned a steady stream of gleaming silver flowing into the estate, a sight that brought him greater joy than finding a fortune. After all, if the estate thrived, surely he would reap the benefits as its steward. Without hesitation, Qian Guanshi assured Xiao Jie that he would execute the plan flawlessly. Xiao Jie, in turn, painted a promising picture, revealing that a percentage of the estate's profits would be allocated to him. Overwhelmed with delight, Qian Guanshi pinched himself, fearing that he might be ensnared in a dream. Xiao Jie did not forget the master brewers and directly informed them that they should not remain idle in the future. Their forthcoming task would be to continually experiment with and enhance the varieties and flavors of the wine, regardless of who it might be. Anyone who could develop a new flavor of wine would receive a 1% share of the profits from that creation. Instantly, the eyes of several brewers sparkled with excitement. After all, 1% could amount to a substantial sum of silver, a lucrative opportunity indeed. Even Peng, who stood nearby, grinning foolishly, pondering whether this meant he would frequently have new wines to savor. However, Xiao Jie's demeanor suddenly darkened as he shifted his tone, warning everyone present that if anyone dared to divulge the distillation techniques of their beverages, he would ensure that not only the trader but also their family would meet a dire fate. A chill swept over the assembled crowd, and they trembled, repeatedly expressing their fear of such consequences. Ultimately, Xiao Jie instructed his treasurer to promptly arrange for the raising of the estate's walls and to allocate over 100 robust guards specifically for Peng Hui's training. He aimed to transform Qifeng Manor into an impregnable fortress. After all, while it is not the thief's theft that one fears, it is the thief's desire that poses the real threat. Once the wines produced at Qifeng Manor garnered acclaim in the marketplace, it would inevitably attract covetous eyes. Thus, he must prepare in advance to avert potential dangers. In the days that followed, Xiao Jie immersed himself in the winery, collaborating with the master brewers on various aspects. From the crafting of the fermentation starter to the precise ratios of different ingredients and the enhancement of distillation equipment, thoroughly engrossed in his endeavors. Peng Hu, on the other hand, spent his days training the guards and indulging in wine, living a life of sheer joy and contentment. However, such days lasted less than 10. As Xiao Jie received an invitation, Xiao Huang and Wang Yu would wed in 2 days. Yu felt a twinge of reluctance to leave. Not due to any lingering feelings for Xiao Huang, but rather because she cherished the liberating and joyous pastoral life. Nevertheless, she understood that Xiao Jie was destined for greater endeavors, though a part of her felt a sense of loss. She would not indulge in petty whims that might burden him. Peng Hu, on the other hand, could not have wished for more, as spending each day in the manor amidst fine wines was his ultimate dream. Chapter 31. The shifting landscape of Luoyang. Initially, after Xiao Jie married Su Yao, many officials believed that, as the grandson of Prime Minister Wang Chong and the son-in-law of Su Hong, the grand scholar of the Imperial Academy, he would gain the support of both the Wang faction and the reformist elements. Furthermore, on the day of his wedding, he was bestowed the title of Grand Commander of Qingzhou by the Emperor, making his ascension to the Eastern Palace seemingly imminent. Indeed, several officials had already begun to contemplate ways to align themselves with Xiao Jie. However, before they could act, a more sensational piece of news emerged from the capital. The newly appointed Prince of Qin, Xiao Huang, was to marry Wang Yu, the legitimate granddaughter of the Wang family, thus becoming their illustrious son-in-law. The situation became increasingly enigmatic, as there could only be one heir to the throne. No one knew whether the influential Prime Minister Wang Chong would favor his grandson or his son-in-law for the position in the Eastern Palace. Yet, as Xiao Jie vanished for several days and the Wang family presented Xiao Huang with a residence grander and more opulent than the Qi Wang mansion, the sentiments of the Wang family became abundantly clear. Everyone began to anticipate the rise of Xiao Huang. The recently completed gates of the Qin Wang mansion were bustling with activity daily, teeming with people, while in stark contrast, the once thriving Qi Wang mansion had become desolate and forlorn. Xiao Jie was indifferent to the situation, yet the steward of Qi Wang mansion, old Hu, was in a state of utter panic. He believed that Xiao Jie had fallen from grace, causing a wave of uncertainty among the staff of the Xiao Huang mansion. This turmoil even led to the news that Xiao Kuan, the captain of the Xiao Huang mansion's guards, had defected along with a significant portion of the guards to Xiao Huang. Given the precedent of a certain prince in Luoyang who had attempted a coup with his guards, the current laws of Daning dictated that the guards were neither soldiers nor mere servants, but were entirely free agents capable of seeking new allegiances. Old Hu found himself powerless to prevent the shift. Upon returning to the Xiao Huang mansion and listening to Old Hu's lamentations, Xiao Jie felt no particular concern. In the original narrative, Xiao Kuan was merely a peripheral character, possessing mediocre martial skills. Although he had not committed any acts of betrayal against Xiao Jie, he had nevertheless aligned himself with Xiao Huang after Xiao Jie's demise, primarily due to Xiao Huang's ascendance. It was inconsequential to Xiao Jie that such a minor character had chosen to abandon him. However, Xiao Jie did come to recognize an intriguing phenomenon. Whenever he seized something from Xiao Huang, the latter would invariably receive some form of compensation in return. For instance, after marrying Su Yao, Xiao Huang promptly acquired Wang Yu. After recruiting Peng Hu, Xiao Huang directly poached his captain of guards, Xiao Kuan. Fortunately, Xiao Kuan was an inconspicuous figure, thus the system hesitated to deduct any of Xiao Jie's fateful value to return it to Xiao Huang. Observing the nonchalant expression on Xiao Jin's face, Old Hu felt a sense of helplessness. He inquired whether Xiao Jin intended to recruit additional guards. As the vast Xiao Huang mansion now had only a handful of defenders, insufficient to oversee the premises, Xiao Jin urged Old Hu to remain calm, assuring him that he had his own plans. Recognizing the confidence exuded by Xiao Jin, Old Hu refrained from further discussion and took his leave. Xiao Jin indeed had his own thoughts. The original guards of the mansion functioned merely as bodyguards, driven solely by their salaries, with questionable loyalty. He could not expect them to risk their lives for him or his family. The path to seizing the throne was fraught with peril, and relying on such bodyguards for protection was akin to courting disaster. Given that he still held the title of Grand Commander of Qizhou, he was entitled under the laws of Daning to maintain a private retinue of no more than 2,000 men. He resolved to exploit this provision to recruit and train a special forces unit. Externally, this unit would serve as a lethal arrow against adversaries, while internally, it would act as a formidable shield to safeguard his loved ones. In fact, he had already contemplated the commander of this special unit, who, according to the unfolding narrative, was expected to arrive in Luoyang shortly. Soon, the joyous day for King Qin, Xiao Huang, arrived. Early in the morning, Xiao Jie set forth with the lavish gifts he had prepared, accompanied by Su Yao, as they traveled to the Xiao Huang mansion. Luoyang was divided into 3 cities and 109 districts, with the Luo River flowing through the city, creating a natural divide. The affluent and noble resided on the southern bank of the river, opposite the imperial city. Xiao Jian's Xiao Huang mansion was situated in Chunhuafang, while Xiao Huang's Xiao Huang mansion lay not far away in Quanzhenfang. The carriage of Xiao Jian soon came to a halt before the grand entrance of the Xiao Huang mansion. As soon as Xiao Jie alighted from the carriage, a smile graced his lips. Indeed, the Huang family was grandiose. Merely gazing upon the entrance, it was evident that it far surpassed his own Qi Huangfu in splendor. According to Old Hu, this residence had once belonged to the powerful minister Yuan Hu of the previous dynasty. Sprawling over an immense expanse and standing as the largest estate in Luoyang, the Huang family had acquired it years ago and let it languish unused. Yet now, his esteemed grandfather Wang Chong had generously bequeathed it to his grandson-in-law, Xiao Huang. Xiao Jie surmised Wang Chong's intentions. It was nothing more than a public declaration that henceforth Xiao Huang was the Huang family's favored protege. Accompanied by Su Yao, Xiao Jie made his way directly into the Qin Huangfu, where he overheard guests gossiping about the extravagant scale of the upcoming wedding. The procession to welcome the bride boasted a staggering 5,000 participants, more than double that of the previous grand nuptials of the Qi Huang. Xiao Jie was at a loss for words. What was the purpose of such ostentation? Did the Huang family so desperately wish for the world to witness his own abandonment? As a lady of the household, Su Yu was not suited to appear in public. Upon entering the estate, she was promptly escorted by a maid to the inner courtyard, which had been exclusively arranged with several tables for female guests. Just as Xiao Jie located his seat and prepared to take a moment's respite, a eunuch approached him, requesting his presence with Xiao Jie. Though perplexed as to why his father, the emperor, sought him out on the day of Xiao Huang's joyous occasion, he refrained from questioning further and followed the eunuch through the throng towards the main hall. Upon entering the hall, Xiao Jie was taken aback to find the Empress Dowager, the emperor, and even Wang Guifei in attendance. The latter's gaze was particularly frigid, and had it not been for the presence of others, she might have unleashed a torrent of wrath upon him. Xiao Jie was unexpectedly taken aback by the presence of the favored consort Wang today. He had momentarily forgotten that Wang was also the aunt of Wang Yu, making her attendance at the wedding entirely reasonable. I have paid my respects to the Empress Dowager. My father, Her Majesty the Empress, and my mother, he declared, feigning nonchalance as he knelt down to pay his respects. Rumor has it you have not been in Luoyang lately. Where have you been? Xiao Jie inquired, allowing no reprieve from his stance, quietly throwing out a question. I took the princess to the Qifeng manor that His Majesty graciously bestowed upon us for a brief sojourn, Xiao Jie replied, sensing the underlying inquiry in Xiao Jie's tone yet deliberately opting for evasiveness. Just a brief stay? Xiao Jie maintained a calm demeanor, his voice betraying no trace of emotion. What explanation do you offer regarding the situation involving Zhu Chang, the magistrate of Qinghao County? It was indeed my men who acted, Xiao Jie admitted freely. Chapter 32. A profound mother-son bond. Xiao Jie was momentarily stunned by this admission, having anticipated a myriad of evasive justifications from Xiao Jie. However, as the emperor, he quickly regained his composure and coldly remarked, excellent. An outstanding prince of Daning, a commendable Prince Qi, indeed a fine son of mine. Though the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the favored consort Wang were unaware of the particulars, they discerned the ominous tone in Xiao Jie's voice and felt the palpable anger emanating from him, leaving them startled. Your Majesty, what has transpired with Jie? The favored consort Wang, ever attuned to the bond between mother and son, sought to first ascertain the nature of the incident before determining how best to placate the emperor. Why not inquire directly of your good son? Xiao Jie's tone was icy, as if even Empress Wang bore some blame. Empress Wang, growing increasingly anxious, exclaimed, Jie, what on earth have you done? Just look at how furious your father is. Xiao Jie maintained a tranquil expression, his voice remarkably calm as he replied, I have sent someone to assassinate the magistrate of Qinghao County, Zhu Chang. At this revelation, the three women gasped in unison. Although they had surmised from Xiao Jie's demeanor that Xiao Jie had committed a serious transgression, they were utterly astonished by his audacity to orchestrate the murder of a court official. The more composed Xiao Jie appeared, the more Xiao Jie's fury intensified. He felt that Xiao Jie was utterly oblivious to the gravity of killing a government official. According to the laws of Daning, a commoner who murders a court official would face death by slow slicing, while an official who kills another official would be executed. Furthermore, if a royal family member were to commit such an act, they would first be demoted to commoner status and then subjected to further prosecution. Thus, if the charges were substantiated, Xiao Jie's most favorable outcome would be a demotion to commoner. Empress Wang was nearly overcome with rage, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented, Jie, how could you be so foolish? How could you commit such a heinous act? She was at a loss as to when her son, who had always been obedient to her, had undergone such a drastic change of heart. Insisting on marrying Su You and resolutely rejecting the idea of taking Wang Yu as a secondary consort, even if it meant severing ties with the Wang family. Now, he had even committed the heinous act of murdering a court official suddenly. The noble consort Wang knelt before Xiao Jie, her face reflecting a fierce resolve. Your Majesty, the grave error committed by Jie is entirely my failure as his mother. I implore your Majesty, in light of his youth and ignorance, to grant him mercy this once. I am willing to bear the full weight of his punishment, even if it means being consigned to the cold palace. I shall harbor no grievances. Xiao Jie was taken aback, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had never held the noble consort Wang in high regard, despite inhabiting the body of his previous self. He had never considered her as his mother. He perceived her as overly dramatic and short-sighted, a hindrance to his aspirations. Had it not been for the unbreakable bond of their mother-son relationship, he would have wished to sever ties with her, casting aside all hindrances to facilitate his path to succession. Yet, he was astonished that the noble consort Wang was willing to shoulder all the blame to protect him, even at the cost of her own status. Though one is not made of wood or stone, who can remain unfeeling? A flicker of emotion stirred within Xiao Jie. Your Majesty, I believe the seventh prince is not a cruel individual. Perhaps there are deeper circumstances at play. At this critical juncture, it was the Empress' son who stepped forward to plead on Xiao Jie's behalf. Seventh prince, hasten to explain the situation to your father. The favored consort, Wang, cast a grateful glance at Empress' son, feeling a twinge of shame within her heart. She had always treated Empress' son with a degree of disrespect. Yet she never anticipated that the Empress would harbor no resentment and would, at a crucial moment, speak on behalf of her and her son. Xiao Jie realized that he had overstretched his facade and it was time to showcase his acting skills once more. Father, the Empress speaks the truth. The reason I ordered the assassination of Zhu Chang is indeed justified. Xiao Jie, however, was not easily deceived. With a cold smile, he responded, "Is that so? Pray, enlighten me, for I am well aware of your deep-seated enmity with him." Xiao Jie shook his head. "Father, I have never met Zhu Chang, nor do I harbor any animosity towards him. My act of killing him was not born of personal vendetta, but rather to uphold your dignity and safeguard the realm of Daning, the seventh prince. You need only to explain yourself clearly, yet it is unwise to speak so recklessly before His Majesty," came the reminder from Empress Sun. Unable to endure the absurdity of Xiao Jie's explanation, Xiao Jie, infuriated yet amused, retorted with a bitter laugh, "The Empress might as well allow him to continue. I am intrigued to hear how he claims to have taken the life of a court official in order to preserve my dignity and protect the empire of Daning." Xiao Jie withdrew a stack of papers from his sleeve, raising them high above his head. "Father, upon reviewing these, you shall comprehend the rationale." An attendant hastily presented the documents to Xiao Jie. He cast a suspicious glance at Xiao Jie before lowering his eyes to scrutinize the papers. However, the more he read, the more disconcerted he became, flipping through the pages with increasing haste, his complexion growing steadily redder, his chest heaving violently. Both Empress Sun and Consort Wang felt a sense of unease as they observed Xiao Jie's reaction. Xiao Jie observed Xiao Jie's reaction, feeling an unspoken relief within. Grateful for his prior preparations, on that fateful day, in a bid to rescue Peng Hu, he had revealed his identity. Fully aware that Peng Hu had assassinated the magistrate of Qinggao County, this reckless act had entangled him in a perilous predicament. For the murder of an official appointed by the court was no trifling matter. Thus, upon arriving at Chiefing Mountain Manor, he promptly dispatched a message via carrier pigeon to the assassins in the capital, instructing them to investigate the crimes of the magistrate Zhu Chang in Qinggao County without delay. To his astonishment, the findings were alarming: embezzlement, bribery, extortion, disregard for human life, collusion with bandits, oppression of the populace, and the abduction of innocent women. Every vile deed a corrupt official could commit was laid bare, and the assassins meticulously documented each one as per Xiao Jie's directives, which Xiao Jie now beheld. Fearing that the evidence might not suffice, Xiao Jie had also commanded the dispatched assassins to gather a petition signed by the people, imploring the court to execute Zhu Chang and his entire household. Perhaps Zhu Chang had incited such widespread hatred among the populace that many rushed to press their fingerprints upon the petition. Now, as Xiao Jie gazed upon the final piece of parchment, he beheld the multitude of handprints, far exceeding 10,000. This scoundrel was truly deserving of his fate. A swell of indignation surged within Xiao Jie, unable to contain his fury. At that moment, Consort Wang, momentarily bewildered, mistakenly believed Xiao Jie was referring to Xiao Jie, and hurriedly prostrated herself, pleading, "Your Majesty, please spare my child this once. I am willing to die in his stead." Xiao Jie, perplexed yet increasingly touched, recognized the sincerity of Consort Wang's maternal affection. Observing her forehead reddening from her fervent bows, he felt a twinge of compassion, prompting him to say, "Jie, assist your mother in standing." Xiao Jie hurried to assist the esteemed Wang Guifei, gently uttering, "Mother, you have misunderstood. It was not I whom Father Emperor referred to." Though his voice was barely a whisper, Xiao Jie heard every word distinctly and let out a cold snort, declaring, "Do not presume that because Zhu Chang met a deserved end, you are absolved of your transgressions. Officials who are guilty are subject to scrutiny by the censorate and the Supreme Court. How can a mere prince like you take it upon himself to enact private justice and slay a minister of the court?" Left with no choice, Xiao Jie knelt once more, pleading, "Father Emperor, your son indeed bears guilt, yet it is devoid of selfish intent. I acted solely to preserve your dignity and the stability of our great Ning. Zhu Chang, a servant of the emperor, had inflicted suffering upon the populace, breeding their hatred not only towards him but inevitably towards you, Father. Over time, such sentiments could surely alter the hearts of the people. Moreover, with Qinggao County being less than 100 miles from Luoyang, should the citizens be incited by malevolent individuals, the repercussions would be dire." As the sovereign, Xiao Jie inherently understood this logic. He recognized that while Xiao Jie's actions against Zhu Chang were emotionally justified, the law deems it a grave offense for a prince to slay a court official. Should he fail to address Xiao Jie's actions, he would be unable to account for himself before the civil and military officials. Zhu Chang was indeed guilty. But why did you not report him to the censorate or the Supreme Court, or bring the matter to me? Instead, you chose to send someone to eliminate him in secret. Are you fearful that I would act unjustly and shield Zhu Chang? I would never presume to doubt you. Father Emperor, your wisdom is known throughout the realm. Xiao Jie quickly refuted. It is not that I lack faith in your judgment, but rather that others could no longer wait. Xiao Jie was momentarily taken aback. Who could no longer wait? Upon hearing mention of the battle in Heshi, his countenance turned a shade of deep iron. Xiao Jie, born of a palace maid, ultimately ascended to the throne, with the pivotal turning point in his life being his victorious leadership in the Battle of Heshi. This triumph instilled such fear in the Hu people that they refrained from infringing upon the territory for decades, thereby bestowing upon him an unprecedented stature and enabling him to rise above numerous princes to attain the imperial dragon seat. The Battle of Heshi was extraordinarily brutal. Of the 100,000 troops, fewer than 30,000 survived. Consequently, Xiao Jie harbored a profound bond with those who participated in that battle, regarding them as brothers in life and death. Thus, upon learning that a veteran from the Heshi campaign had been slain by agents of Zhu Chang, Xiao Jie's animosity towards Zhu Chang deepened to the core. Had he been aware of this occurrence, he would not have waited for the inspectorate and the Supreme Court to investigate and deliver justice. He would have sought to execute the perpetrator on the spot. When he heard that Xiao Jian had procured Zhu Chang's head, allowing him to close his eyes in peace without harboring resentment towards his former commander for failing to advocate on his behalf, Xiao Jie felt a measure of solace. Xiao Jian did not deceive Xiao Jie. Every detail was true. The old Wang indeed existed, had participated in the Battle of Heshi, and had been left barely alive after Zhu Chang's assault. His loyal followers had indeed retrieved Zhu Chang's head from a foul drain and presented it before the dying Wang, granting him the closure he sought. The most formidable of lies can often be substantiated by a myriad of truths. Xiao Jie handed the stack of papers in his hand to a nearby eunuch, instructing him to deliver these documents to the Qilin Guard, ensuring that Zhu Chang's crimes would be proclaimed to the world, and that it would be acknowledged that Zhu Chang was slain by the Qilin Guard. Xiao Jian breathed a quiet sigh of relief. This matter had successfully turned a new leaf. As Xiao Jie remained unharmed, concubine Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief, her resentment towards him dissipating entirely. After all, the well-being of her son was paramount. Jie, this time I shall consider your transgression as a first offense. My intention was to uphold both my dignity and the stability of the great Ning dynasty, thus I will suppress this matter for now. However, the law of the land must be upheld. Should you dare to recklessly take the life of a court official again, I shall show no mercy. In the end, Xiao Jie did not forget to admonish Xiao Jie, to which Xiao Jie nodded in agreement. The Empress Dowager, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Your Majesty, today is, after all, the day of Huang's grand wedding. Let us refrain from discussing Jie's affairs further, lest it tarnish the royal family's reputation. The Emperor, understanding the gravity of her words, readily acquiesced. Chapter 33. Borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha. As Xiao Jie perceived that his involvement had concluded, he intended to take his leave. However, Xiao Huang unexpectedly entered the main hall. Upon seeing Xiao Jie, he momentarily froze, clearly unprepared to encounter him there. Nevertheless, as the protagonist of the day, Xiao Huang quickly regained his composure and knelt to pay his respects. Grandson greets the Empress Dowager, and I pay my respects to His Majesty, the Queen, and the concubine. The Empress Dowager chuckled heartily, teasing, our groom has arrived, looking remarkably handsome today. Xiao Huang's previously calm demeanor flushed slightly with embarrassment. Grandmother is jesting about me again. With a hearty laugh, the Empress Dowager turned to Xiao Jie. Your Majesty, the floor is cold. Do not let the groom remain kneeling. Please, have him rise quickly. To the Empress Dowager, both Xiao Huang and Xiao Jie are her grandsons, and she does not display favoritism towards either. Xiao Jie smiled slightly, saying, since your royal grandmother has spoken, you should quickly rise. Only then did Xiao Huang stand up, seeming to just notice Xiao Jie, and said with a smile, seventh brother is here as well. The smiles of both appeared utterly sincere, embodying a fraternal camaraderie that would lead an outsider to believe in the profound bond between the brothers. Observing this, Xiao Jie felt a flicker of contentment. Although he was an emperor, he was also a father who wished for his children to share a deep brotherly affection. Huang, on the day of Jie's wedding, I appointed him as the Grand Commander of Qizhou. You are also my son, and I shall not show favoritism. I hereby bestow upon Prince Xiao Huang the title of Grand Commander of Yongzhou. Prince Xiao Huang, modest and courteous, refined and elegant, possessing both literary and martial prowess, was thus appointed. Xiao Huang was overjoyed and immediately knelt to express his gratitude, saying, I accept the decree. Xiao Jie quietly marveled, acknowledging that, as expected of a man in the spotlight, the recognition may arrive late, but it would never be absent. At that moment, Members of the Huang family entered the main hall one after another. Upon seeing the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the Empress, they hurriedly knelt to pay their respects. Xiao Jie assisted Wang Chong, who knelt at the forefront, and said with a smile, "Please rise. Today, there are no lords and subjects present, only in-laws. There is no need for such excessive formality." Wang Chong appeared somewhat humbled, repeatedly saying, "I dare not accept such honors." At that moment, he also noticed Xiao Jie. First taken aback, then breaking into a playful smile. Prince Qi is also here. After all, he was merely a nominal grandfather. Thus, Xiao Jie could only offer a respectful gesture to Wang Chong, saying, "I have paid my respects to you, my grandfather." Wang Chong accepted the courtesy with composure. However, Wang Guofei observed this exchange with a heavy heart, sensing the growing estrangement between her father and her son. Although the main hall appeared to be filled with familial warmth and camaraderie, beneath the surface, each individual harbored their own thoughts and intentions. Third brother, today is your wedding day, and as your younger brother, I have prepared a modest gift for you. I hope you will graciously accept it. Xiao Jie's words piqued the interest of everyone present, particularly since he seemed to be empty-handed and did not strike one as someone capable of presenting a substantial gift. Seventh brother, you are far too courteous. How could I possibly allow you to go to such lengths? Xiao Huang feigned reluctance, yet inwardly, he was skeptical, doubting that, given their relationship, Xiao Jie could bestow anything of significant value. With a gentle smile, Xiao Jie retrieved 2 slender sheets of paper from his sleeve and handed them to Xiao Huang. The latter accepted the papers with a look of suspicion. But upon merely glancing at them, his pupils dilated in disbelief, losing all semblance of calm. Wang Chong, noticing the familiarity of the papers, leaned closer for a better look, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the land deeds for the 2 estates he had gifted to Xiao Jie. The curiosity of the others was piqued by the reactions of Xiao Huang and Wang Chong, prompting them to gather closer. When they read the inscriptions on the papers, their composure shattered. Xiao Jie had indeed gifted the 2 largest estates under his name to Xiao Huang. What an audacious act! This decision was reached by Xiao Jie after a night of profound contemplation. He recognized that he had ample opportunities to amass wealth in the future, rendering the 2 estates inconsequential. Moreover, these estates had become a hot potato. Individuals from the Huang faction would readily assume the moral high ground and cast aspersions upon him, accusing him of feasting at the Huang family's table while undermining their interests. Whether he returned the estates to the Huang family or bestowed them upon Xiao Huang made little difference. As Huang's son-in-law, if Xiao Jie chose not to offer them, it was likely that the Huang family would retaliate by gifting him 2 even grander estates. It was far wiser to present them himself, thereby garnering a commendable reputation. Seventh brother, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Xiao Huang, unaware of Xiao Jie's ulterior motives, naturally refused such a generous gift. Wang Chong's expression darkened, as he evidently discerned the underlying message from Xiao Jie. This was a public declaration of severing ties with their family. Xiao Huang was no fool and quickly grasped Xiao Jie's intentions. Stealing a glance at Wang Chong and confirming their shared understanding, he ceased his refusals. Then, I shall express my gratitude to seventh brother. Xiao Jie observed the entire exchange, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Chapter 34. The Tao siblings. At that moment, the first bell tolled from outside the hall, signaling that the auspicious hour was swiftly approaching. Xiao Jie, recognizing the need to depart from the main hall, promptly excused himself. After all, the medical practices of this era were concerning. Without antibiotics, even a minor bacterial infection could prove fatal. When Xiao Jie emerged after washing his hands, he noticed an unusual commotion in a small hall, where each guest was vociferously engaged in conversation, starkly contrasting with the decorum observed at other tables. The Ning dynasty had specific regulations regarding the attire of various social classes, and Xiao Jie could immediately discern that the patrons in the small hall were merchants. He had not anticipated that Xiao Huang's wedding would extend invitations to merchants, although the Ning dynasty's repression of commerce was not as severe as that of previous dynasties. The status of merchants remained rather low. Just recently, during his own wedding to the esteemed Wang Guofei, he had not invited any merchants, likely due to concerns over potential damage to his reputation. However, if the Wang family and Xiao Huang aimed to overshadow his wedding banquet, it seemed they could only invite the merchants of Luoyang. It was also possible that they feared the displeasure of other dignitaries at the thought of dining alongside merchants. Hence the decision to allocate a separate small hall for them. Yet, the merchants would not take offense nor feel humiliated. Their mindset differed from that of ordinary individuals. for every situation could be perceived as a business opportunity. While an ordinary guest at the wedding of Prince Qin Xiao Jie might feel a profound sense of honor, for these merchants, it represented a chance to forge connections with peers and nobility, exchange commercial insights, and seek lucrative prospects. Consequently, unlike the restrained and composed atmosphere at other tables, this small hall filled with merchants was abuzz with lively discussions on the art of making money. Xiao Jie initially intended to dismiss the matter with a mere smile. Yet a sudden thought struck him. If Xiao Huang had indeed extended invitations to all the merchants in Luoyang, then the Tao family must certainly be among those invited. The Tao family stands as the foremost commercial dynasty of Daming, having engaged in trade for generations, with their commercial empire spanning the globe. It is no exaggeration to deem their wealth as rivaling that of nations. Even the founding emperor of Daming, Emperor Taizu Xiaoyan, once remarked, "While the Xiao clan possesses unparalleled nobility, the Tao family embodies unparalleled wealth." At the onset of Xiaoyan's rebellion, Tao Gong, the forebear of the Tao family, had generously supported him with inexhaustible funds and weaponry, thus playing a pivotal role in Xiaoyan's ultimate triumph. After establishing his reign, Xiaoyan did not neglect the Tao family, bestowing upon Tao Gong the title of Marquis of Guanyi, marking a zenith for the family. Unfortunately, the Tao family's prominence was short-lived. Following the death of Emperor Taizu Xiaoyan, his successor, Emperor Taizong Xiaoxian, Xiao Jie's grandfather, held an aversion to merchants. Consequently, the Tao family's stature plummeted during the Ning dynasty, and they were inexplicably embroiled in a treason case, leading to Tao Gong's execution and the revocation of their marquisate, relegating them to the status of a lowly merchant family. Thus, in the wake of Tao Gong's demise, the family has relentlessly pursued the restoration of their ancestral glory and rank, aspiring to reclaim the title of Marquis of Guanyi or even attain greater nobility. In the original narrative, the Tao family chose to place their bets on Xiao Huang, becoming his financial backbone. It was through the Tao family's immense wealth that Xiao Huang ultimately triumphed over the Wang family, Xiao Jie, and other prince factions, thereby ascending to the throne. After Xiao Huang's coronation, he reciprocated the Tao family's loyalty by granting them the hereditary title of Duke of Fuqian, irrevocably securing their status. Now, with the support of the Wang family, Xiao Huang must not allow the Tao family to pivot towards him, otherwise, the game would truly be over. Contemplating this, Xiao Jie promptly entered the small hall and began surveying the gathered crowd. The merchants within were engrossed in animated conversations, hardly noticing the arrival of a new face. Soon enough, Xiao Jie spotted a young man in a discreet corner. His countenance was as refined as jade, his skin as fair as snow. Adorned in a blue robe with a folding fan, exuding the charm of a graceful and handsome gentleman, whose beauty rivaled that of any woman. Xiao Jie recognized that he was not a true man, but rather a woman disguised as one. To be cautious, Xiao Jie activated his insight skill, and indeed, the attributes of this individual soon appeared before him. Character: Tao Han leadership, 48 martial power, 46 intelligence, 87 politics, 67 charisma, 96 indeed, it was she. Tao Han was one of Xiao Huang's concubines in the original narrative, which explained the Tao family's support for him. Xiao Jie understood that his role as the antagonist had arrived. He intended to seize both women and wealth. He strode directly towards Tao Han, quickly attracting the attention of several merchants, causing a ripple of commotion. In Daning, attire was a significant matter. Although Xiao Jie was not donned in a dragon robe that day, the merchants could still discern from his garments and demeanor that his status was anything but ordinary. Deep down, Tao Han, being a woman, was not fond of such a noisy and bustling environment, which is precisely why she had chosen to sit in that inconspicuous corner, lost in her own thoughts. However, a sudden commotion broke through her thoughts, and she found herself perplexed by the unfolding events. As she looked up, she was taken aback to discover a remarkably handsome young nobleman standing before her, his countenance adorned with a charming smile. This nobleman was none other than Xiao Jie, who inquired politely, "May I take a seat here?" Before Tao Han could respond, a young man, whose features bore a striking resemblance to hers, abruptly positioned himself in front of her, his expression brimming with vigilance as he regarded Xiao Jie with evident hostility. "May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? What business do you have with my sister?" From the man's appearance and address, Xiao Jie deduced that he was Tao Han's elder brother, Tao Hui, a fervent protector of his sister, which caused Xiao Jie a slight headache. Upon witnessing Xiao Jie attempt to sit beside his sister, Tao Hui instinctively intervened. Despite the formidable presence of Xiao Huang, who took considerable time to win him over, Xiao Jie, as the antagonist, possessed neither the time nor the patience for such endeavors. Without further ado, Xiao Jie removed the token from his waist and placed it upon the table, coldly stating, "See for yourself." Tao Hui, with a face full of skepticism, picked up the token and, upon a mere glance, was struck with astonishment, exclaiming, "Prince Qi Xiao Jie." The room erupted into a flurry of murmurs. Although the merchants had sensed that his identity was anything but ordinary, they were taken aback to discover he was a prince of the current dynasty. Tao Han's expression shifted subtly, and she inwardly lamented the situation. Despite the Tao family's immense wealth rivaling nations, they ultimately remained powerless merchants. And she certainly wished to avoid provoking a prince of the realm. His Highness Prince Qi, I must apologize on behalf of my elder brother for his numerous offenses. I hope you, being magnanimous, can overlook his transgressions and refrain from holding them against him. Tao Han forcefully pushed her still dumbfounded brother, Tao Hui, aside and raised a cup of wine in an act of contrition towards Xiao Jie. However, Xiao Jie remained unmoved, replying coldly, "I initially intended to discuss a business deal with the Tao family, but since your brother holds such a disdain for me, there seems to be nothing left to discuss. Farewell." Chapter 35, the scheme to sell wine just as Xiao Jie anticipated. He had not walked far from the small hall when he heard Tao Han's voice calling after him, "Your Highness, please wait a moment." Understanding the wisdom and knowing when to withdraw, Xiao Jie halted his steps and turned around, only to find Tao Han approaching him alone, with no sign of Tao Hui. Breathless and perspiring, Tao Han finally reached Xiao Jie but was too preoccupied with her apology to wipe the sweat from her brow. "Your Highness, I sincerely apologize once more for my brother's rudeness. I implore you not to hold it against him, nor to direct your ire towards the Tao family." Xiao Jie shook his head, saying, "You underestimate me, Xiao Jie. I am not one to harbor grudges or seek personal revenge. My intention in approaching you is merely to negotiate a business deal with the Tao family. However, if your brother is so unwelcoming, I prefer not to impose myself where I am not wanted. I once again express my apologies for my brother's demeanor, Your Highness. If you wish to discuss business with the Tao family, I would be glad to convey your thoughts to the family head," Tao Han implored, lowering her stance in hopes of placating Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie pondered deeply, recognizing the advantages of possessing power and influence, despite his blatant bullying. Others were compelled to continually offer their apologies. Tao Han found herself at a loss. Xiao Jie had approached her with evident intent, clearly prepared, and had likely been watching them for quite some time. She understood that it was imperative to placate Xiao Jie to prevent any unforeseen calamity from befalling the Tao family. As for Xiao Jie's proposition regarding a business deal with the Tao family, a bitter smile flickered across her mind. She was all too familiar with the cunning tactics employed by the elite, who often cloaked their self-serving agendas in the guise of partnerships with the Tao family, siphoning off benefits while the Tao family remained powerless against such influential figures, ultimately left with no choice but to sacrifice wealth to avert disaster. This thought filled Tao Han with a sense of melancholy. She lamented that had the Tao family retained their noble title of Marquis, such audacity from the powerful would likely have been curtailed. The current occasion, where the Tao family had sent her and her brother Tao Hui to attend the wedding of Prince Qin, Xiao Huang, was partly motivated by a desire to forge connections with him. After all, Xiao Huang had recently become the favored son-in-law of the Langyuang family, and many anticipated his ascent to the Eastern Palace. Despite the rumors circulating in Luoyang that Xiao Jie had fallen from grace, even a disfavored prince was not someone the Tao family could afford to provoke lightly. Tao Han resolved that as long as Xiao Jie's demands were not excessively unreasonable, she could certainly accede on behalf of the Tao family. After all, sacrificing wealth to avert disaster had become a customary practice for them. "I have a shipment of wine arriving in the capital soon, and since your family owns several taverns, I hope to enlist your assistance in selling it. We could split the profits evenly. As the saying goes, even the finest wine fears a deep alley." However, Xiao Jie lacked the time to promote his own wine. The Tao family's taverns were widespread throughout the capital's various districts. If he could enlist their assistance in selling his wine, he could simply sit back and count his earnings. Unbeknownst to him, Tao Han, having heard his proposal, was secretly scoffing. Previously, a high-ranking official in the court had claimed to possess a batch of wine and sought the Tao family's taverns for help in selling it. The Tao family, unable to refuse, reluctantly agreed. To their dismay, the wine turned out to be sour and bitter, utterly undrinkable. Ultimately, the Tao family had no choice but to dump the entire batch and pay the official a sum of silver instead. With such a lesson in mind, Tao Han was naturally more cautious, suspecting that Xiao Jie was likely attempting to employ the same trick to swindle the Tao family out of their money. Nevertheless, having resolved to accept the loss to avert disaster, he was prepared to endure a similar setback once more. He silently hoped that the prince would exhibit a modicum of decency and refrain from quoting an outrageous price for his wine. Xiao Jie smiled slightly and declared, 20 taels per dough. Even Xiao Huang, well-versed in such matters, was taken aback by this price. It was known that good wine in the market generally commanded around 10 taels per dough, while the Tao family's own distillery produced their finest wine, Yuxiangchun's, at 15 taels per dough. Xiao Han certainly could not believe that the wine crafted by Xiao Jie would surpass Yuxiangchun in quality. She felt that Xiao Jie was shamelessly attempting to swindle the Tao family. Your Highness, might this price be a touch excessive? Xiao Han endeavored to phrase her words delicately, lest she inadvertently provoke the arrogant prince. Xiao Jie smiled faintly. It is not at all expensive. Trust me, my wine is undoubtedly worth this price. I believe your Highness's wine is indeed worth this amount, but to set such a high price from the outset may deter many potential customers. It might be prudent to lower the price initially and then raise it once sales improve, in an effort to spare the Tao family from incurring excessive losses. Xiao Han continued to persuade Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie shook his head. Let us set the price at 20 taels per dough for now. If sales are strong, we can consider a price increase later. Xiao Han nearly choked with indignation. Having already set the price at 20 taels per dough, this prince still wished to raise it further, treating customers as if they were fools. Xiao Han had come to the conclusion that Xiao Jie intended to extort a substantial sum from the Tao family, yet there was little they could do. For he was of noble birth, and the Tao family could not afford to offend him. Xiao Han bit his silver tooth. Eager to ascertain the exact quantity of wine the Prince of Qi possessed, he was keen to know how much Xiao Jie planned to extract from the Tao family. No matter, he thought, I understand the Tao family's predicament. In a few days, once the wine arrives in Luoyang, I will personally bring a jar to visit the Tao residence. After you taste it, you can decide whether to assist me in selling it. Though Xiao Jie spoke in this manner, he was confident that anyone who had savored the distilled spirit would no longer regard his prices as exorbitant. After all, fine wine is inherently a luxury, and there is no need to pursue a strategy of thin profit margins. Just look at the soaring prices of certain brands in the future. Despite their high cost, they sell out rapidly. Observing Xiao Jie's unwavering confidence, Xiao Han began to suspect that he might not be genuinely interested in selling wine after all, regardless of the circumstances. Everything shall become apparent once he arrives with his so-called fine wine. In any case, the necessary discussions have concluded. And Xiao Jie kindly reminds Xiao Han that her brother is behind her. Suddenly, Xiao Jie smiles faintly, leans in slightly, and whispers, Miss Tao, I hope that when I visit the Tao family in a few days, you will don a woman's attire. Xiao Han's complexion first flushed with embarrassment, then turned pale. She never anticipated that Xiao Jie could discern her disguise. Just as she intended to inquire further, Xiao Jie had already turned and departed. Chapter 36, The Clash in the Court Part 1. When Xiao Jie saw Suya walk away, he did not head to the study. Instead, he made his way behind a rockery, ensuring the area was deserted. He retrieved a delicate jade whistle from his bosom and gently blew into it. A low, resonant sound emerged, reminiscent of an owl's call in the stillness of the night, not giving rise to any suspicion from others. Moments later, a shadow silently descended before Xiao Jie, bowing deeply. I am your subordinate, Jie, and I pay my respects to your highness. This individual was the leader of the death warriors nurtured by his predecessor, known only by the codename Jie. Character, Jie leadership, 72 martial strength, 86 intelligence, 76 politics, 48 charm, 55. This attribute panel is quite commendable. It appears that while his predecessor may not have been particularly astute, his ability to select individuals was indeed remarkable. The predecessor had trained 18 death warriors, each a rogue gathered from various states and counties, designated with codenames from Jie to Jiashirba in the original text. The performance of these 18 assassins is rather lackluster. Their daily endeavors consist of being mercilessly beaten by Xiao Huang, each one falling victim in a variety of creative ways, serving merely as a backdrop for his ostentation, ultimately becoming symbols of the fatality that befalls their predecessor. Consequently, upon his arrival in this new realm, Xiao Jie constantly pondered ways to disband these 18 assassins, fearing that their exposure would jeopardize his own safety. However, he later realized that these 18 assassins were indeed quite effective, whether it involved surveilling and sabotaging Xiao Huang and Su Yao, feigning an assassination attempt on Su Yao, or assisting him in investigating the county magistrate of Qingyao, Shuchang. They executed their tasks with remarkable finesse. He finally understood that it was not the assassin's inadequacy, but rather the predecessor's failure to utilize them effectively, thus not harnessing their true potential. Now, the 18 assassins had transformed into his clandestine weapon, capable of aiding him in numerous unsavory affairs. Xiao Jie procured a stack of silver notes from his robe and presented them to Jie with a smile, saying, "You have done well regarding the matter in Qingyao County. Take these silver notes and distribute them among yourselves." Jie refrained from accepting, solemnly stating, "Accomplishing your highness's commands is my duty. I cannot accept your reward." Xiao Jie smiled slightly. "I have always believed in rewarding merit and punishing transgressions. This is rightfully yours, so please accept it without hesitation." Only then did Jie accept the silver notes, his voice trembling slightly as he expressed, "I am grateful to your highness." In the eyes of the predecessor, the assassins were merely thoughtless and emotionless tools, and he would never have considered the importance of rewarding and winning their loyalty. However, in the present eyes of Xiao Jie, as long as one is human, they will possess 7 emotions and 6 desires. To garner their unwavering loyalty, one must exert some effort. To speak plainly, it is essential to distinguish between reward and punishment, ensuring they comprehend that loyalty will not go unrewarded. I now have a new task to assign to you. Upon its successful completion, there will be generous rewards. Regardless of the outcome, Xiao Jie first paints a promising picture. "Your Highness, please command," Jie spoke with a newfound vigor. Xiao Jie retrieved a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Jie. "Make a trip to Yuyang, locate this individual for me, and bring them back to the capital." Jie accepted the paper without a glance, clasping his fist and declaring, "I shall not fail in my mission." In Chongning Palace, within the Qingjin Hall, long live our emperor, for 1,000 years. The civil and military officials bowed in unison, chanting their praises. "All rise." Xiao Jie offered a slight nod, his emotions carefully concealed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The officials bowed once more before rising, dividing into 2 ranks of civil and military. Xiao Jie scanned the assembly and was unexpectedly taken aback to see both Xiao Jie and Xiao Huang present. According to the customs of the Ning dynasty, a minor court session occurs every 3 days, and a major session every 5. Typically, individuals like Xiao Jie and Xiao Huang, who held a nominal title of governor over a distant province, were not required to attend either session. Thus, Xiao Jie was quite surprised to witness both brothers attending the court session today. The reason Xiao Jie broke with tradition to attend was that he was aware of a significant event set to unfold in the court, and he needed to be present to witness it firsthand. However, he could not fathom why Xiao Huang had attended the morning court today. According to the narrative in the book, he should not have been present. Nevertheless, it seemed that questioning was merely a privilege of the protagonist. Yet, Xiao Jie discerned that Xiao Huang was evidently taken aback by his presence at the court. "If there are matters to address, please do so. If not, you may withdraw," announced the venerable eunuch Lian beside the dragon throne, signaling what appeared to be yet another mundane and tedious court session. Only Xiao Jie was privy to the fact that a splendid drama was about to unfold. A minister has a memorial to present. A civil official stepped forward, holding a memorial in his hands. He was the inspector general, whose face now bore an expression of resolute determination. "What matter does minister he wish to address?" Xiao Jie inquired in a calm tone, unaware that a tempest was about to sweep through the court. Only Xiao Jie secretly chuckled, for the performance was commencing. "I accuse General Wang Cheng of Liangzhou of colluding with the Hu people, fostering bandits to bolster his own power, and violating the imperial edict by smuggling salt and iron to the Hu people in the northern deserts. I implore your majesty to impose severe punishment." He articulated each word with precision, and in an instant, his brief utterance sent shockwaves through the court. The assembly of officials erupted into a clamor, engaging in hushed whispers among themselves. Who was Wang Cheng? He was the son of the current Prime Minister Wang Cheng, the commanding general of Liangzhou in the northwest, wielding control over the most elite 300,000 troops of the northwest frontier, including 100,000 formidable Xiliang cavalry capable of sweeping across the realm. The implications of his collusion with the Hu people were indeed dire. Xiao Jie's countenance shifted ever so slightly as he gravely remarked, "Since this is an accusation, do you possess any evidence?" He raised the memorial high above his head and proclaimed, "The memorial is here. I beseech your majesty to peruse it." In ordinary circumstances, it is the minor eunuchs who descend to retrieve memorials for presentation to the emperor. However, given the gravity of the matter at hand, even the chief eunuch personally descended from the imperial steps to fetch the memorial, delivering it directly to Xiao Jie. As Xiao Jie perused the document, his countenance grew increasingly dark, ultimately leading him to cast it aside in frustration at Wang Cheng's feet, coldly remarking, "Perhaps you should examine it yourself, Minister Wang." Wang Cheng's face drained of color, his usual composure entirely evaporated. He bent down to retrieve the fallen memorial, trembling as he opened it. A mere glance caused cold sweat to cascade down his brow. The memorial from He meticulously detailed every transaction between Wang Qing and the Hu people, documenting the time, parties involved, weights and quantities of goods, and monetary exchanges with utmost clarity. Wang Qing even entertained the suspicion that he had been observing and recording the dealings as they transpired. Wang Qing was acutely aware of Wang Qing's clandestine smuggling of salt and iron to the northern Hu tribes, having repeatedly cautioned him to exercise utmost caution. The risks were monumental. Should the court discover such treachery, it could spell disaster for the entire Wang clan of Langya. Throughout history, smuggling salt and iron to the Hu has been deemed a grave offense, potentially classified as treason in severe cases. Yet, Wang Qing dismissed his warnings, believing that he had complete control over the region of Liangzhou, convinced that the court would remain oblivious. Moreover, given the arid conditions of the Northwest, how could he possibly amass funds to win over generals and secure the loyalty of soldiers without engaging in such illicit trade? To take a step back, Wang Qing believes that even if the court were to discover his actions, there would be little cause for concern. With his command over 300,000 troops from the northwestern border, the court would be compelled to exercise caution, refraining from taking decisive action against him. In the worst-case scenario, they might simply find a scapegoat to bear the brunt of the blame, thus providing a semblance of accountability to the court. Residing in Liangzhou, where the emperor's reach is limited, Wang Qing feels no immediate threat from the court. However, his father, Wang Chong, currently finds himself in the imperial court, forced to withstand the emperor's wrath and face the scrutiny of numerous officials. Given the gravity of the situation, the seasoned ministers suggest that thorough investigation is paramount. Wang Chong must categorically deny any involvement. Otherwise, the entire Wang family would face irreparable ruin. Chapter 37. The Clash at Court, Part 2. Nevertheless, the Wang faction, by its very nature, would never allow Wang Chong to fight this battle alone. Should Wang Qing be implicated in collusion with the Hu people, not only would the Wang family suffer, but many officials within the Wang faction would also face repercussions. Their fates are intertwined. They cannot afford to let Wang Chong fall into jeopardy. Political factionalism thrives on the principle of supporting one's own while denouncing the opposition, often disregarding the truth of the matter. Your Majesty, this matter is of utmost importance and cannot be judged solely based on the words of Inspector He. There may be underlying circumstances yet to be revealed. I implore Your Majesty to scrutinize the details with care. Qin Shi, the Chamberlain, stepped forward. Your Majesty, I concur with Qin's reasoning. General Wang has consistently demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the court, as is well known throughout the realm. I firmly believe he would never engage in treachery by colluding with the Hu people. Yin Shi, the Deputy Minister of War, also stepped forward. Your Majesty, General Wang has valiantly defended Liangzhou for many years, repeatedly repelling the incursions of the Hu and Chang tribes, thus rendering significant service to the court. If the court were to act solely on hearsay to punish General Wang, would it not instill fear in the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers stationed at the borders? Minister of Agriculture, Duke Du Jun, stepped forward. Your Majesty, I believe it is imperative that this matter be thoroughly investigated. Perhaps we could dispatch officials from the censorate to Liangzhou, who would surely uncover the truth for Your Majesty. If nothing is found, it would serve to exonerate General Wang. The censораte's secretary, Xiao Jie, proposed a seemingly fair and impartial approach. Although Xiao Jie maintained a calm facade, he inwardly scoffed. This proposal sounded appealing, yet Liangzhou lay an arduous distance from Luoyang by the time the officials arrived. It was likely that any incriminating evidence would have long since been destroyed, and any potential witnesses silenced. It would be a miracle for the censorate to uncover anything. Furthermore, Xiao Jie, being the second in command of the censorate and a key figure within the Wang faction, would undoubtedly send officials sympathetic to Wang Qing to investigate. There was even a chance they might turn the tables and accuse Inspector He of false charges. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, nearly a third of the officials in the court had stepped forward to plead on behalf of Wang Qing. These officials, both civil and military, spanned across the 3 departments, 5 provinces, 6 ministries, and 11 temples, nearly encompassing all governmental institutions. They were not all members of the Wang faction. Some were merely officials who had maintained amicable relations with them, choosing to extend support at this crucial juncture. Xiao Jie's expression grew increasingly somber. Yet he refrained from expressing his anger, observing all that transpired with a cold gaze. As numerous officials rose to speak in defense of their sons, Wang Chong found his confidence somewhat restored. He spoke solemnly. Your Majesty, Wang Cheng is the son of this loyal minister. I believe I understand his character well, and he would never commit such a heinous act. The memorial submitted by Inspector he contained only vague assertions, lacking any witnesses or tangible evidence. It is indeed difficult for this minister to be persuaded. Indeed, without witnesses or evidence, it is truly untenable to convince anyone. Members of the Wang faction echoed his sentiments fervently. Xiao Jie turned to He and said gravely, Inspector He, you allege that Wang Cheng has engaged in smuggling salt and iron to the northern nomads. Do you have any evidence or witnesses? He was momentarily at a loss, letting out a sigh and shaking his head. Your Majesty, I do not. The court erupted in an uproar, particularly among members of the Wang faction, who vociferously condemned He for his unfounded accusations against a prominent official, claiming he was sowing confusion and deserving of severe punishment. Observing from the side, Xiao Jie couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for He. He understood why He was unable to produce evidence. The information regarding Wang Cheng's smuggling had been conveyed to him by Yuan Xuan. Under the cover of night, Yuan Xuan had stealthily delivered a pamphlet to Inspector He's residence. Known for his unwavering integrity, He could not tolerate any hint of corruption. Yuan Xuan had cleverly exploited He's uprightness, prompting him to accuse Wang Cheng, with the ulterior motive of inciting Wang Cheng's downfall. Such a downfall would inevitably lead to chaos in the realm, thus presenting them with an opportune moment to restore the great Zhou dynasty. He, indeed, did not disappoint Yuan Xuan, composing a memorial overnight to impeach Wang Cheng. In his view, although there were currently no witnesses or material evidence, this matter pertained to the safety of the northwestern borders of the court, which could not be treated lightly. An investigation must be conducted to uncover the truth. If Wang Cheng were indeed smuggling salt and iron to the Hu people, he must be resolutely dealt with. Yet, if it ultimately proved to be a fabrication, Wang Cheng's innocence could be restored, thus assuaging the concerns of the court and the populace. In the face of numerous officials' accusations, the straightforward He did not waver. Instead, he proposed what he deemed a suitable solution. This incited even greater agitation among the officials of the Wang faction. Those with temperaments inclined to patience merely uttered words of absurdity, while those less restrained openly condemned He as having ulterior motives worthy of punishment, transforming the once dignified court into a veritable marketplace of chaos. Xiao Jie found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to commend He's forthrightness or to mock his ignorance. According to the court's customary practice, commanders stationed at the borders could not serve in one location for more than 3 years, a measure intended to prevent local generals from amassing excessive power. However, Wang Cheng was an exception, remaining in the position of Grand Commander of Liangzhou for over a decade. Each time the court sought to reassign Wang Cheng, the Chang or Hu people conveniently instigated border conflicts, compelling the court to allow him to continue in his role as Grand Commander of Liangzhou, leading troops to repel the incursions. After several such incidents, rumors began to circulate within the court that only Wang Cheng could pacify Liangzhou. Without him, the northwestern region would remain unsettled. It was evident to discerning eyes that the Wang faction was orchestrating a narrative, yet there was little that could be done. Wang Cheng's prolonged tenure, spanning over a decade, had effectively transformed Liangzhou into his independent kingdom, with the 300,000 troops of the northwestern frontier nearly becoming his personal army. It is precisely because Wang Cheng commands the elite northwest border army of 300,000 men that, although Wang Cheng engages in factionalism within the court, forming cliques for personal gain, the court remains hesitant to act decisively. Xiao Jie can only turn a blind eye to the Wang faction's machinations, allowing their influence to grow unchecked within the court. This expansion further solidifies Wang Cheng's position as the Grand Commander of Liangzhou, allowing him to retain this title for over a decade, with no dissenters daring to voice opposition. The father-son duo of Wang Cheng and Wang Cheng, one in politics and the other in military command, firmly gripped the reins of power from the court to the provinces. Xiao Jie understands that in Xiao Jie's heart, there is a constant desire to eradicate the Wang family, yet he patiently awaits the opportune moment. A significant factor in Xiao Huang's rise within the original narrative is his assistance to Xiao Jie in successfully eliminating the Wang family. While Xiao Jie's demise stems from his status as the Wang family's grandson, a testament to Xiao Jie's deep-seated animosity towards them. However, the tides of fortune have shifted. Through Xiao Jie's audacious maneuvers, Xiao Huang has now become the Wang family's son-in-law, while Xiao Jie himself, a grandson of the Wang family, has severed ties completely. Today, Xiao Jie has deliberately attended this court assembly to aid Xiao Jie in confronting the Wang faction, intending to convey that he is no longer merely the Wang family's grandson, but rather Xiao Jie's son. I respectfully report to your majesty, I have matters to address. Xiao Jie proclaims, breaking his silence with resolute determination. Note, the three platforms refer to the Sili platform, the Yezha platform, and the Yushi platform. The 5 provinces refer to the Jiangsu province, the Minxiao province, the Shangshu province, the Sishu province, and the Neishi province. The 6 ministries refer to the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of War. The 11 temples and supervisors refer to the Taichang Temple, the Guanglu Temple, the Weiwei Temple, the Zongjing Temple, the Taibu Temple, the Dali Temple, the Honglu Temple, the Sinong Temple, the Taifu Temple, the Jiangzhou Temple, and the Guozijian. Chapter 38. By their own means, Xiao Jie unexpectedly stepped forward to speak, causing the previously murmuring court officials to fall abruptly silent, each regarding him with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, unable to fathom his motives for intervening at this juncture. Wang Chong and other officials aligned with the Wang faction felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the Wang family had just broadcast their intentions to the world, signaling a shift in allegiance from the grandson-in-law Xiao Jie to the granddaughter-in-law Xiao Huang. Was Xiao Jie poised to strike back in retaliation? What matter does the crown prince bring forth? Xiao Jie inquired, maintaining an expression of serene composure, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Father, I believe the statements made by ministers Chun, Yin, Du, and Xiao hold great merit. With his opening words, Xiao Jie set a clear tone, expressing his trust in Wang Qing and endorsing the Wang faction. A weight lifted from Wang Chong's heart, and the officials of the Wang faction exhaled in relief. It appeared that His Highness the Prince of Qi still harbored affection for his maternal uncle. In this critical moment, he not only refrained from taking advantage of the situation but also chose to defend his uncle's position. Only Xiao Huang furrowed his brow slightly, an instinctual sense informing him that Xiao Jie was not genuinely supporting Wang Qing. Truly, a commendable grandson of the Wang family. Xiao Jie felt an intense ire within. Yet his exterior betrayed no emotion, merely responding in a measured tone. Is that so? Xiao Jie appeared completely oblivious to the fact that he had angered his father, the emperor, and continued to speak with fervor. General Wang, my uncle, is a man of honor, and I firmly believe he would never commit such heinous acts. Moreover, my uncle has long served in Liangzhou, earning great merits for the court. Is it not disheartening for the tens of thousands of soldiers at the borders for my father to condemn him based solely on hearsay? Xiao Jie, like a parrot, reiterated the words of several members of the Wang faction. They were greatly encouraged by his support and echoed in agreement. What His Highness, the Prince of Qi, has said is indeed true. Observing his son so openly defending Wang Qing, Xiao Jie's heart boiled with anger. Just as he intended to dismiss Xiao Jie, the latter suddenly raised his voice. However, if Inspector he is so certain, it must be that there are indeed instances of smuggling salt and iron to the Hu people in Liangzhou, and this is no mere fabrication. Yet, the Wang family is renowned for their wealth. My uncle would certainly disdain such petty gains. It is my belief that it must be the subordinates concealing the truth from him. I implore that this matter be thoroughly investigated to restore my uncle's honor. Many officials from the Wang faction were momentarily taken aback, but instinctively continued to echo. We beseech your majesty to investigate this matter thoroughly and clear General Wang's name. This was precisely what Xiao Jie had been waiting for. However, Xiao Huang's expression changed drastically, realizing that he had fallen into a trap. Xiao Jie's gaze sharpened with a hint of intrigue, and he asked in a calm tone, then, according to my son's view, how should this matter be thoroughly investigated? The officials aligned with the Wang faction were instantly rendered speechless. They were left in confusion, struggling to comprehend whether they had misunderstood or if the situation had shifted too rapidly. Was Xiao Jie not defending his uncle Wang Qing? How had the conversation so swiftly transformed into a call for an investigation into the generals under Wang Qing's command? Yet they truly cannot refute Xiao Jie, for he is advocating for a thorough investigation under the pretext of restoring Wang Qing's honor. Should they deny the issues surrounding the officers below, it would imply an acknowledgement of fault on Wang Qing's part. Conversely, if they adamantly assert that the allegations of salt and iron smuggling by the Hu people are baseless, why then should they fear a meticulous inquiry by the court? However, should they allow the court to pursue those officers, it is inevitable that the investigation will unearth further complications, ultimately implicating Wang Qing once more. The officials of the Wang faction have realized they find themselves in a quagmire, where every path leads to a dead end. Wang Chong's heart seethes with resentment. He had watched Xiao Jie grow up and could scarcely fathom that Xiao Jie has become so astute, even calculating against his own uncle. Wang Chong turns his gaze towards Xiao Huang, for no one knows a brother better than a sibling. He hopes to discern whether Xiao Huang can devise a strategy to contend with Xiao Jie. In truth, Xiao Huang's attendance at court today was at Wang Chang's behest, aimed at facilitating his swift integration into the Wang faction. However, he did not anticipate the fortuitous timing of Wang Qing's impeachment, which threw the entire Wang faction into disarray, turning Xiao Huang into a mere spectator of the ensuing chaos. Xiao Huang, aware of Wang Chang's glance, can only subtly shake his head in response, indicating that the current situation is unfavorable and that they must deliberate further. Wang Chang harbors a tinge of regret. Had he known of Xiao Jie's cunning nature, he would not have hastily cast aside Xiao Jie in favor of Xiao Huang. For it is evident that Xiao Jie poses a far more formidable challenge than Xiao Huang, and he has unwittingly forced Xiao Jie into an adversarial position against the Huang family. Xiao Huang's heart was indeed in turmoil, for he had just contemplated that the court might utilize the following generals as a means to investigate this matter. He was still devising ways to seal these vulnerabilities when Xiao Jie preemptively brought it to light, catching him utterly off guard. As if he had anticipated Xiao Huang's thoughts entirely. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Qing must not encounter any misfortune, otherwise, his position as a son-in-law would inevitably be jeopardized. Xiao Huang was deeply dissatisfied, as he initially intended to leverage the Wang family's influence to secretly cultivate and expand his own power. Little did he expect the Wang family to be so inept, allowing the critical issue of smuggling salt and iron to the Hu people to be so easily exposed, thus being cornered by Xiao Jie. Observing Xiao Jie's seemingly prepared demeanor, Xiao Huang even suspected that the entire situation was orchestrated by Xiao Jie himself, first severing ties with the Wang family, then finding someone to expose Wang Qing. If Xiao Jie were aware of Xiao Huang's thoughts at this moment, he would certainly feel more wrong than doughy. In truth, the tactic he was employing now was the very strategy from the original text that Xiao Huang had used against Wang Cheng, targeting the generals under Wang Cheng to verify the smuggling of salt and iron to the northern Hu, while simultaneously sowing discord between Wang Cheng and the other generals, inciting mutual suspicion among them, ultimately leading to Wang Cheng's rebellion and his generals turning against him. However, fortune has its cycles. Now that Xiao Huang had aligned himself with inept allies, he should not blame Xiao Jie for taking on the role of the antagonist, leaving the protagonist without a path forward. What do the esteemed lords think of Prince Qi's proposal? Xiao Jie inquired calmly, surveying the ministers gathered in the hall. Xiao Jie paused for a moment, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Jian. The Ministry of Justice, the Supervisory Court, and the Court of Judicial Review operate independently and require a presiding judge to oversee this matter. Since it is Prince Qi who has proposed the tri-ministerial joint trial, let him take charge of it. I shall obey your command. Xiao Jian knelt to accept the decree, feeling no surprise, for in the original text, Xiao Huang was similarly appointed as the presiding judge by the emperor for suggesting this very course of action, ultimately leading to a severe reprimand of Wang Cheng. The Minister of Justice, Cui Shi, the Grand Counselor, Xin Liang, and the Chief of the Court of Judicial Review, Zhou Mu, also stepped forward to kneel and receive their orders. I too am weary. Let us disperse the court. With the tri-ministerial trial settled, Xiao Jie directly announced the end of the court session. Long live the emperor. The officials bowed deeply in reverence. Chapter 39. A heartfelt exchange between father and son. After the court session, many officials did not depart immediately. Instead, they engaged in hushed conversations, casting furtive glances towards Xiao Jie, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, since it was his first time attending court, and he was unfamiliar with most of the officials. He decided to leave without further ado. However, just as he stepped out of the Hall of Governance, he was halted by the imperial eunuch, Lian Yi, who had been waiting outside, informing him that the emperor wished to see him. Xiao Jie surmised that his performance had exceeded his father's expectations today, prompting a personal summons after the court session. Eunuch Lian guided Xiao Jie through the palace until they arrived at the imperial garden. With his keen eyesight, Xiao Jie spotted Xiao Jie seated on a bench in the pavilion at the center of the lake, gazing into the distance. Eunuch Lian brought Xiao Jie to the bridge leading to the pavilion and then halted, smiling, "Your Highness, I shall leave you here. You may proceed to meet His Majesty on your own." Xiao Jie speculated that this must be Xiao Jie's intention, not wishing for anyone to overhear their father-son conversation. With little time for contemplation, Xiao Jie ascended the bridge, making his way toward the pavilion at the heart of the lake. His footsteps were rather audible. Yet Xiao Jie appeared entirely oblivious, continuing to gaze into the distance, showing no inclination to turn around. "I pay my respects to your Majesty, long live the Emperor." Xiao Jie could not forsake propriety simply because Xiao Jie did not regard him. Xiao Jie remained unmoved, not acknowledging him with a gesture to rise, persistently maintaining his posture of distant contemplation. After a considerable time, Xiao Jie felt a twinge of discomfort in his kneeling leg. Yet Xiao Jie still showed no sign of permitting him to rise, leading Xiao Jie to wonder if he was merely confronting a wax figure. Just as Xiao Jie indulged in the silent reproach, the figure, no, Xiao Jie finally spoke, without turning or granting him the courtesy to rise. His tone devoid of any emotion as he uttered, "You surprised me at court today." The words carried no trace of sentiment, leaving Xiao Jie momentarily uncertain whether Xiao Jie was commending or rebuking him. As a descendant of the Xiao clan, it is my utmost duty to uphold the glory of the Ning. While Xiao Jie spoke with fervor, inwardly he could not help but grumble. Could you not allow your son to stand and speak? The weight of imperial authority bore down upon him, instilling a fleeting sensation of suffocation. Nevertheless, Xiao Jie held his gaze steady, bravely meeting Xiao Jie's eyes. "You may rise." Xiao Jie secretly exhaled a sigh of relief and slowly rose to his feet. Yet he refrained from being overly audacious, instead standing beside Xiao Jie with his hands at his sides, resembling an obedient and dutiful son. "Why have you suddenly severed ties with the Huang family?" Xiao Jie found himself genuinely admiring this father emperor, who, despite posing a question of grave consequence, managed to maintain an expressionless demeanor and a calm tone. Xiao Jie's gaze sharpened once more, coldly scrutinizing Xiao Jie's face. "However, the members of the Huang family are your mother's relatives, your elders. How can you bear to confront them? This was undoubtedly a matter of life and death. Yet, should he exhibit even a hint of reluctance, Xiao Jie might perceive him as being overly sentimental, ultimately unfit to deal with the Huang family. Fortunately, in his previous life, Xiao Jie had watched numerous palace intrigue and power struggle dramas, and he had anticipated that Xiao Jie might pose such a question. He had long prepared his response. "Father Emperor, quite the contrary. It is precisely because I cannot bear to see them harmed that I have resolved to confront my grandfather and uncle." Xiao Jie was slightly taken aback. "Why do you say so?" Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jie began to articulate his thoughts. "Father Emperor, forgive my candor, but the actions of my grandfather and uncle are not only jeopardizing the stability of our great Ning's realm, but are also leading the entire Huang family down a path of no return. If I do not intervene, it is likely that the Huang family will face utter destruction. As you have mentioned, they are all my mother's kin and my elders. I truly cannot bear to witness this. I must prevent my grandfather and uncle from continuing down this erroneous path to spare more members of the Huang family from a tragic fate. Were you motivated by the unwillingness to see the other members of the Huang family suffer and perish, or by the fear that their misfortunes might implicate you and your mother?" Xiao Jie's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Jie, persistently pressing for answers. Xiao Jie calmly nodded and replied, "I am neither willing to see the other members of the Huang family suffer and die, nor do I wish for my mother and myself to be unjustly implicated." Suddenly, Xiao Jie's expression softened, and a rare smile graced his face as he shifted the conversation, asking, "Since you were in charge of this triad court session, please share your thoughts with me." Xiao Jie felt a wave of relief wash over him, recognizing that he had successfully navigated the moral inquiry, and now Xiao Jie intended to assess his capabilities. Having boldly accepted this responsibility, he had undoubtedly prepared himself well. With a slight smile, Xiao Jie articulated, "My intention is to address matters succinctly, to touch upon them without fully unfolding." To touch upon them without fully unfolding? The smile on Xiao Jie's face gradually faded, yet he refrained from displaying anger, merely gesturing for Xiao Jie to continue. "If you harbor such concerns, why then must I convene the triad court to thoroughly investigate this matter?" Xiao Jie inquired solemnly. Xiao Jie patiently elucidated, "Father, although the court may not currently have the means to act against my uncle, it can certainly exploit the situation to weaken and sow discord among the 300,000 troops in the northwest. Those involved in the smuggling of salt and iron are undoubtedly my uncle's trusted commanders. If their crimes are substantiated, we can seize the opportunity to eliminate them, significantly diminishing my uncle's hold over the northwest forces. Based on my understanding of my uncle, he would never rebel against the court for the sake of a few loyal commanders. The son harbors a bold notion. Among these trusted generals, there must be one or two who are cowardly and fearful of death. The emperor could seize this opportunity to threaten them with their lives, compelling their loyalty to the court, thereby transforming them into eyes and pawns placed beside his uncle. At a critical juncture, they would undoubtedly prove invaluable. This is what one might call a latent strategy. This plan is indeed exquisite." Even Xiao Jie could no longer maintain his previous composure, his face betraying a hint of excitement as he couldn't help but applaud the brilliance of the idea. Xiao Jie secretly chuckled. How could it not be brilliant? His elder brother, Xiao Huang, had already tested this strategy in the original narrative, finding it immensely effective. Little did he anticipate that he would now employ it against his new father-in-law. Xiao Jie also recognized that he had momentarily lost his demeanor in front of his son, and his expression returned to its usual stoicism. Since you have your own calculations, let all proceed as you suggest. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. If you execute this task well, I shall bestow upon you appropriate rewards. The son expressed his gratitude to the emperor. Xiao Jie understood the protocol. Regardless of the circumstances, it was always prudent to offer thanks. I take my leave. He performed a bow and promptly turned to depart. As Xiao Jie observed Xiao Jian's retreating figure, a flicker of paternal affection and satisfaction surfaced in his gaze. After all, he is indeed my son. Chapter 40. A visit to the Tao family. As Xiao Jie stated, the generals from Liangzhou would require some time to arrive in the capital. Xiao Jian would not remain idle. He resolved to attend to his own affairs, having already resolved the matter concerning Zhu Chang, the magistrate of Qingyao County. Xiao Jian felt emboldened to entrust Peng Hu with the delivery of the first batch of distilled liquor to Luoyang. Under normal circumstances, a brewing cycle requires approximately 3 months. However, Xiao Jie naturally cannot afford to wait that long. The batch of wine recently transported from Luoyang was, in fact, procured by Qian, who was instructed by Xiao Jie to acquire a substantial quantity of low-priced wines from various estates, which had undergone direct double distillation into high-proof spirits. Although most estates possess winemaking facilities that utilize aged grains for production, they often fall short due to the lack of skilled brewers, resulting in wines with low alcohol content and poor taste, typically limiting them to self-consumption. Consequently, Qian was able to purchase a significant amount of low-proof wines at a mere pittance. In any era, secondary processing is a lucrative venture. On the day that Peng Hu delivered the wines to Luoyang, Xiao Jie instructed him to select a fine barrel and accompany him to the Tao residence. The Tao residence is situated near the South Market in the Xiushanfang district, which is not particularly close to the Chunhuafang where Xiao Jie resides. By the time Xiao Jie's carriage arrived at the entrance of the Tao residence, twilight had already begun to settle. In Daning, visiting someone entails certain protocols. Generally, the visitor must send a messenger with a formal invitation in advance to arrange a suitable time for the visit. Otherwise, should one arrive unannounced, it could lead to an awkward situation if the host is unwilling or unavailable to receive them. Moreover, the timing of the visit is significant. Daytime visits are preferred, with evening calls to be avoided to prevent any insinuations of impropriety. Yet, Xiao Jie, having embraced the role of the antagonist, saw little reason to adhere to such peculiar conventions. Xiao Jie instructed the driver to introduce himself to the gatekeeper of the Tao residence. As anticipated, it was too long before a well-dressed middle-aged man hurriedly emerged from the gate. Upon spotting Xiao Jie standing beside the carriage, he promptly bowed and declared, "I am Tao Song, paying my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Qi." Given the possibility that this man could be his future father-in-law, Xiao Jie deemed it prudent to make a favorable impression. With a warm smile, he replied, "Please rise, Master Tao. You are my elder by a year, so there is no need for such excessive formalities." Tao Song, feeling somewhat anxious as he stood, grew even more unsettled by Xiao Jie's affable demeanor. Naturally, Tao Han had informed her father about Xiao Jie's request for the Tao family and to assist in selling wine. Tao Song shared his daughter's sentiments, instinctively suspecting that these nobility were merely using the facade of partnership and commerce to swindle the Tao family, especially when he learned that Xiao Jie intended to sell the wine at the exorbitant price of 20 taels per do. Even the usually composed Tao Song could not help but curse Xiao Jie for his insatiable greed. In his eyes, the more amiable Xiao Jie appeared, the harsher the financial deception would be. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tao Song led the way into the residence, while Peng Hu, cradling a jar of wine, followed closely behind. Tao Song's attention was drawn to Peng Hu and the jar he carried, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Xiao Jie would actually bring wine to the door. However, his expression soon returned to normal as he discreetly signaled a servant with a glance, continuing to lead Xiao Jie forward with an air of nonchalance. Tao Songang escorted Xiao Xian through the front courtyard, where they encountered an elderly man with a head of white hair standing outside the main hall, surrounded by a throng of men, women, and children, presumably all members of the Tao family. Observing the scene, Xiao Xian surmised that this venerable figure must be Tao Lu, the patriarch of the Tao household and grandfather to Tao Han. To his surprise, however, he did not see Tao Han among the crowd. Instead, he spotted her brother, Tao Hui. Tao Lu also noticed Xiao Xian and immediately performed a deep bow, proclaiming, "Old man Tao Lu pays his respects to His Highness, the Prince of Qi." The family members behind him followed suit, collectively greeting Xiao Xian. "Commoners pay their respects to His Highness, the Prince of Qi." Xiao Xian smiled and motioned for them to rise, casually inquiring, "Where's Miss Tao?" Tao Lu momentarily faltered, as there were numerous young ladies of the Tao surname, and he was uncertain to whom Xiao Xian referred. Thankfully, Tao Song, standing nearby, quickly recalled that his daughter had mentioned how the Prince of Qi had discerned her disguise as a man, deducing that Xiao Xian was indeed inquiring about Tao Han. "My daughter is feeling somewhat unwell today and cannot receive guests. I hope your highness will forgive her absence," he explained. Xiao Xian naturally found it hard to believe such a coincidence. He suspected that Tao Han simply wished to avoid meeting him in her female attire and had feigned illness to hide away. However, he had merely intended to tease Tao Han that evening, and he had no intention of being upset over it. "If Miss Tao is unwell, let her rest well and not tire herself," he replied, appearing entirely unperturbed. "The commoner expresses gratitude on behalf of my daughter for your highness's concern." Tao Song quietly exhaled, harboring a fear that Xiao Jie might stubbornly insist on meeting his daughter, which also concerned him about the potential attention his daughter might attract. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tao Lu finally led Xiao Jie into the main hall, where a jar of wine was prominently displayed on the central table. "Master Tao, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Jie inquired, gesturing towards the jar with a smile. Tao Lu stroked his beard and replied with a grin. "I have heard that your highness possesses a great appreciation for fine wines. By chance, we have a jar of Yuxiang Chun, aged for 30 years. And I took the liberty of bringing it forth for your highness to sample." Xiao Jie felt a surge of amusement, quickly discerning the intention behind the Tao family's gesture. They must have caught wind of his plan to sell wine at a price of 20 taels per do, deeming it implausible. Thus, they presented their finest Yuxiang Chun to subtly convey the disparity in quality, hoping to dissuade him from such an unrealistic price. However, Xiao Jie was undeterred. After all, no matter how exquisite the wine produced in this era might be, it merely excelled in flavor, lacking the richness of distilled spirits. He was not a connoisseur himself, but his companion, Pang Hu, certainly was. With a light-hearted shake of his head, he pointed to Pang Hu behind him. Several individuals within the Tao residence visibly shifted in countenance, for this was indeed the prized Yuxiang Chun, one of the finest wines in the world, scarcely available in the market. Many wealthy individuals might never have the opportunity to savor it. The Tao family, recognizing Xiao Jie's noble status, had graciously offered him a jar to taste, yet he was suggesting that it be given to his subordinate instead. A disrespect not only to the fine wine but also to the Tao family itself. Tao Lu, the esteemed leader of the Tao family, remained unflappable even amidst the discontent of his kin. With a serene smile, he commanded, "Let us heed the wishes of His Highness, the Prince Qi, and pour a cup of wine for this valiant man." A servant promptly unsealed a jar of wine, allowing a delicate fragrance to waft throughout the hall. Shortly thereafter, another attendant appeared with a set of exquisite crystal glasses, filling one with the clear, luminous liquid. Pang Hu set aside the jar he had been clutching, grasping the wine glass instead. He hesitated, inhaling the aroma, only to furrow his brow in confusion. Having consumed spirits from large bowls throughout his life, and after days of indulging in distilled high-proof liquor at Chiefing Manor, he found the scent of this lower-grade wine unfamiliar. Without further ado, he tilted his head back and downed the drink, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar, and his brow furrowing deeper, revealing the struggle it took to swallow. Xiao Jie, discerning the situation, feigned ignorance and inquired, "How does it taste?" Pang Hu shook his head vigorously. "Not good. It's as bland as water." The assembly gasped in astonishment. This was no ordinary wine. It was the 30-year-aged Yuxiang, lauded by all who had savored it as a divine elixir. How could this boorish fellow dare to disparage it? Was the Prince Qi so desperate to promote his own wine that he would sacrifice his dignity? Tao Lu's brow slightly knitted, not out of anger, but because he perceived Pang Hu's genuine sentiment. The man truly believed the Yuxiang to be lacking. "How rude," muttered an indignant voice from the crowd. The members of the Tao family were utterly astonished, cursing the attendant of Prince Qi for courting death in the presence of the prince. They feared that provoking Prince Qi could bring calamity upon the Tao family. Xiao Jie smiled faintly and gestured towards Tao Hui in the crowd. "Young Master Tao, could you please step forward?" He was acutely aware that it was indeed Tao Hui who had let slip the insult. Tao Hui, harboring some dissatisfaction towards Xiao Jie due to events at the Qin King's wedding feast, could not restrain himself from muttering a few disparaging remarks upon hearing the prince's attendant belittle the esteemed Yuxiang of the Tao family. Unfortunately, he had inadvertently voiced his thoughts. Realizing he had landed himself in a precarious situation, Tao Hui's complexion turned ashen upon hearing his name called by Xiao Jie, and a wave of trepidation washed over him, leaving him paralyzed with fear, unable to approach. Xiao Jie maintained his smile and called out, "Young Master Tao, I am indeed addressing you." To Tao Hui. Xiao Jie's smile appeared more fearsome than that of a demon. He longed to step forward, yet his feet felt as if they were encumbered by lead, rendering him immobile. Beside him, Tao Song, terrified, fell to his knees before Xiao Jie, desperately imploring, "Your Highness, my son is young and ignorant, and it is my failure as a father to guide him. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me instead. I beseech you to spare my son." Tao Lu sighed and also interceded on behalf of Tao Hui. "Your Highness, I too offer my apologies on behalf of my grandson, and I hope you might overlook this minor transgression and grant him mercy this once." Xiao Jie, however, paid no heed to the entreaties of Tao Lu and Tao Song. Continuing to smile as he addressed Tao Hui, "Young Master Tao, must I call you several more times? Your Highness, I implore you not to make things difficult for my brother any further." Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the screen, collapsing to the ground before Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie lowered his gaze and felt a twinge of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was none other than Tao Han, now adorned in feminine attire, exuding a softness and allure absent when she had masqueraded as a man. Feigning surprise, Xiao Jie remarked, "Miss Tao, did your esteemed father not mention that you were unwell?" Tao Han's countenance instantly flushed crimson as she lowered her head and softly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am feeling much better now. I heard you were in attendance and came specifically to pay my respects." Xiao Jie was well aware that she had been discreetly observing from behind the screen. Yet he chose not to expose her, simply smiling and saying, "It is a relief to hear that Miss Tao is well." After a moment of hesitation, Tao Han resolutely lifted her gaze and implored, "Your Highness, I beg of you, could you perhaps show leniency towards my brother this time?" Tao Hui, feeling the weight of every gaze upon him, found his mind gradually blanking. As if in a trance, he slowly approached Xiao Jie, overwhelmed by an intimidating aura that deterred him from meeting Xiao Jie's eyes, leaving him to stare at the ground. With a smile, Xiao Jie remarked, "Master Tao, it took numerous calls for you to finally join us. It is indeed a challenge to invite you for a drink." The onlookers were momentarily stunned, realizing that the commotion had merely been to summon Tao Hui for a drink. The princes certainly knew how to play, nearly frightening the common folk out of their wits. Yet, Xiao Jie orchestrated this scene for a deliberate purpose, to temper Tao Hui, the overprotective brother. After all, in his view, interfering in his sister's affections under the guise of concern was, to some extent, a manifestation of a severe obsession, driven by nothing more than a perverse sense of possession. Unlike Xiao Huang, he had no intention of squandering time trying to reform him. He merely wished for Tao Hui to comprehend that dealing with him was akin to swatting an ant, urging him to be prudent and refrain from meddling in matters concerning him and Tao Han. Xiao Jie cast a knowing glance at Peng Hu, who understood the silent command and shattered the seal of the wine jar with a single strike, unleashing a potent aroma that swiftly enveloped the entire hall. The onlookers were taken aback, for they had never encountered such an intense fragrance of wine in their lives. Even Tao El, who was typically unfazed, exhibited a momentary change in expression, as if lost in contemplation. Peng Hu procured an unused glass of crystal, filled it to the brim, and pushed it towards Tao Hui. Bellowing, "Young Master Tao, please partake." Tao Hui, initially apprehensive, shot a glance at Peng Hu, then another at Xiao Jie, before raising the wine cup and downing it in one go. A wave of fiery liquor surged down his throat, causing beads of sweat to instantly form on his brow, prompting him to exclaim, "This wine is exceedingly potent." A middle-aged man, stepping forward, bore a resemblance to Tao Song, leading one to surmise he was a brother of Tao Song. He bowed to Xiao Jie and introduced himself, "Your Highness, I am Tao Lin, responsible for the winemaking business in the Tao family. Might I be permitted to sample this exquisite wine?" Xiao Jie responded with a slight smile, gesturing for him to proceed. Peng Hu poured a cup for Tao Lin, who lifted it to his nose, inhaling its fragrance for a moment before taking a delicate sip, closing his eyes to savor it, and subsequently draining the glass. After setting down the cup, Tao Lin remarked, "Your Highness, I must confess, having dealt with wine my entire life, this is the first time I have tasted such a rich and robust vintage." Xiao Jie jested, "I wonder if this wine could fetch 20 taels of silver per doe?" "No," Tao Lin shook his head, then smiled. "It should be sold for 100 taels of silver per doe." Xiao Jie also chuckled, finding Tao Lin's words quite amusing. Known as the deity of wine in the Tao family, Tao Lin's high praise ignited a sense of curiosity among the crowd, each eager to savor the taste of this exceptional wine. Observing their thoughts, Xiao Jie encouraged them to indulge freely without hesitation. Your Highness, might you accompany this old man to the inner hall? Suddenly, Tao El extended an invitation to Xiao Jie while everyone was engrossed in tasting the wine. Xiao Jie had no reason to decline. However, it was puzzling that Tao El had also summoned Tao Song and Tao Lin, along with Tao Han, to join him. Regardless of how much wine your Highness possesses, our Tao family can purchase it at the price of 20 taels per doe. Furthermore, we wish to discuss another business proposal with your Highness. As they entered the inner hall and took their respective seats, Tao El wasted no time in getting to the point. Xiao Jie sensed the underlying intentions but maintained his smile, inquiring, "May I ask what business Mr. Tao refers to?" Our Tao family is willing to offer a substantial price for your Highness's brewing techniques. Might your Highness be inclined to part with them? Chapter 42. Midnight Assassination. Xiao Jie smiled without offering a response, leaving his intentions ambiguous. Perplexed by Xiao Jie's demeanor, Tao El pressed on, "Your Highness, why not state your price directly? As long as our Tao family is capable, we could deliver the cash to the Xiao Huang residence tonight." Wealthy individuals indeed speak with remarkable boldness. The Tao family has been engaged in commerce for generations and naturally comprehends the immense value of the brewing technique capable of producing high-proof liquor. They are acutely aware that the benefits derived from it are immeasurable, potentially bestowing endless advantages upon their descendants. Thus, Tao Lu specifically invited Xiao Jie to the inner hall, willing to spend lavishly to acquire the brewing expertise he possessed. When Xiao Jie remained silent yet smiling, Tao Lin's patience wore thin. "Your Highness, forgive my candor. While the liquor you produce is indeed rich and potent, its flavor leaves much to be desired. It would be far more advantageous for you to sell your brewing technique to our Tao family. We possess the finest brewers in the world, who could surely utilize this method to craft an even superior liquor." Tao Lin, do not speak disrespectfully to His Highness. Tao Song gently nudged Tao Lin, reminding him to temper his words. Xiao Jie smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, I am aware that my liquor is not particularly exceptional. If I were to sell you the brewing technique, you might indeed create better liquor. However, have you considered a crucial question? If I were to sell you this technique, could your Tao family truly safeguard it?" "What does your Highness mean?" Tao Lin asked, somewhat perplexed. If the Tao family were to obtain this brewing technique, it would undoubtedly become their lifeblood, and they would naturally endeavor to protect it. Tao Lu's expression shifted slightly as he began to grasp the implication of Xiao Jie's words. Xiao Jie chuckled and remarked, "As the saying goes, a gentleman is blameless, yet the possession of precious stones may invite envy. You have crafted an unparalleled wine, rendering other wines less marketable. Naturally, the Tao family will attract the covetous gazes of many, including the powerful figures within the court. They will resort to every means to compel you to relinquish your brewing techniques. Pray tell, when that time comes, will your family still dare to claim that you can safeguard your secrets?" At his words, several members of the Tao family instantly appeared despondent, particularly Tao Lin, who let out a profound sigh, lamenting that he was destined to be estranged from this brewing craft. "I have been foolish, blinded by immediate interests. Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness," Tao Lu said, bowing deeply to Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie shook his head with a smile. "In truth, beyond selling wine today, I wish to discuss another business venture with the Tao family." "Oh, do enlighten me, Your Highness," Tao Lu inquired with apparent curiosity. "May I ask if the Tao family has any interest in partnering with me to establish a company?" Xiao Jie inquired with a grin. Tao Lu looked puzzled. "Might I ask, Your Highness, what is a company?" Xiao Jie felt a little awkward, having inadvertently let the term slip. A company is a Western concept, denoting a group of individuals collaborating to run a business. He could only offer a vague explanation. However, Tao Lu quickly grasped his intent. "Is Your Highness suggesting that you wish to partner with our Tao family to open a business?" Xiao Jie nodded affirmatively. "Precisely." The members of the Tao family fell silent. For generations, the Tao family had adhered to a principle of absolute non-interference from outsiders in their business affairs, fearing that the legacy built over centuries could be usurped by others. After all, those who wish to partner with the Tao family in business are all prominent figures of the current dynasty, and the Tao family is well aware of their intentions. The prince might as well elaborate further. Tao Lu decided to listen intently to Xiao Jie's thoughts. With a slight smile, Xiao Jie began to articulate, "The paramount principle of partnership in commerce is to leverage each other's strengths. The Tao family's advantage lies in their extensive network of shops across the land and their possession of the finest brewers, while I, Xiao Jie, possess the most exquisite brewing techniques and the authority of royalty." Should the Tao family choose to collaborate with me? We could complement each other's strengths and monopolize the beverage trade across the realm. Tao Lu felt a stir of interest within, yet maintained a facade of composure. Merely replying with a smile, I understand your intent, your highness, but this matter is of great significance, and I must confer with others before I can provide a response, which may take some time. Tao Lu did not rise to see Xiao Jie off. Instead, he turned to Tao Han and said, Honor, I have matters to discuss with your father and uncle. Please escort Prince Qi. Naturally, Xiao Jie did not decline Tao Lu's kindness. Tao Han's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly addressed Xiao Jie. Your highness, allow me to accompany you. As soon as Xiao Jie and Tao Han departed, Tao Lu immediately posed a profound question to his two sons. Tao Lin replied candidly, Initially, I admired his brewing skills, but now I am even more impressed by his foresight and grand ambitions. Tao Song sighed. I can only sense that he possesses a profound depth of character, with intellect that surpasses the ordinary. Do you believe he is the one capable of revitalizing the Tao family? Tao Lu posed a second question. Tao Song remained silent, for he had another candidate in mind, Xiao Huang. Despite having only met Xiao Huang once, he sensed that he was no ordinary individual. Now, having become the favored son-in-law of the Huang family, his prospects of entering the Eastern Palace appeared promising. Tao Song had long wished for the Tao family to align with Xiao Huang, and sending Tao Han and his sister to attend Xiao Huang's wedding was indicative of his intentions. However, upon encountering Xiao Jie today, he suddenly realized that this Qi Huang Xiao Jie was no less formidable than his brother. Consequently, Tao Lin's convictions began to waver. Tao Lu, too, fell into silence. Understanding that Xiao Jie's proposition to collaborate on a business venture was far from mere commercial partnership, it signified the Tao family's potential allegiance to the Qi Huang. In the current tumultuous struggle for succession, many assert that Qi Huang Xiao Huang holds the greatest hope, and the Tao family could not afford to firmly support Qi Huang Xiao Jie. After all, a misstep could render the Tao family's restoration of nobility utterly unattainable, or worse, lead to their irrevocable downfall. As Tao Lu contemplated, Xiao Jie's intentions transcended the simple desire for a business collaboration in selling wine. He aimed to draw the Tao family into his fold through this partnership. Though he was confident in his future financial security, he could not allow the Tao family's considerable resources to fall into the hands of Xiao Huang or other princes. Moreover, the Tao family's extensive network across the land, in modern terms, could be likened to possessing the largest offline distribution channels. If they were to collaborate with him, it would undoubtedly facilitate the creation of a grand commercial empire. Yet the situation remains ambiguous. Everyone seems to favor Xiao Huang, and the Tao family may not possess the courage to firmly choose a side just yet. His immediate task is to endeavor to suppress both Xiao Huang and the Huang family, demonstrating to all those who hesitate who is more deserving of their support. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his ears, alerting him to impending danger, an urgent mission titled The Truth Revealed. The mission's directive was clear: uncover the puppet master behind the scenes. The reward for success promised 3,000 destiny points and a random item. As the system's alert resonated, Xiao Jie sensed a palpable aura of menace in the air. Old Pang, be cautious, there are assassins. He urgently warned Pang who was seated beside the coachman. Intrigued, Xiao Jie lifted the curtain and beheld a line of masked figures clad in black, positioned a mere several dozen meters ahead, effectively blocking their path. Their eyes, exposed and unyielding, fixated on them with a mocking intensity reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. Remaining composed, Xiao Jie activated his clarity of insight skill, eager to discern the identities of those who sought to eliminate him. Character, leadership, martial power, intelligence, political acumen, charm. Xiao Jie? The system promptly clarified, host, if the adversary intends to conceal their identity, the clarity of insight skill will be unable to reveal their information. Xiao Jie was left utterly speechless. The system's politeness was perplexing, as it simply refused to unveil what was not willingly disclosed. Your Highness, remain within the carriage and do not move. With me, Old Pang, here. I shall ensure they do not harm you in the slightest. Old Pang rose to his feet, positioning himself before the carriage door to shield Xiao Jie completely. On the surface, Xiao Jie appeared calm, yet inwardly he was in a state of turmoil. After all, no matter how valiant Pang Hu was, he could not withstand the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries. Although he donned armor of golden threads impervious to blades and spears, it could not protect his head. Was he truly destined to meet his demise today? Chapter 43, Framing and Entrapment. Rest assured, Your Highness, with this old man here, no one can harm you in the slightest. A voice, ancient yet resonant, suddenly echoed in Xiao Jie's ear. In that moment, Xiao Jie found himself speechless. Amidst such dire circumstances, the malfunctioning system was still engaging in a form of roleplay, employing a voice modulator to toy with him. Your Highness bears a heavy responsibility. His Majesty fears that someone may wish you ill. Thus, he has specially dispatched me to protect you in secret. Xiao Jie swiftly comprehended that the individual was communicating with him through internal energy. There were no more than 10 individuals in the world capable of such a feat. And among them, 3 were by Xiao Jie's side. It was evident that his father had sent one of them to guard him covertly. Confirmed, it was indeed his father. Look at this wretched system. It promised to make me taller, faster, and stronger. Is this all it can do? At a critical moment, it proves utterly useless. Without comparison, there could be no suffering, and Xiao Jie could not help but harshly criticize his ineffectual system. Oh dear, if you speak thus, this system's temper may reach its limit. It may be able to protect you for a moment, but can it safeguard you for a lifetime? Allow me to demonstrate who can truly protect you for eternity. The system, now agitated, nearly erupted in expletives. The host's entire destiny value was automatically deducted, granting him a single attribute max level card. Xiao Jie was momentarily taken aback. The system had unexpectedly engaged in a coercive transaction. One could only remark on the audacity of this operation. He was uncertain whether to view it as a timely boon or an audacious robbery. However, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts any longer and promptly chose to utilize the single skill max level card, subsequently selecting martial prowess. It felt as though, akin to the descriptions in martial arts novels, Xiao Jie sensed his meridians being unblocked in an instant. A peculiar warmth surged through his entire being, coursing through his 8 extraordinary meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian. Xiao Jie exhaled a long breath of turbid air, reflecting on whether this was the sensation of reaching the pinnacle of martial strength. The overwhelming surge of power naturally instilled an immense sense of confidence within him. He swiftly dismounted from the carriage, standing boldly against the assassins, his gaze laced with mockery. Xiao Jie secretly chuckled, as this individual believed his arrogance stemmed from the protection he provided. Yet, lacking any means to convey his inner thoughts through internal energy, he resorted to waving his folding fan in the air, signaling to the hidden expert safeguarding him not to fret. To the assassins across from him, however, this gesture appeared somewhat provocative. The leader of the black-clad figures narrowed his eyes, a chilling glint flashing within them as he coldly scoffed, seeking death. With a flick of his hand, a dozen assassins brandished their weapons and lunged toward Xiao Jie. Your Highness, you must flee. I, old Pang, shall hold them back. Realizing the overwhelming numbers against them, Pang, who feared for Xiao Jie's safety, and immediately charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle while loudly urging Xiao Jie to escape. Xiao Jian erupted into hearty laughter. Do I, Xiao Jian, seem like someone who lacks loyalty? He then unfurled the fan in his hand and rushed forward to lend a hand to Pang Hu. Have you lost your mind? An angry voice rang in his ears. Whether or not he had truly gone mad was uncertain, but the expert lurking in the shadows was undoubtedly furious. Suddenly, a figure leaped gracefully from an unknown rooftop, landing beside Xiao Jian and drawing a sword to engage the assassin. The two factions clashed fiercely, with Xiao Jian's group severely outnumbered, creating a perilous situation. Yet, Xiao Jian felt an extraordinary sensation. The enemy's ferocious attacks appeared agonizingly slow to him, allowing him to deftly sidestep with ease. A mere flick of his wrist sent an assassin flying several meters away, leaving him bleeding on the ground. Pang Hu quickly noticed the remarkable change in Xiao Jian. His face a mask of disbelief. He had never anticipated such prowess from him. The expert assigned to covertly protect Xiao Jian was equally astonished, feeling somewhat superfluous in his presence. After shadowing Xiao Jian for so many days, he had never realized how deeply concealed his abilities were. The leader of the black-clad assassins, sensing the tide turning against him, produced a spherical object and tossed it to the ground. With a deafening explosion, smoke billowed forth, allowing the remaining assassins to make their escape. Xiao Jian chose not to pursue them. Instead, he began to examine the bodies strewn across the ground. He discovered something peculiar. Some of the assassins bore non-fatal wounds, yet all had died with blood flowing from their 7 orifices. It seemed they had chosen not to reveal their identities, opting instead to swallow poison hidden within their dental cavities upon sustaining severe injuries. Your Highness, take a look at this. Pang Hu discovered a gold medal hidden in the chest of an assassin and promptly presented it to Xiao Jie. Upon inspection, Xiao Jie marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship and the large character Wang emblazoned upon it. He was well aware of the significance of this character. Initially, he harbored suspicions that the Wang family had orchestrated an assassination attempt against him, but upon seeing the medal, he was convinced otherwise. The evidence of a frame-up was unmistakably apparent, while the Huang family often displayed a lack of intelligence. They had not sunk to such depths as to send an assassin bearing a medal that revealed their identity. "Your Highness, it appears they do not wish for your demise," remarked a skilled warrior standing nearby. Xiao Jie paused, inquiring, "What makes you say that?" The warrior deftly sliced open the sleeve of an assassin, unveiling a wrist-mounted crossbow with short arrows, each tip glistening with a sinister blue sheen, indicative of a deadly poison. "They would rather perish than harm us throughout this encounter. They have refrained from launching a single poisoned arrow. Clearly, their orders were to avoid any threat to your Highness's life," he explained with a calm demeanor. Xiao Jie nodded in agreement, recognizing that the true intent of these assassins was not to eliminate him, but to frame the Huang family. "Well then, my prince, I have conveyed all I needed to say, and it is time for me to take my leave. Tomorrow, I shall report to His Majesty, informing him that we have misjudged you. You have always been a concealed gem, requiring no protection from anyone." With that, he departed swiftly, not waiting for Xiao Jie's response. Xiao Jie chuckled and then turned to Peng Hu, saying, "Old Peng, let us be on our way as well." The following day, a shocking announcement reverberated throughout Luoyang. Prince Qi, Xiao Jie, had been attacked and lay gravely injured, his life hanging by a thread. Chapter 44, The Shadows of Assassination in the Chongning Palace, within the imperial study. "Are you certain that Jie is unharmed?" Xiao Jie stood with his hands clasped behind him, while a skilled protector, sent to guard Xiao Jie, knelt before him. A flicker of unease crossed Xiao Jie's face, yet he uttered no words, merely gesturing for the expert to withdraw. "Lian Yi, why does my dear son insist on claiming he is gravely wounded when he is clearly not?" Once the expert had retreated, Xiao Jie turned to Lian Yi, who had been standing quietly to the side. With a humble demeanor, Lian Yi replied, "Your Highness may have other intentions. As an old servant, I dare not speculate recklessly." Xiao Jie shook his head, a hint of self-mockery evident in his tone. "Not only you, but even I, as his father, find it increasingly difficult to fathom this son of mine. Despite possessing remarkable martial skills, he persistently feigns fragility, deceiving even me. His Highness, the Prince, is after all your son, your Majesty. Even if he conceals certain matters from you, it is likely without malice." Lian Yi offered in consolation. Xiao Jie nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement with Lian Yi's words, and then smiled. "Though I may not fully grasp the purpose behind his pretense of injury, since he chooses to play this charade, I shall indulge him. I am curious to discover what scheme he harbors. Convey my decree. Instruct the Imperial Medical Bureau to send forth the finest physician to the prince's residence to tend to Jie. Until Jie is fully healed, he shall remain at the prince's estate. Furthermore, notify the esteemed Gao Yang to dispatch a contingent of Imperial guards to secure the residence of Prince Qi. No one shall enter the prince's abode without my decree. Those who dare defy this order shall face dire consequences." Initially, the court was rife with skepticism regarding the reports of Prince Xiao Jie being attacked and gravely injured. However, as imperial physicians were sent to the prince's residence and the imperial guards maintained their vigilant watch around the clock, the reality of the situation became undeniable. Rumors began to swirl throughout the capital, with every individual engaged in speculation regarding the prince's fate and the identity of the assailant. For the common folk, the assassination attempt on Xiao Jie merely served as a topic for idle chatter. Yet, for the officials in the court, a distinct sense of foreboding permeated the atmosphere, particularly among the faction loyal to the royal family, who felt an impending catastrophe looming over them. The timing of the attack on Xiao Jie was exceedingly sensitive. He had just been entrusted with the imperial mandate to oversee the investigation into the smuggling of salt and iron by the Liangzhou military leaders. The investigation had yet to commence when he was struck down, leading many to suspect the involvement of the royal faction. Moreover, reports from the Qilin guards indicated that several gold tokens inscribed with the character for king were discovered on the body of the assassin at the scene of the attack. It appeared that all evidence was pointing towards Wang Chong as the mastermind behind this assassination plot. Once this unspoken boundary was breached, every official would find themselves living in constant fear of their own safety. The precarious situation was further exacerbated by the fact that the victim of this assassination attempt was a royal prince, instilling greater dread among those allied with the royal faction. The crime of forming cliques can vary greatly in severity. At its mildest, it may lead to the dismissal from office, while at its worst, it could result in execution and the exile of one's entire family. However, the assassination of a prince is a different matter entirely. As the son of the reigning emperor, To attempt to assassinate a prince is to offend the divine authority and show contempt for the imperial power, warranting the annihilation of one's family, potentially extending to the annihilation of 9 generations. Currently, many officials who are close to the royal faction are filled with self-loathing, wishing they could slap themselves for involving in this murky affair when they could have easily distanced themselves. Should Prince Xiao Jie truly meet his demise, they may well find themselves labeled as accomplices, resulting in the downfall of their entire lineage. If those associated with the royal faction are already consumed by trepidation, one can only imagine the fear gripping the true royal loyalists. Many have begun to regret their association with the royal faction, which, at its core, is merely a coalition of a royal family united by self-interest, striving to consolidate power for greater gains. Yet, none had anticipated that they would be led to their doom alongside the royal family. Is Wang Chong mad? The smuggling of salt and iron to the Hu people, resulting only in the death of his son Wang Qing, begs the question, why drag them all into this quagmire? Why risk the wrath of the world by attempting to assassinate the prince responsible for this matter? Is he determined to drag everyone down with the Wang family? I shall not descend into hell. Let those who wish to do so proceed. Some officials, having recently joined the royal faction or having only superficial ties, have resolved to sever their connections. Many are quietly withdrawing from the royal faction, determined to draw a clear line between themselves and it. The assassination attempt on Prince Qi has already begun to subtly shift the dynamics within the court. Jie is also your grandson. Despite his myriad shortcomings, how could you, as his grandfather, bear to be so ruthless? If Jie remains unharmed, then all is well. However, should he encounter misfortune, I demand that blood debts be repaid in kind. Upon hearing that Xiao Jie had been ambushed and grievously injured, the imperial concubine Wang was utterly horrified and immediately sought the imperial edict from Empress Sun to visit the residence of Prince Qi. However, she was obstructed at the entrance by the Jinwu guards, who declared that without the emperor's decree, no one was permitted to enter Prince Qi's estate. Regardless of how the imperial concubine pleaded and exerted pressure, they remained steadfast in their refusal. Frustrated at being unable to see Xiao Jie, she redirected her fury towards the Wang family, promptly heading to the Wang residence, where she unleashed a torrent of scorn upon her father, Wang Chong. No explanation from Wang Chong could assuage her anger. She was convinced that this incident was orchestrated by the Wang family, aimed at safeguarding her brother Wang Qing. Ultimately, Wang Chong found himself at an impasse, compelled to concoct a flimsy excuse to extricate himself. Once outside the Wang residence, he did not hesitate to instruct the coachman to take him to the residence of Prince Qin. This was not merely because Xiao Huang was his granddaughter-in-law, but also due to an inexplicable sense of trust he held towards Xiao Huang, believing she might devise a solution to their current predicament. At the residence of Prince Qin, in the study, Xiao Huang remarked with a faint smile, "Grandfather, I suspect that this assassination attempt may very well have been orchestrated by Xiao Jie himself." Wang Chong's expression shifted to one of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What leads you to such a conclusion? Do you possess any evidence?" Xiao Huang shook his head and spoke in a grave tone. "I possess no concrete evidence, yet consider this, grandfather. If Xiao Jie were to be assassinated, who would suffer the gravest losses, and who would stand to gain the most?" Wang Chong pondered for a moment. Indeed, should Xiao Jie be harmed, the ones most adversely affected would undoubtedly be himself and the Wang faction, as all fingers would point towards him, with suspicions aimed at his involvement. However, when contemplating who would benefit the most, Xiao Jie was tasked with presiding over the case involving the smuggling of salt and iron by the generals of Liangzhou, a matter that directly concerned both his father-in-law and the Wang family's very survival. Naturally, the Wang faction would unite to obstruct Xiao Jie's investigation. Yet, if Xiao Jie were to be assassinated, many officials, fearing repercussions, would likely distance themselves from the Wang family, thereby allowing Xiao Jie to achieve his goal of sowing discord within the Wang faction. Thus, although Xiao Jie may appear as the victim in this scenario, he would, in fact, be the greatest beneficiary, leading me to suspect that the assassination was orchestrated by him. Wang Chong was instantly consumed by rage, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "That scoundrel Xiao Jie dares to devise such a scheme against me, despite my long-standing benevolence towards him." Xiao Huang, however, merely smiled faintly and replied, "There is no need for grandfather to become agitated. I have a strategy to counter Xiao Jie." Wang Chong's spirits soared at once, eagerly urging, "Your Highness, please share your plan." Xiao Huang let out a cold laugh and suggested, "Grandfather might consider sending a petition to His Majesty, stating that the Prince of Qi is gravely injured and may no longer preside over the case concerning the Liangzhou general smuggling of salt and iron. requesting that His Majesty appoint a different presiding officer. This idea was indeed brilliant. Wang Chang's eyes brightened, filled with delight, yet he soon wore a look of hesitation. If a new presiding officer were to be appointed, he wondered whom they should recommend. Xiao Huang smiled slightly and replied, "Naturally, I shall recommend myself." Wang Cheng shook his head, saying, "You are the husband of my son. It is unlikely that His Majesty will consent." However, Xiao Huang burst into laughter, replying, "Of course. Father Emperor will not agree, but we can take this opportunity to propose that Xiao Jie is also the nephew of my father-in-law, and thus he ought to avoid any appearance of bias. In this way, Xiao Jie shall no longer preside over this case. As long as it is not Xiao Jie who presides, everything will be manageable." "Ha ha, that is indeed wise. Everything shall proceed as His Highness suggests." Wang Cheng stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his earlier gloom dissipating entirely. Chapter 45, Strategic Counterattack in the Qi Wang Manor. "Your Highness, news has arrived from the palace. The Emperor has decreed that the case regarding the smuggling of salt and iron by the generals of Liangzhou will now be overseen by the Crown Prince, King Xiao Jie." In the study, Pang, who was reporting the latest developments to Xiao Jie, as Xiao Jie feigned injury and could not venture outside. Pang, who naturally became his most reliable informant, tasked with gathering intelligence on his behalf. Although the Emperor had commanded that no orders should be issued to enter the Qi Wang Manor, this restriction was meant for outsiders. And Xiao Jie was not confined within its walls. As Xiao Jie's personal bodyguard, Pang Hu was still able to move freely with Xiao Jie's token. Upon hearing Pang Hu's report, even Xiao Jie, who was typically composed, could not help but furrow his brow, sensing a miscalculation. He knew that given Wang Chang's intellect, he could not have devised such a brilliant strategy. It was highly likely that this idea originated from Xiao Huang. True to his reputation as a child of extraordinary intellect, Xiao Huang's counterattack caught him somewhat off guard. Just as Xiao Huang had surmised, he had indeed leveraged the incident of his assassination, deliberately feigning severe injury to sow discord among Wang's supporters, thereby fracturing the ranks of Wang's officials and undermining their power. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huang turned the tables by feigning injury, seizing the opportunity to petition for the revocation of his authority to preside over the case concerning the smuggling of salt and iron by the military leaders of Liangzhou. Without the privilege of presiding over this case, executing his plans to sow discord and win over Wang Cheng's subordinates would prove exceedingly difficult. The sole advantage lies in the fact that this case will now be overseen by Prince Jin, Xiao Jie. In the original narrative, Prince Xiao Jie serves as a mere pawn, a villain whose mother, the virtuous Lu Xianfei, hails from the prominent Lu clan of Fanong. Her brother, Lu Lin, is the Minister of Personnel, and the Lu faction represents a formidable force within the court. Throughout the original tale, Xiao Jie, wary of the Wang faction's dominance, covertly supported the Lu faction to counterbalance their power. Following the downfall of the Wang faction and the demise of Xiao Jian, the Lu faction reaped the greatest rewards, ascending to the pinnacle of courtly influence, with Xiao Jie emerging as the most favored candidate for the position of crown prince after Xiao Jian. Regrettably, his rise was short-lived, as he too fell victim to Xiao Huang's ruthless ambitions. This perhaps elucidates Xiao Jie's rationale in appointing Xiao Jie to preside over the Liangzhou case, as he seeks to leverage the support of the Lu faction to undermine the Wang faction's influence. When necessary, he might even contemplate an alliance with Xiao Jie and the Lu faction to confront both the Wang faction and Xiao Huang. For it is widely recognized that there are no permanent enemies or friends, only enduring interests. Moreover, he must position one of his own within the triad of judicial review to maintain a degree of initiative and authority. Xiao Jian has even contemplated a most suitable candidate for this role, his father-in-law, Su Jing. Su Jing currently holds the esteemed position of the supervisor of the National Academy, ranking just below his father, the esteemed sacrificial wine Su Hong. This is a fourth-rank official post, overseeing Confucian education and managing the National Academy, the grand learning institution, and the 7 disciplines, which include literature, law, and mathematics. Although this role is prestigious, it wields little practical power, unless unforeseen circumstances arise upon Su Hong's retirement. Su Jing is expected to inherit the title of sacrificial wine, thereby continuing the illustrious scholarly legacy of the Su family. However, Xiao Jie is acutely aware that his father-in-law, Su Jing, is not a man content with mediocrity. He harbors aspirations of becoming a powerful court minister rather than merely engaging in academic pursuits at the National Academy. A person with ambition is easily susceptible to manipulation, and Xiao Jie intends to harness Su Jing's ambitions to draw him into his own faction. Once Su Jing is allied with him, The clear stream represented by Xiao Huang will find it increasingly difficult to remain detached and uninvolved. Having achieved his objective of disrupting the Huang faction, there is no longer a need for pretense. It is time for action. Yet, before concluding his charade, he must ensure to tidy up his affairs. Xiao Jie instructed Pang Hu to summon the physician Zhou, sent by Xiao Jie to attend to his injuries. Upon receiving the command, Pang Hu promptly departed, while Xiao Jie discreetly extracted a jade whistle from his bosom and blew a note towards the window. Moments later, a cloaked figure stealthily entered the study and knelt before Xiao Jie. Subordinate Jie pays his respects to His Highness. Jie had been dispatched to Yuyang by Xiao Jie to assist in finding individuals. Xiao Jie, unsure of Jie's capabilities, discreetly activated his keen perception skill, revealing Jie's attributes before him. Character: Jie leadership, 68 martial power, 81 intelligence, 77 politics, 52 charm, 58. Xiao Jie felt relieved. Although his martial prowess was slightly inferior to Jie's, his intellect surpassed it by a small margin, making him perfectly suited to assist with a rather unsavory task. Xiao Jie lowered his gaze and swiftly inscribed a name on a piece of paper, which he then handed to Jie. You shall depart for Lujiang tonight and eliminate the individual mentioned here. Remember, it must be executed with utmost precision and without leaving any traces, ensuring that everyone believes he succumbed to a sudden illness. Upon completion, a generous reward awaits you. Jie accepted the paper without glancing at the name, clasping his fists in acknowledgement. I shall not fail in my mission. With a wave of Xiao Jie's hand, Jie departed in an instant. As soon as Jie left, Pang Hu entered the study accompanied by Physician Zhou. Upon entering, Physician Zhou was taken aback at the sight of Xiao Jie seated calmly in a chair, appearing completely unharmed. He had come at the Emperor's behest to tend to Xiao Jie's injuries, but to his astonishment, he had been placed under soft confinement upon entering the Qi Prince's residence without even catching a glimpse of Xiao Jie. Despite his persistent protests, no one in the Qi Prince's household paid him any mind. Though he was well fed and well catered for, he remained anxious, uncertain of the severity of Xiao Jie's condition. He feared that if Xiao Jie were gravely injured and met with death, he would likely share the same fate. Little did he expect that the much-discussed, severely wounded Qi Prince, Xiao Jie, was presently seated comfortably in his chair, smiling at him, showing no signs of the grave injuries he was rumored to bear. Doctor. Zhou stood utterly dumbfounded, having served in the Qi Wangfu for quite some time, yet this was his first encounter with Xiao Jie. He had never treated any injuries for him. He vaguely surmised that Xiao Jie was merely feigning injury. Your Highness, forgive me, I would never dare deceive you, Doctor. Zhou mumbled, lowering his gaze. Xiao Jie smiled faintly, yet his tone was laced with menace. You may speak the truth solely to my father. But should you dare to spread falsehoods to others, I assure you, not only you but your entire family will meet a fate devoid of burial. In an instant, Doctor. Zhou was struck with terror, hastily bowing his head as though pounding garlic, fervently pleading for mercy. Your Highness, spare me, I would not dare. Xiao Jie nodded gently, satisfied that the doctor understood the gravity of fear. Chapter 46. The conspiracy of father-in-law and son-in-law at the Guozijian. Su Jing was engrossed in organizing the texts. Though his colleagues noticed his mind seemed elsewhere, it was evident to all in Luoyang that his son-in-law, Prince Qi Xiaojin, had been attacked and was uncertain of his fate. Should he truly succumb to his injuries, his daughter, who had only recently married, would be left a widow at a tender age. Although the Ning dynasty did not prohibit women from remarrying after losing their husbands, Su Jing's daughter was wed to a royal prince, making her a daughter-in-law of the imperial family, with no prospect of marrying another. Initially, when Su Jing arranged his daughter's marriage, many envied him for establishing a connection with the royal family, propelling the Su family into a realm of prosperity that seemed imminent. However, as the ancient proverb states, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Who would have anticipated that a prince of such stature would meet an untimely demise, tragically cut down in his youth? The uncertainty of life and death weighs heavily upon Su Jing, not only casting a shadow over his career prospects but also threatening to render his young daughter a widow. Consequently, the community extends their sympathies to Su Jing, offering him platitudes in these trying times, uttering phrases like the virtuous shall encounter fortune amidst adversity, which only served to deepen his anguish. As anticipated, since the fateful day when news of Xiao Jin's assassination reached him, Su Jing has been plagued by restlessness, unable to focus on his duties. Beyond the concern for his son-in-law's safety and the prospect of his daughter facing widowhood at such a tender age, his predominant worry lies in the stagnation of his own career. He genuinely wishes to avoid the fate of his ancestors, who languished in the National University for generations. Tired of the monotonous existence spent buried in dusty tomes, he yearns to ascend to a position of prominence within the court. Yet, the current political landscape is dominated by the Huang faction, whose power looms large. Despite his relentless efforts, Xu Jing finds himself unable to extricate himself from the National University due to his father's enmity with Huang Chong. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, the Empress Dowager unexpectedly took the initiative to arrange a marriage between his daughter and Prince Qi, Xiao Jie, elevating Xu Jing's status to that of royal kin. Moreover, the serendipitous connection of his son-in-law being the grandson of Prime Minister Huang Chong led Xu Jing to believe that Huang Chong, out of respect for Prince Qi, would at the very least refrain from further antagonism, allowing him the opportunity to leave the National University and pursue a more illustrious path in the court. Yet, who could have anticipated the capriciousness of fate? Shortly after the marriage of Xiao Jie's daughter, an unforeseen rift emerged between him and the Huang family. Huang Chong, too, severed ties with Xiao Jie, opting instead to support his son-in-law, Prince Qin, Xiao Huang. In a swift turn of events, Xu Jing's son-in-law, once a favored candidate for the crown prince, found himself reduced to a powerless royal. Even more disheartening for Xu Jing was the shocking news that Xiao Jie had fallen victim to an assassination attempt beneath the emperor's very nose, leaving his fate uncertain. Should Xiao Jie perish, Xu Jing's status as a royal relative would evaporate into thin air. He felt utterly wronged, having lost both his daughter and son-in-law. As Xu Jing wallowed in self-pity, a sudden commotion outside his office interrupted his thoughts. A messenger announced that someone sought an audience with Xu Sai. The messenger, clearly flustered, raised his voice to declare that it was none other than Prince Qi, Xiao Jie. In that moment, not only Xu Jing but everyone within the office was left speechless with astonishment. Instead of sending the messenger to fetch Xiao Jie, Xu Jing hurried to the entrance himself, his steps brisk and his heart racing with excitement. The mere fact that Xiao Jie had come to see him signified that his health had improved, sparing his daughter from the fate of early widowhood and allowing Xu Jing to retain his position within the royal family of the Ning. As long as this connection endured, opportunities for advancement would surely arise. Upon reaching the gates of the Guozijian, he beheld Xiao Jie standing calmly outside, a smile gracing his face, indicating that he was indeed in good health. A wave of relief washed over Xu Jing, regardless of the circumstances. Xiao Jie's well-being was a blessing for both his daughter and himself. Your Highness, having just recovered from a serious illness, why do you not take the time to rest at home? If you require my assistance, simply send word, and I shall come to the Prince of Qi's residence to see you. Xu Jing's tone was a blend of reproach and concern. Xiao Jie offered a faint smile and replied, I intend to visit the palace to see father, and as fate would have it, I passed by the Guozijian. So I thought to pay a visit to Lord Taishan as well. I hope it is not too presumptuous of me. Your Highness is thoughtful. Xu Jing, with keen insight, realized that the Prince of Qi resided in Chunhua Fong, and a direct road led to the imperial city, which would not take him near the Guozijian by Jianshun Gate. It was evident that this son-in-law had come with a specific purpose to seek him out. Lord Taishan, may I have a moment of your time? Xiao Jie gestured towards his carriage, which was stationed nearby. Xu Jing understood and swiftly entered Xiao Jie's carriage, followed by Xiao Jie himself. The driver, without needing any instruction, distanced himself, discreetly keeping watch for the two. Your Highness, what is it that you wish to discuss? Xu Jing felt an inexplicable anticipation at the sight of Xiao Jie's demeanor. Xiao Jie smiled gently and inquired, Lord Taishan, have you been wishing to transfer from the Guozijian? The Xu family was a scholarly lineage, and Xiao Huang had always hoped that his son would devote himself to academia and eventually succeed him as the grand scholar of the Guozijian. Vehemently opposing Xu Jing's ambitions for other official positions, fearing to upset his father, Xu Jing had only occasionally expressed his grievances to his wife, Madame Shen, and had never confided in anyone else in the Xu family. He was perplexed as to how Xiao Jie had come by this knowledge. How does your Highness know of this? Xu Jing did not deny it. Rather, his expression revealed a hint of anxiety intertwined with anticipation. He firmly believed that Xiao Jie would not merely be asking out of casual curiosity. At the mention of this, Xu Jing involuntarily trembled, his delight impossible to conceal. Though he felt compelled to maintain a semblance of restraint, that would indeed be splendid, but I wonder if it might be too much trouble for His Highness. Not at all, esteemed Taishan. Since Yao has married me, we are now family. Your matters are inherently my own, given your desire to transfer from the Guozijian. It is only natural for me, as your son-in-law, to offer my unwavering support. Xiao Jie strategically invoked the bonds of affection. Su Jing felt an overwhelming wave of emotion. Reflecting on how his daughter had not been raised in vain, having married such a devoted and principled son-in-law. Might I inquire what position His Highness deems suitable for my transfer? Yet, amidst his gratitude, Su Jing was more eager to ascertain the specific department and rank Xiao Jie could secure for him, if it were to be less prestigious than his current role. He would prefer to remain at the Guozijian as a fourth-rank official. Xiao Jie, without further adu, proposed, "How about the position of the Jishu Shiryusher?" Su Jing felt a flicker of interest, yet his countenance soon betrayed hesitation. The allure lay in the fact that the Jishu Shiryusher belonged to the Court of Censors, ranking just below the Inspector General and the Deputy Inspector General. Although its official rank was modest, the authority to supervise officials and adjudicate contentious cases was significant, precisely the esteemed position Su Jing had long coveted. However, his hesitation stemmed from two factors. Firstly, the Jishu Shiryusher was a fifth-rank position, one tier below his current fourth-rank role at the Guozijian, which left him feeling somewhat diminished in stature. Secondly, the censorate is responsible for overseeing officials, which can easily lead to offending other ministers. Thus Su Jing yearned to be reassigned to another department. Xiao Jie, observing the fluctuating expressions on his face, discerned his underlying thoughts. Su Jing's hesitation was already anticipated by him. I understand that Lord Taishan believes the position of the censor of literature is beneath him, yet I assure you, as long as Lord Taishan heeds my counsel, within a month, I shall secure your promotion to the position of chief censor. Xiao Jie preferred not to elaborate on the reasoning or present lengthy arguments. He opted for a straightforward and bold approach. His words shattered Su Jing's internal indecision. Although the chief censor is merely a fourth-rank official and ostensibly the second-in-command at the censorate, in reality, the position of grand censor is largely nominal. With little involvement in censorate affairs, it is the chief censor who truly steers the institution, rendering the role of the director of the Imperial Academy insignificant by comparison. Despite harboring some doubts regarding his son-in-law's capabilities, Su Jing felt compelled to trust Xiao Jie unconditionally at the prospect of leaving the Imperial Academy and ascending to the court. Xiao Jie instructed Su Jing to bide his time for a few days, predicting that the Imperial Edict would soon be issued. After sending Su Jing off, Xiao Jie instructed the coachman to take him directly to the palace. Chapter 47. The Emperor's Stratagem in the Imperial Study. Your humble son pays his respects to Father Emperor. Upon entering, Xiao Jie respectfully knelt before Xiao Jie. However, it seemed that Xiao Jie did not acknowledge his presence. As he continued to immerse himself in reviewing the memorials before him, Xiao Jie dared not act recklessly. He knelt on the ground, his back straightened. Though internally, he felt somewhat speechless. Must this old father always resort to this same tactic of using silence to intimidate him? The Imperial Study was enveloped in a hush, save for the soft rustle of documents being turned, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. Had he not been ambushed and gravely injured? Why was he not recuperating properly at the Prince of Qi's residence? As the mood grew heavier, Xiao Jie finally closed the scrolls, setting down his brush. Yet he did not permit Xiao Jie to rise. Instead, he calmly inquired, "If you must kneel, then so be it." After all, ever since reaching a martial prowess of 100, Xiao Jie's physical condition had peaked. He could remain kneeling for 5 continuous hours without strain. Neither his back aching nor his legs tiring. My son would not dare deceive the Emperor. Though I faced an assassination attempt, I have not sustained any injuries. Xiao Jie declared, naturally aware that lying at such a juncture would be foolish. Oh, is that so? Apart from feigning injury, is there anything else you have withheld from me? Xiao Jie's tone remained remarkably composed. He had observed the events transpiring during Xiao Jie's charade of injury, and it was clear to him that Xiao Jie had feigned wounds to sow discord among the loyalists, creating confusion and ultimately benefiting his strategy of division. While Xiao Jie had indeed presented him with a considerable surprise, Xiao Jie, despite his pleasure, felt a twinge of concern. As he had confided to Lian Yi, he found himself increasingly unable to discern his son's true intentions. He disliked this feeling of losing control, even when it pertained to his own flesh and blood. Thus, he deemed it necessary to admonish Xiao Jie, lest he become overly arrogant and forget his place. Xiao Jie shook his head, declaring, "I would never dare to deceive your majesty again." The emperor inquired, "Then tell me, why do you feign weakness when you possess martial prowess?" Xiao Jie remained calm, eager to elucidate his reasoning. "Your majesty has misunderstood. I have not always possessed such skills. Recently, during my visit to Chiefing Manor, I encountered a venerable elder with white hair, who revealed that I possess an extraordinary physique, a rare talent for martial arts, and imparted his lifetime of skills to me. Fortunately, having watched numerous martial arts films in my past life, Xiao Jie effortlessly conjured this narrative. Xiao Jie appeared somewhat skeptical. Is this truly the case? Absolutely. To bolster his credibility, Xiao Jie pondered for a moment and presented a more compelling argument. Consider this, if I had been proficient in martial arts from the outset, why would your majesty have needed to send someone to eliminate that rogue, rude Jianglong? Xiao Jie maintained a stoic expression. Yet his doubts regarding Xiao Jie's words began to dissipate. After all, as Xiao Jie had articulated, had he possessed such formidable skills, he could have easily dispatched Ru Jianglong himself and delivered the remains to the magistrate of Hunan or the prefect of Luoyang, thus avoiding any disturbances at court. However, Xiao Jie's intent today was to admonish Xiao Jie. While he had reconciled the notion of concealed martial abilities, he retained a powerful trump card. He opened a drawer and retrieved a report bearing the emblem of the Qilin Guard. See for yourself, he said, tossing the document before Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie picked up the report and quickly scanned its contents, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. The report clearly stated that Peng, who had slain the county magistrate, Zhuchang in Chenggao County, with Xiao Jie having sent individuals to verify the details thereafter. The son acknowledges his transgressions, having deceived the esteemed emperor. When it was appropriate, Xiao Jie chose to yield. Do you confess to having betrayed your sovereign? Xiao Jie's expression remained impassive, his tone devoid of emotion. Xiao Jie, with a grave countenance, replied, As a son, I am deserving of the utmost punishment. Xiao Jie's demeanor pleased Xiao Jie. His intent was merely to admonish Xiao Jie to remain humble, not to impose severe consequences upon him. After all, in confronting the factionalists, their interests were entirely aligned. Furthermore, the crimes of Zhuchang were irrefutably substantiated, and the act of Peng Hu in taking his life could be seen as a form of divine justice, provided Xiao Jie refrains from further transgressions. Xiao Jie would not pursue the matter any further. Rising, Xiao Jie approached Xiao Jie, seizing the memorial in his hand and igniting it upon a nearby candle. Xiao Jie comprehended the implication. This incident was to be considered resolved. The matter of the Jianglong was the inaugural occurrence, and this was the second. One ought to understand the principle of once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, thrice is a pattern. Xiao Jie's expression remained stoic as he reiterated his warning to Xiao Jie. In a tone of deference, Xiao Jie responded, I understand, and I assure you, there shall be no next time. Xiao Jie, no longer pressing the issue, permitted him to rise. Xiao Jie exhaled discreetly. Although his current state allowed him to kneel for an eternity without fatigue, no one relishes remaining in such a position indefinitely. Is there any progress regarding the assassins? As soon as Xiao Jie stood, Xiao Jie posed his first inquiry. Xiao Jie shook his head. I am still investigating. Xiao Jie furrowed his brow. Do you believe it to be the work of the factionalists? Xiao Jie offered a slight smile, Father. It is indeed plausible that they are involved. What you intend to do is not for me to inquire excessively, however. I hope you will take the initiative to inform me beforehand. I despise being kept in the dark about matters, and even more so being used as a pawn by others. I understand, and I do not dare to contradict. Xiao Jie displayed the demeanor of a dutiful son and subject. His submissive posture pleased Xiao Jie. Yet it soon gave rise to a frown. But you are no longer the chief judge in the smuggling case of salt and iron in Liangzhou. How can you still involve yourself in this matter? Xiao Jie laid his cards on the table. This is the very reason I have come to see Father today. I hope Father will appoint my father-in-law, Su Jing, the director of the Imperial Academy, as the assistant censor. The assistant censor? Xiao Jie could not help but be momentarily taken aback. The joint trial of the three departments is conducted by the Ministry of Justice, the Censorate, and the Court of Judicial Review, with the principal officials of the Ministry of Justice and the Court of Judicial Review participating. However, the censorate is an exception. The censorate's grand censor holds a nominal position without real power and does not involve himself in the censorate's operations. Therefore, the censorate is effectively under the control of the deputy censor, who also participates in the joint trials. Consequently, Xiao Jie could not comprehend the significance of Xiao Jie placing his father-in-law in the censorate at this juncture. Xiao Jie did not wish to keep him in suspense and simply informed Xiao Jie that before the Liangzhou general was escorted to the capital, there would undoubtedly be movements from the Wang faction, and significant changes within the censorate were to be expected. Although Xiao Jie remained somewhat skeptical, seeing his son's unwavering conviction, he decided to proceed with the plan as suggested, content to observe the unfolding events with a sense of calm anticipation. Chapter 48. A fall into the abyss in the Longning Palace. Within the Hall of Diligent Governance, the emperor's longevity was fervently proclaimed by ministers and officials alike, who bowed in unison, chanting their well wishes. Your Majesty, long live long live, for countless ages. All rise, commanded the emperor. Xiao Jie inclined his head slightly, his countenance betraying neither joy nor anger. Thank you, your majesty. The officials bowed once more before taking their places, the civil officials to the left and the military to the right. As Xiao Jie surveyed the assembly, he was taken aback to find Xiao Jie present once more at court. Recalling recent discussions, he pondered whether significant upheaval awaited the Board of Censors today. Speak if you have matters to address. Otherwise, you may withdraw, announced the chief eunuch, Lian Yi, his sharp voice piercing the air. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report, interjected Chen Shi, a censor from the Central Secretariat, stepping forward. What is your grievance, Chen? Xiao Jie inquired, leaning slightly forward. I accuse the Vice Minister of the Board of Censors, Huang Yi, of filial piety's neglect and moral decay, rendering him unworthy of his position, Chen Shi declared. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the court, igniting a flurry of discussion among the gathered officials. The Ning dynasty upheld filial piety as a cornerstone of governance, with the common belief that among all virtues, filial respect reigns supreme. A lack of filial duty would invite public scorn for the common folk, while officials failing in this regard would find no footing in the court. Xiao Jie's astonishment deepened, and he instinctively turned his gaze toward Xiao Jie, pondering how his son could have foreseen this impending upheaval at the Board of Censors. Xiao Jie remained composed, embodying the essence of the narrative as the factional struggle intensified. Prior to the transport of Wang Chang's faction leader from Liangzhou to the capital, Wang had orchestrated a campaign to undermine Huang Yi, wielding the charge of unfilial conduct as a weapon against him. Upon the dismissal of Huang Yi, his loyal associate, the historical official Qiao Tai naturally assumed the role of one of the three adjudicators representing the censorate in this case. In stark contrast to the composed demeanor of his son-in-law, Xiao Jie, Huang Yi's father-in-law, Su Jing, felt as though he was seated upon a bed of thorns. He had not anticipated that his inaugural participation in the court assembly as a historical official would coincide with the impeachment of his superior. Having previously immersed himself in the dusty tomes of the Imperial Academy, he was now acutely aware of the ruthless nature of courtly intrigues, a sentiment that stirred within him a faint twinge of regret. Huang Yi, indignant at the accusations, stepped forward vehemently, pointing at Chen Shi. Chen, you must cease your slanderous tirade that tarnishes my reputation. You claim I am unfilial. Do you possess any evidence? The mere mention of this ignited Huang Yi's fury further. Preposterous. The only individual who passed away last September was my stepmother. Why should I observe mourning? Chen Shi shook his head in response. I cannot agree with your sentiments, Huang Zhengqing. In the common folk's wisdom, there exists the adage the grace of birth is lesser than that of nurturing, and the debt of raising is greater than that of life. Even the illiterate masses comprehend that the gratitude for nurture surpasses that for mere existence. Moreover, your biological mother passed away during your youth, and for many years, it was your stepmother who managed the affairs of the Huang family. Her nurturing grace towards you is undeniable. Yet, following her demise last year, your refusal to observe mourning is, would it not be, a transgression against the moral fabric of humanity? Chen Shi's words struck with piercing clarity, leaving Huang Yi momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated that this matter would be resurrected by Chen Shi, using it as a basis to accuse him of unfilial behavior, leaving him at a loss for how to defend himself. Your Majesty, I too concur with the sentiments expressed by Minister Chen. Filial piety is paramount among virtues. However, Huang Zhengqing's avarice for power renders him unwilling to observe mourning rites for his mother, a blatant violation of his son's duty. I earnestly beseech your Majesty to dismiss Huang Zhengqing from his position. As a cautionary example, Deputy Minister of War Yin Ji has opportunistically fanned the flames. Your Majesty, I support this view. Huang Zhengqing, entrusted with the responsibilities of the censorate, fails to uphold filial conduct and cannot serve as a model for the common people. I implore your Majesty to relieve him of his duties for the peace of the populace. Furthermore, Minister of Agriculture Du Jin has joined in the fray, exacerbating the situation. In that moment, aside from Qiao Tai, a fellow censorate official who found it difficult to intervene, Wang Cheng's faction emerged, vociferously denouncing Huang Yi, branding him as irredeemably unfilial and portraying him as a figure of infamy. In stark contrast, not a single individual in the court dared to rise in Huang Yi's defense. The censorate's mandate is to oversee officials and to impeach wrongdoing, which inevitably incurs the displeasure of other officials. As the head of the censorate, Huang Yi has offended many, and witnessing his misfortune brings a sense of hidden satisfaction to numerous officials who, rather than seizing the opportunity to assist him, revel in his plight. Even those officials who had previously maintained cordial relations with Huang Yi, upon witnessing the current tumult, are overcome by trepidation. lowering their heads in silence and refraining from defending him. Furthermore, Huang Yi stands accused of the grave charge of unfiliality. Defending him could easily lead to association with his alleged misdeeds, thereby inviting unwarranted calamity upon themselves. Seated upon the dragon throne, Xiao Jie remained impassive. Observing the farce unfolding within the court with a cold gaze, he keenly observed a striking reality, in stark contrast to the previous occasion when he defended Wang Cheng. This time the officials rallying against Huang Yi were fewer than half. It appeared that Xiao Jie's feigned illness had effectively disrupted the Wang faction strategies, as numerous officials had begun to intentionally distance themselves from Wang Cheng, and some had even outright severed ties. Xiao Jie once again cast his gaze upon Xiao Jie, only to witness him bestow a mysterious smile before stepping forward. "I beseech your majesty, I have matters to report." Huang Yi's expression flickered with delight. The entire court was aware that Prince Xiao Jie had fallen out with the Wang family. Last time, he had dealt a significant blow to the Wang faction in the court. Should he choose to extend a hand, it might just afford him a glimmer of hope. The officials aligned with the Wang faction tensed at Xiao Jie's sudden emergence, recalling the substantial loss they had suffered at his hands previously. And they were left to ponder what tricks he had up his sleeve this time. Xiao Jie, succinct in his speech, too yearned to uncover Xiao Jie's intentions. With a composed smile, Xiao Jie began to articulate. The sage text proclaimed that the essence of heaven and earth lies in humanity. The greatest virtue in human conduct is filial piety. If one fails in filial duty, how do they differ from beasts? He continued, Huang Zhaoqing's stepmother has passed away. Yet he refuses to resign and observe mourning, which is profoundly contrary to the moral code. I believe such behavior is gravely inappropriate, and your majesty ought to impose strict punishment. In an instant, the court officials were left astounded by Xiao Jie's audacity. They had anticipated that he would oppose the Wang faction, yet they could hardly fathom that he had come to further exacerbate Huang Yi's plight, not only withholding assistance but also delivering a crushing blow. The officials of the Wang faction felt an unsettling disquiet, yet upon careful reflection of Xiao Jie's words, each syllable seemed to aid them in their impeachment of Huang Yi. Had the recent assassination truly instilled fear in him, prompting a desire to reconcile with the Wang family? Huang Yi, utterly disheartened, could scarcely fathom that even the Prince of Qi, Xiao Jie, with whom he had no prior grievances, would choose to strike at him in his moment of despair, joining the Wang faction in their impeachment. I have failed the Emperor's grace. I beseech your majesty to impose punishment upon me. Xiao Jie cast a complex glance at his son, then at the despondent Huang Yi, who lay prostrate in acknowledgement of his guilt. Understanding that the die was cast, he reluctantly decreed, Huang Yi, having shown filial disrespect, has violated the principles of humanity. Thus, he is stripped of his position as deputy censor and shall be relegated to the common populace, never to be employed again. I, your humble servant, express my deepest gratitude for your imperial grace. Huang Yi, bowing in thanks, wept profusely in the hall of diligence, realizing that his political career was irrevocably shattered from this day forth. Chapter 49. The commander of the Qilin. If one were to identify the greatest victor of the court that day, it was neither Wang Cheng, but rather Qiao Tai, the censor of the imperial secretariat. With Huang Yi's removal from the position of deputy censor, the censorate would henceforth be governed by Qiao Tai's authority. Although the court had recently appointed Su Jing as a censor of the imperial secretariat, Qiao Tai held him in little regard. Yet, as his carriage halted before his residence, he faintly discerned the sound of weeping. Lifting the curtain of his carriage, he beheld a group outside his gates, clad in mourning attire and waving white banners, crying incessantly. Recognizing them as his family from his hometown of Lujiang, he pondered in astonishment. Had they come to the capital to mourn for him? Upon witnessing the sight of Qiao Tai, he could no longer contain himself and let out a heart-wrenching wail. My lord, the elder Qiao has passed away. Hearing the name he dreaded most struck Qiao Tai like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily frozen in shock. Soon, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. The Qiao residence descended into further chaos. In the imperial study, a memorial was laid out on the emperor's desk. A document recently dispatched to the palace by Qiao Tai, the imperial secretary. The content was straightforward. His father had succumbed to illness, and he sought permission from Xiao Jie to observe a period of mourning, resigning from his official duties to pay respects to his deceased father. In truth, Xiao Jie could have refused, instructing him to remain in office, donning plain garments while managing affairs, abstaining from celebrations, sacrifices, and banquets, with his duties delegated to his deputy, a practice known as diverting emotions. However, given Qiao Tai's significant standing within the royal faction, how could Xiao Jie possibly disregard his plea? It was indeed a curious coincidence that the vice minister of the censorate had just been dismissed for not mourning the death of his stepmother, only for Xiao Jie to now seek mourning leave due to his father's demise. Xiao Jie regarded Xiao Jie with a knowing smile. With the vice minister dismissed and another imperial secretary in mourning, Su Jing, the newly appointed imperial secretary, had suddenly become the de facto leader of the censorate, representing it in the investigation of the Liaozhou general salt and iron smuggling case. Given these developments, Xiao Jie could easily surmise that all of this was orchestrated by Xiao Jie. Previously, Xiao Jie had dispatched someone to Lujiang to eliminate Xiao Tai's father and had been monitoring the Qiao residence for several days. As soon as he learned of the news of mourning from Xiao Tai's hometown, he was summoned to the palace by Xiao Jie. Fully aware that Xiao Jie had deduced his involvement in the unfolding events, upon being questioned by Xiao Jie naturally dared not feign ignorance and candidly confessed, "I would not deceive your majesty. It was I who ordered the death of Xiao Tai's father, not due to illness." Xiao Jie regarded his son with profound significance and remarked, "Illness is illness. Do not take every matter upon yourself." Xiao Jie comprehended that Xiao Jie meant he would not pursue the matter further. Xiao Jie, with clarity of mind, recognized that Xiao Jie had taken such action to aid him against the Huang faction and could not possibly blame his son for it. To him, such resolve and ruthlessness were qualities befitting of his son. The prince born of a palace maid had ascended to the throne, having taken many lives along the way. What mattered to him was whether his son would deceive him, whether he remained loyal, and if they shared a common purpose. Truly, you increasingly astonish me. How did you foresee that they would target the censorate rather than the Ministry of Justice or the Supreme Court? Xiao Jian's actions left Xiao Jie astounded. It seemed his son had long been aware of all the intricacies and had meticulously prepared in advance. Not only had he orchestrated the assassination of Xiao Tai's father, but he had also positioned his father-in-law at the censorate as an assistant to the censor, all while openly aiding the Huang faction in the impeachment of censor Huang Yi. Leading to his dismissal, the Huang faction had labored in vain, having successfully ousted Huang Yi, only to find that everything had been calculated by Xiao Jie, inadvertently benefiting his father-in-law, Su Jing. Xiao Jie could not divulge to Xiao Jie that his knowledge stemmed from a book. Fortunately, he had already devised a plausible explanation. "Your Majesty, Minister of Punishments Chui sure possesses deep roots within the court, and the royal faction may not easily sway him. Furthermore, the Chief Justice Zhou Mu is renowned for his unwavering integrity and enjoys your trust, making him a formidable opponent. Thus, the Inspector General Huang Yi emerges as the most viable target for the royal faction. I have dispatched individuals to investigate Huang Yi's background and surmise that the royal faction would likely exploit the recent passing of his stepmother to assail him. Consequently, I shall turn their tactics against them." Xiao Jie nodded slightly, as everything fell into place. However, Xiao Jie's capabilities indeed left him in awe once more. The ability to perceive all is no trivial feat, yet to strategically orchestrate everything to perfection is even more astonishing. "It seems that labeling you as a mere idle prince truly undermines your talents," Xiao Jie suddenly mused. "I am willing to shoulder my father's burdens." Xiao Jie understood this to mean that Xiao Jie had a task for him. "Regarding the case of the Liaozhou general smuggling salt and iron, I have entrusted it solely to Heir's care, which has left me somewhat uneasy. As your elder brother, you must assist him. I have decided to appoint you as the commander of the Qilin Guard, to aid the 3 departments in thoroughly investigating this matter." Xiao Jie did not anticipate that Xiao Jie would appoint him as the commander of the Qilin Guard. The Qilin Guard is responsible for direct imperial protection, patrols, and arrests, serving as the most trusted eyes and ears of the emperors throughout the history of Daning, typically led by their most loyal military generals, thereby ensuring the Qilin Guard remains firmly under their control. However, above the commander, there exists a position known as the Dudu of the Qilin Guard, which is generally not a regular appointment and does not entail any actual responsibilities. It serves merely as a nominal title, signifying the emperor's favor and trust towards a certain minister or noble. Yet, from what I gather from Xiao Jie's words, assuming the role of Dudu of the Qilin Guard may not be merely symbolic. I might temporarily oversee the investigation of salt and iron smuggling cases. This, however, appears to be a special arrangement, as once the case is resolved, Xiao Jie would need to dismiss me from this position. After all, no matter how much he trusts his son, the emperor's vigilance cannot be left to others. In the original text, when Xiao Jie sought to investigate Xiao Jian's nurturing of assassins, he appointed Xiao Huang as Dudu of the Qilin Guard, only for Xiao Huang to be dismissed immediately after Xiao Jian's demise. Although my tenure as the head of the Qilin Guard may be brief, it is sufficient for me to accomplish significant matters. I, the son, accept the decree. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for being appointed as Dudu of the Qilin Guard before Xiao Huang, seizing Xiao Huang's destiny value of 2,500. Chapter 50. Heart-to-heart between father-in-law and son-in-law regarding Su Jing's arrival. Xiao Jie was not surprised. A scholar, who had been diligently studying at the National Academy, had only recently been transferred to the censorate. Encountering the impeachment of a superior and the bereavement of a colleague in quick succession, he must surely be intimidated by the ruthless nature of court struggles. It seems I must exert some effort to guide him properly, for he is indeed a significant pawn in my endeavor to cultivate influence within the court. As Xiao Jie had anticipated, Su Jing was indeed thoroughly frightened. Just a few days after his transfer to the censorate, two significant events transpired. The vice-censor and another assistant censor both resigned in quick succession. Despite having barely settled into his new role, Su Jing suddenly found himself as the de facto leader of the censorate. However, he felt no joy in this unexpected elevation, for it meant he would be tasked with overseeing the investigation into the smuggling of salt and iron by the generals of Liaozhou. Even Su Jing, with his somewhat blunt political acumen, understood that this case implicated the powerful governor Wang Qing of Liaozhou, and behind him stood the formidable Wang faction. He lacked the courage to wade into such murky waters. His own son-in-law had been attacked in the dead of night, a consequence of his role as the presiding judge in this very case. If he were to become entangled in it as well, he feared for his life, knowing that he could meet a tragic end on the streets one fateful night. The depths of the censorate were far beyond his grasp. Suyo felt somewhat helpless. Her mother, Madame Shin, had informed her that her father often lamented his desire to escape a lifetime of being a mere scholar in the Imperial Academy, yearning instead to rise to prominence in the court as a key minister of the state. Madame Shin had subtly suggested to Suyo on several occasions that she should speak to her husband, Xiao Jie, and encourage him to help alleviate her father's concerns. Yet, Suyo had refrained from discussing this matter with Xiao Jie, for she did not wish to burden her husband, and she believed it was inappropriate to meddle in affairs of state. Little did she expect that before she could voice her thoughts, Xiao Jie would proactively arrange for his father to be transferred to the censorate as an assistant censor, thereby fulfilling his long-held ambition to enter the court. Why did the esteemed Lord Taishan not inform me beforehand? Just as Su Yao was offering words of comfort to Su Jing, Xiao Jie's figure finally appeared at the door. Laughing heartily, Su Jing seemed to have spotted a savior and hurriedly approached, his expression brimming with excitement. Su Yao exhaled in relief, exchanging a glance with Xiao Jie, before stating her intention to fetch another pot of tea, seeking an excuse to leave them to their discussion. I apologize, Lord Taishan. My father has summoned me to the palace on urgent business, and I have kept you waiting. As soon as Xiao Jin took a seat, he began to explain to Su Jing. Su Jing dared not say much in response, merely replying, "It is of no consequence. Matters concerning His Majesty take precedence. Lord Taishan has come to my residence for a specific purpose. May I inquire what it is?" Xiao Jin, possessing clarity of mind, feigned ignorance with calculated intent. Su Jing lowered his head, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, it was he who had initially promised Xiao Jie to take the position at the Board of Censors, yet having barely held the post for a few days, he had withdrawn, leaving him somewhat embarrassed to speak. After a brief silence, Su Jing averted his gaze from Xiao Jie. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and Su Jing felt as if he were under scrutiny. Just as he was grappling with his discomfort, Xiao Jie finally spoke. His tone measured and unhurried. It seems that Lord Taishan is not so much concerned about managing the Board of Censors, but rather hesitant to wade into the murky waters of the smuggling salt and iron case, fearing it may bring about dire consequences. Xiao Jian's words stripped away Su Jing's final vestige of pretense, and a flush of shame colored his cheeks. Yet, he stammered, "I am but a scholar, and I fear I am ill-equipped to bear such a heavy responsibility." Xiao Jian smiled, only to shift the conversation abruptly. "In light of the current vacancy in the Eastern Palace, do you think I, Xiao Jian, have a chance?" Xiao Jie's candidness and bluntness startled Su Jing, prompting him to furtively glance outside the door to ensure no one else was listening, which offered him a modicum of relief. As the son of the emperor, His Highness naturally possessed opportunities. Su Jing deliberately lowered his voice and spoke ambiguously. Yet, Xiao Jie relentlessly pressed on with his inquiries. "Does Lord Taishan wish for my success?" Without hesitation, Su Jing nodded, for he undoubtedly hoped that Xiao Jie would ascend to the Eastern Palace, thereby elevating his own status as father-in-law. Xiao Jie smiled faintly and remarked, "Of course. Lord Taishan desires my triumph. Should I succeed in claiming the throne, I shall become the emperor, and Yao will be the empress. Our child will be the crown prince, destined to be the new sovereign of Daning, while Lord Taishan shall assume the esteemed title of the royal father-in-law. And the Su family will truly become a distinguished clan, basking in glory. These thoughts had crossed Su Jing's mind, however. He believed that the powerful Huang family supported Xiao Huang, and other princes had noble families backing them as well. He felt that his son-in-law's prospects were dim. Yet he could not comprehend why Xiao Jie suddenly chose to discuss this with him. But has Lord Taishan ever considered what might happen if I fail in my pursuit of the throne? Xiao Jie's smile vanished. His tone steady as he posed the question. Su Jing gazed at Xiao Jie in bewilderment. To him, failing to claim the throne merely meant not becoming the emperor. But ultimately, he would still belong to the royal bloodline and could continue to live as a wealthy prince. If I fail in my pursuit, not only would I meet a tragic end, but Yao and our child would be eradicated, and the entire Su family could face retribution from the new ruler. Xiao Jie's demeanor remained remarkably calm, as if he were discussing a matter entirely unrelated to himself. Su Jing's mood instantly grew heavier. This was the first moment he regretted the alliance with the royal family. He had never anticipated that such a seemingly simple marriage would entangle him and the entire Su family in the fierce struggle for the throne. He seemed to age several years in an instant. Remaining silent for a long while before finally speaking, "What must I do to assist His Highness in successfully claiming the throne? My Lord Taishan, you need not do anything but remain at the Board of Punishments, participating in the adjudication of the salt and iron smuggling case. You need not worry about assassination. My father has just appointed me as the commander of the Qilin Guard, and I will secretly dispatch them to protect you." Su Jing was once again taken aback. The Qilin Guard were the emperor's closest protectors, the eyes and ears of the sovereign. The fact that His Majesty entrusted the Qilin Guard to Xiao Jie demonstrated his favor and trust in the son. Su Jing's mind suddenly became agile. With Xiao Jie being so favored, there might indeed be a chance for him to ascend to the Eastern Palace. Thus, the Su family could also bask in this fortune and emerge as a true noble clan. Xiao Jie smiled slightly. "My Lord Taishan, I have promised you that after this case, I will ensure your promotion to the position of Deputy Minister of the Board of Punishments, where you will truly oversee the board. In the future, I will provide the Su family with that which you desire." Su Jing nodded, understanding that these words were not only addressed to him but also represented Xiao Jie's commitment to the entire Su family. Chapter 51. Farewell to the courtesan in the Court of Judicial Review. Today marked the first day of the Triad's hearings. As the newly appointed commander of the Qilin Guard, Xiao Jie naturally had the right to attend as an observer. Prince Jin, Xiao Jie, Minister of Justice Cui Shi, Chief of the Court of Judicial Review Zhou Mu, and the writing attendant Su Jing took their respective seats, nodding in mutual acknowledgement, and the Triad's hearings officially commenced. 5 unarmored generals were brought forth by the attendants. The court had retained a semblance of dignity for them, neither binding them with ropes nor shackling their hands and feet, and even permitted them to stand without kneeling during the trial. After all, these 5 were not merely entangled with Wang Qing and the entire Wang faction. They were also connected to the 300,000 troops stationed in the northwest, and the court was wary of inciting unrest among the military ranks. "Who stands before us?" The chief presiding officer, Prince Jin, Xiao Jie, struck the judicial block with authority and inquired with a fierce tone. This tactic of seizing the initiative might intimidate the common folk, yet the 5 men before him were seasoned generals, hardened by the crucible of battle. How could they be easily cowed by a mere judicial block? "I am Zhang Kuei, the fierce Might General, and I bear my name with pride." "I am Li Jin, the radiant Might General, and I bear my name with pride." "I am Su Guang, the valorous Martial General, and I bear my name with pride." "I am Su Li, the Zhicheng Cavalry Captain, and I bear my name with pride." "I am Wang Tu, the personal captain of General Wang Cheng of Liaozhou, and I bear my name with pride." Seeing the 5 men assertively proclaiming their identities, Xiao Jie was consumed with fury and struck the judicial block again. "Audacious! How dare you behave so insolently in this court?" The 5 men erupted into hearty laughter, with Wang Tu exclaiming loudly, "Your Highness, do not take offense. We are but rough men with straightforward dispositions. We speak as such, unlike those cultured officials in the court who, with their flowery words, stab us in the back, undermining us, the loyal soldiers guarding the borders for the sake of our nation." This statement carries a hint of irony regarding their cruel treatment of loyal subjects, causing a momentary discomfort among the officials responsible for their interrogation. Xiao Jie scoffed, questioning, "You claim to serve the nation faithfully, yet you defy the imperial edict by daring to privately sell salt and iron to the Hu people." Accusations of slander erupted, a blatant act of defamation. "How many battles have we fought against the Hu? Our enmity runs deep, a sea of blood between us. We yearn to consume their flesh and drink their blood. How could we possibly engage in smuggling salt and iron to them? Surely, someone seeks to frame us. Before Xiao Jie could finish, Zhang Kuei began to shout loudly in his defense. Yes, indeed. Someone must be scheming against us. The other four echoed in agreement. Xiao Jie's expression darkened. Without further ado, he seized a wooden stick and tossed it at their feet, commanding the attendants, give them 50 lashes first, strike them hard. I wish to see whether their defiance outmatches the might of the Dali Temple's punishment. Observing this, Xiao Jie lost interest and shook his head, departing. His elder brother still lacked the necessary shrewdness. Threats and reprimands might work on ordinary folk, but these five were seasoned generals. Would they truly fear a few lashes? Such trivial punishment could hardly pry open their lips. Xiao Jie understood that their steadfastness stemmed not only from loyalty to Wang Qing, but also from their trust in the Wang family. They believed that the Wang family would protect them, even if, by some misfortune, they could not. They would ensure the well-being of their families. To pry open their lips, the most effective strategy is to shatter their trust and illusions regarding Wang Qing and the Wang family, making them realize that the Wang family cannot protect them, nor their loved ones. Under the cover of night, Xiao Jie once again appeared at the enchanting Miaoran Pavilion by the banks of the Luo River, requesting to see the courtesan Lianer. The madam, having endured Xiao Jie for quite some time, responded with a forced smile, Your Highness. The relationship between you and Prime Minister Wang has become common knowledge throughout the city of Luoyang. I fear it may not be prudent for us at Miaoran Pavilion to heed your words at this moment. Xiao Jie smiled faintly. Since your information is so astute, are you aware that I am now the commander of the Qilin Guard? With a mere word, the Qilin Guard would turn your entire establishment upside down. The madam's expression shifted dramatically, recognizing that Xiao Jie was indeed capable of such an act. Miaoran Pavilion harbored numerous secrets that could not withstand the scrutiny of the Qilin Guard. Moments later, Xiao Jie was ushered into Yuan Xuan's chamber. Have you come to listen to me play the qin once more, Your Highness? Yuan Xuan's face was as cold as ice, showing no pretense of warmth. After all, Xiao Jie had already fallen out with their overt master, Wang Chong, so she felt no obligation to offer him any courtesy. Xiao Jie shook his head and replied with a smile, No, I am here to inquire about something concerning Miss Lianer. Feel free to ask. But I cannot guarantee that I will have the answers. Yuan Xuan's tone matched the frosty demeanor of her visage. Xiao Jie gazed intently at her face and unexpectedly posed a question. Why did you send someone to assassinate me? A fleeting shadow of surprise crossed Yuan Xuan's face, accompanied by a hint of momentary panic. Xiao Jie surveyed the situation with keen insight and had already arrived at his conclusion. Initially, he harbored mere suspicions, especially considering the impersonation of a member of the Wang family who feigned an assassination attempt against him. The intention was blatantly clear, to instigate chaos, inciting conflict between himself and the Wang family, allowing them to profit from the ensuing turmoil. After much contemplation, Xiao Jie discerned that the suspicions surrounding Yuan Xuan and the remnants of the former dynasty were, without a doubt, the most substantial. Their objective was to engender an irreconcilable feud between him and the Wang family, ultimately compelling Wang Qing to take a stand. Should the court and Wang Qing engage in warfare, it would present a golden opportunity for their restoration. Your Highness, I do not comprehend your meaning. Yuan Xuan feigned innocence, yet stealthily summoned her internal energy. With Xiao Jie now privy to their numerous secrets, he could no longer be spared. Her subtle maneuver did not escape Xiao Jie's notice. His gaze suddenly turned frosty, a smirk gracing his lips as he moved his right hand. Yuan Xuan felt a rush of air pass by, and when she glanced back at Xiao Jie, she found a hairpin in his grasp, an exact replica of the one adorning her own hair. This particular pin was laced with a lethal poison, precisely the weapon she intended to wield against Xiao Jie. Her expression turned to one of horror, despite her own considerable skill. Xiao Jie's speed was such that she found herself with no opportunity to react. One could only wonder how many more secrets he still concealed from her. Do not entertain thoughts of silencing me. None here can match my prowess, Xiao Jie declared with an air of arrogance, his confidence radiating with overwhelming might. Your Highness, I did not grasp a single word of what you just said. Yuan Xuan persisted in her pretense of ignorance, her mind racing to devise a counter-strategy. Yet, Xiao Jie merely smiled slightly. Miss Lianer, you are certainly free to deny it. However, since I have come alone to the Miaoran Fang today, it signifies that I am not here to seek retribution or revenge. I simply wish for your assistance in a matter. If you can aid me in this endeavor, we shall consider the previous assassination attempt against me as settled. Your Highness, I truly do not comprehend what you are implying. The incident of your assassination has no connection to me, and I am entirely unaware of it. Yu Wenxuan would never admit to such a matter, lest she fall into Xiao Jie's trap. Xiao Jie smiled slightly, continuing his monologue. Tomorrow, I shall lead a search of Wang Qing as personal guard. Captain Wang Tu's residence in Luoyang. I hope to uncover evidence regarding Wang Tu's treachery. Should I find nothing, I will have no choice but to personally bring the Qilin guard to search the Miao Fang. Yu Wenxuan's expression shifted dramatically. She understood Xiao Jie's intentions clearly. He sought to use their hands to entrap Wang Tuesday, with a beloved wife at home. I shall not linger tonight to listen to Miss Lian play the chain. As for this hairpin, let Miss Lian gift it to me as a memento. Before Yu Wenxuan, Xiao Jie delicately sniffed the hairpin, a hint of a roguish smile gracing his lips, followed by hearty laughter as he departed. Yu Wenxuan's countenance fluctuated between shadows and light, yet she could only allow Xiao Jie to leave unimpeded. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task Truth Revealed. Earning 3,000 destiny points and receiving the item Dragon Element Pill, which, when consumed, allows one to disregard limits and increase a particular attribute by 10 points. Xiao Jie must now contemplate whether he desires to be the most handsome in the realm or the most powerful. Chapter 52. A stunning conspiracy. The first day of the trial conducted by the three departments yielded no progress. Despite the severe punishment inflicted upon Zhang Kuei and the other four, who continued to hurl profanities without yielding any confessions, the proceedings came to a hasty conclusion. However, on the following day, the Qilin Guard received a confidential report indicating that one of the suspects, Wang Tu, was concealing weapons and armor within his residence, suggesting ulterior motives. The emperor, incensed by this revelation, decreed that Prince Jin, Xiao Zhan, along with the Minister of Justice, Cui Shi, the Chief Justice of the Dali Temple, Zhou Mu, and the Imperial Secretary, Su Jing, would collaborate with the Qilin Guard's commander, Xiao Jie, to conduct a search of Wang Tu's estate. Wang Tu, originally surnamed Xiao, had been a servant in the Wang household. His strength, intelligence, and capability led Wang Cheng to select him as a personal guard. Over the years, he gained Wang Cheng's trust, eventually rising to the rank of personal guard captain. In gratitude for Wang Cheng's benevolence and to demonstrate his loyalty, Zhao Tu adopted the Wang surname. The Wang family, in turn, rewarded him with a residence in Lianfang, enabling him to settle down in the capital. According to the intelligence received by the Qilin Guard, the house in Lianfang was the site of the suspected concealment of weaponry and armor. When Xiao Jie and his companions arrived at the entrance of the residence, they found a substantial contingent of Qilin Guards surrounding the premises, leaving no avenue of escape. A Qilin Guard captain approached the commander, Zhang Chu, to report, "Esteemed commander, we have successfully encircled the area. No one can escape." Zhang Chu's expression grew tense. The newly appointed commander of the Qilin Guard, Xiao Jie, stood beside him. The captain's report to him seemed to undermine Xiao Jie's authority. Although the commander was directly under the emperor's command, Xiao Jie was, in a sense, his superior and a prince. Zhang Chu was determined to avoid offending him at all costs. It is hardly surprising that the captain was taken aback. Although everyone had heard that a new governor had arrived at the Qilin Guard, holding a rank superior to that of their commanding officer, he did not recognize Xiao Jie and instinctively reported to Zhang Chu, the commanding officer. Zhang cast a fierce glare at the captain, disregarding him, and turned to the side to inquire of Xiao Jie, "Your Highness, the residence has been surrounded. What shall we do next? I humbly await your guidance." The captain, instantly pale with fear, realized he had committed a grave error. Though he did not recognize Xiao Jie, he was well aware that the new governor was none other than the Prince of Qi. Wang Tu's family, upon seeing a large contingent of soldiers encircle their residence, had long since bolted the doors in terror. The Qilin Guard would not stoop to the civility of knocking and requesting entry. Rather, two highly skilled members of the guard had already scaled the walls and entered the premises. Upon seeing the embroidered Qilin robes adorning the guards, Wang Tu's family dared not resist, but allowed them to open the door from within, and a throng of Qilin Guards surged into the residence. The Qilin Guard is conducting an investigation. All unauthorized personnel, step aside. With this authoritative declaration, Wang Tu's family had no choice but to yield. Hastily retreating as the Qilin Guard commenced a thorough search of the entire house, their intentions clear as they sought to turn the place upside down. Xiao Jie and his companions followed suit, entering the residence. The occupants were quickly herded to the front courtyard, trembling in fear before the ferocious Qilin Guards. Too terrified to utter a word, Zhou Mu felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. As the minister of the Dali Temple, he was tasked with reviewing cases and rectifying wrongful convictions, and he had always harbored considerable dissatisfaction with the actions of the Qilin Guard. Unable to restrain himself, He inquired of Xiao Jie, "Your Highness, the matter of hoarding weapons and armor is of grave significance. Are you certain the intelligence is accurate? Is the intelligence accurate? We shall ascertain that through our investigation." Zhang Chu, the commander of the Qilin Guard, interjected directly. He was well aware of Zhou Mu's discontent with their operations and equally disinclined to tolerate Zhou Mu's meddling in their affairs. Zhou Mu's expression darkened, and he was about to argue with Zhang Chu when a Qilin Guard lieutenant stepped forward to report, "Esteemed officials, we have discovered 2 large chests in an abandoned woodshed in the backyard." With a wave of his hand, Xiao Jie commanded, "Bring them here." The Qilin Guard swiftly transported the 2 chests to the front courtyard. Xiao Jie cast a glance at them. Each chest bore a sealed label, prominently displaying the character for king. The family of Wang Tu was instantly struck with pallor, unaware that their forsaken woodshed concealed such chests. Xiao Jie smirked. "Break them open." At his command, the Qilin Guard wasted no time, brandishing their swords and knives to pry open the chests. They soon managed to open the first one, revealing it to be impeccably filled with an array of weapons, including swords, spears, and even military crossbows. Upon seeing the contents of the chest, Wang Tu's family erupted in cries of innocence, asserting that the items did not belong to them. While they could perhaps explain the possession of swords as a reflection of Wang Tu's penchant for collecting weapons, the possession of military crossbows constituted a grave offense. In a swift motion, the second chest was pried open, revealing a neatly arranged collection of over a dozen pieces of armor within. The family of Wang Tu collapsed in shock, with a few faint-hearted individuals succumbing to unconsciousness. Even Jin Wang Xiao Jie and others exhibited expressions of profound astonishment. While Zhou Mu, the Minister of Justice, who had just been defending Wang Tu, now wore a noticeably grim countenance. Only Su Jing cast a furtive glance at his son-in-law, his gaze reflecting a complex mixture of emotions, tinged with a hint of trepidation. According to the laws of Danang, the possession of a single piece of armor and 3 crossbows warranted a banishment of 2,000 li, while the possession of 3 pieces of armor and 5 crossbows resulted in immediate execution. The discovery of such an extensive cache of military crossbows and armor in Wang Tu's residence was unprecedented since the founding of Danang. Xiao Jian's lips curled into an involuntary smile. Yuan Xuan had indeed not disappointed him. However, they had no alternative. Should they truly bring the Qilin Guard to search the Miran Pavilion? All the efforts and investments of these remnants of the previous dynasty in the capital would be rendered futile. Moreover, assisting in dealing with Wang Tu aligned with their plan to disrupt the situation and force Wang Cheng's hand, providing them with no reason to refuse his request. Given the gravity of the matter, he addressed his elder brother, Lord Cui, Lord Zhou, and Lord Su, urging, "Let us immediately proceed to the palace to pay our respects to the emperor." The 4 exchanged glances, acknowledging the situation with solemn nods, fully aware of the tumultuous storm that lay ahead. As anticipated, Emperor Xiao Jie was incensed, issuing an edict to confiscate Wang Tu's estate, sentencing all male members to execution, consigning the female relatives to the Imperial Music Bureau, and decreeing that Wang Tu himself be subjected to death by 1,000 cuts. In comparison to the grave crime of treason, whether Wang Tu had participated in smuggling salt and iron had become inconsequential. Wang Cheng and Wang Dang, from the very beginning, dared not defend or plead for Wang Tuesday. After all, the Qilin Guards had discovered military crossbows and armor in Wang Tu's residence in the presence of the Ministry of Justice, the Dali Temple, and the Censorate. The charge of possessing crossbows could not be absolved under any circumstances. More critically, Wang Tu held a unique status as the personal lieutenant of Wang Cheng, the Grand Commander of Liuzhou. No one would believe that a mere lieutenant harbored treasonous intentions, especially since that residence had been gifted by the Wang family. Many discerning individuals could not help but speculate on the true ownership of those crossbows and armor. The punishment of lingqi, or death by 1,000 cuts, required a total of 3,600 incisions over the course of 3 days. Xiao Jie, however, directly approached Xiao Jie, and upon his suggestion, the proceedings of the 3 judicial offices were suspended for those 3 days. Each day, 4 suspects were taken to the execution ground to witness the torturous demise of Wang Tu, forced to watch as he endured a harrowing death by countless blades. In the end, Wang Tu endured 3,357 cuts before succumbing on the 3rd day. On the night of Wang Tu's death, Xiao Jie ventured alone to the Dali Temple's prison, dismissing all the guards, and personally interrogated the 4 suspects. Although this was against protocol, who would dare question the authority of the Qilin Guards? The guards withdrew, leaving the 4 suspects bewildered by Xiao Jie's actions. Their expressions a mixture of hostility and fear, particularly after witnessing Wang Tu's harrowing end over the previous 3 days. They were uncertain of Xiao Jie's motives for interrogating them in the dead of night, having sent away all the guards. Yet they sensed his intentions were far from benevolent. The weapons and armor discovered in Wang Tu's home had been strategically placed there by my prior arrangements. Xiao Jie's opening words struck like thunder on a clear day, leaving the four individuals momentarily stunned, only to be swiftly engulfed by an overwhelming rage. They lashed out with vehement curses, their gazes brimming with resentment and malice, seemingly wishing to rend Xiao Jie limb from limb. They had considered that Wang Tu was merely a lowly captain of the imperial guards, hoarding such a multitude of weapons and armors. What purpose could it serve? Even if he were to rebel, he lacked both the audacity and the capacity. Ultimately, they reached two conclusions. Either these weapons belonged to the Wang family, or someone was conspiring to frame Wang Tuesday. To their astonishment, Xiao Jie unreservedly admitted his involvement right from the outset, inciting their shock and fury. These were generals who had emerged from the crucible of sword and flame, unafraid of death. Yet, over the past 3 days, they had witnessed Wang Tu being mercilessly slaughtered before their very eyes, causing their resolve to falter, as they feared the next victim might be themselves. They had also heard that all the male members of Wang Tu's family had been executed, leaving their lineage extinguished, while the women were cast into the brothel, enduring unspeakable humiliation. While they feared not for their own lives, they were determined not to implicate their kin. Why? Why must he be so maliciously ensnared? Su Guang, who shared the closest bond with Wang Tu, roared at Xiao Jie. Had it not been for the jailer's concern for Xiao Jie's safety, they would have already charged forward to confront him. Why? Xiao Jie responded with a cold, mocking smile. Having chosen to pledge his loyalty to Wang Qing and oppose the court, he was fully aware that he must bear the consequences of his actions. And so too must you. I intend to make you understand that neither Wang Qing nor the Wang family can safeguard your lives, nor can they protect the lives of your loved ones. Xiao Jie cast a fleeting glance at him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You are Su Guang, are you not? It has come to my attention that you share a profound bond with Wang Tuesday. I shall facilitate your reunion in the underworld. I can assure you that tomorrow, the Qilin Guard will undoubtedly uncover weapons and armor within your abode. I shall fight you to the death. Su Guang roared in fury, disregarding the heavy shackles that weighed him down. Like a famished wolf, he lunged at Xiao Jie, intent on a mutual destruction. Xiao Jie, however, did not indulge him. He stood his ground, unwavering, and unleashed a formidable punch that struck Su Guang squarely in the face, sending him sprawling several meters away, collapsing to the ground, blood spurting forth, unable to rise for an extended period. The other three were instantly taken aback, their astonishment palpable. They could not fathom that this seemingly frail prince possessed such formidable prowess. Their earlier bravado evaporated into thin air. Xiao Jie lowered his gaze to his own hand, a playful smile emerging as he mused to himself. I initially intended to eradicate your entire family, but since you dared to lay hands upon me, I shall have no choice but to obliterate your clan entirely. Lying on the ground, Su Guang felt his blood surge, spewing forth another stream of foul blood. Nearly losing consciousness, the remaining three were equally pale with fear, their gazes toward Xiao Jie now filled with trepidation, as if he were not a mere mortal but a vengeful specter risen from the depths of hell. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Grievances have their origins and debts have their rightful owners. Although we four have committed grave offenses, our families are innocent. I implore you. Considering our years of service at the border, though lacking in merit, we have endured hardships. Please spare our families. Li Jin suddenly fell to his knees before Xiao Jie, earnestly beseeching. Xiao Jie remained utterly unmoved, a cold smile gracing his lips as he retorted, Do you still have the audacity to speak of merits? You consumed the imperial salary while defying the court's edicts, illicitly selling salt and iron to the barbarians, thereby bolstering their forces with fattened horses and robust soldiers. You wield the very iron forged by our Han people to strike down our own kin. This is what you call merit? Your families may be innocent, but what of the countless Han civilians who have fallen victim to the blades of the barbarians? His vehement reproach caused the faces of the three men to flush crimson. Even Su Guang, who lay on the ground, betrayed a hint of shame. They had certainly contemplated his words, but the smuggling of salt and iron to the barbarians was driven by Wang Qing's directives. Without their involvement, they would have been rendered insignificant within the Northwest border troops. They had been ensnared by Wang Qing, who had bestowed upon them numerous benefits, leading them to gradually forsake their original intentions, following him with unwavering loyalty, indifferent to the potential peril posed to the court's interests or the lives of innocent citizens. Now, Xiao Jie's words had stripped away their final veneer of modesty, laying their disgrace bare for all to see. I am willing to confess and accept punishment. I implore your highness to spare my family. Su Li suddenly knelt before Xiao Jie, repeatedly bowing his head. Zhang Kuei, taken aback and enraged, scolded him. Su Li, General Wang has treated you well. How dare you betray him? Xiao Jie let out a cold laugh. He had dispatched individuals to investigate the backgrounds of these men. While it could be argued that the others were somewhat coerced by Wang Qing's tyranny into participating in the smuggling of salt and iron, Zhang Kuei was a willing participant, reaping the greatest rewards. From the very outset, Xiao Jie had no intention of sparing his life. With a clang, he tossed a dagger at Su Li's feet. Su Li looked up at Xiao Jie, confusion etched across his face. Since you harbor intentions of betraying Wang Qing, you must offer a token of your loyalty. Pick up the dagger from the ground and slay Zhang Kuei. Let me witness your sincerity. Zhang Kuei, terrified, stumbled backward, while Su Li shook his head vigorously, too fearful to retrieve the dagger. He wished to convey to Xiao Jie that he would rather sacrifice himself for the safety of his family than betray Wang Qing. He dared not offend Xiao Jie, yet he also could not risk angering Wang Qing. Just as Su Li was about to explain himself, Su Guang, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly surged to life, leaping up from behind to pounce on Zhang Kuei, wrapping the iron chain in his hand tightly around Zhang Kuei's neck. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. No one could have anticipated that the severely injured Su Guang would leap up to strike first at Zhang Kuei. Zhang Kuei's neck was ensnared by the iron chain, his face flushing as he struggled to breathe. Yet, he was unwilling to succumb easily, desperately elbowing Su Guang in the stomach. Su Guang, already battered by Xiao Jie's earlier assault, could hardly withstand Zhang Kuei's relentless blows. Soon, blood gushed from his mouth, and as he teetered on the brink of collapse, Xiao Jie remained indifferent, merely observing with cold detachment. Su Li remained foolishly transfixed by the fierce struggle between the two, when suddenly a figure darted past him, a dagger plunging mercilessly into Zhang Kuei's heart. Zhang Kuei, in disbelief, gazed upon the face before him. It was none other than Li Jin, who had always regarded him as a brother. At the most critical moment, he had chosen to deliver the fatal blow. Zhang Kuei collapsed weakly, and Su Guang could no longer sustain himself, sinking to his knees before Xiao Jie, murmuring, Su Guang is willing to serve His Highness, the King of Qi. Xiao Jie paid him no mind, merely casting a glance at Su Li, a faint smile gracing his lips. You have no chance left. Before Su Li could comprehend the situation, Li Jin, lurking behind him, struck with ferocity, withdrawing the dagger from Zhang Kuei's chest and slicing it across Su Li's throat. Su Li too fell, his eyes wide open, filled with defiance and perhaps a tinge of regret. Li Jin then prostrated himself on the ground. Li Jin is willing to serve His Highness, the King of Qi. Xiao Jie, showing no courtesy, produced ink and paper. Placing them on the table, write down everything you know, each of you, in meticulous detail. Should there be even the slightest discrepancy or omission, I assure you, neither you nor your families will survive. The two, terrified, complied without hesitation, straining their minds as one hastily pinned over a dozen pages, eager to expose Wang Qing's every misdeed, fearing any oversight. As Xiao Jie departed from the Dali Temple prison, he made his way to the palace to pay his respects that very night. The following day, news emerged from the Dali Temple prison regarding the suicide of General Zhang Kuei and the deputy commander Su Li, both driven by guilt. However, the circumstances surrounding their deaths raised numerous suspicions. Seizing the opportunity, the Wang faction officials demanded a thorough investigation by the emperor to placate the sentiments of the soldiers in the northwest. Ultimately, under pressure, Emperor Xiao Jie hastily concluded the matter, attributing the crimes of smuggling salt and iron solely to the deceased Wang Tu, Zhang Kuei, and Su Li. He released the imprisoned General Li Jin and General Su Guang, permitting them to resume their official duties and return to Lianzhou. To appease the Grand Commander of Lianzhou, Wang Qing, Xiao Jie also relieved Prince Qi, Xiao Jie, of his command of the Qilin Guard, yet simultaneously promoted his father-in-law, Su Jing, to the position of Vice Minister of the Censorate. The once sensational case of Liangzhou general smuggling salt and iron ultimately fizzled out, closing ineffectively. Although the Wang faction managed to preserve Wang Qing's position as Grand Commander of Lianzhou, they suffered a significant blow to their strength, which was no longer what it had once been. Chapter 54, Recommended Candidates in the Prince Qi's Residence, Su Jing, with the demeanor of someone basking in the warmth of spring, recounted his encounter with the emperor after court that day. The emperor had summoned him to the imperial study, offering encouragement and urging him to oversee the censorate diligently. His tone was filled with pride and satisfaction, a stark contrast to his previous visit to Xiao Jie when he appeared utterly despondent. In less than a month, He had ascended from a mere academic official to the vice minister of the censorate, a rapid advancement unprecedented in the decades since the founding of the Great Ming. Xiao Jie smiled silently, choosing not to dampen his father-in-law's spirits. To speak candidly, his ascension to the esteemed position of the Grand Historian has little to do with his own capabilities, as the whispers among his colleagues suggest. It is merely a consequence of having a beautiful daughter, which allowed him to align himself with the royal son-in-law. Were it not for the emperor's gratitude towards his son for his involvement in the smuggling case of salt and iron, and the necessity of bolstering his wife's family influence, this position would undoubtedly not have fallen into the hands of Su Jing, who was devoid of both merit and qualifications. However, Xiao Jie surmised that Su Jing's visit today was not merely to flaunt his status, but rather to seek his counsel on a matter of importance. As anticipated, Su Jing shifted the conversation. His Majesty mentioned today that there are currently 2 vacancies for the position of the literary censor at the Board of Punishments, and I must recommend suitable candidates post-haste. Xiao Jie maintained his composure and inquired with a calm demeanor, "Might I ask if you have any suitable candidates in mind?" Esteemed father-in-law? Su Jing nodded in agreement. "I intend to recommend Huang Yuanhe, the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Justice, and Ren Shou, an official from the Bureau of General Affairs. Both are former students of my father, known for their integrity, and have served in the Ministry of Justice for many years, making them fitting candidates for the position of literary censor." In truth, there was a crucial reason Su Jing hesitated to articulate. He believed he had no foundation within the Board of Punishments and needed to place a couple of his allies there to support him, lest he encounter insurmountable obstacles in his endeavors. Although Su Jing had already formed his own opinions, he nonetheless resolved to consult his son-in-law. On one hand, while Xiao Jie was indeed youthful, his worldly wisdom far surpassed that of Su Jing. On the other hand, as a prince, he possessed an intimate understanding of his father's intentions, providing him with insights that exceeded those of a mere father-in-law. Xiao Jie chuckled softly, shaking his head. He recognized the subtle calculations in his father-in-law's mind and could only conclude that Su Jing was underestimating the complexities of the situation. Observing Xiao Jie's refusal, Su Jing felt an inexplicable unease and hastily inquired, "Your Highness, is there anything amiss with the 2 individuals I have recommended?" Xiao Jie was unfamiliar with either candidate and uncertain of their capabilities and character. However, he firmly believed that as long as they were students of Xiao Huang, they should never gain access to the Board of Censors. The emperor had entrusted the board to Su Jing, yet this did not imply a complete withdrawal from its affairs, allowing Su Jing to wield unchecked power. Should Su Jing monopolize the board and fill it with his own confidants, it would inevitably provoke the emperor's displeasure, leading him to perceive Su Jing as yet another factionalist. It was likely that Su Jing's tenure as Minister of Censors would be short-lived. Xiao Jie nodded and remarked, "If both the Minister of Censors and the 2 censor officials hail from your grandfather's tutelage, how can you expect the emperor to believe that your criticisms stem from public interest rather than factional rivalry?" Xiao Jie's words struck Su Jing like a cold wave, awakening him to the realization that upon assuming the role of Minister of Censors, he had indeed become somewhat complacent and had foolishly contemplated consolidating his own power over the entire board. He had not considered the potential ramifications that could arise from transgressing the emperor's sensitivities. Ultimately, he was still a scholar at heart, lacking in political acumen and sensitivity. Fortunately, his son-in-law had provided a timely reminder. "In accordance with your Highness's intentions, whom shall we recommend for the positions of the 2 supervising historiographers?" Su Jing gazed eagerly at Xiao Jie. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Jie responded, "In the recent case of smuggling salt and iron, the inspector Yusher, he has indeed made significant contributions in exposing the matter. We could petition His Majesty for his exceptional promotion to the position of supervising historiographer." Su Jing's expression bore a hint of hesitation. He was aware of Yi's reputation for unwavering integrity and fearlessness in the face of authority. However, his notoriously obstinate temperament had earned him many enemies among the officials, leaving him as merely a 7th-rank inspector after years of service at the inspectorate. His stubbornness persisted, and if he were to ascend to the role of supervising historiographer, his character and disposition might alienate numerous officials. Ultimately, it would fall upon Su Jing, the deputy inspector, to mitigate the fallout. Noticing Su Jing's reluctance, Xiao Jie smiled and elucidated, "Have you considered, esteemed Taishan, that despite He's numerous conflicts with high-ranking officials, he remains at the inspectorate? This is a testament to His Majesty's protection, indicating that even the emperor appreciates his steadfastness. Should you take the initiative to recommend He for the position of supervising historiographer, it would align perfectly with the emperor's sentiments and reflect your own integrity, making you a fitting candidate for the role of deputy inspector. Su Jing, convinced, nodded in agreement and then inquired, "Who would you suggest for the other position?" Xiao Jie replied with a gentle smile, "The supervising historiographer, Lu Yun." Su Jing was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Xiao Jie would endorse such an individual. If he is renowned for his unwavering integrity, then Lu Yun is infamous for his opportunism. Initially, he ingratiated himself with the Grand Minister of Justice, Huang Yi, only to later seek favor with the Wang faction by currying favor with the chief imperial censor, Xiao Jie. When Wang Chong became embroiled in the assassination attempt on Prince Xiao Jie, Lu Yun promptly distanced himself from the Wang faction, and now, as he presides over the censorate, he has begun to lavish praise upon himself. Such a fickle and self-serving individual incenses Su Jing to the point where he wishes to expel him from the censorate. Yet, it perplexes Su Jing that Xiao Jie would recommend Lu Yun to become the chief imperial censor. However, Xiao Jie has his own motives. Since his father has entrusted his father-in-law with the censorate, it must serve his purposes. For certain unsavory dealings that Su Jing cannot undertake and he would avoid, Lu Yun, the opportunist, becomes indispensable. When it comes to opposing the Wang faction, no one understands them better than a traitor. Nor is there anyone more ruthless in their machinations. Yet, Xiao Jie cannot directly convey this to Su Jing, only vaguely implying that he has his own intentions regarding Lu Yun's promotion, assuring Su Jing that he should simply report it, as the emperor would grasp his meaning. Seeing that Xiao Jie is unwilling to elaborate, Su Jing refrains from further inquiries, nodding in agreement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Jing takes his leave. Out of courtesy, Xiao Jie personally escorts Su Jing to the entrance, only to unexpectedly encounter the Tao family carriage, which has fortuitously halted before the gates of the Prince Qi's residence. Descending from the carriage are the brothers Tao Song and Tao Lin, along with Tao Han, who is dressed in women's attire. As Su Jing, who had yet to board the carriage, furrowed his brow, he discerned from the attire and vehicle of the visitors that they were merchants, coming from a scholarly lineage. He harbored a subtle disdain for those in trade. He was taken aback to discover that his son-in-law had dealings with merchants, which filled him with a degree of astonishment. Particularly, the presence of such a beautiful woman accompanying them stirred a sense of discontent within Su Jing, the father-in-law, as he suspected their intentions might not be entirely honorable. However, in the presence of Xiao Jie, he refrained from expressing his thoughts and nonchalantly boarded the carriage to depart. Chapter 55, The Return Visit from the Tao Family, Part 1. After bidding farewell to Su Jing's carriage, Xiao Jie welcomed the three members of the Tao family into his residence. As prominent merchants of Daming, they naturally did not come empty-handed. Xiao Jie noticed that Tao Song held a long box with great care, while Tao Han cradled a square container, piquing his curiosity about the gifts they had prepared for him. "Your Highness, this is but a small token of the Tao family's goodwill. We hope you will graciously accept it." Tao Song respectfully presented the long box before they had even taken their seats. "Tao Dongzu is exceedingly courteous," Xiao Jie responded politely. Yet he did not decline, accepting the long box. At a glance, he recognized it was crafted from fine rosewood, its design ancient and its patterns intricate, indicating that the box alone was of considerable value. Intrigued by what such a precious container might hold, he placed it on the table and opened it, revealing a sword that lay quietly within. Xiao Jie's gaze sharpened as he gently grasped the treasured sword, observing the hilt adorned with a golden dragon coiling majestically, exuding an extraordinary aura. The scabbard bore intricate engravings of the same dragon motif. As he carefully drew the blade, approximately 3 feet in length, he noted its slender form and razor-sharp edge, reflecting a chilling brilliance that shimmered ominously. A delicate flick of the blade produced an indescribable metallic shriek. In his heart, Xiao Jie had already surmised the sword's origin. This weapon, named Lonin, was crafted by the ancient master Gongxinzi from celestial iron that fell from the heavens, serving as the treasured guardian of the Tao family. Today, it was graciously bestowed upon His Highness, although he had anticipated the Tao family's gift of the longing sword. Xiao Jie felt a twinge of surprise. According to the original texts, the longing sword was a family heirloom of the Tao clan, rarely revealed, let alone offered to others. It was only on the day of Xiao Huang's marriage to Tao Han that the Tao family, wishing to honor the union, presented the longing sword to him. Now, unexpectedly, even before he had fostered a rapport with Tao Han, the Tao family had proactively offered the longing sword. This left Xiao Jie in a bemused state, pondering the family's intentions. While he genuinely appreciated the exquisite gift from the Tao family, he understood the necessity of maintaining decorum. "Your Highness is overly gracious. This sword Though a divine weapon is merely a precious ornament to the Tao family, it would indeed be a waste of such a treasure. Only in your capable hands can it be deemed a sword worthy of a hero. I implore you not to decline further." With such earnest words spoken, Xiao Jie reluctantly accepted the gift, smiling as he said, "I am grateful for Master Tao's kind intentions. I shall not be remiss in accepting it." At this moment, Tao Han approached with a box in her arms and softly said, "Your Highness, this is a gift I prepared for the princess consort of Qi." Xiao Jie did not open it but merely smiled, replying, "Since it is a gift for the princess, let her open it herself." He then called for a maid, instructing her to take Tao Han to meet Su Yao and to have Su Yao show Tao Han around the residence, ensuring she was well entertained. Tao Song and Tao Lin exchanged a glance, sharing a knowing smile. Their intention in bringing Tao Han to visit Xiao Jie was precisely this. They hoped Tao Han could befriend the princess consort, establishing connections that might prove advantageous. After all, in many instances, the whispers of a confidant can wield more influence than any other form of persuasion. Once Tao Han was taken away by the maid, the three engaged in a round of pleasantries before Xiao Jie finally inquired about their purpose for visiting. Tao Song and Tao Lin exchanged another glance. And after a brief pause, Tao Lin spoke calmly, "Your Highness, regarding our previous discussion about partnering in business, if it pleases you, I, Tao Lin, am willing to invest my entire fortune in a venture to produce wine alongside your Highness." At this point, the two brothers watched Xiao Jie with a hint of anxiety. Xiao Jie finally understood the significance of the valuable gift they had presented to him. Receiving such generosity would make it difficult for him to act against them, regardless of his feelings. However, Xiao Jie was not angered. He had anticipated the Tao family's intentions. After all, the Tao family was fundamentally comprised of merchants. And every astute businessman adheres to the crucial principle of not putting all their eggs in one basket. The current struggle for succession remains ambiguous, and my advantages are not particularly pronounced. Thus, it is entirely understandable that the Tao family would hesitate to place their entire fortune on my shoulders. In the original narrative, the Tao family initially engaged in subtle flirtations with Xiao Huang, maintaining an air of ambiguity. It was only after Xiao Huang wed Tao Han, becoming a son-in-law of the Tao family, that they fully aligned themselves with him, even to the extent of financially supporting his bid for succession. However, the marriage to Tao Han is not an immediate prospect. Xiao Jie is aware of a method to draw the Tao family entirely to his side. Merchants, after all, are motivated by profit. As long as they are granted the benefits they desire, the Tao family will be more eager than anyone to ally with him. Xiao Jie lifted a cup of warm tea and smiled at Tao Lin, saying, "I shall toast with tea in lieu of wine," preemptively wishing for a fruitful collaboration with you, Master Tao. The ever-tense Tao Lin let out a long sigh of relief, exchanging a furtive glance with his elder brother, Tao Song, from whom he sensed a measure of relief reflected in his eyes. Just as Xiao Jie had surmised, the Tao family had been grappling with a sense of uncertainty lately. On one hand, Xiao Jie was the only prince to actively extend goodwill towards them, which naturally stirred their interest. On the other hand, with the Eastern Palace currently vacant and the succession struggle uncertain, the third prince, Xiao Huang, enjoyed the backing of the Huang family, while other princes had their respective powerful families supporting them, placing Xiao Jie at a disadvantage. However, following the salt and iron smuggling scandal, the power of the Huang faction had significantly diminished, and Xiao Jie had remarkably elevated his father-in-law from a minor position in the Guozijian to the role of vice minister of the censorate. This development has made the Tao family realize that Prince Qi, Xiao Jie, has won the favor of the emperor, thus increasing the likelihood of his ascendance to the Eastern Palace. Nevertheless, the Tao family dared not place their entire fortune on Xiao Jie. They decided that Tao Lin would initially partner with Xiao Jie in the brewing business under his own name, while observing the circumstances to determine whether to fully commit to Xiao Jie. Deep down, they understood that such conduct was somewhat unscrupulous, to avoid incurring Xiao Jie's wrath. They were willing to part with their ancestral sword as a gesture of goodwill. To their surprise, Xiao Jie accepted their proposal with remarkable equanimity. "Thank you, Your Highness," Tao Lin expressed with profound gratitude. Although there were differing opinions within the Tao family, Tao Lin personally supported Xiao Jie wholeheartedly, sensing that the future prosperity of the Tao family rested solely upon him. "However, I have a question for the two heads of the Tao family." Xiao Jie set down his teacup and abruptly shifted the conversation. "Please, do not hesitate to ask," Tao Song and Tao Lin replied almost in unison. Xiao Jie smiled lightly. "I wonder if your family wishes to restore the title of Marquis of Guanyi? If they were to regain the title of Marquis of Guanyi, The Tao family would indeed be considered nobility in the Great Ning, and they would no longer have to tread so cautiously, fearing to offend anyone. Yet, the prospect of restoring such a title was far from easy. They had attempted various methods and explored numerous avenues, even providing considerable sums to the current emperor before his ascension, who had promised to restore their title. However, once on the throne, he was unable to fulfill his earlier commitments due to pressure from the court officials. Over the past few decades, the Tao family has made immense sacrifices in their quest to restore their noble title, only to find themselves repeatedly empty-handed. Yet, they have never relinquished their efforts. As long as there exists a glimmer of hope, they are willing to try. Now, unexpectedly, Xiao Jie inquires whether they wish to reclaim their title. Their immediate reaction is one of breathless excitement. If His Highness could assist the Tao family in regaining their noble status, it would be akin to a rebirth for them, and the entire Tao clan would be eternally grateful. The face and eyes of Tao Song are brimming with unmasked desire and fervor. Xiao Jie smiles faintly, having awaited this very moment. In my view, should the Tao family desire to restore their title, it is not insurmountable. Tao Song and Tao Lin's eyes widen in astonishment. After 3 generations of relentless efforts and sacrifices to reclaim their status, they never anticipated that it could be so effortlessly stated by Xiao Jie. Please, Your Highness, enlighten us. Tao Song implores, rising with excitement to offer a respectful bow. Xiao Jie replies with a serene smile, from this day forth, the Tao family shall procure grain in abundance from Jingzhou, Yangzhou, and Jiazhou. Acquire as much as you can, but do not sell a single grain. I assure you, within a month, your wishes will be fulfilled. Tao Song and Tao Lin exchange glances, each reflecting a profound question in the other's eyes. After all, the notion that acquiring grain in these regions could lead to the restoration of their noble title seems rather implausible. They were even somewhat skeptical that Xiao Jie might be toying with them, or perhaps even seeking revenge, considering that the large-scale acquisition of grain from the market could easily trigger a surge in grain prices. In severe cases, it might even incite riots across 3 provinces, leaving the Tao family unable to absolve themselves of blame. Xiao Jie, however, did not offer extensive explanations. He merely reiterated the importance of exercising caution during the grain procurement process, warning against causing fluctuations in prices. Otherwise, when the time came for accountability, not even divine intervention would save them. Upon hearing Xiao Jie proactively advise them to control grain prices, Tao Song and Tao Lin felt even more perplexed, as it was evident that this was not merely a jest or an act of retribution. Xiao Jie had conveyed all he needed to. The opportunity had been presented, and it was now up to the Tao family to seize it. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Xiao Jie, they took their leave, accompanied by Tao Han. As the evening sun began to set, are you certain he truly intends for us to amass a substantial stockpile of grain from Jingzhou, Yangzhou, and Jiazhou, claiming that he can restore our family's title of marquis within a month? Even the seasoned and composed Tao Lu was taken aback by his son's words, for the news was indeed astonishing. Tao Song nodded gravely, affirming, indeed, Father, he specifically cautioned us to avoid triggering any fluctuations in grain prices. Tao Lu bowed his head in contemplation, his expression pensive. Father, I fear that His Highness, the Prince of Qi, harbors ill intentions and seeks to embroil our family in grave trouble. The younger son, Tao Bai, could no longer contain his anxiety. He was in charge of the grain and oil business for the Tao family, and from his perspective, hoarding grain presented minimal returns with significant risks. A moment's carelessness could plunge the Tao family into catastrophe. Brother Bai, he said, I believe you are overthinking this matter. Although my dealings with His Highness, the Prince Qi, have been limited, I sense he is far from being a treacherous individual and is unlikely to devise any schemes to entrap us. Third brother, he continued, as the saying goes, the heart is hidden behind the belly. One may know a person's face but not their heart. You, who are not involved in the grain trade, may be unaware of the perils of hoarding grain. Should a year of calamity arise, grain prices may skyrocket and public discontent could boil over. If disaster-stricken citizens were to riot, they would seize granaries and stores without hesitation. In such a scenario, not only would we suffer substantial losses of grain, but we could also find ourselves unjustly accused by the authorities of hoarding and inflating prices, leading the Tao family to face utter ruin. Tao Bai's words sent a chill down the spines of Tao Song and Tao Lin, significantly dampening their enthusiasm for grain procurement. He had previously struggled to comprehend why Xiao Jie had confidently assured them that by amassing vast quantities of grain in Jingzhou, Yangzhou, and Jiazhou, they could restore their noble title within the realm. It is essential to understand that bestowing a title upon a merchant is not solely at the emperor's discretion. It involves the pressures of the entire court. Unless a merchant achieves extraordinary merit for the state, thereby silencing the dissenting voices of the officials, such aspirations remain utterly unattainable. In the decades following the establishment of Danning, only 2 merchants were ever bestowed with noble titles. One was Tao Gong, an ancestor of the Tao family, and the other was Zhang Ping, a prominent merchant from Liangzhou. On the eve of the court's declaration of war against the Hu people, he generously donated several thousand fine steeds, enabling Danning to form an elite cavalry, which ultimately triumphed over the Hu. After the victory, Emperor Suin of Danning conferred upon him the title of Marquis, granting him a fief of 800 households. Tao El vaguely contemplated that significant events were likely to unfold in Jingzhou, Yangzhou, and Jiazhou within the month, necessitating a substantial supply of grain. If the Tao family could generously donate a considerable amount of grain to the court at that time, it would undoubtedly earn them an extraordinary merit, paving the way for the restoration of their noble title. With this thought in mind, Tao El resolved without hesitation to send Tao Bai to the 3 southern provinces, specifically tasked with the procurement and storage of grain. Although Tao Bai felt immense confusion in his heart, he recognized the gravity of his father's command and ultimately acquiesced. Departing from the capital the following day, Tao El silently resolved that if the Tao family were indeed able to successfully restore their title of Guanyu, they would unreservedly pledge their allegiance to Prince Qi. He even mused that it seemed Prince Qi harbored some affection for the daughter of the eldest son of the Tao family, and perhaps it would not be beneath the family's honor to have her serve as Prince Qi's concubine, thereby enhancing their standing. Chapter 57. A great talent again at the Prince Qi's residence. As night descended and silence enveloped the world, the study remained brightly illuminated. Jie knelt on the ground, reporting, while beside him stood a young general in his 20s, clad in silver armor and a white robe. He exuded an imposing presence, with striking features and eyes that sparkled like cold stars, complemented by thick brows that resembled lacquer, exuding a majestic and heroic demeanor. As per customary practice, Xiao Jie first utilized his keen insight to examine the attributes panel. Character, Yiqiu, leadership, 98, martial prowess, 97, intelligence, 92, politics, 72, charisma, 93. The information aligned perfectly, revealing that Yiqiu was destined to become Xiao Huang's foremost general, yet Xiao Jie had preemptively seized the opportunity. Presently, Yiqiu held the modest rank of a border army lieutenant under the command of the Grand Commandant Qin Yang of Yuzhou, without exhibiting any extraordinary talents. His willingness to accompany Jia Yi to Luoyang to meet Xiao Jie was not motivated by any sense of appreciation from Xiao Jie. In his view, remaining at the frontier was the only chance to distinguish himself through valor in battle. To him, going to Luoyang merely meant serving as a guard for the Prince of Qi, a role that would stifle his abilities. However, upon Xiao Jie's communication through Jia Yi that he was aware of the whereabouts of Yiqiu's long-lost brother, Yiqiu unhesitatingly relinquished his position as a border army lieutenant and chose to travel with Jia Yi to Luoyang to meet Xiao Jie. His father had once been a border general stationed at Yuyang, but during an incursion by the Hu people, Yuyang was besieged. Outnumbered, his father tragically fell in battle, and his heavily pregnant mother was captured by the invaders. Young Yiqiu, however, had evaded disaster by being concealed in a dry well by his mother prior to the attack, thus becoming an orphan. Fortuitously, he encountered a wandering sage who took him as a disciple, imparting not only martial skills but also the profound strategies of warfare. Ever since the battle in Heshi, the morale of the Hu people has been significantly diminished, rendering them incapable of launching further incursions southward. The borders have generally remained peaceful, which has deprived Yiqiu of opportunities to distinguish himself. After spending several years in the border army of Yuzhou, he remains but a humble lieutenant. Yet, Yiqiu steadfastly believes that as long as he remains in the Yuzhou border forces, he will ultimately achieve great deeds worthy of recognition from both his superiors and the imperial court, thus fulfilling his 3 lifelong aspirations. However, he never anticipated that before the opportunity for glory arose, he would receive news about his brother. Even if there exists but a glimmer of hope, he feels compelled to journey to Luoyang for clarity, seeking solace for his father's spirit in the afterlife. Your Highness, pardon my audacity, but your subordinate has informed me that you are aware of my brother's whereabouts. Yiqiu, having resigned from his military post, humbly refers to himself as a commoner, foregoing pleasantries in his urgency. Xiao Jie, understanding the anxiety that plagues Yiqiu's heart, nods and responds, I am aware of his whereabouts, however. He is currently not in Luoyang. You will have to wait a few days before you can see him." Upon hearing that he must wait a few days to reunite with his brother, a profound disappointment flickers across Yichio's eyes. Yet, he refrains from expressing further discontent. After all, he has endured many years, and a couple more days seem inconsequential. "My brother, has he been well these past years?" Yichio's inquiry is laced with palpable tension, as he dreads the possibility of receiving unfavorable news from Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie cast a deep glance at him, stating that he and your mother have been living well over the years, but upon hearing that his mother and younger brother were not only alive but thriving, Yichio felt a surge of relief in his heart. However, the mere mention of Xiao Jien's but caused an inexplicable tightening within him. But what? Yichio felt as if his heart had leapt into his throat. Xiao Jien sighed, his gaze tinged with sympathy. "Your mother is now a concubine of the Hu chieftain, and your brother is a young prince among the Hu. In a few days, he will enter the capital with the Hu delegation." Yichio stood stunned. Disbelief etched across his face, his eyes filled with anguish. His father had perished at the hands of the Hu, yet his mother had become a concubine of their chieftain, and his brother had become the chieftain's adopted son. How could he possibly reconcile such a brutal reality? Observing Yichio's torment, Xiao Jie felt a pang of compassion and gently patted his shoulder in consolation. "Do not blame them. The Hu chieftain coveted your mother's beauty and threatened her with your unborn brother's life, compelling her to become his concubine. She had no choice. Fortunately, the chieftain treats your brother relatively well. As a young prince among the Hu, his life has been quite favorable." Yichio shook his head. "I do not blame my mother. I understand she acted to protect my brother. But my brother, if he discovers that he has unwittingly recognized the murderer of our father as a father figure, I cannot fathom how he will bear such a cruel truth." Xiao Jie refrained from saying more, merely continuing to pat his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Do not overthink it. When the cart reaches the mountain, a path will surely emerge. In due time, solutions will present themselves." Yichio nodded earnestly, then knelt before Xiao Jie, clasping his fist with both hands and solemnly proclaiming, "Your Highness has not only helped me locate my mother and brother, but has also unveiled the entire truth. Although I am unaware of the reasons behind your benevolence, I am not one to forget a debt of gratitude. Should your Highness permit, from this day forth, I, Yichio, am willing to lay down my life in your service without hesitation." For Yichio, the notion of serving the country and seeking fame had lost its significance. Xiao Jien's assistance demanded nothing less than a life pledged in return. Even if it meant dedicating his existence to safeguarding Xiao Jie, he would accept it willingly. A wave of relief washed over Xiao Jie. All he had done was ultimately in anticipation of these very words from Yichio. He helped Yichio to his feet and smiled, saying, "Qin Yang has failed to recognize your worth, allowing your remarkable talents to languish in obscurity. But I see the brilliance within you, and rest assured, since you have pledged your loyalty to me, I shall ensure you rise to prominence and fulfill your aspirations." Upon hearing this, Yichio was overwhelmed with joy. A scholar is willing to die for a true friend, and with Xiao Jie valuing him so highly, he resolved to serve with utmost loyalty and wisdom. Subsequently, Xiao Jie summoned Butler Hu to escort Yichio and ensure he was comfortably settled. After Yichio departed, Xiao Jie generously rewarded Jie with a substantial stack of silver notes, instructing him to distribute it. Jie, filled with gratitude, took his leave. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the longing sword today, seizing Xiao Huang's destined value of 2,500. Congratulations to the host for recruiting a formidable ally today, claiming the celestial mandate of 5,000 from Xiao Huang. This evening's nightfall appears particularly enchanting. Chapter 58. Heartfelt exchange between spouses. As Xiao Jie departed from the study, the hour had grown quite late, prompting him to head directly towards his quarters. Yet, before he could reach the entrance of his small courtyard, he noticed two lanterns, one held by Su Yu and the other by Donger, waiting for him at the gate. Xiao Jie hurried over and, upon seeing Su Yao's cheeks slightly flushed from the cold, felt a pang of tenderness mixed with reproach. With such fierce winds outside, why are you both standing here? He admonished gently. Su Yao, sensing the concern in Xiao Jie's voice, was filled with a wave of sweetness and smiled, shaking her head. I am not so frail. I can endure a wait for you. It would take more than a mere chill to harm me. Upon entering the room, as Xiao Jie prepared to light the lamp, Su Yao, with a playful smile, presented a box instead. Xiao Jie instantly recognized it as the one brought by Tao Han earlier that day, sparking his curiosity about the gift. Su Yao opened the box, revealing a magnificent pearl that radiated brilliance, illuminating the entire chamber. It was indeed a luminous pearl. While Xiao Jie had encountered such treasures before, he had never seen one of this magnitude. This pearl was as large as an orange, and though he lacked expertise in gemstones, he could surmise that this extraordinary pearl was worth a fortune. The Tao family truly deserves the title of the foremost magnate of Danning, displaying remarkable generosity from the very first visit, presenting both the longing sword and a luminous pearl. However, Xiao Jie felt no embarrassment, after all. He had illuminated a promising path for the Tao family. The coveted title of Marquis of Guanyi alone outweighed countless divine weapons and precious pearls. Do you like it? Xiao Jie inquired with a gentle smile, his tone affectionate. Xiao nodded, for every woman is irresistibly drawn to such glittering treasures, and she was no exception. I am pleased that you like it. It indicates that the gift was indeed well chosen, Xiao Jie remarked with a chuckle. Yet, Su Yao's expression faltered momentarily as she replied, I do like it, but this gift is rather extravagant. Miss Tao mentioned that this luminous pearl was her cherished possession, originally intended to be part of her dowry for her future husband. However, during her first visit, she was unsure of what gift to bring, and after much contemplation, this pearl was the only thing she deemed appropriate. Xiao Jie silently chuckled to himself, understanding that Tao Han aimed to convey the pearl's value to express her sincerity. Yet, did she not consider the implications of revealing that she was offering a dowry? Xiao nodded but suddenly shifted the conversation, gently asking, Husband, what do you think of Miss Tao? Based on his experiences in 2 lifetimes, Xiao Jie was acutely aware that when his wife inquired about another woman, it was never a mere casual question. It was evident even to a fool that the girl was likely feeling a twinge of jealousy. Xiao Jie deliberately pretended not to perceive the underlying meaning in her words, feigning ignorance as he chuckled, a girl who can navigate the commercial world with aplomb, outshining any man, can indeed be regarded as a heroine among women. So you shot him a sidelong glance, playfully admonishing, who said anything about that? I merely inquired about your thoughts on Miss Tao's appearance. You and your incessant banter. A blush crept onto Su Yao's cheeks. Yet her heart felt a slight sense of relief. She was not naive, just as her father, Su Jing, harbored concerns. The Tao family's visit accompanied by the strikingly beautiful Tao Han hinted at their intentions, leaving her with an inkling of discomfort. Nevertheless, as a princess, she maintained her composure and treated Tao Han with courtesy, refraining from putting her in an awkward position to avoid causing Xiao Jie any distress. Su Yi was also acutely aware that as the Prince of Qi, her husband could not remain solely devoted to her as his only principal consort. According to the regulations of the Great Ning, a prince may take 1 primary wife, 2 secondary wives, 2 esteemed concubines, 6 favored women, 10 honored women, 16 esteemed attendants, and 24 servants, each designated with respective ranks. Among these, the primary wife is the principal spouse, while the secondary wives are considered lesser partners, with the remainder categorized as concubines. Furthermore, beyond these wives and concubines, a prince may also possess an unlimited number of maidservants for his pleasure. The thought of sharing her husband with so many sisters in the future naturally caused a twinge of discomfort in Su Yao's heart. The Su family, too, was of literary lineage, yet did not prohibit the taking of concubines. Her father, Su Jing, had 3 concubines. Each time a new concubine entered their home, she would witness her mother, Madame Shen, discreetly retreating to wipe her tears, only to emerge the next day and feign indifference while accepting tea from her father's concubines. She was acutely aware that she would inevitably face such a predicament in the future. For the royal family, the most paramount duty was to ensure the continuation of the lineage and the flourishing of the family tree. Should she forcefully prevent Xiao Jie from taking concubines, she would not only be branded as a jealous woman but could also tarnish the reputation of the Su family, leading others to perceive Su women as lacking virtue. More gravely, if she pressed her husband too harshly, it might compel Xiao Jie to establish separate residences and maintain numerous women outside, potentially resulting in illegitimate offspring. Such a scenario would culminate in a scandal that would bring disgrace upon the entire royal lineage, inflicting severe harm upon Xiao Jie. In truth, Miss Tao was a commendable woman. Although of merchant origin, she bore no trace of mercenary spirit, and marrying her would not disgrace the dignity of the Qi prince's residence. So you sighed deeply and spoke contemplatively. Since she could not thwart Xiao Jian's inclination to take concubines, she could only meticulously scrutinize the candidates, lest a horde of unsuitable women invade the Qi prince's household, turning a harmonious home into chaos. Xiao Jian shook his head helplessly, stating, My relationship with Miss Tao is truly nothing at present. Moreover, this matter is not solely in our hands. You must also consider Miss Tao's feelings. Su Yao understood his implication, recognizing that while nothing was currently amiss, her husband indeed harbored feelings for Miss Tao. What about the lovely Liener from the Miao Ren Pavilion? She inquired wistfully. Xiao Jian's smile faltered, and a heaviness settled in his heart. He was perplexed as to how Su Yao had come to know of Yu Wenchuan's existence. Observing the disappearance of Xiao Jien's smile, Su Yao felt a pang of anxiety, lowering her gaze like a child caught in wrongdoing. Husband, there is one matter I must confess to you. Today, someone entrusted a letter to the palace attendant to deliver to me. Su Yao fidgeted with the hem of her garment, speaking softly. Xiao Jie let out a gentle sigh. He understood the reason behind Su Yao's late-night wait for him. It was undoubtedly the letter that had stirred her unease, prompting her to seek clarity from him. May I see the letter? Xiao Jie inquired calmly, devoid of any anger. Su Yao nodded, retrieving an envelope from her bosom and handing it to him, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet his eyes. Xiao Jie opened the envelope to find a single, thin sheet of paper, upon which were inscribed 7 characters. Xiao Jie, Miao Fang, Lianaire. The handwriting was unfamiliar. Yet without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Jie recognized it as the work of Xiao Huang, a surge of indignation rising within him. In the original narrative, he had employed this very tactic to incessantly provoke Wang Yu, sending his past self a vast expanse of the Hulumber grassland. It was a cruel twist of fate that his past self remained oblivious until his dying day that Wang Yu was pregnant with Xiao Wang's child. Had he known, the very coffin would have trembled with rage, having relinquished Wang Yu to him. Xiao Jie found it incredulous that Xiao Huang would resort to the same ploy against Su Yao. He seriously questioned whether Xiao Huang was a reincarnation of Cao Cao, bearing the legacy of the Wei dynasty, and mused that he might as well rename himself Xiao Chao. Fortunately, Su Yao was not like Wang Yu. She chose to be forthright with him, which somewhat alleviated his distress. I have sent someone to inquire at Miao Fang. Although Lianaire is a courtesan, she is one who sells her artistry, not her body, and can be deemed a virtuous woman. If you genuinely hold affection for her, you may redeem her and take her as your wife. I would not oppose it, she said, her voice steadying. I merely wish to counsel you, my lord. As the Prince of Qi, should it come to light that you linger in such establishments, it would tarnish your reputation. Finally, Su Yao lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Jie, summoning the courage to offer her advice. Xiao Jie shook his head. Trust me. There is truly nothing between me and Lianaire of Fang. My visit to Fang is for a legitimate purpose, not for indulging in the pleasures of the world. He gazed earnestly at Su Yao. I promise you, I shall never take a concubine in secret. If I ever wish to take another wife, I will inform you beforehand. If you disapprove, I will not allow her into the royal residence. Xiao Jie was determined not to emulate the unscrupulous Xiao Huang, who, on his wedding night, pledged a lifetime of loyalty to Su Yao, only to later bring home a succession of concubines under the pretense of established facts, compelling Su Yao to accept the situation. Even due to his promises to Yu Wenchuan, he could not elevate the children born to his legitimate wife, Su Yao, to the status of crown prince. Xiao Jie himself was not without flaws. Apart from Wang Yu, he desired to claim every concubine of Xiao Wang's. However, he also wished to uphold a measure of respect for Su Yao. After all, in this era, should a husband take other women into the household without the consent of his legitimate wife, she would inevitably lose her standing. Su Yao sensed Xiao Jie's understanding and respect, which moved her deeply, leading her to embrace him tightly. Xiao Jie gently stroked her dark tresses. Husband, I wish for a child, Su Yao whispered softly in his arms. A smile crept onto Xiao Jie's lips. Then let us strive together. With that, he lifted Su Yao effortlessly and carried her towards the grand bed. Chapter 59, The Northern Desert Tribe's Chongning Palace, Qingjin Hall. Long live our emperor, long live, long live. The civil and military officials bowed in unison, reverberating the hall with their cheers. All rise, my dear ministers. Xiao Jie sat majestically upon the dragon throne, slowly raising his hand to acknowledge. Thank you, your majesty. The officials bowed once more before rising, dividing into 2 ranks, civil and military. Among the distinguished nobles, Xiao Jie spotted his son, Xiao Jian. His expression remained unperturbed, yet a subtle stir arose within him. He noted that his son rarely attended court, but whenever he did, it invariably sparked some commotion. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what events would unfold today. The civil and military officials also took note of Xiao Jian, with some feeling a twinge of apprehension. This was the first court appearance of His Highness, the Prince of Qi. During his inaugural visit, the Grand Commander of Liaozhou, Wang Qing, had faced dire consequences. And on his second, the Deputy Censor-in-Chief, Huang Yi, was dismissed. They feared that this time, they might be the ones to suffer misfortune. Xiao Jin, too, sensed the unusual glances directed at him, and a bemused smile crept into his heart, feeling somewhat like a barometer of the court's prevailing sentiments. Wherever he leaned, there the winds would shift. If there are matters to be addressed, please proceed. If not, we shall conclude the court session. As customary, the chief of the inner court, Lian Yizhao, employed his piercing voice to inquire of the ministers on behalf of the emperor. The minister of rights, Chang Huai, stepped forward. Your Majesty. The Hu Prince Helian Ba, accompanied by Prime Minister Day Tu, has arrived in the capital on the orders of the Hu Khan, Helian Luo, to pay their respects. They have now reached the capital and are residing in the guest house of the Honglu Temple, awaiting an audience with your Majesty. Xiao Jie nodded slightly. The matter of the Hu envoys coming to the capital had already been reported to him by the Ministry of Rights in the Honglu Temple a few days prior. Based on the estimated travel time, they were indeed expected to arrive in the capital around this time. Although there have been numerous disputes between the Hu people and our Dening over the years, we must extend the courtesy befitting a host to those who visit us. Since they have journeyed from afar, I shall hold a banquet for them this evening in the Qingjin Hall, allowing these foreign guests to behold the bountiful treasures of our central plains. Therefore, I invite all esteemed ministers to join me tonight. We shall comply with your decree. The ministers bowed deeply in acknowledgement of the command. Xiao Jie's gaze fell upon Xiao Jie, and after a brief contemplation, he addressed the inner court official, Lian Yi, stating, "Convey my imperial edict. All princes aged 16 and above must attend the banquet tonight. Since Khan Helian has sent his son, my own son must not fall behind. Your servant shall obey," Lian Yi replied, bowing his head in acquiescence. Dismissed. As Xiao Jie departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the court, and the ministers regarded Xiao Jie with considerably more warmth. Xiao Jie, however, felt somewhat helpless. He had only come to the audience to discuss matters with his father after the court session, and he wondered why they had to be so apprehensive. The term Hu people refers to the various nomadic tribes of the northern regions, yet they do not constitute a singular ethnic group. They are primarily divided into two major factions, the Eastern Hu and the Di Hu, with the latter being the more formidable, constantly at odds with the Central Plains dynasties. The Di Hu themselves are further fragmented into different tribes, among which the Yuan tribe once penetrated deep into the heart of the Central Plains, seizing control of all territories north of the Yangtze River, establishing the Great Zhou with its capital at Luoyang, reigning over the region for more than 80 years in parallel with the Han governance of the south. Despite the fall of the Yuan clan's rule over the Central Plains, numerous tribes of the Di Hu remained watchful, with the Huyan tribe being particularly aggressive. They frequently dispatched troops southward to raid the borders, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder, severely endangering the peace of the Dening. It was not until over 20 years ago, when the then Prince of Wuwei, Xiao Jie, led his forces to decisively defeat the Huyan tribe in the Hishi region, that the Huyan suffered significant injuries, leading to their decline. Subsequently, the Helian tribe rose to prominence, becoming the new Khan of the Di Hu and the dominant power of the steppes. The Helian learned from the experiences of both the Yuan and Huyan clans, realizing that a fragmented Di Hu could not stand against a unified Central Plains dynasty. To claim the lands of the Central Plains, it was imperative to unify the various tribes of the steppes. Thus, since the rise of the Helian tribe, apart from occasionally sending small detachments to harass the borders and plunder the populace, they have generally maintained peace with the Ning, and there have been no large-scale conflicts or wars between the Ning and Hu tribes. However, this does not imply that the Helian tribe was complacent. On the contrary, they have been actively engaging with other tribes for many years, striving to consolidate the various tribes of the steppes and unify the entire northern Di Hu. Presently, the Helian tribe not only occupies the most fertile grasslands of the northern steppes, but also controls the kingdoms of the western regions, effectively severing the Silk Road and casting a watchful eye over the Dening dynasty. Nevertheless, the Di Hu possess a fatal weakness. Due to constraints in geography, production techniques, and technology, they suffer from a critical shortage of two vital strategic resources, salt and iron. Without salt, their warriors and horses become weak, and without fine iron, they cannot forge sharp weapons. After the Battle of Hishi, in an effort to eliminate the threat posed by the Di Hu to the northern borders, the court imposed stringent trade restrictions, prohibiting the flow of salt and iron into Di Hu from both official and civilian channels. Just as Di Hu found itself in a desperate predicament, Wang Qing, the Grand Commander stationed in the northwest at Liangzhou, extended an olive branch to the Helian clan, proactively reaching out to the Khan of Di Hu, Helian Luo, and offering to sell salt and iron at a high price in secret. In a bid to secure the approval of the Ning dynasty for their request, Helian Luo was even willing to accept some harsh conditions, temporarily swallowing his pride while biding his time to accumulate strength for future endeavors. As a devoted reader of the original text, Xiao Jie was acutely aware of the intentions behind the Di Hu and Helian clans' maneuvers. and he had already devised a counter-strategy. Today, he aimed to convey his sentiments to his father, lest he be accused later of withholding information or of using him as a pawn. The saying serving a monarch is akin to accompanying a tiger applies not only to ministers but also to princes. Chapter 60. Proposing Strategies Before the Emperor Your Majesty. His Highness the Prince of Qi requests an audience outside, a young eunuch whispered as he entered the imperial study. Xiao Jie set down his brush, a faint smile gracing his lips, and looked up at the attendant Lian standing nearby, saying, I told you. My son will never rest until he stirs up some commotion during court. Lian, appearing genuinely respectful, lowered his gaze and replied, Your Majesty is indeed wise. Nothing escapes your keen perception. Xiao Jie chuckled heartily and instructed the young eunuch, let him in. The eunuch hurriedly retreated and subsequently ushered Xiao Jie into the imperial study before bowing his head and exiting. Your humble son pays his respects to father. Xiao Jie declared as he entered, performing a profound bow to Xiao Jie. Your Highness, please be seated. Xiao Jie inclined his head slightly. What brings you to seek an audience with me? Xiao Jie rose and replied, I have come regarding the matter of the Hu envoy's visit to the capital. Xiao Jie appeared to have anticipated his son's purpose and smiled. Pray tell, how does your Highness perceive this matter? Xiao Jie understood his son's intent and nodded subtly at Lian. Lian, comprehending the unspoken cue, promptly summoned the eunuchs and palace maids from the imperial study, excusing himself as well. Although His Majesty placed great trust in him, Lian remained acutely aware of the adage that ignorance may often be a blessing. The more one knows, the shorter one's life may become. Xiao Jie shook his head and remarked, There is no need for secrecy now that we are alone in the study. You may speak candidly. Xiao Jie ceased to be cryptic. Father, in my humble opinion, the Hu envoy's visit to the capital must pertain to matters of salt and iron. Indeed, continue, urged Xiao Jie, maintaining a composed facade while feeling a twinge of disappointment within. He had already surmised his son's thoughts. Since the Battle of Heshi, relations between the Ning dynasty and the Hu had nearly ceased. Their sudden dispatch of envoys to the capital surely indicated they had a demand. Reflecting upon the recent uproar surrounding the smuggling scandal involving the Lianggo general, it was not difficult for him to deduce that the Hu must be seeking salt and iron. He had hoped that his son would offer a unique insight, yet Xiao Jie merely reiterated the obvious motive behind the Hu's visit. A sense of disappointment lingered, but he resolved not to dampen his son's enthusiasm, thus concealing any signs of discontent and encouraging Xiao Jie to proceed with his discourse. Xiao Jie harbored a cold smile within, for as his son had articulated, the salt and iron trade was intrinsically linked to the security of the Ning, thus, he could never afford to relent on this matter. Nevertheless, it did bring him a sense of solace that his son was perceptive enough to recognize this truth. The methods employed by the Hu were meticulously documented in ancient texts, yet Xiao Jie needed to devise a flawless narrative to navigate the situation. Pretending to ponder for a moment, Xiao Jie remarked, From what I have gathered, the Hu possess an innate propensity for combat and revere the strong. In the event of a dispute, they invariably resort to direct confrontation to determine the victor, with the outcome dictating the terms. They will undoubtedly insist on engaging in a contest with us, and should we suffer defeat, we would be obliged to acquiesce to their demands regarding the salt and iron trade. Xiao Jie furrowed his brow, recalling his prior studies on the Hu before the Battle of Heshi, which corroborated Xiao Jie's observations. Indeed, the Hu favored resolving their conflicts through decisive contests. Then, my son, what do you surmise the Hu would wish to challenge us in? Xiao Jie replied with a faint smile. Though the Hu may not be versed in our art of war, they should nonetheless grasp the principle of leveraging their strengths against our weaknesses. Given their expertise in horsemanship and archery, they will surely propose a contest of equestrian skills and archery. Xiao Jie's expression tightened further. The Hu are a nomadic people, raised upon horseback from a tender age, with each individual naturally adept in these arts. If we were to compete in such a manner, it seems we would stand little chance of victory. However, should he refuse? Xiao Jie understood the unspoken words of his father, the emperor. It was merely that if our great Ning were to shy away from the challenges posed by the Hu people, it would imply that our illustrious Huaxia feared the mere barbarian tribes. Such news would surely tarnish great Ning's reputation, rendering it a subject of ridicule among other nations. Xiao Jie merely smiled faintly and boldly offered, Father, do not worry. While the reclusive masters imparted martial skills unto me, they also taught me the art of archery and horsemanship. I assure you, I can triumph over the Hu people. Xiao Jie regarded his son with a mixture of admiration and concern. He recognized that Xiao Jie sought to alleviate his burdens, and he was well aware of his son's extraordinary martial prowess. Yet, Archery required years of dedicated practice. It was not a skill that could be mastered overnight. Even if his son had acquired some knowledge of equestrian arts, how could he possibly compete against the who were inherently skilled in such disciplines? He wished not to dampen his son's enthusiasm, merely suggesting that the matter warranted further contemplation. Xiao Jie did not press the issue, for he knew what would transpire at the banquet that evening. Then, his father would find himself in a precarious position, compelled to allow either himself or Xiao Huang to take the field. Father, there is another matter I must convey regarding the Hu delegation, specifically concerning the young Prince Helian Tua. Xiao Jie felt a twinge of curiosity. The Hu delegation was led by the elder Prince Helian Ba, with the Vice-Chancellor Day Tu serving as his aide. Why would Xiao Jie bring up a lesser prince, Helian Tua, who was merely accompanying the entourage? Without reservation, Xiao Jie recounted Helian Tua's background, clarifying that all this information came from his subordinate, Yiqiu. After listening, Xiao Jie let out a gentle sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, Yiqiu's father had perished on the battlefield defending the realm of Daning, while his wife and child had been captured by the Hu people, ultimately becoming the concubine of the Hu Khan and the young prince. Such a fate inevitably stirred a twinge of sympathy within Xiao Jie. Yet, he could not comprehend why his son felt compelled to share these matters with him. As an emperor, he could not allow personal emotions to sway his decisions. Although he empathized with the plight of Yiqiu's family, he could not risk the lives of many for the sake of rescuing Helian Tua and her son amidst the ongoing conflict between their nations. Otherwise, it would only lead to more families being torn apart and lives shattered in Daning. My son harbors a bold notion, Xiao Zhan declared with keen eyes. Have you considered, father, that we might support Helian Tua as the Khan of the Hu? Xiao Jie's pupils contracted, and his breath caught in his throat. He finally understood why his son had dismissed the eunuchs and palace maids from the study. This idea was truly audacious. Chapter 61. The intention of the drunken man. As night fell, all was tranquil. However, the scene at Changning Palace was quite different. Bustling with eunuchs and palace maids hurrying, laden with fine wines and sumptuous dishes, their low murmurs of urgency punctuating the air. The Qingzheng Hall was brilliantly lit, resembling daylight, filled with guests exchanging toasts and laughter, the melodies of string and wind instruments resounding continuously, creating a lively atmosphere of revelry. Dang! The chief eunuch Lian Yi flicked his hand, casting aside his feather duster, and called out in a sharp voice, "May His Majesty deliver a speech." Xiao Jie rose to his feet, raising the goblet in his hand, his gaze sweeping across the esteemed guests within the hall. With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, "This first cup of wine I dedicate to the esteemed princes from the northern deserts, Hurenba and Hurentua, as well as to the Vice-Chancellor Day Tuesday. I hope that our distinguished guests, having traveled from afar, will enjoy a delightful evening filled with merriment and joy. May the borders between our nations, Ning and Hu, remain harmonious, allowing our citizens to dwell in peace and prosperity, free from the ravages of war. Long live His Majesty, Emperor of the Ning, Hurenba, Hurentua." And Day Tu promptly rose and bowed in reverence towards Xiao Jie, lifting their cups and consuming their drinks in one go. Xiao Jie, with a faint smile, drained his goblet as well, while Lian Yi hastily stepped forward to refill Xiao Jie's cup. "This second cup of wine I raise in honor of every citizen of Daning. Without your support, there would be no peace and tranquility in our great nation today. Come, my fellow citizens of Daning, let us drink together. Long live your majesty." The guests within the hall stood, bowing in unison towards Xiao Jie, their voices rising in harmony as they lifted their goblets and drank deeply. As the toast concluded and Xiao Jie was about to take his seat, Day Tu swiftly exchanged a glance with Prince Hurenba, then rose to place his right hand upon his chest, bowing respectfully towards Xiao Jie. He spoke aloud. "On behalf of the elder and younger princes, and in representation of our Khan of Dihu, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to His Majesty, Emperor of Daning, for this gracious hospitality tonight. Since entering the realm of Daning, we have witnessed the contentment and prosperity of its people, all of which is attributed to the benevolence of His Majesty." The external minister, moved by the sight before him, could not help but reminisce about the plight of the Dihu populace, who, deprived of border trade, faced destitution and hunger. This sorrow welled up within him. His Majesty, the Emperor of Daning, being the Son of Heaven and the Shepherd of the people, inherently does not distinguish between the civilized and the barbaric. Thus, the external minister, with audacity, beseeches His Majesty to extend the same benevolence to the Dihu people as the ancient sages did, allowing them to partake in the grace of the divine ruler. Dai Yitu's heartfelt words, laden with emotion, stirred whispers among the guests in the hall. who exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. Xiao Jie, listening from the side, found himself at a loss. Was this not a form of moral coercion? If his father were to acquiesce to the request for reopening border trade with the Dihu, he would be deemed a divine monarch. If he declined, he would be unworthy of the title of Son of Heaven. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie maintained a calm facade. Though inwardly he scoffed at Dai Yetu's portrayal of the Dihu as pitiable, pleading for his favor in trade. Yet, should he show weakness? Once the Hu people grew prosperous and powerful, it would be the countless subjects of Daning who would suffer the consequences. His reluctance to meet the Dihu emissaries in court, opting instead to host a banquet in the dead of night, stemmed from his desire to avoid deliberation on this matter within the court. The issue of opening salt and iron trade left no room for negotiation. He would never relent on this point. Perhaps Dai Yetu, being new to the realm, was unaware of Daning's customs and rules. This night was a banquet, not a court session. There were no sovereigns or subjects, no envoys, only honored guests. Everyone was to indulge in feasting and revelry, free from discussions of state affairs, lest the spirits of the gathering be dampened. Indeed, your majesty speaks true. Let us refrain from discussing state affairs tonight. Ha ha ha. Numerous ministers responded in unison, raising their goblets to toast one another. Day 2 found himself somewhat taken aback, although he served as the vice-chancellor to Dihu. He had encountered many Han individuals and studied their customs and culture, never having heard of a rule forbidding the discussion of official matters at a banquet. Observing Day 2's bewilderment, Xiao Jie could not help but smirk inwardly. He was the sovereign, endowed with celestial mandate, and when he declared such a rule, it was to be adhered to. Who would dare undermine his authority? Day 2, with a resigned glance at Prince Helianba, slumped into his seat. Helianba, however, remained impassive. Having anticipated that the Emperor of Daning would not easily relent, fortunately, they had other schemes in place, rendering them unperturbed by his reluctance. At that moment, the sound of drums filled the hall, accompanied by melodious music, as a troupe of graceful dancers entered, their movements light and ethereal, captivating the guests with their enchanting performance. Each dancer was stunningly beautiful, as light as a swallow, their postures fluid and their bodies soft as clouds. Their arms appeared delicate and boneless, each step blooming like a lotus, their skin like congealed fat, partially concealed beneath translucent veils, entrancing the guests, who were spellbound and unable to contain their rapture. Xiao Jie, who himself was a man of beauty in his household, felt his heart flutter amidst the spectacle, reflecting on how future generations naively believed that ancient people, devoid of mobile phones, must have found life dull, when in truth it was the later generations who, in their tedium, could only resort to such devices. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie noted that Prince Helianba merely glanced up a couple of times before shaking his head, subsequently lowering his gaze to continue drinking his solitary wine. No longer paying heed to the performance unfolding in the hall, Xiao Jie smiled faintly and inquired, "Does the crown prince not enjoy music and dance?" This remark bordered on impertinence, and Xiao Jie harbored suspicions that he was not referring merely to the dancers' performances, but rather insinuating that the Han lacked the masculine vigor characteristic of the Hu people. Although a courteous smile lingered on his face, the attendant, Lian Yi, sensed the sovereign's displeasure and promptly gestured for the dancers to withdraw. The once lively melodies ceased, and the hall gradually descended into silence, though many still felt a lingering desire for the entertainment to continue. "Pray tell, what diversions do your Hu people typically indulge in at your feasts?" Xiao Jie maintained a polite facade, inquiring with subtle intent. Internally, he scoffed. Indeed, the disdain for Han women's performances was merely a pretext to steer the conversation towards a contest of horsemanship, compelling Daning to compete in equestrian skills. He cast a glance at Xiao Jie, silently admiring how perceptive his son was, able to discern the Hu people's intentions with such clarity. Noticing his father's gaze, Xiao Jie returned a faint smile, signaling that he had the situation well in hand. Seeing Xiao Jie's reticence to engage, Helianba boldly seized the initiative. Emboldened by the wine, declaring, "On such a splendid evening, I dare to propose a contest of horsemanship with Daning, to enliven the spirits of those present. What say you?" Chapter 62, The Cunning Prince. Xiao Jie felt a surge of irritation within, yet his exterior remained unruffled. Instead, he replied with a smile, "How can one ride within the hall? It is ill-suited for a contest of horsemanship. If the crown prince is insistent on a competition, perhaps we might consider an alternative challenge." A sly smile crept across Helianba's lips as he addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, since we cannot ride within the palace, shall we engage in an archery contest instead?" Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Jie shared this inclination. for he believed that if the Hu people insisted on a contest and the great Ning hesitated to respond, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule from the world. However, Xiao Jie felt uncertain about competing in mounted archery, recognizing that it demanded a level of equestrian skill that the Hu, raised on horseback, possessed in abundance, far surpassing that of the Han. Yet, when it came to a straightforward archery contest, Xiao Jie felt emboldened. Great Ning was not lacking in renowned generals, and there were indeed many skilled archers within the city of Luoyang, unafraid to face the Hu in such a challenge. Thus, seeing that the crown prince was determined to engage in an archery contest for the entertainment of all present, Xiao Jie smiled slightly and readily accepted the challenge. Once more, Helian Ba's lips curled into a smug grin. Your Majesty, I have heard that any contest among the Han is accompanied by a wager. I dare to request a wager from your Majesty. I hope you will grant my humble request. With an air of triumph, Helian Ba continued, should we, the D Hu, fortuitously emerge victorious, would your Majesty consider opening the borders for trade, lifting the restrictions on the flow of salt and iron into our territory? At this proclamation, the guests within the hall erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that this D Hu prince had meticulously devised such a scheme. If the Emperor of Great Ning were unwilling, then perhaps this contest would be for naught. Helian Ba took in the reactions of those present with a cold smile, seemingly offering Xiao Jie a gracious opportunity to retreat with dignity. It is evident to all that Helian Ba's proposal harbors ill intentions. After all, if Xiao Jie were to genuinely suggest a contest, the D Hu would undoubtedly proclaim that the Ning dynasty feared them, thereby tarnishing the dignity of the Ning. How could someone as astute as Xiao Jie be oblivious to Helian Ba's ulterior motives? With a faint smile, he remarked, a contest? Why not? But what if the Ning emerges victorious? Helian Ba appeared to have anticipated such a question from Xiao Jie, responding with a grin, if the Ning prevails. His Majesty the Emperor may present a request to us, the D Hu. He imposed no additional conditions on this request, as he believed that defeat was out of the question. Was it? Xiao Jie let out a cold smile and replied solemnly, should the Ning triumph, you people will bow in submission to the Ning, sending envoys annually to pay tribute and homage. How does that sound? It is settled. Helian Ba unhesitatingly agreed, still confident in his inevitable victory. As for the D Hu, they would send forth their young prince to compete. It remained to be seen whom the Ning would dispatch to contest against him. Helian Ba slowly rose, surveying the assembly within the hall. Xiao Jie, with a chilling smile, proclaimed, Gao Qingjia, you shall compete with the young prince. Clad in plain attire, Ji Jinwu Gao Yang stood up abruptly, saluting Xiao Jie with a respectful gesture, and boldly declared, I shall obey the command. Xiao Jie nodded slightly. Gao Yang hailed from a distinguished lineage and had mastered martial arts from a young age. However, due to his family's decline, he was compelled to embrace the military life, where he achieved numerous victories and rose to the rank of Ji Jinwu, overseeing the 30,000 Jinwu guards in Luoyang. His most commendable skill is his unparalleled archery, capable of hitting a target with astonishing precision from 100 paces. Not only in Luoyang but throughout the entire realm of Daming, he rarely encounters rivals. Thus, Xiao Jie chose him to represent Daming in the contest against Helian Tai. I wonder how the prince intends to compete? Gao Yang inquired, respectfully bowing to Helian Ba. With unwavering confidence in his own archery skills, he believed that no matter what challenge Helian Ba proposed, he would emerge victorious. Helian Ba merely smiled in silence, while the imposing figure of the Yi Tu rose beside him, smirking as he remarked, Your Majesty, such a contest may prove unjust to my D Hu. Xiao Jie was taken aback, then calmly inquired, In what way is it unjust? Yi Tu replied with a grin, The prince is the son of the Khan. It is only fitting that your Majesty allows the Prince of Daming to accept the challenge. If a general from the army is dispatched, would it not be unfair to the prince? The courtiers erupted into a clamor, and Xiao Jie felt a mix of shock and anger, realizing he had fallen into Helian Ba's trap. However, it was too late to retract. Daming could not afford to lose face. Yet, Yi Tu's argument held merit. If the Hu prince could compete, why should the Prince of Daming be denied the same opportunity? Sending a general would indeed raise suspicions of unfairness. Xiao Jian, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor, a benefit of being a time traveler, well aware of the unfolding events and unperturbed by them. Nevertheless, he understood the thoughts of his father and the courtiers. Although Daming did not have a tradition of prioritizing literature over martial prowess, there was a common saying among the populace that wealth favored the martial. The costs associated with martial training far exceeded those of literary pursuits. making it unaffordable for ordinary families who would rather have their children study literature and prepare for the imperial examinations in hopes of achieving some distinction. Children of affluent families often shy away from the hardships of martial training, preferring instead the pursuits of literature and the arts. After all, the elegance of composing poetry and prose and indulging in the beauty of nature is far more refined than the clashing of swords. Royal offspring are no exception. Although there are officials in the palace designated to instruct the princes in martial skills, most of them lack the enthusiasm for such endeavors, while they are not entirely inept. The act of drawing a bow and shooting arrows proves to be quite a challenge for them. As Xiao Jie's expression shifted unpredictably, Helian Ba deliberately provoked him, saying, "If the princes cannot compete, then let it be so." Observing his father's increasingly grim demeanor, Xiao Jie knew it was time for him to intervene. "Father, I am willing to take up the challenge," he declared, rising alongside Xiao Huang in unison. They exchanged astonished glances, prompting a stir among the assembly, particularly among the other princes, who had never imagined that these two brothers possessed archery skills. Xiao Jie's gaze shifted between his sons before finally resting on Xiao Jie. While he was uncertain of Xiao Huang's capabilities, he was aware of Xiao Jie's martial prowess. "Father, as the elder brother, it is most fitting for me to take on this challenge," Xiao Huang interjected. Xiao Jie was momentarily taken aback, as if caught in a trance. "Very well," he conceded. "Then let it be you, Huang, who competes." He himself seemed startled by his own agreement, unable to comprehend why he had permitted Xiao Huang to take the field. Yet, having spoken, he recognized the gravity of his words. A sovereign's promise is not to be retracted. Xiao Jie inwardly cursed his fate. This damn protagonist aura and the divine mandate buff had inexplicably activated at such a crucial moment, robbing him of his opportunity to shine. In the original narrative, the outcome of this contest was that Xiao Huang emerged victorious, basking in the spotlight and consequently earning even greater favor from Xiao Jie, while the original self merely observed from a corner. Little did he anticipate that he would once again find himself relegated to the sidelines as depicted in the text. However, Xiao Jie could never have foreseen that the previously silent young prince, Helian Tua, would suddenly rise, bowing slightly to Xiao Jie. "Your Majesty, may I propose a match against your other prince?" "Very well," Xiao Jie replied, secretly reveling in the moment while maintaining a stoic facade. He was acutely aware of Xiao Jie's prowess, which far surpassed that of the unknown Xiao Huang. Helian Ba felt a flicker of annoyance. He was not worried about Helian Tuo's potential defeat, for he was well aware of his brother's strength, his archery skills rivaling his own. What irked him was that this younger sibling had the audacity to step forward and seize his limelight. Meanwhile, De Yi too appeared indifferent, knowing the capabilities of both princes. The seemingly frail Ning princes stood no chance whatsoever. As the eunuchs and palace maids busied themselves preparing the venue, Xiao Jie discreetly activated his consciousness. Entering the system space, where he exchanged 5,000 destiny points to acquire the archery god skill of Yang Yuji. Chapter 63. The Four Princes Compete in Archery, Part 1. Brother-in-law, may I borrow your bow for a moment? Under the gaze of all present, Xiao Huang approached Gao Yang directly, smiling as he made his request. Gao Yang married Wang Yin, the cousin of Wang Yu, and he and Xiao Huang are also connected by marriage. Now that his brother-in-law has taken the initiative to speak, Gao Yang, a person of cheerful disposition, readily agrees. Following Xiao Huang's remark, Gao Yang seems to have realized something and kindly reminds, "Your Highness, the bow I possess has a draw weight of 5 stones, which ordinary individuals cannot draw." A faint smile graces Xiao Huang's lips as he responds, "Merely a trivial 5 stones, what is there to fear?" His words evoke a chorus of astonished gasps from those present in the hall, with many displaying expressions of skepticism. The draw weight of a bow is determined by securing it against a wall and adding weights to the string until it is fully drawn. The weight at that moment is the bow's draw strength. Typically, soldiers utilize 1-stone bows, while the palace guards, being elite troops tasked with protecting the imperial palace, wield 2-stone bows. Even many among them struggle to draw the 2-stone bows, yet Xiao Huang seems to find them insufficiently formidable. Insisting on employing Gao Yang's 5-stone bow, an act perceived by others as somewhat boastful, Helian Ba also noted the commotion around Xiao Huang, snorting derisively as he muttered under his breath about the pretense. He remains unconvinced that the seemingly frail Xiao Huang could manage to draw a 5-stone bow. His own archery skills place him among the best among the Dihu, and he typically uses only a 3-stone bow. How audacious of Xiao Huang to speak so brazenly. On the other hand, Helian Tuo gazes at Xiao Huang, his expression contemplative. Xiao Jie shook his head. realizing that Xiao Huang was indeed relentless in seizing every opportunity to show off. He was fully aware that with Xiao Huang's formidable martial prowess, drawing a mere 5-stone bow was a trivial task. Yet, the ostentatious manner in which he sought a bow from Gao Yang could only be interpreted as a bid for attention, a notion he would not dismiss even under duress. "Jie, do you require another bow?" It was commendable that his father would think of his other son who was also to engage in battle at such a moment. Xiao Jie responded with a shake of his head. "I possess no suitable bow." Xiao Jie nodded slightly and then turned to the attendant, Lian Yi. "I recall that during last year's birthday celebration, a fine bow was presented from you, Zhou. Send someone to retrieve it for Prince Qi." Xiao Jie, emulating Xiao Huang, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "It is merely a 7-stone strength. What could possibly be amiss?" The court erupted in astonished murmurs, their skepticism intensifying. For it was hard to believe that the frail figure of Prince Qi could handle a 7-stone bow. Helian Ba wore a scornful expression, thinking that these two brothers were equally adept at posturing, likely to indulge in mere bravado and then face the consequences. Helian Tuo's gaze shifted towards Xiao Jie, only to find Xiao Jie smiling back at him. As the ancients wisely stated, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated." Xiao Jie discreetly activated his keen insight, unveiling an attribute panel of Helian Tua visible only to him. Character: Helian Tua leadership, 91 martial strength, 96 intelligence, 87 politics, 78 charm, 93. Xiao Jie secretly chuckled. Indeed, they were brothers. Their attributes seemingly produced on the same assembly line, even their physical appearance bore an uncanny resemblance. While Xiao Jie observed Helian Tua, Xiao Huang's gaze was fixed upon him, his expression darkening with displeasure. He was deeply incensed, having just become the center of attention, only to have the spotlight snatched away by Xiao Jie. As if Xiao Jie were deliberately opposing him, Xiao Huang's demeanor gradually turned frigid. In the forthcoming contest, his adversaries were not merely the Helian brothers, Helian Ba and Helian Tua, but also Xiao Jie. The Hall of Diligent Governance was swiftly prepared for the competition, with all guests retreating behind the 4 contenders to avoid any inadvertent injuries. The method of the contest was straightforward, shooting through a copper coin. The challenge required 1 arrow to pass through the small square hole in the center of the copper coin from a distance of 60 paces. Each participant would shoot a total of 30 arrows, and the one with the most hits would emerge victorious. Despite the hall being brightly lit, akin to daylight, the evening's natural light was still inferior to that of day, rendering the small copper coin barely visible from 60 paces away. Hitting the minuscule square hole with an arrow was no simple feat. Furthermore, after each successful shot, the suspended copper coin would inevitably sway slightly, further complicating subsequent attempts. The onlookers buzzed with speculation, deliberating on who would triumph that night, yet few held any optimism for Xiao Huang or Xiao Jie. It is not to say that the people of Ning Dynasty do not support their own, but rather that few have heard of or witnessed the archery skills of these two princes. Naturally, no one would believe that they could surpass the prowess of Prince Dihu, who has practiced horseback archery since childhood. As a guest, Helian Ba was the first to step forward. He shed his black outer robe, revealing a finely scaled, form-fitting armor that accentuated his broad shoulders and long hands, clearly indicating his innate talent for archery. The Hu people, suffering from a severe iron shortage, often find even minor nobles unable to procure sufficient fine iron to forge themselves a suit of armor. Helian Ba's exquisite iron-scaled armor was a testament to his noble status. Suddenly, he bellowed and seized a powerful bow, knocking an arrow with precision, drawing the bowstring taut as a full moon. He released the arrow with the swiftness of a shooting star, striking the center of a copper coin without causing even the slightest tremor. Cheers erupted from the onlookers. Although Helian Ba hailed from the Hu, he commanded respect as an opponent. The people of the Ning, known for their decorum, acknowledged the merit of his skill. Without pause, Helian Ba swiftly loosed a second arrow, which also pierced the coin's square hole with ease. The third arrow found its mark. The fourth arrow followed suit. The fifth arrow struck true once more. The expressions of those in the hall grew increasingly agitated. It was evident that the great Prince Helian Ba possessed formidable strength, and all that remained was a hope that the Ning would not suffer a too humiliating defeat. Xiao Jie maintained a stoic expression, his gaze profound and silent. Gao Yang's countenance gradually grew grave, unease flickering in his eyes as he observed Xiao Jie and Xiao Huang, only to find both men composed and seemingly confident, leading him to ponder if they were indeed concealing their true capabilities. When the 12th arrow was released, it veered off course, skimming past the copper coin. Nevertheless, The mood in the hall remained tense, for a hitting rate of 11 out of 12 was undeniably formidable. Helianba himself was unfazed by the errant shot, after all. Even in daylight, he could not guarantee a perfect score, let alone at night when visibility was poor, and prolonged concentration could lead to momentary lapses of focus, making it quite normal to miss a shot or two. Indeed, after a slight adjustment, Helianba struck true once more with his next arrow. Ultimately, he hit the target 27 times with only 3 misses. A triumphant smile adorned his face, as he seemed to believe victory was assured. The eldest prince truly was a prodigious marksman. Xiao Jie, maintaining his impassive demeanor, offered a tepid compliment to Helianba. The latter, wary of overstepping before Xiao Jie, feigned humility, remarking, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. I wonder which of the princes, Qin or Qi, shall take the stage next. Let the young prince go first." As he is a guest, Xiao Jie replied, appearing courteous while secretly eager to ascertain the true prowess of this prince of Han lineage. Xiao Jie proposed to support Helianba in becoming the Khan of Dihu, yet he found himself in a state of hesitation. The undertaking was fraught with peril. A single misstep could ignite a fierce conflict between Ning and Hu, potentially resulting in the needless sacrifice of tens of thousands of valiant soldiers from Ning. However, should he succeed, it might bring an enduring resolution to the troubles posed by Dihu. Consequently, he resolved to first assess Helianba's capabilities before determining whether he was worthy of support. In Chapter 64, The Four Kings Compete in Archery, Part 2. The young prince conceded to the proposal with a lack of reverence. Helianba also removed his outer robe, revealing his inner attire, which elicited a wave of astonishment from the onlookers. Their amazement was not due to Helianba's handsome visage, but rather because, upon shedding his outer garment, he bore an unmistakable resemblance to a Han man, with little trace of his Hu heritage. The gasps of the crowd reached Helianba's ears, prompting a disdainful scoff. He had always harbored a dislike for his half-brother, who bore an uncanny resemblance to their Han mother, delicate and effeminate, lacking any semblance of the virility associated with their Dihu lineage. Yet, their father's undue favoritism toward Helianba only deepened his resentment. Helianba, undeterred by the lengthy preparations of Helianba, seized his bow and arrow, his gaze fixed intently on the copper coin ahead, and began to release arrow after arrow. The first arrow struck true. The second arrow met the same fate. The third arrow, again, found its mark. Each arrow pierced perfectly through the square hole of the copper coin, which remained steadfast and unmoving. The expressions of those in the hall grew increasingly grave. While Helianba's countenance darkened further, was Helianba brazenly striking a blow to his brother's pride in front of everyone? Did he intend to convey to everyone that his younger brother surpassed him, the elder? He too also noticed the extreme displeasure on the face of the Grand Prince and sighed silently. As he observed Helianba had successfully struck the target with 29 arrows in succession, he cleared his throat heavily just as Helianba prepared to release his final arrow. Helianba glanced back at Yi too, only to find him gesturing discreetly, leading his gaze to his elder brother, Helianba, whose expression was dark and seemed to harbor a hint of resentment. Helianba sighed inwardly, turned away, and without aiming, released an arrow that veered off course, missing the copper coin and flying astray. A few voices in the crowd murmured in disappointment. He was so close to achieving a perfect score. Helianba's countenance softened slightly. Helianba's failure to hit the mark entirely granted him a sliver of dignity. He did not believe that a single missed shot would alter the outcome significantly. The princes of the Han were raised in the depths of the palace, adept in literary pursuits, but when it came to archery, they were no match for their Dihu counterparts. "Your Majesty, my brother and I have completed our shots. I wonder which of His Highness Prince Qin or His Highness Prince Qi will take the stage next?" Helianba inquired once more. Xiao Jie found himself momentarily lost in thought. It was evident to all that Helianba's archery skills surpassed those of Helianba. A flicker of inspiration crossed his mind. Helianba, despite being of Han descent, had honed his equestrian and archery abilities among the Hu people, even surpassing them in prowess. If he were to select a group of children from the populace and train them in these martial arts from a young age, would they not become an elite force skilled in equestrianism and archery, ready to confront the Hu with confidence? The words of Helianba jolted Xiao Jie back to the present. However, as the emperor, he could not allow himself to appear diminished. He remained silent, casting his gaze upon his two sons, Xiao Jie and Xiao Huang. As the elder brother, I shall go first, declared Xiao Huang, stepping forward with a slight smile. Xiao Jie felt somewhat exasperated. It seemed that Xiao Huang constantly reminded everyone of his status as the elder brother, implicitly suggesting that he, Xiao Jie, was merely the true younger brother. Nonetheless, many in the court were unfamiliar with Xiao Huang and had never heard of his archery skills. As he took center stage, a sense of apprehension rippled through the assembly. Prime Minister Wang Chong was particularly unsettled. He could not fathom why Xiao Huang sought to assert himself. Although Xiao Huang was his granddaughter's husband, Wang Chong knew little of his past. He understood the significance of this contest for the future of Daning, and Xiao Huang's performance tonight would greatly influence his chances of ascending to the Eastern Palace. Good. The crowd erupted into genuine applause, their unease alleviating significantly. Judging by the atmosphere, it seemed the third prince had a considerable chance of victory. The expressions of Helian Ba, Helian Tua, and De Yi Tu shifted slightly. All three were archery experts and could clearly discern that Xiao Huang's skills were not inferior to their own. As the cheers subsided, Xiao Huang released his second arrow, once again piercing through the square hole of the copper coin, eliciting yet another round of applause. Thus, Xiao Huang consecutively shot 28 arrows, each one passing flawlessly through the copper coin's square aperture, prompting the crowd to shout their admiration 28 times, their voices nearly hoarse from the excitement. The expressions of Helian Ba, Helian Tua, and Day 2 grew increasingly grim. It was evident that Xiao Huang's accuracy was impeccable, sealing their defeat and rendering their plans in ruins, leaving them in a position to bow before Ningguo. Xiao Jie's gaze flickered with surprise, as he had not anticipated that, aside from Xiao Jie, he had another son worthy of such admiration. When it came time for the 29th arrow, Xiao Huang did not aim for the copper coin but instead elevated his bow. As confusion spread among the onlookers, a smile crept across Xiao Huang's lips. With a gentle release, he shot the arrow, severing the thin line that held the copper coin. As the line snapped, the coin began its descent. But Xiao Huang swiftly released yet another arrow, threading it through the center of the falling coin's square hole, effectively pinning the coin to the wall. Bravo! The crowd, whose voices were nearly spent, erupted into renewed enthusiasm, summoning every ounce of strength to cheer once more. Xiao Jie breathed a sigh of relief and, smiling, addressed the visibly troubled trio of Di Hu. Your Highness, how do you find the situation now? Helian Ba exchanged glances with Day 2, then took a deep breath and replied with a smile, Your Majesty, the outcome remains undetermined. While Prince Qin has struck his 29th arrow, my brother has also achieved the same, thus, it can only be deemed a draw. Everything will hinge on the performance of Prince Qi. In the hall, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Helian Ba's remark was, to some extent, rather shameless. It was evident to all that Xiao Huang's penultimate arrow was deliberately aimed at severing the thin cord, while the final shot posed an immense challenge, clearly surpassing Helian Tuo's solitary effort. The once cheerful expression on Xiao Huang's face darkened slightly, just as someone was about to confront Helian Ba with reason. A languid voice resonated through the hall. Father, since the crown prince has expressed himself thus, allow me to win his heart and respect. The assembly was left speechless. They pondered which side the Qi prince truly belonged to. At such a critical moment, why stir the pot? Wasn't it evident that Daning had the upper hand, capable of utterly refuting the barbarians? Yet, he insisted on stepping forward to continue the contest. What if he were to fail? No one would believe that His Majesty could possibly have two sons with unparalleled archery skills. Disregarding further discussion, Xiao Jie strode forward, seized a bow and arrow, and unleashed a rapid barrage of shots, each arrow piercing through the hollow square hole of a copper coin without a moment's pause. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded, astonished that the modest Hall of Governance could indeed host two exceptional talents akin to the legendary talents of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. Xiao Jie chuckled heartily. His two sons had truly brought him honor today. Xiao Jie managed to hit 28 consecutive shots, each arrow flawlessly passing through the square hole of the copper coin. Given that Xiao Huang had opted for a flamboyant display with his final shot, Xiao Jie felt compelled to add a touch of uniqueness to his own performance, refusing to let his brother outshine him alone. The 29th arrow was deliberately shot off target by Xiao Jie. Although it struck the copper coin, it failed to pass through the central square hole, causing the coin to spin violently. The onlookers presumed Xiao Jie had merely missed, and there was no sense of regret among them. After all, he had already hit 28 arrows, surpassing Helian Tai by one shot, securing victory for Daning. However, in the next moment, the crowd was astonished to see Xiao Jie produce a handkerchief to cover his eyes, then hold his breath, drawing his bow and aiming towards the copper coin. It appeared he intended to take his final shot blindfolded. Previously, after consuming the Long Yuan Dan, he had elevated his martial prowess to 110, discovering that his hearing had become exceptionally acute. Today, he intended to rely on this extraordinary sense to make his last shot. He held his breath, attuning himself to the air currents generated by the spinning coin 60 meters away. Suddenly, he released the arrow, which flew forth like a shooting star, piercing through the central square hole of the coin and pinning it to the wall. A profound silence enveloped the arena as disbelief painted the faces of all present. Helian Ba slumped to the ground, devoid of the earlier bravado. Xiao Huang's expression was terrifyingly grim. Chapter 65, A Father-Son Confidential Conversation as the splendid archery competition concluded. The eunuchs and palace maids busied themselves, dismantling the competition setup and rearranging for the banquet. Emperor Xiao Jie discreetly exchanged a glance with his son, Xiao Jie. Before instructing those around him, I wish to change my attire. A dozen or so palace maidens and eunuchs surrounded Xiao Jie as he made his way towards the rear hall. Xiao Jie also found a casual excuse to leave the Hall of Diligence and followed in the same direction. Watching Xiao Jie's retreating figure, Xiao Huang's expression darkened. His gaze filled with complexity. He had just noticed that the emperor was casting glances at Xiao Jie, leading him to surmise that the emperor was secretly summoning him at this moment. A myriad of emotions swirled within him. He had certainly played a part in the victory of the night, and his performance was not inferior to that of Xiao Jie. Why then did the emperor solely favor? As Xiao Jie arrived at the door of the rear hall, he found only Eunuch Lian standing guard. Upon seeing Xiao Jie approach, Eunuch Lian hurriedly stepped forward, glancing around to ensure no one else was present, and lowered his voice to say, "Your Highness, the emperor is waiting for you inside." Xiao Jie nodded in gratitude to Eunuch Lian, and then pushed open the door to enter the rear hall. Lian observed Xiao Jie's departing figure, his expression contemplative. Having served the emperor for decades, it was the first time he had witnessed the emperor placing such significance on one's son. Preferring to privately consult Prince Qi on matters of importance. Inside the rear hall, the maidens had already assisted Xiao Jie in changing attire. Upon the entrance of Prince Qi Xiao Jie, they discreetly lowered their heads and withdrew, leaving only the two of them in the expansive hall. "What is your level of assurance regarding Helian Tua?" Xiao Jie abruptly posed a seemingly nonsensical question, knowing his father as well as he did. Xiao Jie understood that the emperor was inquiring about his confidence in supporting Helian Tua to ascend the throne of the Dihu Khan. However, Xiao Jie did not display anger upon hearing this. He was aware that his son's words were merely the preamble to further discourse, and he awaited him to continue. Xiao Jie continued, stating that, to his knowledge, the Kagan Helian Luo of the Dihu had 5 sons. Among them, the eldest, Helian Ba, the second son, Helian Xing, and the third son, Helian Ji, were all born of the Kagan's primary consort. The fourth son, Helian Tao, was born of a concubine, while Helian Tuo was nominally the offspring of a Han concubine. Although it was said that neither Helian Luo nor even Helian Tuo himself was aware of the latter's true parentage. The fact that Helian Tuo's mother was of Han descent rendered his ascension to the position of Kagan exceedingly unlikely. "You reside in Luoyang. How could you possess such intimate knowledge of the affairs of the distant Dihu in the northern steppes?" Xiao Jie suddenly interjected, fixing his gaze firmly on Xiao Jie. Taken aback for a moment, Xiao Jie quickly replied, "I am aware that the Dihu represents a significant threat to our great Ning. With the intention of alleviating my father's concerns, I recognize that to confront the Dihu, one must understand both oneself and the adversary. Thus, during my tenure as the commander of the Qilin Guard, I specifically examined intelligence regarding the Dihu, gaining a considerable understanding of their circumstances." Xiao Jie nodded, finding the explanation plausible. Xiao Jie secretly exhaled in relief, having successfully navigated the inquiry. The Qilin Guard had dispatched formidable warriors to infiltrate the Dihu, gathering intelligence for the court, an endeavor of which Xiao Jie was well aware. Consequently, when Xiao Jie proposed to support Helian Tua as the Kagan of the Dihu, Xiao Jie perceived the proposition as exceedingly arduous, with minimal chances of success. He also harbored concerns that Helian Tua, having been raised among the Hu people since childhood, might have come to regard himself as one of them, and thus may not harbor loyalty toward the Han family. Xiao Jie continued to elaborate, however, "This is merely the current situation. As long as Father Emperor devises a means to assist Helian Tua in elevating his status within Dihu, enabling him to gradually establish his own influence, he may yet find an opportunity when Dihu faces upheaval in the future, in the absence of a leader. Why are you so certain that Dihu will encounter such turmoil?" Xiao Jie's gaze darkened, fixated intently on Xiao Jie. Without flinching, Xiao Jie replied with a smile, "Father Emperor, as far as I know, Helian Luo currently favors the Yin clan, disregarding the opposition of the ministers, and is determined to name her son, Helian Tao, as the crown prince. However, the 3 sons born to the Khitan have already reached adulthood and established their own prestige and power within Dihu. Should Helian Luo pass away and Helian Tao ascend to the throne, the Helian Ba brothers would undoubtedly contest his claim. At that point, Di Hu would be embroiled in relentless civil strife, allowing Helian Tua to merely observe the conflict from a distance. When the brothers are engaged in a life-and-death struggle, he could seize the opportunity to claim the throne of Di Hu with ease. Xiao Jie lapsed into a prolonged silence, and Xiao Jie refrained from further comment. Aware that his father required time to digest and contemplate the matter, Xiao Jie conceded that Xiao Jie's plan indeed sounded enticing and feasible. Yet it was fraught with uncontrollable variables. For instance, the Khan, Helian Luo, is still in the prime of life. None can predict when he might pass away. If the Yin clan were to fall from favor, and Helian Tao were deposed, how then would the Khatun's 3 children engage in conflict? Nevertheless, Xiao Jie believed that his father would surely come to understand, for the cost and consequences of supporting Helian Tua are minimal compared to waging war against Di Hu. He has no reason not to give it a try. Helian Tua Yuan resided beyond the borders, separated from the central plains by a vast expanse. How could Ardening assist him in elevating his status among the Di Hu and support him in establishing his own power? Xiao Jie's inquiry regarding Xiao Jie signified that he had discerned the intricacies of the situation and resolved to give it a try. Xiao Jie smiled faintly, naturally. It is essential to make the Hu people and the Khan of Di Hu aware that Helian Tua is indispensable for Di Hu. Xiao Jie frowned. How do we make them aware? Xiao Jie replied with a smile. It is quite simple. We shall open border trade and designate Helian Tua to oversee matters with the Di Hu. Xiao Jie's expression darkened. Was not the tumult of the night precisely to reject the Hu's request for open border trade? How could Daning, having achieved victory, then proactively open the borders for trade? Observing his father's discontent, Xiao Jie hastily clarified. Father, in truth, apart from salt and fine iron, we possess numerous commodities to offer the Hu, and there is also something we need to procure from them. What might that be? Xiao Jie's tone grew somewhat frosty. Xiao Jie articulated deliberately. Horses. Xiao Jie's expression stiffened, followed by a shake of his head and a rueful smile. The Hu would never sell horses to us. Just as Daning strictly prohibits the flow of salt and iron beyond the borders, the Hu equally forbids the transfer of horses into the central plains. After all, the Hu's greatest advantage lies in their cavalry's superiority over infantry, should they sell fine horses to Daning, enabling the formation of an elite cavalry. The Hu's supremacy over the central plains would inevitably diminish, due to the inability of Daming to procure fine steeds from the Di Hu and the western regions. It found itself in a dire shortage of horses. The Northwest boasted of having 100,000 Western Liang cavalry, yet, in reality, many of these steeds were aged and frail, with only about 60 to 70% truly fit for battle. This scarcity of horses led to an incident during the reign of Taizong Shaoxian, where a merchant named Zhang Ping, having invested a substantial sum, purchased tens of thousands of excellent horses from a Di Hu tribe and generously donated them to the court. As a result, he was bestowed with the title of a noble with a fief of 800 households. Tragically, however, this impoverished tribe fell victim to the envy of the Huyan clan, resulting in the massacre of their entire population, regardless of age or gender. Xiao Jie chuckled softly, shaking his head as he said, Father, nothing is ever so absolute. The barbarians may be unwilling now, but the future remains uncertain. Xiao Jie frowned deeply, expressing his discontent. Are you suggesting we exchange salt and iron for horses? That is absolutely out of the question. Salt and iron represented Xiao Jie's bottom line. He would never allow such crucial strategic resources to flow into the hands of the Di Hu, only to be turned against Daming. Moreover, regardless of the quality of the salt and refined iron Daming offered, the barbarians would only sell them gelded horses, preventing Daming from breeding their own fine steeds. It was evident that Daming would be at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Xiao Jie persisted in shaking his head, asserting, Father, in truth, aside from salt and iron, we possess many other commodities we could trade with the barbarians. Ultimately, as tensions between the two sides escalated, compounded by the ramifications of the Hishi campaign, the borders were completely closed to trade, and no one dared to broach the subject of resuming it. Father, forgive my candidness, but we have erred in our trade with the barbarians. Xiao Jie smiled mysteriously. Is that so? In your opinion, what should we sell to the Hu people? Xiao Jie gazed quietly at his son. Xiao Jie chuckled softly. Wine and tea leaves. Chapter 66. A joyous gathering. Xiao Jie's expression revealed a hint of disappointment as he shook his head and replied, It is true that the Hu people appreciate fine wine. The court has previously attempted to sell them our beverages, yet they found the wines of Daning too insipid, preferring instead the potent spirits from the western regions. As for tea leaves, I have never heard of the Hu people enjoying tea, being rather uncouth. They likely cannot appreciate the refined flavors of this beverage. Xiao Jie was well aware of the reasons behind the Hu people's affinity for strong spirits, as the harsh winters of the northern deserts necessitated warming drinks. Furthermore, it was not until the Tang and Song dynasties that the northern nomadic tribes began to indulge in tea, and their demand grew tremendously, leading to the concept of tea and horse trade, where nomads exchanged horses for the tea of the Central Plains. Their diet, predominantly comprised of beef and mutton, found tea to be a refreshing complement, greatly benefiting their health. However, in this narrative, the Dihu tribe has yet to acquire the taste for tea, presenting a fortuitous business opportunity for Xiao Jie. With all due respect to my father, I cannot deceive you. That esteemed figure not only imparted martial skills to me, but also taught me a unique brewing method, ensuring that the resulting spirits would surpass those from the western regions in potency, making them perfectly suited for the Hu people. As for tea, we need not concern ourselves with whether the Hu people currently appreciate it. We simply must devise a way to make them recognize their need for it. The Hu people predominantly consume beef and mutton, and frequent consumption of tea can alleviate their greasiness. Inevitably, they will develop an insatiable craving for tea. Xiao Jie, observing Xiao Jie, felt a sense of satisfaction mingled with curiosity about how his son conceived the peculiar idea of promoting tea to the Hu people. One could only wonder what other surprises his son might have in store. The banquet continued, with music and dance resounding throughout the hall. Guests exchanged cups and toasts, reveling in the joyous atmosphere, especially after the recent competition where His Highness, the Prince of Qin, and His Highness, the Prince of Qi, achieved resounding victories, greatly enhancing the prestige of Daning. However, Helianba and De Yi too wore gloomy expressions throughout, while Helian Tua appeared somewhat awkward, likely wishing for the banquet to conclude swiftly to avoid further embarrassment. Xiao Jie observed everything keenly and suddenly smiled at the three individuals, saying, "Earlier, the Prince of Qi advised me that, since from this day forth, the Dihu shall bow in submission to Daning. The citizens of Dihu are now also my subjects and should naturally partake in my benevolence. I wholeheartedly agree and am willing to open mutual markets to facilitate the exchange between the northern frontier and our central plains." At this proclamation, the gazes of those in the hall instantly converged on Xiao Jie, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. Did we not emerge victorious? Why then accede to the demands of the Hu people? Prince Qi, to which side do you truly belong? Xiao Huang furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. Helian Ba and his companions displayed expressions of joy. Initially, the proposition to open the border trade was dashed due to their defeat in the competition. Yet they were unexpectedly gratified to find that Emperor Ning had heeded Prince Qi's counsel and took the initiative to propose the establishment of open trade. This development was undoubtedly a momentous boon for them. It seemed that yielding to the great Ning was not as unacceptable as once perceived, although the Dihu lost face. They reaped tangible benefits. Day 2 pressed his right hand against his chest and bowed deeply, on behalf of the Khan and the vast multitude of Dihu citizens. I express my heartfelt gratitude to His Majesty the Emperor of Great Ning for his benevolence. Xiao Jie offered a slight smile and replied, "If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards Prince Qi, for it was his advice that led me to the decision to open the border trade." Day 2 placed his hand on his chest once more, turning to offer a solemn bow to Xiao Jie, on behalf of the Khan and the countless Dihu people. "I extend my thanks to His Highness Prince Qi. Should you ever find the time to visit the northern desert, you would be our most esteemed guest." Xiao Jie found himself speechless, thinking, "I have earnestly sought favor for you, Dihu, and you, old fellow, dare to ensnare me in this manner. That is a misstatement. Deputy Prime Minister, all is a grace bestowed by my father. He is the one who should be regarded as the most esteemed guest of your Dihu." Xiao Jie maintained an impassive demeanor while secretly amused, recognizing that his son's instinct for self-preservation was quite robust. Helian Ba remained silent, directly approaching Xiao Jie, leaving the assembly within the hall in a state of perplexity as they observed the two. Helian Ba unsheathed a resplendent golden dagger, adorned with an array of precious gems, from his waist and presented it to Xiao Jie with both hands. "We, the Dihu people, are not inclined to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. Since your Highness the Prince of Qi has bestowed kindness upon us, this golden dagger, cherished by me, shall serve as my token of appreciation." Xiao Jie found himself at a loss for words. Attending a banquet clad in armor and bearing a dagger was rather audacious behavior from the Dihu people. Yet, he could not help but be taken aback by Helian Ba's generosity, as such a valuable dagger was offered so readily. Shaking his head, he respectfully declined, saying, "Among my Han people, we have a saying, a gentleman does not seize what others hold dear, since this dagger is the beloved possession of the Crown Prince. How could I dare to take it away? While others regarded Xiao Jie as a true gentleman, gracious and refined, Xiao Huang felt a surge of indignation. In the eyes of the Han people, this dagger might be of great worth, but to us Dihu, only cattle, sheep, horses, and friends hold true value. You have not only surpassed me in archery, but have also secured favor for us Dihu. You are a friend of Helian Ba. Should you refuse this gift, it would be a slight against my honor. Understanding that nomadic tribes revere the strong and uphold the principle of reciprocity, Xiao Jie realized that declining the gift would only bring displeasure. With this sentiment expressed, he accepted the dagger, feeling its substantial weight in his hands. Likely crafted from pure gold, not to mention the array of vibrant gemstones adorning it, suggesting its considerable worth. Xiao Jie chuckled, saying, as Han people, we value reciprocity. Today, the esteemed prince has bestowed upon me such a precious gift. Naturally, I must return the favor with an equally significant offering. Should the prince not find it burdensome, I invite you to my residence as a guest one day. I assure you, I will prepare a gift that you will undoubtedly cherish. Helian Ba, a man of generosity, laughed heartily and replied, agreed. It is settled. I shall certainly pay you a visit on another day. Thus, the banquet concluded amidst joyous laughter, song, and dance, with hosts and guests reveling in merriment. Chapter 67, The Night Banquet at the Royal Residence, Part 1, Ding Dong. Congratulations to the host for stealing the spotlight from Xiao Huang during the banquet tonight, capturing the attention of Emperor Ning. Xiao Huang is left questioning his existence. His confidence severely undermined, resulting in the loss of 5,000 destiny points. Moreover, Xiao Huang's martial prowess is permanently diminished by 3 points. Additionally, Xiao Huang has been deprived of the destiny buff blessing of the matchmaker, rendering him devoid of any innate allure towards women. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a villain buff destined, ensuring that every woman who lays eyes on the host for the first time experiences an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if their connection were preordained by the heavens. With the loss of the matchmaker's blessing destiny buff, it seems Xiao Huang's harem may soon be devoid of suitors. Conversely, the host has unexpectedly obtained a more potent villain buff, destined, suggesting that he may reluctantly have to take over Xiao Huang's harem. Xiao Jie cast a glance outside the carriage, feeling that the moonlight tonight was particularly enchanting. The following afternoon, while accompanying Su Yao in the garden of the Qi Wang mansion to admire the blossoms, a servant approached to report that several guests dressed as who people were seeking an audience with the Qi Wang, one of whom claimed to be named Helian Ba. Xiao Jie appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated the arrival of these two individuals. Su Yao, however, furrowed her brow with concern, gazing at Xiao Jie anxiously. In her view, as a prince, his position was delicate. Should he engage too closely with foreigners, it could lead to suspicions of ulterior motives, inciting criticism and censure from court officials. Rest assured, my interactions with these two people are at the behest of His Majesty, and there shall be no issues. Xiao Jie smiled as he discerned Su Yao's unease and offered a reassuring explanation. Upon hearing that it was the emperor's directive, Su Yao's heart finally settled, and she smiled gently. Since my husband has important matters to attend to, please do not let me detain you. Winter and Xiong Ling will keep me company. Xiao Jie nodded lightly, choosing not to send a servant to summon Helian Ba, instead opting to welcome them personally outside the mansion. Naturally, he did not forget to instruct the servant to inform his guest, Yiqiu. The servant, though puzzled by the necessity of notifying a guest about the arrival of who people, dared not question further and complied obediently. Outside the grand gates of the Qi Wang mansion, Helian Ba was directing others and unloading various large and small boxes from the carts, all intended as gifts for Xiao Jie. During this journey to Luoyang, the Khan of Dihu, Helian, prepared a considerable amount of gold, silver, and jewels for the purpose of bribing several important ministers of the Ning dynasty. He hoped that through the influence of these ministers, the Emperor of Ning would be persuaded to open the borders for trade, allowing merchants to sell essential commodities such as salt and refined iron to Dihu. At last night's banquet, the Emperor of Ning, Xiao Jie, made a promising declaration to open the borders for trade, leading them to believe that their treasures could be spared. However, upon inquiring with the officials of the Honglu Temple early this morning, they discovered that although the emperor had agreed to open the borders, he permitted merchants only to trade in trivial items like porcelain, textiles, wine, and tea, entirely excluding the vital salt and refined iron that Dihu desperately needed. Helian, filled with indignation, was poised to confront the Emperor of Ning directly, but was restrained by Day 2, who cautioned him that seeking a confrontation would be futile, given Helian's fiery temperament. Any inadvertent offense could provoke the emperor to rescind the trade agreement altogether, leading to even graver consequences. Day 2, with a smile, reminded him that Prince Xiao Jie of Qi had extended an invitation for a visit. This prince appeared to be favored by the Emperor of Ning, thus, if he could persuade the Emperor to open the borders for trade, he could certainly advocate for the permission to sell salt and iron to Dihu. Helian, in full agreement, decided to bring all the gold, silver, and jewels he had brought to Luoyang to demonstrate his sincerity. After all, Xiao Jie, as a prominent prince of Qi, deserved to be treated with utmost respect. Money, in its essence, should be spent wisely. What matters is to win over Xiao Jie, persuading him to intercede for Dihu. I have been pondering when the crown prince might pay a visit, yet today, 3 esteemed guests have graced our presence. Laughter resonated within the estate as Xiao Jie appeared at the grand entrance of the Xiao Huang residence. Helian Ba and his companions were taken aback by the fact that Xiao Jie himself had come to welcome them, their hearts filled with surprise, delight, and anticipation. Ha ha ha, the Xiao Huang has graciously extended an invitation. How could we decline? Yi too stepped forward, speaking on behalf of Helian Ba. Helian Ba chuckled heartily and proclaimed, though I, Helian Ba, am of Dihu descent, I am well aware of the customs of your Han people. It would be remiss to visit the Xiao Huang empty-handed. These are but tokens of our respect, humble gifts for the Xiao Huang. I hope you will graciously accept them. With a gentle smile, Xiao Jie replied, you are too kind, Crown Prince. Since these gifts are offered with such sincerity, I shall graciously accept them. Observing Xiao Jie's prompt acceptance of their generous offerings, Helian Ba and Yi too exchanged glances, each reflecting a glimmer of joy. After all, there is a saying among the Han, one who receives is indebted to the giver. With Xiao Jie accepting their valuable gifts, it would be remiss of him not to assist them in their endeavors. Xiao Jie ushered Helian Ba and his companions into the estate. Not to the reception room or the study, but rather into the courtyard. There, a roaring bonfire had been kindled, and above it hung a delectable roast lamb. Its skin slightly golden and dripping with savory juices, filling the air with an irresistible aroma of roasted meat. Helian Ba's eyes brightened, his throat rolling a few times. And even Day 2 and Helian Tuo were momentarily taken aback. The meals prepared for them daily by the Honglu Temple were far from disappointing. They could be considered a feast for the senses, rich in color, aroma, and flavor. The only lament was that there was an abundance of dishes but a scarcity of meat. Having indulged too much, they often felt a certain blandness, and had begun to yearn for the days spent on the grasslands, feasting heartily on meat. To their astonishment, discovering a whole roasted lamb at the Xiao Huang Fu today was a delightful surprise. Xiao Huang, what is this? Helian Ba inquired, his finger pointing at the roasted lamb. Almost entranced by its aroma. The 3 of you have traveled from the grasslands, Xiao Jie explained with a smile. And I feared you might not be accustomed to the cuisine of the capital, so I specially arranged this roasted lamb for you. I hope you will enjoy it. Ha ha. Xiao Huang is truly thoughtful. Helian Ba laughed heartily, clearly pleased by Xiao Jie's words. Day 2 and Helian Tuo also slightly bowed in gratitude for Xiao Jie's attentiveness. Xiao Jie smiled gently, the lamb will take some time to roast fully. Why don't you 3 take a seat and wait a moment? Do you still remember my promise from last night, dear prince? I said that should you come as a guest to the Xiao Huang Fu, I would prepare a special gift for you. I shall have someone bring it forth now. Ha ha. I certainly recall the events of last night. Now that His Highness the Xiao Huang mentions it, I am quite eager to see what gift has been prepared. Helian Ba laughed once more, exchanging a knowing glance with Day Tuesday. On their way, the two had already exchanged glances of understanding. Regardless of the gift that Xiao Jie would bring, Helian Ba had to feign disappointment. It was inevitable that Xiao Jie, in an effort to save face, would inquire about his preferences, allowing Helian Ba to smoothly propose a request for him to persuade Emperor Ning to permit trade of salt and iron at the borders. This way, Xiao Jie would find himself in a predicament, unable to refuse to advocate on behalf of the Dihu. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Jie soon summoned 4 servants, each carrying a jar of wine, which they placed before them. Helian Ba did not need to pretend. The disappointment on his face was unmistakable. Chapter 68, The Night Banquet at the Huang Fu, Part 2. Feigning ignorance of Helian Ba's discontent, Xiao Jie smiled gently. One cannot indulge in meat without wine. I have specially prepared this exquisite brew for the Crown Prince. I encourage you to sample it. Helian Ba had indeed tasted the wines of the Central Plains, yet he found them insipid and utterly unsatisfactory. Even the potent spirits from the western regions left him wanting. However, given Xiao Jie's standing, he could not refuse entirely. He could only smile reluctantly and declare, then I shall not be polite. With that, he shattered the wax seal, and an intense aroma of wine instantly filled the air, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered such a rich fragrance. and he abandoned all pretense, tilting his head back to gulp several hearty swigs. The robust essence coursed through his being, and with a swipe of his mouth, he exclaimed loudly, "What a fine wine!" Day two's expression shifted slightly, and he silently sighed within. Thus, the original plan could no longer be executed. Helianba suddenly realized that he had inadvertently let something slip, but at this point, there was nothing to be done but to wait for another opportunity to devise a different plan. Meanwhile, the whole roasted lamb had turned a golden brown, its savory aroma intensifying, indicating that it was likely cooked to perfection. Xiao Jie beckoned the three of them to take their seats, and soon a servant brought the fragrant roasted lamb to the center of the table, accompanied by individual plates and daggers for each guest. Helianba couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that the king of Qi would be familiar with the dining customs of the Dihu people. Xiao Jie smiled gently and invited them to indulge without reservation. Helianba, already famished, did not hesitate any longer. He swiftly carved a generous chunk of meat from the lamb's leg and savored it heartily, washed down with fine wine. Day two and Heliantua exhibited a more refined demeanor, first slicing off a substantial piece to place on their plates before cutting it into smaller morsels to enjoy. They took a few sips of the wine, which proved to be rich and robust, perfectly aligning with the taste of the Dihu people. It was no wonder Helianba found it irresistible. Observing their enjoyment, Xiao Jie could not help but smile knowingly. It dawned on Xiao Jie that he had been misled by those time travel novels. While it was true that the alcohol produced in this era was of lower potency, this very characteristic was what made it popular among the upper echelons of society. The primary consumers of such beverages were the literati, who preferred the gentle intoxication offered by lower alcohol drinks. This lightheadedness often sparked their creativity, allowing them to spontaneously compose verses and songs that would echo through the ages. Although he had relished the high-proof spirits he had distilled, they were prone to rendering one insensate, extinguishing inspiration entirely. Consequently, many scholars dared not indulge in them a second time after their initial experience. However, Xiao Jie did not wish to continue lowering the price without limit. Since high-proof liquor was not selling well in the Central Plains, he naturally contemplated selling it to the Hu people. The harsh winters of the northern desert necessitated high-proof liquor for warmth. His actions today were, in some measure, a means to promote his severely unsold high-proof liquor through Helianba. Prince, have you noticed that the lamb roasted by Prince Qi is far more exquisite than what we prepare on the grasslands? Day two subtly gestured to Helianba and suddenly expressed a thought. Helianba also caught the glance from Day two and understood his implication, deliberately bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, I had already discerned this. It seems Prince Qi has added a considerable amount of salt. We on the grasslands lack salt. How could we afford to use so much? As a prince and a chancellor both claimed to be short of salt, Xiao Jie was well aware of their insinuations. Yet he feigned ignorance, responding with a smile. As long as you enjoy it, feel free to indulge. Seeing that Xiao Jie did not take the bait, Day two had no choice but to continue. I have a particular fondness for this dagger. Might I inquire if Prince Qi would consider gifting it to me? Forgive my audacity, for though I am merely a vice-chancellor, the blades in my household have long since become dull and rusty, and I have yet to replace them. Alas, our grasslands are sorely lacking in iron. Xiao Jie silently scoffed but continued to play the fool, smiling. Vice-chancellor, you flatter me. It is merely a dagger. Take it if you desire. As Xiao Jie remained unresponsive, Day two and Helianba exchanged glances and were left with no choice but to lay their cards on the table. It was still Helianba who spoke first. Your Highness, I must confess that we have come today with a request. The eldest prince replied with a gentle smile. Pray, speak candidly. Helianba solemnly bowed to Xiao Jie and continued. Since you, the Qi king, have successfully persuaded His Majesty the Emperor to open the borders for mutual trade, might you assist us, the Dihu, once more by urging the Emperor to permit the sale of salt and iron to our people? The citizens of Dihu were in dire need of these two essential commodities. Day two, standing beside him, also bowed respectfully to Xiao Jie and added, His Majesty has stated that since we, the Dihu, have pledged allegiance to the great Ning, our citizens are also subjects of His Majesty and thus deserve to partake in his benevolence. We beseech you, Qi King, to advocate on behalf of the Dihu people and request the Emperor's permission for the sale of salt and iron. Even Heliantua bowed earnestly to Xiao Jie, saying, We humbly ask for your assistance once more. At last, the moment of truth had arrived, and Xiao Jie could no longer feign ignorance. He gently shook his head and replied, There is no need for such grand gestures, esteemed gentlemen. To be frank, I have previously broached the subject of allowing trade in salt and iron at the borders with my father. However, he believes that the time is not yet ripe. The three men were momentarily taken aback, and Day 2 directly inquired, "We are grateful for your just words, Qi King. But may I ask why His Majesty considers the time inopportune?" Xiao Jie smiled and said, "It is a simple truth. Ever since the Huron tribe ascended to dominance on the plains, although we have not engaged in a large-scale war with the Great Ning, border skirmishes have been incessant. Not only my father, but many officials within the court are concerned that if we were to sell salt and iron to you, the Dihu, once your horses are robust and your warriors formidable, you might turn your aggression towards our Great Ning." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Huron Ba and his companions changed dramatically, for such statements struck at the very heart of their intentions. After a moment, the first to react was Yi Tu, who pointed to the heavens and vowed, "I, Yi Tu, swear by the heavens that neither the Khan nor the Dihu harbor such intentions. Purchasing salt and iron from the Central Plains is solely for the welfare of the Dihu people. There is no desire to encroach upon the Central Plains." Huron Ba quickly followed suit, asserting, "My brother and I also vow that our father harbors no such ambitions." Xiao Jie silently scoffed, thinking to himself that if oaths held any weight, there would be no need for armies. "I certainly believe in your sincerity, Dihu. However, all matters require a process. It would be wise to first open border trade, allowing both sides to gradually build trust. When the time is ripe, I shall certainly petition my father to permit the sale of salt and iron to the Dihu." Huron Ba and Yi Tu exchanged a silent glance, realizing that with the conversation having reached this point, they had no choice but to acquiesce. The banquet continued. Yet Huron Ba and his companions had lost much of their appetite, hastily consuming only a few bites. Observing this, Xiao Jie chuckled and remarked, "While I may not be able to assist with iron, I can indeed offer my help regarding salt." Instantly, the three of them were invigorated. If the Ning dynasty could relent and sell salt, they would not return empty-handed, providing some explanation to the Khan. They pondered how Prince Qi intended to assist them. Helian Ba inquired eagerly. Xiao Jie smiled gently, clapping his hands lightly, and soon a servant brought 3 bowls and a large teapot. Xiao Jie personally bent down to pour a generous bowl of milky liquid for each of the 3, then gestured invitingly, saying with a smile, "Gentlemen, to give it a taste." Naturally, they harbored no concerns that Xiao Jie would poison them within his own royal residence. Yet the peculiar milky liquid before them instilled a degree of hesitation in their hearts. Nevertheless, they felt obliged to honor Xiao Jie's hospitality. Helian Ba was the first to lift a bowl. Inhaling its fragrance, he detected a rich aroma of milk intertwined with a subtle floral scent. After a brief moment of contemplation, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. A robust flavor of milk enveloped his palate, accompanied by a hint of saltiness, and beyond that, an enchanting aroma that was surprisingly delightful. Helian Ba's eyes brightened. "May I inquire, Your Highness, what is this exquisite concoction?" Xiao Jie smiled faintly. "It is milk tea." Chapter 69, A Reunion of Brothers Upon Hearing Milk Tea. Helian Ba immediately comprehended that it must be a blend of the milk from their grasslands, whether cow or sheep, mixed with tea from the Central Plains. He had previously sampled what was deemed tea, reputed to be the finest from the Central Plains, yet he found its taste bitter, astringent, and insipid to his dismay. Helian Ba took another sip, marveling at the unexpected harmony of flavors that arose from the combination of milk and tea. Day 2 and Helian Tua also tasted this so-called milk tea, discovering it to be quite agreeable, perfectly aligning with their taste as Dihu people. Observing their reactions, Xiao Jie chuckled. "Have you gentlemen not noticed how drinking milk tea after indulging in roast meat offers a distinctly different experience?" Upon receiving such a reminder from Xiao Jie, Helian Ba was the first to respond, seemingly realizing that after indulging in milk tea that evening, his mouth no longer bore the usual greasy sensation, but rather felt invigorated and refreshed. After speaking, Day gazed at Xiao Jie with a playful expression, his demeanor a blend of amusement and intrigue. Xiao Jie felt a wave of exasperation. These 3 individuals never strayed far from their obsession with salt and iron. Shaking his head, he chuckled. "This milk tea is brewed from tea bricks, requiring no additional salt." Tea bricks? The trio of Helian Ba momentarily fell silent, familiar with both tea and bricks, yet perplexed by the concept of tea bricks. Without further ado, Xiao Jie gently clapped his hands, and soon a servant approached, presenting a tray adorned with 3 dark, square blocks. Distributing one to each of them, he continued with a smile, "This is the tea brick. A small amount of salt is added during its production. Thus the milk tea naturally carries a hint of saltiness. If the Crown Prince wishes to learn how to make milk tea, there is no need to send someone to the Qi Wangfu for instruction. I can divulge the method right now. Simply bring a small pot of water to a boil. Break off a small piece from the tea brick and place it into the boiling water. After allowing the tea to steep for a short while, add milk and bring it to a boil. Is it truly that simple? Helian Ba exclaimed with delight. Having witnessed the elaborate rituals of tea brewing practiced by those from the Central Plains, he was pleasantly surprised by the straightforwardness of preparing this milk tea. In truth, Xiao Jie had not revealed the entire truth. The milk tea consumed by the northern nomadic tribes typically required the addition of some salt for seasoning after boiling. However, he saw no need to complicate matters further. With a gentle nod, Xiao Jie affirmed, "Indeed, it is that simple. I shall bestow 1 tea brick each upon the 3 of you, and on the morrow I shall petition my father, the emperor, to mandate that all tea traded at the border be replaced with this type of tea brick, which contains a modest amount of salt. As I have stated, I am powerless regarding iron, and I can only assist you to this extent concerning salt." Helian Ba and Day 2 exchanged glances, as if this was the most favorable outcome they could hope for. Yet, within Helian Ba's heart lingered the thought that when the Di who invade Luoyang, he would implore his father to spare your life. Xiao Jie, too, harbored a cold smirk. The northern desert was not devoid of saline lakes or iron mines, and the Di people would inevitably learn to produce salt and smelt iron themselves. What he was currently doing was creating a new essential commodity for the Di on the grasslands. Once they became reliant on tea, Daning could continuously exchange it for the wealth of the Di. More importantly, the frigid northern wasteland could not yield tea, compelling the Di to barter their cattle, sheep, and horses for this luxury. Despite both sides harboring ulterior motives, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, with hearty feasting and copious drinking, a scene of unrestrained joy. However, Helian Tua suddenly felt a discomfort in his stomach, awkwardly indicating to Xiao Jie his need to relieve himself. Xiao Jie summoned a servant and instructed him to escort Helian Tua to the latrine. Helian Ba furrowed his brow slightly, an expression of disdain crossing his face, as if he felt his brother's indiscretion was somewhat shameful for the Dihu. After Helian Tua departed, Xiao Jie continued to entertain Helian Ba and Day 2, urging them to eat and drink freely without reservation. Helian Tua emerged from the restroom, feeling refreshed, only to discover that the servant who had guided him was nowhere to be found. The Qi prince's residence was not particularly small, and Helian Tua hesitated to wander aimlessly, wary of inadvertently venturing into forbidden areas and sparking unnecessary misunderstandings. Not far off, he noticed an individual seemingly observing him, and surmising that the person was likely affiliated with the Qi prince's household, he approached, intending to inquire about directions. However, as he drew closer, he gradually discerned the other features, and he found himself momentarily frozen in place. The individual bore a striking resemblance to him, akin to that of long-separated brothers. Evidently, the other person recognized him as well, yet displayed no hint of astonishment. Rather, there was an overwhelming surge of emotion, with the corners of his eyes reddening slightly. Then, after taking a deep breath, he slowly uttered the word, "Brother." Helian Tuo's body jolted, rendering him momentarily speechless. Xiao Jie also noticed Helian Ba's unusual expression but merely smiled, suggesting that perhaps the young prince was experiencing some discomfort from unfamiliar surroundings. He intended to send someone to check on him. Without needing to speculate, Xiao Jie understood that Helian Tua had likely met his brother Yiqiu. Though he was unaware of the nature of their conversation, he had gone to great lengths to create an opportunity for their reunion, even discreetly applying a laxative to Helian Tuo's milk tea, demonstrating his earnest intentions. Helian Ba felt a surge of anger within. Yet being in Xiao Jie's residence restrained him from voicing his discontent. He shot a fierce glare at Helian Tua, who remained blissfully unaware. Helian Ba and Xiao Jie exchanged a few more pleasantries, and as the day waned, they ultimately rose to take their leave. After sending off the 3 individuals, Xiao Jie initially intended to summon Yiqiu to inquire about the situation. However, reflecting on the recent reunion of the brothers, he recognized that they would require some time to process their emotions and decided it would be prudent to wait until tomorrow for his inquiries. At that moment, the butler, Old Hu, arrived with a gift list detailing the presents delivered by Helian Ba that day. Having just completed his tally, he could only express astonishment at the sheer numbers. Pondering how delighted the king of Qi must be, Xiao Jie accepted the list, but, without even glancing at it, tucked it away into his sleeve. He then instructed Old Hu to arrange for several individuals to transport all the items sent by Helian Ba to the palace the following day, leaving not a single piece behind. Old Hu was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did the king of Qi truly not wish to even glance at the treasures sent by the Hu people before dispatching them all to the palace? He could guarantee that despite Xiao Jie's exalted status, he likely had never encountered such an abundance of gold, silver, and jewels in his lifetime. Yet, Xiao Jie merely smiled faintly. Regardless of the worth of these items, he could not accept them. As Suyao had remarked, it was inherently inappropriate for a prince to maintain close ties with foreign tribes, and accepting such extravagant gifts could easily invite significant trouble. Even his father might harbor doubts about his motives. Whether his suggestion to sell salt brick tea to the D who was genuinely in the interest of Daning, or merely a consequence of the gold and jewels bestowed upon him by the D who. Chapter 70. An unexpected bestowal. You are not the little prince of D who, Helian Tuo. Your father is the General Yi Gong of Yuyang. I am your brother, Yi Qiu, and you are my younger brother, Yi Chen. This is the name our father bestowed upon you long before your birth. Helian Tuo was unable to fathom this revelation. Growing up on the vast grasslands of the northern desert, he bore a visage resembling that of his Han mother, which led to his half-brothers perceiving him as an outsider. For a time, he grappled with the sorrow of feeling out of place due to his appearance. Thankfully, his mother instilled in him a philosophy of living without contention, allowing him to gradually accept his reality and remain indifferent to the peculiar glances cast upon him. Yet today, the man claiming to be his brother revealed to him the harrowing truth. He was not Helian Tuo. His father was a Han border general. And the man he had called father for nearly 20 years was, in fact, his father's murderer. In that moment, how could he reconcile such a brutal reality? Helian Tuo understood that only one person could unveil the truth to him. The following day, within the imperial study, Xiao Jie perused an extensive list of gifts. The sheer quantity of gold, silver, and jewels astonishing even him, the emperor. The Hu people were indeed extravagant, willing to expend such wealth on you. However, was this not a welcoming gift meant for you? Why, then, would you pass it on to me? Xiao Jie regarded Xiao Jian with a knowing expression, a hint of a smile playing upon his lips. Xiao Jian shook his head and replied, Father, their lavish offerings are not for me, but rather a reflection of their desire to persuade you through me, as I am your son. The son is grateful for the generous gifts bestowed upon him, gifts that rightly belong to the emperor. Xiao Jie, not daring to withhold the truth, recounted the entirety of last night's conversation without omission. However, Xiao Jie furrowed his brow, contemplating the idea of tea bricks. Is it absolutely necessary to include salt in the production of tea bricks? He inquired. Xiao Jie understood his father's concern. Having personally vanquished a tribe of the D who, the emperor harbored a profound wariness towards them, thus rendering him particularly sensitive to the matter of salt. Father, while it is possible to produce tea bricks without salt, to sell them, it is indispensable, Xiao Jie patiently elucidated. Xiao Jie regarded his son, awaiting further elaboration. Xiao Jie continued, Father, consider this. The nomadic herders of the grasslands often lead lives of hardship, rendering the question of whether tea can alleviate their discomfort moot. If the tea bricks contain no salt, they become superfluous to their existence. Conversely, should salt be included, the herders, lacking sufficient salt, would turn to tea as a means to replenish their intake. Consequently, the tea bricks would become essential commodities in their daily lives. Once the Hu people become reliant on tea, the Great Ning would be able to continuously exchange tea for the wealth of the Dihu. The son recognized his father's apprehension regarding the salt potentially contributing to the Hu people's vitality. However, father, there is no need for such alarm. The salt content in the tea bricks is negligible and insufficient to meet the dietary needs of an entire family. It merely enhances the flavor, he reassured. Xiao Jie nodded, realizing that, as his son had articulated, the inclusion of salt in the tea bricks was indeed necessary. However, Xiao Jie soon pondered a new dilemma. You mentioned that the Hu nomads are largely impoverished. How can they afford to purchase our Central Plains tea? Xiao Jie chuckled and replied, Father, they may lack wealth, but they possess an abundance of cattle and sheep. Cattle and sheep? Xiao Jie was taken aback. After he led his army to victory in the Battle of Heshi, he had seized hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep. Yet, the court struggled to find sufficiently vast pastures to accommodate such a significant number. Even as rewards, it proved impractical to bestow them, resulting in a catastrophic winter where countless cattle and sheep perished from freezing and starvation. The court was then compelled to expend a considerable sum to address the disposal of the carcasses, lest a dreadful epidemic ensue. Xiao Jie continued to smile, Father, have you ever considered why the soldiers of the Hu are far more robust than our own? It is simply because they consume meat, while our soldiers subsist on rice and flour. If we were to exchange tea for cattle and sheep with the Hu, allowing our soldiers and even the common folk to partake in meat, a stronger military would fortify the Great Ning, rendering us unafraid of the Hu. Xiao Jie certainly grasped this logic. The court had contemplated utilizing those hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep to reward the valiant soldiers of Great Ning. Yet the vast expanse of Great Ning posed a significant challenge. Transporting the cattle and sheep to various garrisons would incur substantial costs. Moreover, if they were slaughtered first and the fresh meat sent to the garrisons, it would likely spoil long before reaching its destination, ultimately leading to the unfortunate demise of tens of thousands of cattle and sheep. Xiao Jie understood his father's concerns and continued with a reassuring smile. Rest assured, Father, I am aware of a special method that can preserve lamb and beef for an extended period, effectively resolving the issue of perishable fresh meat. Xiao Jie gazed upon his son, his heart filled with curiosity about the myriad peculiarities that resided within the child. The matter of exchanging tea bricks for cattle and sheep was thus settled. Subsequently, he commanded all the eunuchs and palace maids in the imperial study to withdraw, allowing him to inquire with ease, "What news of Helion Tua?" After listening to Xiao Jin's account, Xiao Jie refrained from further comment, merely urging his son to remain vigilant regarding this matter, for it pertained to the stability of Daming's borders for decades to come. In light of your repeated merits in the campaign against the Dihu and the generous gifts you have presented to me, how do you believe I ought to reward you? Xiao Jie remarked, raising the list of gifts with a slight smile. Xiao Jian, adhering to the decorum of the occasion, replied, "It is the duty of a son to alleviate his father's burdens. I do not presume to claim credit." In truth, he was uncertain what further rewards his father could bestow upon him, as he was already the Prince of Qi, the Grand Governor of Qishou, and his consort, Su Yao, required no additional titles. He had no sons to whom titles could be conferred. Chapter 71. Recruitment of troops. Behold this cake. It is both large and round. I have met your highness. Xiao Jian had reported to the Ministry of War that Yu Qiu held the position of Sima in the Grand Governor's office of Qishou. Thus Yu Qiu now referred to himself as a humble subordinate in the presence of Xiao Jian. On the desk before Xiao Jian lay a small box, which he opened without preamble, revealing it filled to the brim with silver notes. Yu Qiu glanced at the notes and then at Xiao Jian, his expression rife with confusion. "Your Highness, what is this?" Xiao Jian retrieved a document from his sleeve and presented it to Yu Qiu. It was the recruitment authorization he had procured from the Ministry of War earlier that day. "Yi Sima, take this military recruitment order from the Ministry of War along with these banknotes, and make your way to Danong County in Yangzhou to recruit 1,500 soldiers on my behalf. As the Grand Commander of Qishou, Xiao Jie is entitled by law to maintain a private army not exceeding 2,000 men, with cavalry limited to 500. Previously, due to a falling out with the Wang family, Xiao Jie found himself in a less than favorable financial situation, which hindered the establishment of his own private troops. However, having recently engaged in a profitable venture of brewing with the Tao family, supplemented by his own resources, he finds it an opportune moment to form his own elite force. Yi Qiu, momentarily taken aback as he received the document from Xiao Jie, gazed at the substantial box filled with banknotes, his expression increasingly perplexed. Recruiting 1,500 soldiers hardly seemed to warrant such a significant sum of money. Perceiving his confusion, Xiao Jie chuckled softly and explained, "My standards for soldiers are rather elevated. Firstly, they must be able to draw a crossbow capable of launching a 12-stone projectile. Furthermore, they must don heavy armor and iron helmets, wield long spears, carry swords, a crossbow, 50 arrows, and possess enough provisions for 3 days to march 100 miles in half a day. The crossbow can reach a maximum of 15 stones." Yi Qiu's expression grew serious. The standards set by His Highness were exceptionally rigorous. It is worth noting that the Great Ning employs a conscription system, and the border troops he previously belonged to in Yuzhou, tasked with the crucial defense of the northern frontier, had higher requirements than those of other prefectures, yet they merely focused on height, agility, and visions, which paled in comparison to the stringent selection criteria established by Xiao Jie. "Your Highness, with such stringent recruitment conditions, what might be the monthly stipend for them?" Yi Qiu subtly reminded Xiao Jian that the stringent recruitment criteria would necessitate a considerable military stipend. After all, soldiers who meet such rigorous selection standards would not only have the opportunity to attain positions such as a lieutenant or captain, but would certainly secure the rank of a squad leader or sergeant. Xiao Jian replied with a faint smile, stating, "Money is not an issue, as long as they can pass the selection. I will immediately purchase 100 acres of arable land in their hometown for their families. The taxes and corvée labor obligations for their entire households will be covered by the governor's office of Qizhou. The monthly stipend will be 5 guan, with 3 meals a day provided, including meat. After each battle, there will be additional rewards based on merit. In the unfortunate event of injury or disability, The governor's office of Qingzhou will provide lifelong support, and in case of death, the family will receive a consolation payment of 300 taels. Yi Qiu couldn't help but take a deep breath, hesitantly saying, "Your Highness, such treatment, is it perhaps a bit excessive?" He truly could not fathom the financial burden that would entail supporting 1,500 soldiers at such a standard. Xiao Jie shook his head with a smile, replying, "As I have mentioned, money is not the concern. What I seek is an elite force that is invincible in battle." "I understand. And I shall not fail in my mission," Yi Qiu affirmed. With Xiao Jie having articulated his intentions so clearly, Yi Qiu felt it unnecessary to say more. Serving the prince's interest was his duty, and all he could do was ensure the tasks assigned by the prince were executed effectively. However, there remained one point that perplexed him. Why venture 1,000 miles to the Danyang county of Yangzhou to recruit soldiers? If the youth of the capital region were deemed inadequate, one could easily head to Jizhou in the north, a land historically rich with noble and valiant souls. It seemed that Xiao Jie had anticipated his confusion, for he inquired with a smile, "Are you curious as to why I would send you all the way to Danyang County in Yangzhou to enlist troops?" Yi Qiu nodded, his eyes reflecting surprise. He was astonished at how Xiao Jie seemed to read his thoughts as if he were a part of him. With a chuckle, Xiao Jie elucidated. Danyang has long been renowned for its superior iron production, and due to its treacherous mountains, the populace is both robust and martial, possessing noble vigor. It is a land of exceptional soldiers, and recruiting from Danyang will undoubtedly yield elite warriors. Although this narrative unfolds in a fictional dynasty, it mirrors the realities of our world. Xiao Jie believed that the soldiers from Danyang would not disappoint him. Yet, Yi Qiu felt somewhat unconvinced, as a native of Yuzhou, a region bordering the Hu people. He had fought against northern tribes for years. In terms of martial prowess, he believed the warriors of Yuzhou could rival those of Danyang, boasting a stature that conferred an advantage on the battlefield. Noticing Yi Qiu's dissent, Xiao Jie laughed and remarked, "The northern folk excel in cavalry, while the southerners are adept at naval warfare. Each has its strengths. The Grand Commandery still has openings for 500 cavalrymen, and when I acquire 500 steeds, I shall certainly select knights from Yuzhou." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that His Highness possessed a discerning eye for talent. Yi Qiu took the book in both hands. The cover bore no title, and as he casually leafed through its pages, he found himself momentarily taken aback. The training subjects and methods recorded within were exceedingly diverse, in addition to standard weaponry drills. There were even lessons on makeup, poisoning, antidotes, healing, and assassination, which struck Yi Qiu as utterly incomprehensible. He could not help but inwardly marvel at the eccentricity of this Prince Qi. Chapter 72. Natural Disasters and Man-Made Calamities. In the summer of the 24th year of the Jingxing era of the Great Ning, a massive locust plague erupted in Ling'an. The sky was darkened by swarms of locusts that ravaged Jiazhou, devouring the crops that the hard-working populace had cultivated, leaving them on the brink of a complete harvest failure. The news reached Woyang, causing a stir throughout the realm. In this era, the prevalent belief was in the connection between heaven and humanity, and it was commonly held that such a widespread locust infestation was a result of the emperor's moral failings. Consequently, anxiety spread among the populace, and Wang Chong seized the opportunity to rally his supporters in the court, fervently proclaiming the calamity as divine retribution and collectively petitioning Emperor Xiao Jie to issue a self-penitential edict, believing that this would quell the plague. However, the self-penitential edict would undermine the celestial authority, and naturally, Xiao Jie was reluctant to issue such a decree. Yet, as the locust crisis escalated, having devastated Jiaozhou, the relentless swarms turned northward, beginning their invasion of the neighboring Yangzhou and Jingzhou. If the locusts were allowed to continue their rampage unchecked, it was feared that this year, the entire region south of the Yangtze River would yield no harvest. Even north of the river, the frantic reaping would lead to significant reductions in crop yields, ultimately resulting in widespread famine, which, in severe circumstances, could even incite civil unrest. The graver news is that in Jiaozhi, due to a severe locust plague, the local populace harbors profound discontent against the authorities. Incited by certain local nobles, they have launched assaults on the government, executed Han officials, and revolted against the rule of Daining. Ultimately, the indigenous people of Jiaozhi proclaimed themselves descendants of the original royal lineage, with Nguyen Nam declaring himself the emperor of Ivaiti, announcing Jiaozhi's secession from the dominion of Daining. In Chongning Palace, the Hall of Diligent Governance, long live our emperor, 1,000 years. The civil and military officials bowed in unison, chanting their fervent wishes for longevity. You may rise, my loyal ministers. Yet, A profound sorrow was unmistakably etched upon the visage of Xiao Jie. The calamities of nature, compounded by human misfortune, had left him in a state of utter turmoil and disarray. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The officials bowed once more, then rose, dividing into their respective ranks of civil and military. Xiao Jie's gaze swept across the assembly, and to his astonishment, he spotted Xiao Jie among the noblemen. An inexplicable glimmer of hope surged within him. This son, rarely present in court, had consistently proven to be a problem solver during his appearances. Perhaps today he could assist once more. Now, he faced not only the ravages of the locust plague and the rebellion in Xiaoji, but also the resurgence of the royal faction, who leveraged the disaster to malign the emperor, clamoring for a self-punishing edict to placate the populace for the calamity caused by the locusts. However, Xiao Jie was resolute in his refusal to issue such an edict of self-reproach. As the sovereign, entrusted with the welfare of the people and revered by all, he could not be at fault. To admit to a failure in virtue would not only obliterate his authority, but also tarnish his legacy in the annals of history, inviting scorn from future generations. If there are matters to report, do so. If not, the court is dismissed. Beside the dragon throne, the inner official Lian Yi understood that there would inevitably be officials presenting petitions. However, the necessary words must still be spoken, and the required procedures must be followed. "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." Xiao Jie's countenance darkened. The severity of the locust plague was known to all, yet now Du Xin, a supporter of Wang Chong, was once again amplifying the issue, likely with ulterior motives. "Esteemed ministers, do you have any strategies to counter this?" Xiao Jie's expression grew increasingly grim. One faction lamented the locust disaster, while another spoke of the dimming imperial star. It seemed the next step would be to urge him to issue a self-accusatory edict. As expected, Qin Shi, a scribe from the Central Secretariat, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the calamities bestowed upon us are a divine warning, indicating your momentary oversight. One must not defy the will of heaven, as the sages have said. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is of utmost importance. I implore Your Majesty, for the sake of all the people, to issue a self-reproachful edict, to bring peace to the populace and quell the locust crisis." With the revelation of the concealed dagger, Xiao Jie's temples throbbed with anger, his heart ablaze with fury. In today's court session, he had hoped that his ministers would offer solutions to aid the state, rather than allowing them to take the opportunity to pressure him. Did they not hold any regard for the principles of sovereignty and loyalty? "Father, I believe Qin's words are misguided." At this critical moment, Xiao Jie, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward to refute Qin Shi's assertions. Seeing his son rise in this crucial hour brought a flicker of warmth to Xiao Jie, along with an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Anticipating that Xiao Jie might cause some disturbance today, Qin Shi remained unflustered, responding with measured calm. "Your Highness, may I ask in what respect my words are erroneous?" Xiao Jie gazed at Qin Shi, a cold smile gracing his lips. "As you, Sir Qin, have stated, since calamity descends from heaven as a celestial warning, indicating that my father, the Emperor, has momentarily faltered in his vigilance, how can a mere edict of self-criticism suffice to quell the locust plague?" Qin Shi's expression darkened, and he retorted with sharp wit. "If even an edict of self-criticism cannot pacify the locust plague, then what, Your Highness, do you believe would suffice to remedy the situation?" Xiao Jie smiled faintly. If an official's momentary oversight leads to disaster, he must naturally be dismissed. Should it truly be that my father's fleeting lapse has allowed the locusts to ravage our lands, then it stands to reason. "Prince Qi, do you dare utter such treasonous words? Are you plotting rebellion?" Qin Shi exclaimed, seizing the opportunity as he perceived Xiao Jie on the verge of making a seditious remark. A wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered officials, all pointing fingers at Xiao Jie in disbelief. Su Jing, utterly flabbergasted, could not fathom what had possessed his fine son-in-law to speak such audacious and rebellious words in the court today. Xiao Jie's countenance remained grim, yet he refrained from erupting. He believed he understood his son well. Now that he had severed ties with the Wang family, he could rely solely on himself, and there was no way he would dare betray him at this juncture. "Let him speak." Xiao Jie's voice was chillingly cold. "Father, I have also delved into the study of prophetic texts and understand that the discord in heaven and earth stems from an imbalance of yin and yang among mortals. Perhaps it is not merely the emperor's oversight, but rather a consequence of the official's moral decay." The courtiers erupted into further uproar, their gazes toward Xiao Jie filled with hostility, as his words had thoroughly antagonized the realm's officials. Xiao Jie disregarded them and continued to address Xiao Jie, saying, "If indeed the officials have lost their virtue, then the emperor's self-punishing edict would be of no avail. However, it would also be unreasonable to dismiss all officials from their posts. Therefore, I suggest that since the Prime Minister stands as the foremost among the officials, His Majesty could relieve him of his duties to ensure the peace of the populace and to quell the locust disaster. In Chapter 73, The Art of Tongue and Pen, the civil and military officials in the court erupted once more, their gazes converging upon Prime Minister Wang Chong, whose previously serene demeanor had vanished, replaced by an expression of deep gloom. Xiao Jie appeared unperturbed on the surface, yet within, he felt a flicker of agitation. Absurd. Historically, it has only been said that calamities from heaven descend due to the emperor's loss of virtue. The notion that such disasters arise from the official's failings is utterly unheard of. Chancellor Qi vehemently countered Xiao Jie's assertion. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Jie's eyes. How audacious of Qi to dare accuse him of moral failing in the court. Xiao Jie coldly remarked. Chancellor Chen insists that the emperor's loss of virtue has led to disaster. How dare he question where my father has faltered? Qi was instantly rendered speechless, realizing that his previous claim about the emperor's moral failings had already been somewhat imprudent. Now, even if he had tenfold the courage, he would not presume to audaciously point out Xiao Jie's faults in the court. Your Highness, this assertion is mistaken. The sages have proclaimed, only when the people suffer does calamity arise, for they have strayed from the mandate of heaven. Indeed, it is clear, only by respecting virtue shall we avoid transgression. The calamities we face today are but a warning from heaven, meant to remind your Majesty to honor the heavens and cultivate virtue. As Qi found himself silenced by Xiao Jie's retort, Deputy Minister of Rights Yan Zheng stepped forward to support Qi in summary. What fault could Emperor Xiao Jie possibly bear? None whatsoever. Xiao Jie's expression grew increasingly somber, his right hand unconsciously tightening around the armrest of the dragon throne, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Xiao Jie shook his head and remarked with a smile, Minister Yan, while it is true that calamities from the heavens serve as a warning, is it not also a warning to the esteemed officials? The sages have spoken. When the people are estranged and the five ranks lack guidance, the blame falls upon the Minister of Works. When barbarous invaders and treacherous bandits arise, the responsibility lies with the Minister of War. When waterways are blocked and harm befalls the populace, or when fields lie uncultivated, the fault is with the Minister of Agriculture. Though our dynasty lacks the three offices of Minister of Works, Minister of War, and Minister of Agriculture, the Prime Minister stands as the head of all officials. If calamities arise, why should the Prime Minister not bear the blame? Minister Yin was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to counter Xiao Jin's argument. Inwardly, Xiao Jin sneered, recognizing this as a case of using magic to defeat magic. If they enjoyed their verbal sparring, he would engage them in their game, eager to see who could outsmart whom. Witnessing even the esteemed Minister of Rights, Yan Zheng, being outwitted by his own son, Xiao Jie felt a surge of satisfaction. He turned his gaze towards Wang Chong and, with a smile, inquired, What is your perspective on this matter, esteemed Wang? Wang Chong looked at Xiao Jie, his eyes filled with unspoken resentment. This grandson, to whom he had devoted countless efforts, now seemed intent on ousting him from office, threatening the very existence of the Wang family. Your Majesty, should the locust plague be alleviated, I would willingly resign from the position of Prime Minister. The officials within the court were immediately taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment, while those aligned with the Wang faction were left utterly speechless, unable to believe their ears. However, Xiao Jie's brow furrowed in concern. He had keenly discerned Wang Chong's underlying implication. If he were to resign and the locust plague persisted, what then would ensue? Your Majesty, should the Chancellor resign and the locust plague persist, I would willingly sacrifice my life to atone for the suffering of the world. Xiao Jie discerned the underlying implications in Wang Chong's words and let out a cold, sardonic smile, articulating each phrase with deliberate gravity. The assembled officials were once again taken aback. Even Xiao Jie could scarcely believe his own ears. How outrageous. This is the court. Matters of life and death cannot be trifled with so lightly. Withdraw at once. Xiao Jie's expression darkened as he hastily admonished Xiao Jie. Though he secretly wished for the calamity to rid them of Wang Chong's chancellorship, leaving the Wang faction in disarray, he would never wish to sacrifice his own son's life. He understood all too well that dismissing Wang Chong or even all the officials of the Wang faction would not dispel the locusts. A glint of menace flickered in Wang Chong's eyes. Xiao Jie, this predicament is of your own making. Your Majesty, the Prince of Qi is also the grandson of an old minister. I naturally place my trust in him. For the welfare of the common people, I am willing to relinquish my position as Chancellor. Wang Chong removed his official hat, bowing deeply to Xiao Jie with righteous fervor. The officials were in a state of shock. Some, regaining their composure, urged Wang Chong against his course of action. However, he vehemently shook his head. Speaking with impassioned conviction, "My esteemed colleagues need not further counsel me. All of this is merely to alleviate the locust plague. How could I, out of a selfish desire for power, jeopardize the lives of the common folk?" Xiao Jie chuckled coldly within. It was evident that Wang Chong's true intent was to eliminate him, yet he feigned such noble intentions. "How could I ignore the performance you wish me to partake in? I extend my gratitude on behalf of the populace, for if the plague is vanquished, the citizens of Daming should indeed be thankful for your profound righteousness." Xiao Jie's complexion turned ashen, yet he was acutely aware that he could no longer prevent the situation from deteriorating, and thus, in a fit of anger, he swept his sleeves and departed. "Withdraw! Withdraw! Why are you so impulsive, risking your life in a futile endeavor? In the imperial study." Xiao Jie knelt on the ground, bracing himself for the wrath of his father, Xiao Jie. However, Xiao Jie was undaunted by Xiao Jie's fury. His gaze remained composed as he addressed his father with an unusually calm tone. "Father, do you not perceive that this is a fortuitous opportunity to dismiss my grandfather? Once he is removed from office, the faction supporting the Wang family will be left without leadership, inevitably leading to fragmentation." Xiao Jie was well aware of what Xiao Jie articulated. It was a bitter sacrifice to topple Wang Chong at the expense of losing such a remarkable son. While there may be future opportunities to unseat Wang Chong, one does not possess another life. Is it truly worth sacrificing your own life to bring down your grandfather? Xiao Jie retorted coldly. Xiao Jie replied with a smile, "Father, I have never contemplated the notion of sacrificing my life. Since I dare to risk my life, I have already devised a strategy to combat the locust plague." Xiao Jie was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. "The locust plague is wreaking havoc. Are you certain you can manage it?" Xiao Jie retrieved a memorial from his sleeve and presented it to Xiao Jie. "Father, this is merely my proposal regarding the management of the locust plague. I request that you peruse it." With a face full of skepticism, Xiao Jie accepted the memorial. His curiosity piqued about what knowledge his son might possess that he himself did not comprehend. Xiao Jie opened the memorial from Xiao Jie, which was filled with an array of methods. At first glance, some seemed quite reasonable, but as he delved deeper, he found them increasingly bizarre, with several suggestions being utterly unheard of. The first method proposed lighting a fire at night and digging a pit beside it. The second suggested organizing groups of 50, with one person beating a drum while the others followed closely behind using brooms and shovels to drive the immobile young locusts into a ditch, where they would be buried under soil. The third method involved encircling the locust with a wide cloth, measuring 10 feet in width and 1 foot in thickness, attached at both ends to wooden poles inserted into the ground. When the locusts approached, the cloth would be dropped to trap them. The fourth method entailed searching the fields for small holes resembling beehives, excavating them with a spade to check for locust eggs, which, if found, would be incinerated with a large fire. The fifth method involved mixing oil and water and spraying it onto the branches and leaves of crops, while also grinding wood ash and lime into a fine powder to sprinkle over the grain, preventing the locusts from devouring the crops. The sixth method suggested using wooden poles and straw to create thick smoke, utilizing the noxious substances within the smoke to repel the locusts. The seventh method advised against the capture of small birds by the populace, encouraging the breeding of ducks instead. After perusing the memorial, Xiao Jie raised his gaze to his son, incredulous as he inquired, "Are you certain that these methods can eradicate the locust plague?" Xiao Jie shook his head, stating that the aforementioned methods could not eradicate the locust plague. However, if His Majesty were to publicize this memorial throughout the provinces, it would significantly mitigate the devastation inflicted by the locusts, and those regions untouched by the calamity could proactively implement preventive measures. Since a complete resolution of the locust crisis is unattainable, why do you insist on risking your life against your maternal grandfather? Xiao Jie's face turned ashen as he abruptly interrupted Xiao Jie, forcefully slamming the memorial down before him, clearly incensed. Xiao Jie picked up the discarded document and handed it back to Xiao Jie. "I possess knowledge of an alternative method that could entirely eradicate the locust plague. However, it is not suitable for inclusion in the memorial, and it is beyond my capability to execute alone. I implore Father to appoint me with full authority to address the locust issue. I assure you I can eliminate this blight for the great peace of Daning." Seeing Xiao Jie's unwavering conviction, Xiao Jie took the memorial back with a sense of curiosity, pondering if there existed an even more absurd solution than raising ducks to combat the locusts. He fixed his gaze intently on his son, demanding, "First, tell me what method instills such confidence in you to completely eradicate the locust plague." "Forgive me, Father, but I truly cannot disclose it at this moment," Xiao Jie replied, resolutely withholding the information, aware that the method was perilous and that Xiao Jie would never consent to it if revealed. Xiao Jie's voice rose in intensity, revealing his growing frustration. Not even to me? With gritted teeth, Xiao Jie remained steadfast in his silence. Forgive me, father, but I truly cannot speak of it now. The atmosphere in the imperial study seemed to freeze in that moment. Are you truly confident in your ability to eliminate the locust plague? Xiao Jie conceded, relinquishing his pursuit of further inquiries, yet he yearned to ascertain the degree of certainty that Xiao Jie possessed regarding the method he was so reluctant to disclose. Xiao Jie nodded affirmatively. Please trust me, father. I, too, cherish my life. Since I dare to contend with my maternal grandfather at the cost of my life, I must possess absolute confidence in my ability to quell the locust plague. Very well, the emperor replied. I shall soon issue an edict appointing you as an imperial envoy, tasked with the mission of eradicating the locust infestation in Jiang'an. Xiao Jie bowed deeply once more. I am grateful, your majesty. I shall not fail in this mission and will strive to completely eradicate the locust plague for the sake of Daning. However, a mysterious smile graced Xiao Jie's lips as he retrieved a document from his sleeve, presenting it with both hands to Xiao Jie. Father, this is a message from the Tao family that I am to convey to you. They have learned of the locust disaster affecting Jiaoyang and the 3 provinces, and they are deeply pained to witness the suffering of the people who have reaped nothing. They are willing to donate all the grain from their warehouses in the 3 provinces, totaling 120,000 stones. This document contains the locations of the warehouses and the status of the grain. Your Majesty only needs to instruct the local officials to collect it. Upon receiving the document, Xiao Jie could not suppress a look of joy. The extent and severity of the locust plague this time were unprecedented, and the challenge of exterminating the locust was compounded by the urgent need to assist the afflicted populace. A misstep could potentially incite civil unrest, jeopardizing the stability of Daning. The generous donation of over 120,000 stones of grain from the Tao family would sufficiently aid the vast majority of the disaster-stricken, alleviating an immediate crisis for both himself and the court. Such magnanimity from the Tao family in offering so much grain to the throne, what reward might they seek in return? Xiao Jie gazed contemplatively at Xiao Jie, his thoughts lingering on the reports from the Qilin Guard about Xiao Jie's dealings with the Tao family. He was aware that Xiao Jie was currently collaborating with Tao Lin from the Tao family to brew wine for profit. However, Xiao Jie paid little heed to this, considering that after Xiao Jie severed ties with the Wang family, he needed to find alternative means of income. As long as he did not contravene the laws of Daning or tarnish the reputation of the royal family, Xiao Jie felt indifferent. Yet now, the Tao family had surprisingly donated such a substantial quantity of grain to the court through Xiao Jie, prompting Xiao Jie to take a keen interest in the depth of his son's relationship with the Tao family. Xiao Jie shook his head and smiled, saying, the head of the Tao family, Tao Lu, informed me that their current wealth is entirely attributable to the benevolence of His Majesty, now that the court is facing difficulties. As subjects of His Majesty, they naturally ought to contribute, without daring to expect further grace. After all, the nature of their request was entirely different from that of a voluntary offering. He was the Son of Heaven, and only that which he chose to bestow could be accepted by others. What he chose not to give was beyond anyone's claim. The Qilin Guard, with their far-reaching influence, had naturally reported on the matters of the Tao family to Xiao Jie, who understood that the Tao family had tirelessly sought to restore their marquisate within the borders over the years. I do not favor the favors of others. The Tao family's donation of over 1 million shur of grain has alleviated the court's urgent needs and counts as a significant contribution to disaster relief. I have always believed in repaying kindness and rewarding merit, since Tao Gong had merely shared a friendship with Prince Zheng and did not partake in his rebellion. The stripping of the Tao family's title was somewhat unjust. Therefore, I shall decree the reinstatement of Tao Lu as marquis within the borders. Xiao Jie bowed again, expressing, I thank His Majesty on behalf of the Tao family for your grace. Xiao Jie, however, returned the list in his hand to Xiao Jie, saying, since I entrust you with the full responsibility of extinguishing the locust disaster, I shall likewise confer upon you the task of disaster relief. Do not disappoint my expectations. Upon receiving the list, Xiao Jie understood that this was also a favor bestowed upon him by Xiao Jie. At present, the court possessed ample provisions, and providing aid in times of disaster was a splendid opportunity to enhance his reputation among the common folk and scholars alike, thereby augmenting his political capital in the pursuit of succession. Yet, Xiao Jie was not content. He yearned to accomplish another grand undertaking. Father, should I succeed in completely eradicating the locust plague, I humbly request a favor from you. Xiao Jie's eyes narrowed slightly. Intrigued by the prospect of his son making a request for a favor. "What is it that you seek?" he inquired with interest. Xiao Jie raised his gaze to meet Xiao Jie's and articulated with determination, "I wish to conquer Jiaoji." Note: Jiaoji refers to the northern region of Vietnam, specifically the Red River Delta. Since ancient times, as you may know, it has been under the dominion of the Central Plains dynasties, beginning with Emperor Wu of Han, who vanquished the Nanyue Kingdom. However, whenever turmoil arose in the Central Plains, the local populace would rebel, and stability would lead to reclamation. During the Ming Dynasty, it achieved complete independence. Is it not reasonable to consider this as the inaugural battle in my quest for succession? Chapter 75. The Tao Family's Loyalty. Jiaoji? Xiao Jie could not help but furrow his brow, feeling perplexed. Located at the southernmost tip of the Ming Dynasty, Jiaoji was predominantly inhabited by the Vietnamese, with scarcely any Han people, thus fostering a persistent sense of detachment and lack of recognition towards the Central Plains dynasty. The Central Plains dynasty displayed a lack of regard for Jiaoji, viewing it as a realm beyond their civilization. The officials dispatched by the court to govern Jiaoji, although of Han descent, were often those who had fallen from grace and were relegated to exile. They either neglected local affairs or, conversely, enforced harsh laws, exploiting the populace with heavy taxation. Consequently, throughout the ages, Jiaoji was plagued by recurrent uprisings, with the local populace frequently yearning to sever ties with the Central Plains dynasty. The recent locust plague that first struck Ling and provided the local aristocracy in Jiaoji an opportunity to exploit the resentment of the Vietnamese people towards the Han officials. They incited the locals to assault the government, slaying Han administrators, and rising against the rule of Dai Ning. Ultimately, they proclaimed a descendant of the former Jiaoji royal family, Nguyen Nam, as emperor, declaring him the emperor of Dai Viet, and announcing Jiaoji's secession from Dai Ning's governance. Historically, Jiaoji had oscillated between submission and rebellion, a pattern that had become commonplace for the civil and military officials. Some even petitioned Xiao Jie, asserting that Jiaoji was a savage and desolate land, akin to a chicken rib, unpalatable yet regrettable to discard. They argued that rather than expending vast resources annually to maintain control over Jiaoji, it would be more prudent to acknowledge its independence, requiring it to abandon the imperial title and pay tribute to Dai Ning, which would be a favorable resolution. Xiao Jie, however, promptly rejected this proposal, fearing that should he lose territory during his reign, he would have no face to present to the ancestors of Dai Ning after his demise, nor would he wish to be judged unfavorably by future historians. Yet, he could not have anticipated that, even before the locust plague had subsided, his own son would fervently volunteer to lead an expedition against Jiaoji. "Your Majesty, there is something you may not be aware of. I have already commanded General Li Rue of Jiaozhou to mobilize troops, and as soon as the locust disaster abates, he will promptly lead an assault into Jiaoji. How could mere rebellious bandits hope to withstand the might of our great Ning's forces?" Xiao Jie is certainly aware of Xiao Jie's arrangements. He even foresees the unfolding events. Following Li Rue's entry into Jiaoji, he advances with great momentum, encountering scarcely any effective resistance. This leads Li Rue to underestimate his foes, disregarding the rebel forces entirely. And in his hubris, he unwittingly falls into the enemy's trap, plunging headlong into the ambush set by the Jiaoji rebels. This results in the complete annihilation of the great Ning soldiers, with Li Rue perishing amidst the chaos. Seizing this opportunity, the Jiaoji rebels retaliate fiercely, breaching into the Guangxi region, wreaking havoc in Guilin, Xiong, and Yulin, slaughtering Han officials and civilians alike, causing a stir throughout the court and the populace. Ultimately, it is a prince who volunteers to lead 30,000 troops into Jiaozhou. Not only does he successfully reclaim Guangxi, but he also launches a counteroffensive into Jiaoji, capturing the false Emperor Nguyen Nam and a host of rebellious Vietnamese nobles, bringing them back to Luoyang for execution, thereby quelling the Jiaoji insurrection once and for all. Indeed, that prince is none other than Prince Qin, Xiao Huang. Having foreseen the events that will transpire, Xiao Jie is determined to seize the honor that rightly belongs to Xiao Huang. "Your Majesty, based on my understanding, General Li Rue may be somewhat arrogant and dismissive of the threat posed by the rebels, and I fear he may easily fall into the Vietnamese's trap." Xiao Jie, however, cannot overtly display his foresight and can only subtly caution Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie shakes his head and smiles, saying, "Your Highness need not worry. Li Rue is a seasoned general, well-versed in the art of war. He can handle the trifling Jiaoji rebels." Xiao Jie could only offer this reminder. Any further insistence might verge on impoliteness. Naturally, the son trusts in the capabilities of General Li. Yet he speaks of contingencies, should he eradicate the locust plague while the turmoil in Xiao Jie remains unresolved. He humbly requests his father's permission to assist General Li in quelling the rebellion. Xiao Jie, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Jie, I understand your eagerness to contribute to the nation. However, both Ling'an and Jiaozhi are regions fraught with miasma. Why must you venture there to restore order? If you were to contract some illness, how would I explain it to your mother?" After a brief contemplation, Xiao Jie ultimately devised a suitable justification. "I dare not conceal from father. Recently, I dispatched Sima Yiqiu from the Qingzhou General's office to Danyang to recruit some troops, intending to take them to Jiaozhi for training and to test their mettle. Lest I invest heavily in mere showpieces, I beseech your approval." Xiao Jie erupted in laughter, nodding in agreement. "Ah, I see. In that case, I grant you permission. But you must coordinate your actions with General Li Rui's forces and refrain from acting independently to avoid unforeseen mishaps." The Ministry of War had also reported to Xiao Jie about Xiao Jie's request for military recruitment documents. However, Xiao Jie paid little heed to it. As the Grand General of Qingzhou, Xiao Jie was entitled to possess no more than 2,000 personal troops, and thus, Xiao Jie had no intention of intervening. His sole curiosity lay in why Xiao Jie chose to recruit soldiers in Danyang, 1,000 miles from Luoyang. Xiao Jie, in his heart, lamented that by the time he vanquished the locusts, the grass upon Li Rui's grave would likely be sprouting. Upon the arrival of Tao, Xiao Jie was not the least surprised. Although the imperial decree formally bestowing the title of Marquis of Guanyi upon Tao had yet to be issued, it was evident that as long as the Tao family contributed the substantial amount of over 100,000 stones of grain, the noble title was virtually assured. The notion that he could assist the Tao family in reclaiming their title was not lost on them. Even the most daft among them could discern with whom their future allegiances ought to lie. Xiao Jie was the sole prince to extend a gesture of goodwill towards the Tao family, offering an olive branch, yet they remained hesitant, reluctant to fully commit to his side. However, at this moment, Xiao Jie had genuinely astonished them. They were left bewildered as to how he had foreseen the impending locust plague in Jiangnan, prompting them to procure a significant stockpile of grain in advance to present to the court in exchange for the marquisate. Tao could only conclude that this Prince Qi was no ordinary man. He was likely destined for greatness, under divine protection. Tao now lamented his earlier short-sightedness in failing to align with Prince Qi sooner, hoping that it was not yet too late. Chapter 76. The Eve of Departure finally. The sound of Xiao Jie's hearty laughter resonated from outside the reception hall. Upon hearing the laughter, Tao felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. It seemed that Prince Qi bore no ill will towards the Tao family, which made everything else more manageable. "I have the honor of meeting His Highness, Prince Qi," Tao stated, adopting a notably humble demeanor. Xiao Jie, however, smiled with a hint of amusement, remarking, "It appears, Master Tao, that you need not refer to yourself as a mere commoner any longer." "Your Highness, do you mean?" Tao Lu's breath momentarily caught in his throat. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this, there remained a lingering unease until the matter was formally settled. However, hearing it directly from Prince Xiao Jie made all the difference. Xiao Jie smiled faintly and nodded. "Today, my father personally informed me that your Tao family has generously donated over 100,000 stones of grain, alleviating the court's urgent plight. This indeed constitutes a significant contribution to disaster relief. In the past, your ancestor, Tao Gong, merely had some acquaintance with King Zheng and did not partake in his rebellion. Thus, the stripping of the Tao family's title was somewhat unjust. My father will soon restore Tao Lu's title as Marquis of Guanyi, and the decree should be issued within the next few days." The elderly man expressed on behalf of the entire Tao family, as well as their ancestors, profound gratitude to Prince Xiao. "From this day forth, your Highness shall be our benefactor. The Tao family is willing to serve you diligently to repay your kindness." Xiao Jie smiled lightly. His meticulous planning had awaited this very affirmation from Tao Lu. With the financial strength of the Tao family backing him, many of his endeavors would flow seamlessly. "I hereby make a solemn vow, as long as the Tao family is willing to assist me in achieving great things, I shall ensure that they are never wronged. The Tao family will not merely enjoy today's wealth. Master Tao shall not stop at the title of Marquis of Guanyi." Tao Lu was elated and once again bowed in gratitude to Xiao Jie, just as Xiao Jie had seen off Tao Lu. A servant arrived to announce that the imperial censor Lu Yun was requesting an audience. Xiao Jie instructed the servant to escort Lu Yun directly to his study. Lu Yun was filled with excitement on his journey, yet a tinge of apprehension lingered within him. It was not his own desire that led him to seek an audience with Xiao Jie. Rather, it was the unexpected summons he received from Xiao Jie during the court's dismissal, requesting him to visit the Prince of Qi's residence that afternoon. Lu Yun had long been puzzled by a particular matter, despite the evident disdain that the Grand Minister of Justice, Su Jingming, held for him. He had nonetheless advocated for Lu Yun's promotion to the position of imperial secretary. Subsequently, he had caught wind of rumors suggesting that this recommendation was indeed the Prince of Qi's intention. Lu Yun had been contemplating ways to forge a connection with the prince. Yet he had never anticipated that Xiao Jie would take the initiative to seek him out and extend an invitation for a visit. Thus, his excitement was accompanied by a sense of nervousness as he pondered the reason behind Xiao Jie's summons. Your humble servant, Lu Yun, pays his respects to His Highness, the Prince of Qi. Upon entering the study, Lu Yun immediately bowed his head in reverence. Xiao Jie offered a slight smile, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Lu Yuan, sure, please rise." Lu Yun stood, hands at his sides, bowing respectfully, unable to lift his gaze to meet Xiao Jie's. However, Xiao Jie retrieved a memorial from his drawer and handed it to Lu Yun, stating, "First, take a look at this." With both hands, Lu Yun received the memorial with the utmost respect, only to be struck with terror as he opened it, nearly losing his grip. It was a memorial accusing Xiao Jie of abusing his military power, of being timid in the face of the enemy. "Your Highness, this is..." Lu Yun glanced at Xiao Jie, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Jie shook his head and chuckled. "There is no need to be so anxious, Lu Yuan, sure. This memorial is one I have pinned myself." Caught off guard, Lu Yun found himself at a loss. What kind of game was the prince playing? Surely, it was absurd for one to denounce oneself. In a panic, he quickly knelt to the ground, exclaiming, "I dare not, Your Highness." Xiao Jie offered a faint smile. "It is I who has summoned you to impeach. What is there for you to fear?" Lu Yun hesitated, yet Xiao Jie, with a cold smile that carried a hint of menace, continued, "Lu Yushur, you must be aware of how you attained the position of Jishu Shur Yushur. Just as I elevated you from Shur Yushur to Jishu Shur Yushur, I possess the power to strip you of your title entirely, even expelling you from the Yushur Tai, rendering you incapable of holding any official position." With such words laid bare, Lu Yun dared not refuse any longer. Merely expressing his reluctance, "I am willing to serve Your Highness, but I am uncertain when I should proceed with the impeachment." The frostiness vanished from Xiao Jie's countenance as he stepped forward to assist Lu Yun, smiling. "Whenever the court begins to murmur about me, you shall take the lead in my impeachment." Lu Yun pondered for a moment before vigorously nodding in agreement. Xiao Jie patted his shoulder, employing the traditional skill of the Chinese people to paint a grand vision, saying, "Rest assured, once the deed is accomplished, I shall not treat you unfairly." Lu Yun's eyes brightened, and he bowed once more, declaring, "I am deeply grateful to Your Highness. I am willing to devote my life and soul to your cause." After dispatching Lu Yun, Xiao Jie promptly took up his brush and penned a letter to Yichio, who was still training troops in Danong, instructing him to immediately lead his contingent of 1,500 troops to Jingzhou and await his arrival. He also requested that they discreetly seek out individuals afflicted with smallpox. Once the ink had dried, Xiao Jie summoned a servant to bring forth a carrier pigeon. He secured the letter within a small metal tube, affixed it to the pigeon's leg, and released it into the sky. The pigeon flapped its wings a few times before soaring southward. Having completed all his tasks, the sky had begun to darken. Xiao Jie contemplated his impending journey southward the next day, uncertain of how to broach the subject with Su Yao. "I have news to share with you," they both exclaimed in unison, momentarily taken aback. "My husband, please, you go first," Su Yao smiled. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jie solemnly said, "Yaoer, you are aware of the locust plague devastating Jiaozhou, Yangzhou, and Jingzhou, correct?" Su Yao nodded. The severity of the plague had stirred considerable commotion throughout Luoyang. Yet, she could not fathom why her husband felt compelled to share this with her. Suddenly, a look of disbelief crossed Su Yao's face as realization dawned upon her. Noticing her reaction, Xiao Jie nodded. "Father has appointed me as a special envoy tasked with combating the locust disaster in Jiang'an." He refrained from disclosing that he had volunteered for this mission. Su Yao's expression turned bittersweet, yet she forced a smile, saying, "As a prince, it is only natural for you to alleviate the emperor's burdens. You need not worry. I shall manage the affairs of the manor and ensure you remain undistracted." Sensing her sorrow, Xiao Jie could not help but embrace her, then inquired, "And you? What news do you wish to share with me?" "My husband, I am with child." Chapter 77. Secrets revealed. Minister Wang, Xiao Jie had departed Luoyang early this morning. setting his course for Xiangyang. Within the Wang manor, a soldier clad in the attire of the Golden Guard knelt before Wang Chong, delivering a report. Wang Chongduan raised the teacup in his hand, delicately blowing on it before leisurely sipping a few mouthfuls. With a slight nod, he remarked, "Ah, I understand now. You may go to the treasury to receive your reward." The messenger from the Imperial Guard, overflowing with gratitude, withdrew. Meanwhile, Qin Chi, a scribe from the Central Secretariat, approached with both hands presenting a memorial, saying, "Minister Wang, this is a memorial dispatched by the Emperor to the Central Secretariat yesterday. It details the proposal by Xiao Jie on how to combat the locust plague, and the Emperor wishes us to draft an edict to publish it to the realm." Though Wang Chong was no longer officially the Chancellor, anyone who encountered him still referred to him respectfully as Minister Wang. After all, many of his loyal supporters remained within the court, and even from the confines of his residence, he could remain well informed about the political landscape, as there were always individuals ready to relay various news to him. Upon hearing that it was Xiao Jie's memorial concerning the eradication of the locust plague, Wang Chong felt a surge of interest. He set down his teacup and took the memorial from Qin Chi's hands, perusing its contents with care. The memorial was filled with 7 proposals. At first glance, Wang Chong found the suggestions to be somewhat conventional, merely reiterating old methods such as igniting fires and exterminating the pests. Though somewhat effective, these approaches seemed to him a mere fantasy for completely vanquishing the locusts. However, as he delved deeper into the latter sections, he was increasingly astonished. The final few methods were truly unprecedented. To his surprise, his grandson exhibited a remarkable understanding of the intricate techniques for managing locust infestations. Wang Chong closed the memorial, his tone betraying neither sentiment nor mockery. In his view, the multifaceted strategies proposed might indeed hold the potential to eradicate the locust plague. Qin Chi's tone was tinged with anxiety, which was the primary reason for his early visit to Wang Chong. Should Xiao Jie's methods truly prove effective, leading to the cessation of the locust plague, Wang Chong would no longer harbor the possibility of reinstatement. The Wang faction, upon losing this pivotal figure in the court, would inevitably face disintegration. However, Wang Chong leisurely raised his teacup, savoring a sip before responding slowly. Even if these methods are indeed effective, one must remember that outcomes depend on human effort. Regardless of how commendable the approach, if local officials fail to execute it properly, how can one extinguish the locust plague? In that moment, Qin Chi grasped the underlying implication of Wang Chong's words. The Wang faction wielded considerable influence at the local level, and if they were to feign compliance while undermining the efforts, then even Xiao Jie, with his extraordinary capabilities, would be powerless against the calamity. A sinister smile crept across Qin Chi's face as he replied, "Minister Wang, I understand your intent. I shall dispatch orders immediately. My colleagues in the localities will comprehend your message and know what actions to undertake." Wang Chong nodded gently, stroking his beard as he cautioned, "Remember, send someone trustworthy to convey the message in person. Do not leave a written record that could serve as evidence against us." Qin Chi assented and hurriedly took his leave. Once Qin Chi departed, Wang Chong promptly took up his brush and penned a letter to his nephew, Wang Dan, the governor of Jingzhou, informing him of Xiao Jie's appointment as a court envoy to the southern regions to address the locust crisis. He expressed his confidence that his nephew would know how to adequately host Xiao Jie, should Xiao Jie choose to immerse himself in Jingzhou. Under the governance of the Wang family, he should not expect any leniency from his maternal grandfather. Everything that transpired was self-inflicted by Xiao Jie. Severing ties with the Wang family was one thing, but assisting Xiao Jie in confronting them would inevitably compel him to pay a most excruciating price. The grand vessel set sail slowly, heading southward. Standing at the stern, Xiao Jie watched as the dock gradually receded, shrinking into a mere black dot until it vanished entirely from his sight. Xiao Jie was not a fool. The Tao family, with its multitude of male heirs, had intentionally dispatched only Tao Han, a woman, to aid him. He understood their intentions clearly, to create an opportunity for solitude between himself and Tao Han, fostering feelings over time, thereby facilitating her seamless entry into the Qi royal household. This would allow the Tao family to forge a deeper connection with him through marriage. As a time traveler from a future era, although he harbored a disdain for political unions, he recognized the necessity of acceptance. Only by marrying Tao Han and becoming the Tao family's son-in-law could he ensure their unwavering allegiance and support. He was acutely aware that such a political marriage was profoundly unfair to Tao Han, yet he could not afford to relent, for should he refrain from marrying her, the narrative suggested that she might end up with Xiao Huang, thus jeopardizing the Tao family's stance. He would not permit such an eventuality to occur. The sweetness of a coerced fruit was inconsequential to Xiao Jie. What mattered was that this political alliance would serve his ambitions in the struggle for succession. After all, Xiao Huang was no paragon of virtue, a man prone to fleeting affections and shallow liaisons. Cao Han's happiness with him was dubious at best. He resolved to treat her with kindness thereafter. However, this is certainly not an opportune moment. The esteemed consort Suya has just conceived. Should I take a concubine now? Even if Suya remained silent, how would the Su family perceive me? How would my father, the emperor, regard me? What would the ministers of the court think? How would the world judge me? Once branded with the stigma of moral corruption, my aspirations for the throne would be irrevocably dashed. I find myself in need of solitude to contemplate my next course of action. Instead of focusing on Jiaozhou and Yangzhou, I am drawn to Jingzhou under the jurisdiction of Governor Wang Dan. Naturally, I harbor ulterior motives, aware that Wang Dan will undoubtedly devise means to undermine me. I intend to seize this opportunity to counteract his influence and diminish the power of his faction in Jingzhou, while I ponder strategies against Wang Dan in my cabin. In another cabin, Cao Han quietly gazes in my direction. The night before departing from Luoyang, my grandfather and father summoned me for a candid discussion. They openly conveyed that my assignment to the south ostensibly aims to assist Prince Qi, Xiao Jie, in managing the transportation of over 1 million measures of grain. Yet, the true intention of the Tao family is for me to cultivate my relationship with Prince Qi during this endeavor, preparing for a future formal union with the Qi royal household. At this moment, my heart is tumultuous. I do not harbor animosity towards Xiao Jie. In fact, I find certain aspects of him quite admirable, though I cannot discern whether this admiration borders on affection. I am acutely aware of my role as a pawn in a political marriage. Yet she also comprehended that matters of marriage were not entirely within her control. Several of her cousins had wed the sons of other merchants, their aim being to strengthen the ties between the Tao family and other clans. In contrast, the prospect of becoming a concubine to a prince was already a source of envy among the women of the Tao family. Cao Han did not harbor any aversion to marrying Xiao Jie, however. She fervently wished that his intentions were born from genuine affection rather than a mere strategy to ally with the Tao family. Such a thought would render her feeling akin to a mere commodity, rather than a living, breathing individual. Your Highness Qi Huang, what truly lies within your heart? Cao Han mused, gazing towards the direction of Xiao Jie's cabin, gently biting her lip in contemplation. Chapter 78. Who was embarrassed as evening descended? Xiao Jie's vessel finally docked at Xiangyang, yet the wharf was sparsely populated with a few anxious officials awaiting his arrival. Not only had the governor of Jingzhou, Wang Dan, failed to appear, but neither had any of the officials from the governor's office. The prefect and the chief clerk of Nanjun were likewise absent. And even the county magistrate of Xiangyang had not come to receive him. The highest-ranking individual present was merely a minor county deputy, accompanied by a collection of insignificant officials. A cold smile crept upon Xiao Jie's lips. Since entering the realm of Jingzhou, he had grown accustomed to such treatment. Despite being an imperial envoy, he was met with indifference, as if even the dogs would not acknowledge his presence. Upon his arrival in Xiangyang, it was expected that Wang Dan, as the inspector of Jingzhou, would lead the local officials to the wharf to greet him. However, to his surprise, he was only met by an 8th-rank county magistrate accompanied by a group of lesser officials, clearly intended to undermine him and place him in an awkward position. As Xiao Jie disembarked, the county magistrate approached with a troubled expression and bowed, stating, "I am Zhao Feng, the county magistrate of Xiangyang, humbly welcoming your highness, Prince Qi." The small officials behind Zhao Feng also bowed in a scattered manner, echoing his greeting. Feigning ignorance, Xiao Jie smiled and remarked, "Why is my uncle not here? It has been many years, and I have missed him dearly." Zhao Feng stammered an excuse that even he found hard to believe, lowering his head further in fear of Xiao Jie's wrath. Seemingly unperturbed by Zhao Feng's words, Xiao Jie merely chuckled. "It is entirely understandable that my uncle, being unwell, could not come to the wharf to receive me. Let him rest and recuperate." Just as Zhao Feng thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was met with Xiao Jie's second inquiry, "And what of the other officials in Xiangyang? Surely, the governor of Nanjun and the magistrate of Xiangyang have not also succumbed to illness, have they?" Closing his eyes, Zhao Feng braced himself for the impending fury of Prince Qi. To his astonishment, however, Xiao Jie did not express anger. Instead, he nodded gently and said, "If they are all unwell, let them rest and strive for a swift recovery." Zhao Feng lifted his gaze to Xiao Jie, his expression one of disbelief. Could it be that the king of Qi is so easily deceived, believing such a feeble excuse? Surely, Jingzhou is not afflicted by a plague. It is improbable for an entire provincial governor to fall ill. Xiao Jie smiled faintly and continued, "Please Please convey to them that since they are unwell, they should take their rest. I am capable of managing the locust disaster on my own." Xiao Huang was once again taken aback. What did this mean? Was the king of Qi intending to tackle the locust plague single-handedly, without the assistance of local officials? What a farce. If the local authorities do not cooperate, how could the king of Qi possibly address the calamity? However, as a mere minor official, he dared not voice his doubts and could only force a smile, saying, "Your Highness, it grows late. Allow me to escort you to the post station in the city for your rest." Xiao Jie shook his head and replied, "There is no need. I shall not stay at the post station." Xiao Huang was momentarily stunned. If the king of Qi did not reside at the post station, where else could he possibly stay? He had heard that this was the king of Qi's first visit to Xiangyang and had not heard of him owning a residence in the city. Yet, Xiao Jie gazed ahead with a serene smile, saying, "My escort has arrived." Amid Zhao Feng's confusion, a sudden commotion erupted at the dock, where a formidable army was seen rushing toward them. Zhao Feng's expression changed drastically. How could he be unaware of troop movements in Xiangyang? Observing the soldiers clad in heavy armor and equipped with weapons, he concluded they could not possibly be the provincial troops of Jingzhou. The local garrison could not boast such fine equipment. The army reached the dock and came to an abrupt halt, their ranks remaining impeccably organized, which only served to astonish those who witnessed it. The leader, adorned in the attire of a general, suddenly clasped his fists in salute towards Xiao Jie and declared with a resonant voice, "I am Yu Qiu, Sima of the Qingzhou governor's office, leading 1,000 Qizhou troops to pay respects to His Highness, the King of Qi." The 1,000 Qizhou soldiers behind Yu Qiu promptly mirrored the salute, their unified actions resounding like thunder across the heavens. Xiao Feng and the other officials were momentarily rendered speechless. Such an elite force was, astonishingly, the personal retinue of the King of Qi. Xiao Jie, pleased with the display, recognized Yu Qiu as a man of remarkable caliber, having swiftly molded the Qizhou troops into the embodiment of his vision. Stepping forward, he gently placed a hand on Yu Qiu's shoulder and uttered softly, "You have done exceedingly well." Yu Qiu nodded earnestly, a wave of emotion surging within him. The acknowledgement from Xiao Jie rendered his efforts worthwhile. All 1,000 Qizhou soldiers gazed intently at Xiao Jie, an indescribable excitement swelling within them. Today, they finally beheld their living king of Qi. Unbeknownst to Xiao Jie, Yu Qiu had adorned the camp with numerous portraits of him, tirelessly informing each soldier daily that this was their king, the one who had purchased 100 acres of land for their families, who had paid their taxes and levies, who provided them with 5 strings of silver each month, and who ensured they had meat in their meals thrice daily. Through this constant reinforcement, despite never having set eyes on Xiao Jie before, the soldiers had already come to revere him as a deity. Now, encountering him in person, how could they not be stirred? Had it not been for the strict discipline of the Qingzhou troops, they might have been unable to contain their exuberance. Xiao Jie's gaze traversed the faces of each soldier, his heart brimming with emotion and excitement. These were his elite troops, fighting solely for him. "You all are remarkable." The most sincere praise often manifests in its most unembellished and mundane form. "Thank you, Prince Xie." The unified shout reverberated through the heavens once more. At this moment, Tao Han also disembarked. For the past few days, she had donned male attire for convenience. Approaching Xiao Jie, she softly inquired, "Your Highness, if you prefer not to stay at the relay station, my Tao family has a residence in Xiangyang that is quite spacious and clean. Perhaps you could stay there instead." Xiao Jie shook his head, responding, "Young Master Tao, I must attend to matters at the military camp and will not be entering Xiangyang City for the next few days. Once I conclude my affairs, I shall certainly come to find you in Xiangyang." Tao Han felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't Xiao Jie in Jiang'an to address the locust plague? How could he manage such a widespread calamity without even entering the city? Yet, she refrained from probing further and merely nodded. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she instinctively wanted to decline. But upon noticing Xiao Jie's gaze drifting past her to the officials peering curiously from behind her, he softly remarked, "The people of Xiangyang City are not on my side. I worry they may cause you trouble." It was then that Tao Han grasped Xiao Jie's intention, ceasing to refuse his kindness. A wave of warmth surged within her, touched by his concern for her safety, accompanied by a hint of sweetness. Xiao Jie had no time to ponder the thoughts of Tao Han's young daughter. Aside from leaving several dozen guards from the Qingzhou army to protect her, he was surrounded by his men as they departed the dock, heading towards the military camp, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals, including Xiao Feng. Chapter 79. Cowpox treats Locust. The Drunken Fragrance Pavilion is the largest brothel in Xiangyang City, a place where numerous dignitaries and literary figures flock, indulging in its allure. Each nightfall, the pavilion bursts into a spectacle of vibrant lights and joyous melodies, a scene of unparalleled revelry. However, this night, the drunken fragrance pavilion was unusually quiet. It did not welcome guests as it typically would. Instead, its doors were firmly shut, guarded by a line of burly men who blocked entry, leaving no room for others to approach. Yet, it was evident that the interior was ablaze with light, and the sounds of laughter and song echoed within, indicating that guests were indeed being received. Some patrons, driven by desire, approached only to be met with a cold warning from the usually amiable matron, who sternly advised them not to take another step if they wished to remain in good standing within Jingzhou. Thus, the disappointed guests retreated reluctantly. Inside a private chamber on the third floor of the pavilion, the prefect of Jingzhou, Wang Dan, the governor of Nanjun, Li Jin, and the county magistrate of Xiangyang, Qian Ku, were all ensconced in the warmth of tender companionship, exchanging cups and laughter in high spirits, showing no signs of illness or malaise. The thought of their merriment within Xiangyang while Xiao Jie, as a special envoy, stood alone at the dock, only heightened Wang Dan's sense of satisfaction. At that moment, a robust man escorted Xiao Feng into the private chamber. Xiao Feng kept his head lowered, unable to gaze upon the enchanting figures scattered throughout the room, and even less inclined to meet the mesmerizing eyes of the officials within the private chamber. Any one of these dignitaries was someone he could not afford to offend. As a mere county vice magistrate, he lacked the audacity to look around indiscriminately. Wang Dan, recognizing Xiao Feng as the county vice magistrate dispatched to the dock to welcome Xiao Jie, could not help but ask with a sidelong glance, "So, did Prince Qi give you a beating?" Prior to assuming his post in Jingzhou, Wang Dan had served in the capital and had formed an impression of Xiao Jie as arrogant, imperious, and notoriously cruel. He believed that such humiliation would compel Xiao Jie to vent his wrath upon this subordinate, allowing Wang Dan the opportunity to incite a political backlash against him in the entire bureaucratic sphere of Jingzhou. Yet, upon closer inspection, Wang Dan noticed that Xiao Feng bore no signs of injury, prompting him to frown in contemplation. Could it be that Xiao Jie had indeed changed his ways, as his uncle had suggested? Had he truly condescended to reside in an inn of such modest accommodations? Wang Dan continued to question Xiao Feng, as his recollection of Xiao Jie was one of lavishness and indulgence, leading him to believe that it was inconceivable for him to spend the night in a simple inn. Xiao Feng shook his head, and a knowing smile crept onto Wang Dan's face. This aligned perfectly with Xiao Jie's character. However, Xiao Feng's next utterance abruptly froze the smile on Wang Dan's face. Indeed, a force of over 1,000 troops had recently arrived outside Xiangyang, and Wang Dan had dispatched men to investigate. They had claimed to be soldiers of the Grand Governor's office from Qizhou, bearing documents from the Ministry of War. At that time, Wang Dan had chosen not to probe further, but now it dawned on him that these were Xiao Jie's personal retinue. Having arrived in advance to await his arrival in Xiangyang, did Xiao Jie mention how the local government in Jingzhou should assist him in combating the locust plague? Wang Dan posed a question that resonated with the concerns of the entire Jingzhou officialdom. Xiao Feng shook his head and replied, "His Highness, the Prince of Qi, wishes for me to convey to all the officials that since everyone is unwell, it would be best for all to rest. He is capable of handling the locust disaster on his own." Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, the officials in the elegant room ceased their revelry and turned their gazes toward him in unison. Under the weight of so many scrutinizing eyes, Xiao Feng felt a flicker of trepidation but nodded affirmatively, stating, "This is the prince's exact wording." The officials exchanged glances, each bearing a countenance of incredulity. What did this mean? The Prince of Qi intended to tackle the overwhelming locust plague without their assistance, relying solely on his own capabilities? Wang Dan inwardly scoffed, surmising that Xiao Jie believed the court's issuance of 7 edicts for locust extermination would grant him peace of mind. Little did he realize that success in such matters hinges on human endeavor. If the entire Jingzhou officialdom merely feigned engagement in combating the locusts, the disaster would only intensify. Esteemed colleagues, since the imperial envoy has declared that he can manage the locust plague himself, why should we fret over this matter? Let us indulge in our own feasting, drinking, and merriment tonight. I, Wang Dan, shall cover all expenses. In an instant, the room erupted with cheers, and the officials raised their glasses in salute to Wang Dan, reveling with their companions in joyous abandon. In the midst of a cacophony, Xiao Feng quietly withdrew from the elegant chamber, aware that his presence would only dampen the spirits of the esteemed officials. "Your Highness, we have discreetly procured several patients afflicted with smallpox as per your instructions and have confined them alongside a dozen cows in the front encampment," Yi Qiuyo informed Xiao Jie, gesturing towards a few solitary tents within the Qizhou barracks. Xiao Jie nodded, his expression shifting to one of concern as he inquired. None of our soldiers have inadvertently contracted smallpox, have they? In the era that Xiao Jie hailed from, smallpox had been eradicated, however, for the people of this time. It was a highly contagious virus with a devastating mortality rate. Even those who survived often bore the scars of the disease, which bestowed upon it the name smallpox, were it not for the necessity to combat the locusts. Xiao Jie would have preferred that his carefully recruited and trained soldiers remain untouched by this perilous affliction. Yiqiu shook his head, reassuringly replying, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I have meticulously adhered to your directives. Our soldiers, when in contact with the smallpox patients, have covered their mouths and noses with cloth soaked in strong liquor and wrapped their hands accordingly. Following their exposure, we incinerated all contaminated garments, ensuring that none of our troops have contracted the disease." Reflecting on the matter, Yiqiu felt a twinge of sentiment. Previously, he found it difficult to comprehend why Xiao Jie would extend such generous treatment to his troops. It was not until he observed these soldiers training with remarkable diligence, executing commands without hesitation, and even confronting the terrifying smallpox patients without a flicker of fear, that he realized these warriors had already resigned their lives to Xiao Jie, living solely for the Prince of Qi. However, Yiqiu remained perplexed. Was not His Highness the Prince of Qi in Jiang to quell the locust plague? Why then did he seek out these dreadfully afflicted smallpox patients and confine them with cattle? Upon hearing that none of his soldiers had contracted smallpox, Xiao Jie breathed a sigh of relief, for smallpox is notoriously contagious and deadly, and in this era, no effective treatments exist. Should a large-scale outbreak of this plague occur, the consequences would be far more dire than the locust disaster. His willingness to risk seeking out smallpox patients stemmed from his understanding that the swiftest means to eradicate the locust plague was through biological warfare. In his previous life, Xiao Jie had encountered various time travel novels that suggested consuming locusts could effectively eliminate the plague, as locusts are a high-protein insect, delicious when roasted to a crisp. Yet, in reality, this method is exceedingly unreliable. Firstly, the reason locusts become a scourge is that they cannot be thoroughly captured by artificial means. If they cannot be caught, how could they possibly be consumed? Secondly, the locusts responsible for the plague are not fit for consumption, as they secrete cyanide in their gregarious state, which decomposes into hydrogen cyanide, a highly toxic substance. Since even the most effective method of consuming resources to eliminate invasive species among the Huaxia people has proven futile, Xiao Jie is compelled to resort to the most perilous yet potent technique of using variolae to combat locusts. During the Ming Dynasty, a method was employed in Hubei where punctured locusts were inoculated with variolae fluid, subsequently releasing them to facilitate contagion, resulting in mass mortality among the locusts and swiftly quelling the disaster. However, aside from confirming that it is not acne, Xiao Jie remains uncertain about the specific variolae virus utilized by people of that era. Chickenpox is undoubtedly unsuitable due to its high contagion rate, and the lack of effective treatment in this period poses a significant risk of widespread outbreak. After much contemplation, Xiao Jie ultimately resolves to utilize cowpox. For while it too is highly infectious, an individual infected with the cowpox virus experiences only mild discomfort and recovers swiftly, gaining lifelong immunity to cowpox. Even if some individuals were to contract cowpox during the locust eradication efforts, Xiao Jie believes they would express gratitude. For those who have endured cowpox are forever spared from smallpox. The method to induce cowpox in cattle involves exposing them to the smallpox virus. Thus, Xiao Jie discreetly instructs Yiqiu to bring a few smallpox patients and confine them with the cattle. After several days, it is anticipated that at least some of the cows should have contracted cowpox. Xiao Jie commands the soldiers to bring forth the several cows before him, preparing to crouch down and inspect their lower abdomens. Yet, Yiqiu seizes Xiao Jie's arm, cautioning, "Your Highness, these cows have been in close proximity to smallpox patients for several days. They may have contracted the disease themselves. Your esteemed person is invaluable. It is wise to exercise caution." Xiao Jie found himself at a loss on how to explain to Yiqiu, so he could only chuckle, "Rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation. When have you ever heard of cattle suffering from cowpox?" Yiqiu paused momentarily, seemingly unable to recall any instance of cattle afflicted by such a disease. Xiao Jie crouched down, meticulously examining each cow, and indeed discovered blisters or localized lesions on several of the heifer's udders, unmistakable signs of bovine cowpox. Overjoyed, Xiao Jie hurriedly instructed his soldiers to bring forth a large sack filled with live grasshoppers that had just been captured. His orders were straightforward: They were to extract the pustular fluid from the afflicted cows using fine needles and then inoculate the grasshoppers with it. Although the soldiers did not fully comprehend the rationale behind Xiao Jie's peculiar request, they did not voice any objections and dutifully carried out his commands. Meanwhile, Xiao felt a pang of sympathy for the troops. They had already endured a grueling day of training and now had to toil through the night, laboring with the cows and grasshoppers. Xiao Jie, too, felt a sense of compassion, yet he was compelled by circumstance. The urgency of the disaster dictated his actions. Eliminating the locust plague even a single night earlier could save a considerable amount of grain for the people. After half a night's relentless effort, the Qizhou soldiers successfully inoculated every captured grasshopper with cowpox. Without hesitation, Xiao Jie ordered Xiao to assemble 300 soldiers to transport the inoculated grasshoppers and release them in the regions most severely affected by the locust disaster. What? You say the grasshoppers have nearly been wiped out? In the prefectural office, Wang Dan stared in disbelief at the messenger from Changsha County, who had come to report the victory in Xiangyang, his expression a mix of astonishment and incredulity. The messenger, oblivious to Wang Dan's peculiar demeanor, assumed the young man was merely overwhelmed with excitement. He fervently nodded and exclaimed, "Indeed, esteemed governor, our prefect has specially dispatched me to share the joyful news with you. Not only have the locusts in our Changsha prefecture nearly perished, but those in the neighboring Wuling prefecture have also suffered a similar fate. It is said that even the locusts in Yangzhou are on the brink of extinction." Wang Dan's body weakened, and he slumped despondently into his chair, his complexion turning ashen. The messenger, eager to convey more, was abruptly silenced as Wang Dan's emotions erupted. He forcefully hurled his teacup to the ground and bellowed, "Get out." The messenger, bewildered by Wang Dan's sudden outburst, fled in terror, leaving in a panic. Wang Dan, however, was acutely aware of the implications. The eradication of the locust plague signified that the court's decision to dismiss his uncle, Wang Chong, from the position of prime minister was indeed justified, a move in accordance with the will of heaven. His uncle now faced insurmountable odds in reclaiming his former office. Once the Langyu Wang family lost their status as prime minister, could they maintain their standing as the foremost noble house in the realm? Would other officials continue to align themselves with the Wang faction? What future awaited the Wang family? He could not fathom the sorcery employed by Xiao Jie, who, without the cooperation of the local government in Jingzhou, had single-handedly extinguished the locust disaster. A cascade of worries weighed heavily on Wang Dan's heart, leaving him in a state of despair, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, he recognized the necessity of drafting a memorial to the court in distant Woyang, reporting the cessation of the locust plague. After all, as the governor, failing to take the initiative in reporting such matters would only lead to graver consequences. He was unaware of the tumult his memorial would stir within the court once submitted. Zhao Feng glanced around, ensuring he was not being followed, before mustering the courage to knock on the door, furtively checking his surroundings. A voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" The door swung open promptly. Zhao Feng, feeling a pang of anxiety, cast a wary glance around before swiftly entering the residence. He was puzzled as to why Prince Qi, Xiao Jie, sought him out. Yet he was acutely aware of the many adversaries the prince had in Xiangyang. Should other officials learn of his association with the prince, it would likely jeopardize his standing in the political landscape of Xiangyang and even Jingzhou. However, he could not dare to refuse the prince's summons and thus approached Xiao Jie in secrecy. "Your Highness, I pay my respects," he declared as he was led before Xiao Jie, promptly bowing deeply. The prince offered a slight smile, warmly acknowledging Zhao Feng. "Rise, County Magistrate Zhao. It has been quite some time since we last met." Zhao Feng cautiously stood, his head bowed in trepidation, murmuring, "Your Highness is preoccupied with state affairs. I would not presume to intrude." Xiao Jie gently tapped his fingers upon the table, smiling as he spoke. "I intend to draft a memorial to report our victory to the court, and I wish to append your name, County Magistrate Zhao, at the end. What are your thoughts on this?" Zhao Feng's breath momentarily caught in his throat as he lifted his gaze, disbelief etched upon his face as he regarded Xiao Jie. He fully comprehended the significance of quelling the locust plague. Should the prince include him in this achievement, he could anticipate a promotion to county magistrate at the very least. "The humble servant expresses profound gratitude for your Highness's gracious patronage. Henceforth, I am willing to follow your Highness's lead with unwavering loyalty, even to the point of sacrificing my very essence." Zhao Feng promptly knelt once more before Xiao Jie, bowing deeply in reverence. Whoever could elevate him in rank would be akin to a benefactor reborn. Xiao Jie offered a faint smile, saying, "I do not require such extreme devotion. Since I have rendered you assistance, I hope you may reciprocate in kind. Your Highness need only speak, "And I shall comply without hesitation," Xiao Feng replied, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect of exchanging a mere favor for such a monumental reward. A fair trade indeed. Xiao Jie continued with a slight smile. "Compose a memorial to the court, denouncing the governor of Jingzhou, Wang Dan, for neglecting the locust disaster and indulging in frivolities." The smile on Zhao Feng's face faltered, for Wang Dan held immense power as the governor of Jingzhou, and should he choose to report him, his future in the local bureaucracy would be jeopardized. Xiao Jie seemed to discern his trepidation and added with a knowing grin, "I understand your fear of potential retribution from Wang Dan. However, consider this. Once your memorial is submitted, will he still be able to retain his position as governor?" Xiao Feng hesitated, for even if Wang Dan were to lose his office, the Wang family wielded considerable influence, and he could not afford to offend them. Xiao Jie shook his head gently and remarked, "I am not one to force a man against his will. If you are unwilling, then let it be. You may depart. And I shall pretend I have not seen you. Nevertheless, I am certain there will be others eager to pin this memorial against Wang Dan in hopes of ascending the ranks." With that, Xiao Jie gestured, and his guards prepared to escort Xiao Feng away. Yet, in a sudden change of heart, Xiao Feng knelt once more before Xiao Jie. "Your Highness, I am willing to draft this memorial to denounce the Governor Wang. He has contemplated this matter. He wishes to take a gamble, for he does not desire to live his life as a mere county magistrate. Why is it that among the many officials in Xiangyang, it is he who has been chosen to greet Prince Qi? It is precisely because he possesses no power, no influence, and no connections, making him an easy target for manipulation, deliberately provoking the ire of Prince Qi. Does he not consider the possibility of being struck down by the prince? Clearly, they are indifferent to such outcomes. In light of this, it would be wiser to assist Prince Qi significantly in exchange for a life of affluence." Xiao Jie nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "It is good that you can comprehend this. Trust me, once your memorial is submitted, I shall ensure your appointment as the prefect of Nanyang. And with my protection, I guarantee that no one in Jingzhou will dare to trouble you." Zhao Feng's eyes brightened at this prospect. Chapter 81. Mutual clawing in the Longning Palace. In the Hall of Diligent Governance, the crowd chanted, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! May he live for 10,000 years!" The civil and military officials bowed in unison, exclaiming praises. "Gentlemen, please rise." Xiao Jie now wore a beaming smile. Having shed the worries of recent days, perceptive officials could instantly discern that today's court meeting heralded good news. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The officials bowed once more, then took their places, with civil officials on the left and military officials on the right. An emperor is expected to conceal his emotions, yet today, Xiao Jie revealed his joy unabashedly, cheerfully announcing, "I have splendid news to share with you, esteemed ministers. Lian Yi, please read aloud the memorial submitted by Governor Wang Dan of Jingzhou." The officials in the hall erupted in excitement, each stepping forward to congratulate Xiao Jie, their words overflowing with praise for the emperor's wisdom, lauding him as a savior of the people from peril. However, many officials of the Wang faction lowered their heads deeply, fearful of revealing their despondent expressions to their peers. They wished to feign an appearance of ecstatic joy. Yet the thought that Prime Minister Wang Chongyi had been dismissed while the locust plague dissipated immediately made them uneasy. Did this not solidify the notion that the locust disaster was a warning of the officials' moral decay? How could Prime Minister Wang ever hope to regain his position? If the Wang faction lost the support of Prime Minister Wang, did it still remain the Wang faction? Xiao Jie sat regally upon the dragon throne. Fully aware of the sentiments within the hall, the reactions of the ministers were keenly observed. He had dispatched Prince Qi Xiao Jie as an imperial envoy to the south to eradicate the locust plague. Yet, Wang Dan, in his memorial, chose to remain silent regarding Xiao Jie's contributions. The ministers in attendance feigned ignorance, as if they believed Xiao Jie could be easily deceived. The devastation wrought by the locust had caused significant suffering among the populace, and their eradication was indeed a matter of great celebration. However, one matter remained unclear in Xiao Jie's mind. With a smile upon his face, he shifted the discussion, stating, "I clearly dispatched Prince Qi, Xiao Jie, as an imperial envoy to the south to extinguish the locust plague, while others are in Xiangyang City. Why does Wang Qingjia neglect to mention Prince Qi in his memorial?" Instantly, the ministers fell silent, each one aware that their presence in the Hall of Diligent Governance indicated their shrewdness. They could not help but wonder why Wang Dan had chosen to omit any reference to the imperial envoy, Xiao Jie. Yet, given the animosity between Prince Qi and the Wang faction, siding with the prince would be tantamount to opposing the Wang faction. They had little personal connection with Xiao Jie, and thus saw no benefit in offending the Wang faction on his behalf. Despite Wang Chong's resignation from the position of prime minister, the influence of the Wang faction in the court remains substantial, with their power largely intact. Qin Shi, the chamberlain, stepped forward, although his rank is modest. His authority has naturally positioned him as the backbone of the Wang faction and the spokesperson for Wang Chong within the court. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. I have heard that His Royal Highness, the Prince of Qi, has journeyed to the south ostensibly to address the locust disaster. Yet he spends his days mingling with the troops outside Xiangyang and the garrison of the Grand Commander of Qishou, showing no concern for the locust plague whatsoever. Furthermore, it has come to my attention that the Prince of Qi has been seen parading through the streets with a woman all day long. Ashton spoke. The court erupted in an uproar, with all eyes turning towards Su Jing, the vice-censor-in-chief and father-in-law of Xiao Jie. Su Jing's complexion darkened. He was well aware of his daughter Su Yao's condition, as Xiao Jie was absent from Luoyang and his wife, Lady Shen, had gone to the Qi prince's residence to care for their daughter. However, the fact that his daughter was pregnant while Xiao Jie was entangled with another woman in Xiangyang left him at a loss. Torn between indignation at Xiao Jie's folly and the desire to defend him, Shen's family resided in Luoyang and was well informed about the happenings in distant Xiangyang. Xiao Jie's expression remained serene, though his words carried a hint of amusement. He coldly remarked, "Then I must extend my gratitude to you, Chen. Coincidentally, the Prince of Qi has also sent me a memorial. Lian, please read it aloud to the esteemed officials, so they may hear of the deeds of this imperial envoy in the south." In contrast to the lengthy memorial from Wang Dan, the governor of Jingzhou, Xiao Jie's account simply detailed how he employed variolation techniques to eradicate the locust disaster. In addition, Xiao Jie recounted an incident wherein, upon his arrival in Xianyang as an imperial envoy, every official from the governor of Jingzhou, Wang Dan, down to the county magistrate, Qian Ku, feigned illness, leaving only the county vice magistrate, Zhao Feng, to greet him at the dock. From Zhao Feng, he gleaned insights into the locust plague afflicting Jingzhou. Once Xiao Jie's memorial was read, the court erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, with officials displaying a myriad of expressions, some reflective, some admiring, and others resigned. Qin Shi inwardly lamented the dire implications. If Xiao Jie's claims held true, he not only lacked wrongdoing but rather bore immense merit. His previous criticisms would swiftly transform into disparagement. The threat of smallpox was grave. Yet Xiao Jie disregarded his own safety solely to quell the locust disaster and restore peace for the populace. How proud I am to have such a son. Regarding Qin Jie's remarks about his ostentatious display with a woman, I have already dispatched the Qilin Guard of Jingzhou to investigate, and it has been confirmed that the lady in question is a daughter of the Tao family, tasked with assisting Prince Qi in managing the transportation of over 1 million stones of grain donated by her family. Xiao Jie's impassioned discourse left the officials in the hall bowing their heads in humility, each feeling inferior to Prince Qi. Yet, within Xiao Jie's heart, there was also a flicker of emotion. He at last comprehended why his son had steadfastly refused to divulge the ultimate strategy for combating the locusts in the imperial study that day. Smallpox instilled dread in all, a calamity to be avoided at all costs, yet he risked himself to extinguish the locust threat. Such valor is indeed commendable. As Xiao Jie observed the ministers in the hall bowing their heads in silence, even Qin Shi, who had just recently reproached Xiao Jie, appeared awkward and at a loss for words. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Before remarking, "The king of Qi has mentioned a county magistrate named Zhao Feng in his memorial. Coincidentally, I also have a memorial from him that has reached me. Lian, please read it aloud." Qin Shi felt an immediate sense of foreboding. Although he was unaware of the content of Zhao Feng's memorial, he was certain that Zhao Feng had allied himself with Xiao Jie. According to the laws of Daning, only officials of 4th rank and above in the capital, as well as 3rd rank and above in local governance, were entitled to directly submit memorials to the emperor. Officials below these ranks, lacking the authority to present their cases, could only do so through the imperial censorate or various departments and regional governors. This was the reason why the governor of Chansha had to report victories through the governor of Jingzhou, Wang Dan. Zhao Feng, being merely an 8th-rank county magistrate, did not possess the qualifications for direct submission. However, the mere fact that his memorial had reached the emperor's ears suggested one possibility. It was delivered to the emperor by the esteemed Xiao Jie. Though Zhao Feng held a modest position, his time spent in Xiangyang was not insignificant, likely granting him insight into the intricacies of the Jingzhou officialdom. Should he have indeed sided with Xiao Jie, the entire political landscape of Jingzhou might soon be thrown into turmoil. While Qin Shi wrestled with his anxious thoughts, the chief eunuch Lian began to read Zhao Feng's memorial in a sharp voice. Zhao Feng's memorial was succinct, merely exposing a singular incident. When Prince Xiao Jie arrived at the Xiangyang dock, the officials from the Inspectorate of Jingzhou, led by Wang Dan, down to the county magistrate, Qian Ke, were not genuinely ill. Instead, they were indulging in revelry at the Zui Xianglu brothel, thus neglecting their duty to welcome the prince. This revelation stirred a tempest among the officials, many displaying expressions of indignation. In the face of a locust plague, it was utterly scandalous that the bureaucrats of Jingzhou were seeking pleasure in brothels. Such disgraceful conduct had never been witnessed in the several decades since the founding of the Great Ning. This was not merely dereliction of duty. It was a blatant disregard for the lives of the common people. Qin Shi lamented his ignorance of this affair, inwardly condemning Wang Dan's foolishness. He recognized that Wang Dan aimed to intimidate the newly arrived Xiao Jie, intending to humiliate him. However, he pondered why Wang Dan could not simply feign illness in the comfort of his residence, rather than orchestrating a gathering of officials to indulge in debauchery. It was evident that Zhao Feng's memorial had received the tacit approval of Xiao Jie, who refrained from mentioning Wang Dan's intent to embarrass him, instead asserting that Wang Dan and his associates were solely preoccupied with their pleasures, willfully ignoring the locust disaster and the plight of the populace. In the Great Ning, the officials' indulgence in courtesans was not considered a grave offense, merely a lapse in moral character. Yet, under the shadow of a calamity, circumstances transformed entirely. Qingjia, the governor of Nanjun, Lishan, vocally criticized the prince for his indifference towards the locust crisis, questioning whether his own governance of the disaster reflected such negligence. Xiao Jie's voice turned frigid as he pointedly uttered Qin Shi's name. At this juncture, Qin Shi found himself devoid of any better alternatives and dared not to argue or refute. He could only stubbornly assert, "Your Majesty, I believe there may be something suspicious about this matter. We cannot rely solely on the words of a county magistrate." Xiao Jie seemed to have anticipated Qin Shi's response, as he let out a cold snort and declared, "I shall naturally command the Qilin Guard of Jingzhou to thoroughly investigate this matter. In due course, the truth will emerge." With that, he concluded the court meeting, instructing, "Dismiss the court." The chief eunuch, Lian Yi, announced the end of the assembly with a sharp voice. However, Qin Shi remained rooted in place, while members of the Wang faction in the hall gathered around him, their expressions clouded with worry. They understood that if the allegations against Wang Dan regarding his indulgence in courtesans were substantiated, it would undoubtedly cause a seismic upheaval within the entire political landscape of Jingzhou, potentially uprooting the Wang family's entrenched influence cultivated over many years. This would be yet another catastrophic blow to the Wang faction. Following Wang Chong's dismissal due to the locust disaster. Chapter 82. A night meeting with Wang Chong Wu Yuan, the commander of the Qilin Guard in Jingzhou, personally led a search of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. The madam, fearing the wrath of Jingzhou's governor Wang Dan, initially denied any wrongdoing. However, ultimately unable to withstand the severe interrogations of the Qilin Guard, she capitulated and provided a confession, signing her name in acknowledgement. Wu Yuan then dispatched all gathered evidence and testimonies, sending them with utmost urgency to Luoyang. Upon reviewing the findings, Xiao Jie was filled with fury and promptly stripped Governor Wang Dan and his associates of their positions, imprisoning them for questioning. The political landscape of Jingzhou was left nearly desolate, as the Wang faction's decades-long influence disintegrated in an instant. Even the Zhongshu Sharon, who had sought to intercede on behalf of the prefect of Nanjun, Lishan, was demoted for their lack of discernment and reassigned away from the Zhongshu province. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Jie commanded the Qilin Guard of Jiazhou and Yangzhou to conduct thorough investigations, holding accountable all officials who failed to properly implement the 7 edicts issued by the court to combat locusts. Among these officials were numerous adherents of Wang Chong, leading to yet another severe blow to the Wang faction. Under continuous assaults, even Wang Chong, who had been dismissed from his ministerial post and was recuperating at home, succumbed to rage and fell ill, shutting himself away from visitors. Yet, in the stillness of the night, instead of resting in bed, Wang Chong sat alone in his study, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. Soon, a figure clad in martial attire appeared outside the study. Wang Chong exhibited no sign of alarm, merely stating, "Your Highness, you have arrived." The visitor swiftly entered the study, and in the flickering candlelight, Wang Chong recognized his granddaughter's husband, Prince Xiao Huang, who was the very person he had been anticipating. It was unexpected that the one destined to bring the old man to ruin would be his own beloved grandson-in-law. Wang Chong's voice resonated with weariness and a sense of desolation, clearly reflecting the toll of the recent series of setbacks on his spirit. A moment of surprise crossed his face. Given the current dire circumstances for himself and the Wang faction, what was there to discuss about future gains? Other states? Wang Chong regarded Xiao Huang with a look of skepticism. Xiao Huang nodded gently. Indeed, such as Xiao Jie. Wang Chong furrowed his brow. Xiao Jie was one of the few governorates of Daning, and the principal distinction between a governorate and a provincial administration was that the latter merely managed the civil affairs of a province, while a governor held authority over both civil and military matters, wielding considerable power and influence. Although Jiazhou is indeed barren, the prominent families are desperately vying for the position of governor of Jiazhou. After all, if a clan member holds a significant military command at the borders, their voice in the court carries more weight. The Wang faction wields such formidable power in the court not merely by chance. It is largely due to the fact that Wang Qing, the governor of Lianzhou, commands the most elite 30,000 troops of the northwest frontier. However, the current governor of Jiazhou, Li Rui, belongs to the Li clan of Longxi, which is one of the most esteemed families in Daning. Moreover, Li Rui's elder brother, Li Rong, holds the prestigious title of Minister of Personnel. How could one possibly wrest the governorship from Li Rui? Xiao Huang seemed to perceive Wang Chong's perplexity and chuckled, saying, under ordinary circumstances, it would indeed be difficult to seize the governorship from the Li family. However, if Li Rui were to suffer a defeat and perish in battle, the situation would drastically change. What? Are you suggesting that Li Rui could be defeated and killed in battle? Wang Chong exclaimed in astonishment. Li Rui is a renowned general of this era. How could he possibly fall so easily to the insignificant rebel forces of Jiaoji? Xiao Huang shook his head. It is not that I believe Li Rui will be defeated and killed. Rather, I suspect that he has already met with defeat and death. Wang Chong inhaled sharply. What leads you to be so certain that Li Rui has already fallen? Xiao Huang replied with a smile. Ever since Li Rui led his troops into Yulin County to engage the rebels, the military department has received urgent reports every 3 days. Yet, it has now been nearly 8 days since we have had any communication from Li Rui. Therefore, I am convinced that he has suffered defeat and met his end. It is merely that the Jiaoji rebels have chosen to keep this information concealed. The Deputy Minister of War, Yin Ji, was also an ally of Wang Chong. As the grandson-in-law of Wang Chong, Xiao Huang naturally had no secrets from Yin Ji. However, Yin Ji merely believed that the roads to Jiaoji were inconvenient, preventing timely dispatch of military reports from Li Rui, and had never contemplated that Li Rui might have encountered misfortune. Yet Xiao Huang, by instinct, concluded that Li Rui had been defeated and perished in battle. During this period, Wang Chong was preoccupied with the issues in Jingzhou and the affairs concerning Wang Dan, leaving him little time to attend to matters in Jiaoji. Thus, upon hearing of Li Rui's defeat and demise, he was understandably taken aback. Even if it were true that Li Rui had fallen in battle, it was unlikely that the position of Grand Governor of Jiaoji would be bestowed upon them. Wang Chong spoke the truth. Many prominent families were coveting the position of Grand Governor of Jiaoji, and with Wang Qing already serving as the Grand Governor of Liazhou, it was improbable that the emperor would grant another such title to the Wang family. Xiao Huang smiled faintly. I am aware that Father Emperor would not allow another member of the Wang family to assume the role of Grand Governor of Jiaoji. But my grandfather could encourage my colleagues in court to nominate me for the position. Wang Chong's heart trembled as he realized the implication. Xiao Huang, being the son-in-law of the Wang family, was effectively one with them. His appointment as Grand Governor of Jiaoji would not differ significantly from that of a Wang family member. Yet, he remained apprehensive, for the emperor and the court officials might not consent to such an appointment. This plan is clever, but your highness has no troops at your disposal. How can you quell the turmoil in Jiaoji? Wang Chong questioned, his expression shifting as doubt lingered. The people of Jiaoji are fierce. Even Li Rui met his defeat and demise. With merely 2,000 troops, how do you intend to vanquish the rebels? Xiao Huang displayed an air of arrogance. I, Xiao Huang, have been well versed in the art of war since my youth. The people of Jiaoji, no matter how fierce, are but mere chickens and dogs in my eyes, easily vanquished with a mere flick of my fingers. Wang Chong finally nodded emphatically. If that is the case, I shall extend my utmost support to you. Men shall be provided when needed, money shall be granted, and provisions shall be supplied. I am determined to assist you in training an elite force. Xiao Huang rejoiced, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you for your nurturing, grandfather. Chapter 83. Tao Han's commitment. The locust plague in Jingzhou was not severe, and the relief efforts were swiftly organized. Xiao Jie was preparing to depart from Xiangyang, heading south to the severely afflicted Jiazhou. The true motive, of course, was that Xiao Jie calculated that news of General Li Rui's defeat at Jiaoji would soon reach Luoyang, and he needed to arrive in Jiazhou post-haste. Unlike his previous arrival in Xiangyang, where he was met with indifference, as Xiao Jie bid farewell to the city, He was accompanied by no fewer than 1,500 troops from Qizhou. Officials of every rank from Xiangyang came forth to escort him 10 miles out of the city, each fearing to be the only one left behind. After all, they had all witnessed the day when the officials, from the governor to the county magistrate, who failed to greet Xiao Jie at the docks, were subsequently imprisoned by the Qilin guards and taken to Luoyang to answer for their transgressions. Among the departing officials was the newly appointed chief of Nanjun, Xiao Huang. Although his rank was not the highest, his position was notably prominent, for he shared a close relationship with Prince Qi. Despite the ridicule he faced from many colleagues who privately mocked him as nothing more than a dog for Prince Qi, Xiao Huang felt no shame. Rather, he wished to demonstrate to those who looked down upon him that there was no disgrace in being a loyal dog. If others were aware that being the dog of King Qi could swiftly elevate one from a mere county official to a grand historian in just a few short days, they would undoubtedly rush to the king, wagging their tails in desperate supplication. Yet, do they possess such an opportunity or fortune? Xiao Jie bid farewell to the departing officials with a wave, then mounted the carriage, embarking on his journey south under the protection of the Qizhou soldiers. As he had not prepared his own carriage in Xiangyang, he was, in fact, sharing the Tao family's vehicle with Tao Han. Although the interior was quite spacious and their shared company did not feel cramped, perhaps due to the fact that they were alone together, Tao Han kept her head down in silence, and Xiao Jie remained equally taciturn, creating an atmosphere that was palpably awkward. This scenario felt strangely familiar to Xiao Jie. He had experienced something akin to it just the day after his marriage to Su Yao. He even contemplated whether to ask Yuchio to masquerade as an assassin, allowing him to once again enact a heroic rescue. Such a tactic might be somewhat underhanded, yet it proved remarkably effective. Your Highness, in truth, my grandfather conveyed all he needed to say to me the night before I departed from Luoyang. While Xiao Jie's mind was a battlefield of conflicting thoughts, Tao Han took the initiative to speak. After a brief silence, he inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Tao Han gently shook her head. "I do not know." A slight heaviness settled in Xiao Jie's heart as he sighed. "Are you unwilling?" Tao Han neither affirmed nor denied, but lowered her head and sighed softly. "My heart has been tumultuous these past few days. I truly do not know." Xiao Jie decided to take a gamble. A sorrowful expression etched upon his face. His tone steeped in dejection as he spoke. "Miss Tao, I understand. If you truly have no desire to wed me, I shall proactively approach your grandfather to annul this engagement." "No, Your Highness, it is not as such. I confess that I harbored a strong dislike for you previously, perceiving you as merely another noble scion who wielded power to intimidate and coerce our Tao family. However, when you visited that day, refraining from reprimanding my brother for his indiscreet remarks, and the wine you crafted received accolades even from my third uncle, I began to harbor a favorable impression of you. Later, your selfless guidance on how our Tao family could restore our title as marquises left me utterly in awe. And I pondered how a man of such extraordinary caliber could exist in this world. During the locust plague in Jiangnan, you, as a prince, disregarded your own safety and voluntarily sought permission to journey south to quell the disaster, even risking contact with patients afflicted with smallpox to save the lives of countless citizens across 3 provinces. At that moment, I resolved that my husband should embody the very qualities you possess. I am indeed eager to marry you, but I refuse to become a mere pawn in a political marriage. I long for you to wed me out of genuine affection, not merely to curry favor with the Tao family." As Tao Han reached this point, her eyes brimmed with tears, her voice growing increasingly choked, clearly struggling to continue. Xiao Jie felt a stir of emotion within him. He gently took her hand, speaking softly, "At the banquet for my third elder brother, amidst the throngs of prominent merchants, do you not perceive why I sought you out specifically? In this world, there are countless families engaged in commerce. So why have I specifically chosen to collaborate with the Tao family in the art of winemaking? Why must I teach you how to restore the title of Marquis within the realm? Is it not merely to garner your favor and affection? There are numerous ways for me to win over the Tao family, just as there are many avenues for them to express their loyalty to me. Yet, why did your grandfather specifically decide to betroth you to me? It is simply because he perceived my intentions and knew that my unwavering support for the Tao family was solely to draw closer to you. Do you now understand? My marriage to you is not a means to win over the Tao family. Rather, my efforts to win them over are a means to marry you. Tao Han, after all, is a young maiden in waiting." Upon hearing Xiao Jien's candid and forthright declaration, with his hand grasping hers, her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. For a girl just awakening to love, nothing brings greater joy than knowing that the one she adores reciprocates her feelings. "Your Highness, may I ask you for a favor?" Tao Han lowered her gaze, lightly biting her lip. Xiao Jie smiled gently. Speak freely. I would grant you not just one request, but even 100. I hope that before our marriage, you will treat me with due respect. Tao Han's head lowered even further. But fearing Xiao Jie might misinterpret her intentions, she quickly raised her head to clarify. I mean no disrespect. Princess Su is truly a wonderful person and is currently with child. I do not wish to act against her. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Jie released Tao Han's hand and nodded earnestly in agreement. I promise you. Xiao Jie naturally comprehended Tao Han's concerns. Although both the Tao family and he had intentions of a union, the formalities had yet to commence. Should ill-intentioned individuals seize upon this, it would deliver a devastating blow to both his reputation and Tao Han's honor. Moreover, he had made a promise to Su Yao, vowing never to maintain a concubine clandestinely. And if he were to take a concubine, he would ensure that Su Yu was informed beforehand. Should she disapprove, he would never allow her to cross the threshold. Thank you, Your Highness. Tao Han gazed at Xiao Jie, her eyes shimmering with gratitude, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. Xiao Jie, however, merely smiled. His mind suddenly struck by a bold notion. Miss Tao, would you like to save up a dowry for yourself? Upon hearing the word dowry, Tao Han's charming face flushed a deep crimson, reaching her neck. Yet, she couldn't help but cast a furtive glare at Xiao Jie, thinking to herself that this man was only envisioning his own benefits. After all, what was a dowry if it ultimately benefited him? Nevertheless, an instinctive thought stirred within her. Perhaps this prince had indeed uncovered a pathway to wealth. Might His Highness offer some guidance on how one might accumulate a dowry? With the conversation now open, Tao Han felt completely at ease speaking before Xiao Jie. He responded calmly, articulating 2 words, sugar production. Chapter 84. Arrival in Panyu. Tao Han felt a flicker of disappointment at that moment. The reason was simple. This business was challenging and hardly lucrative. The human inclination towards sweetness made sugar production inherently a promising venture. In Da Nang, there were only 3 methods to procure sugar. Firstly, the preparation of honey water poses significant risks, yields are exceedingly low, and prices are extraordinarily high, making it a luxury reserved for the affluent. Secondly, there is the process of boiling sprouted grains to create malt syrup, commonly known as malt sugar. Thirdly, sugar cane is pressed to extract juice, which is then further refined into light yellow granulated sugar or rock sugar. However, the yield is minimal and is typically utilized for medicinal purposes. Jiaozhou is renowned for its sugarcane cultivation, and Tao Han speculated that Xiao Jie intended to capitalize on this advantage to profit from sugar production. The Tao family operates the largest sugar mill in Jiaozhou, located in Panyu, but despite numerous attempts, the sugar yield has consistently failed to increase, resulting in negligible profits throughout the year, leading to whispers within the Tao family about potentially closing the mill. Your Highness, forgive my frankness, but sugar production is arduous, and I fear that profits may be elusive. Tao Han delicately conveyed to Xiao Jie the challenges of making money in the sugar trade. However, Xiao Jie chuckled heartily, stating that it is precisely because sugar production is challenging that substantial profits can be gained. Tao Han was momentarily taken aback. As if she suddenly grasped Xiao Jie's implication, his suggestion was. With a mysterious smile, Xiao Jie continued. What if I possess a method to significantly enhance the yield of cane sugar? Then, sugar production would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. Tao Han instinctively responded, her expression slightly animated, not questioning how a prince, seemingly detached from the toil of common labor, could possess knowledge of sugar production. She harbored a blind faith in Xiao Jie, believing that since he could enhance the alcohol content in brewing, he must also know how to increase the yield of cane sugar. However, regardless of how Tao Han pouted and playfully inquired, Xiao Jie remained enigmatic, merely stating that everything would become clear upon their arrival in Jiaozhou. Tao Han's heart soared to Jiaozhou, lamenting the sluggishness of their transport, which delayed their journey to Panyu. After several days of tumultuous travel, Xiao Jie and his entourage finally reached the administrative center of Jiaozhou, which was also the prefectural seat of Nanhai, Panyu. The governor of Jiaozhou, Li Rue, had been commanded to lead troops into Jiaozhi to quell the rebellion, and the various officials of Panyu personally ventured out of the city to welcome Xiao Jie. Despite Panyu being the future Guangzhou during the reign of the Daning dynasty, it was merely a remote land inhabited by southern barbarians, characterized by barren soil and economic hardship, with a mix of Han and Yu people. The area was rife with exiled criminals, and the local culture was fierce, marked by frequent brawls and a lack of civility. The officials of Jiaozhou, aside from Governor Li Rue, were predominantly individuals who had fallen from grace in court disputes or had been exiled due to misconduct. showing little interest in governance and constantly yearning to escape Jiazhou and return to the Central Plains to serve. After exchanging pleasantries with these officials, Xiao Jie declined their offer to host a welcoming banquet and chose not to stay at the post inn, instead residing in a separate villa owned by the Tao family in Panyu, conveniently located near the largest sugar mill in all of Jiazhou. As for the Qizhou soldiers accompanying him, most of the troops had been led away by Governor Li Rui to Jiaoji, leaving the camp outside the city temporarily vacant, which provided ample space for Xiao Jie's over 1,000 Qizhou soldiers. Yiqiu, additionally commanding 100 Qizhou soldiers, also took residence in the Tao household, ensuring that they were readily available to protect Xiao Jie. Yiqiu gazed upon Tao Han, who now displayed the bashful demeanor of a young lady, a stark contrast to the lingering sorrow that had accompanied her departure from Xiangyang. It was uncertain what words the Prince of Qi had shared with Miss Tao during their travels that could incite such a profound transformation within her. As Xiao Jie settled into the Tao residence, Tao Han promptly sought him out, requesting that he accompany her to a nearby sugar mill to witness firsthand how to significantly enhance the yield of cane sugar. Though she was a woman, her essence remained that of a merchant. Nothing exhilarated her more than the prospect of earning profits. Furthermore, as she was accumulating her dowry, her standing within the prince's household would hinge upon it, thereby intensifying her dedication. With a smile, Xiao Jie presented Tao Han with a blueprint for a honey separator, instructing her to have the workers at the sugar mill fabricate the machine. While emphasizing the necessity of discretion, no information was to be leaked, even without his insistence. Tao Han understood the importance of safeguarding such a lucrative opportunity. She would never carelessly divulge information that could yield tremendous profit. Nevertheless, a flicker of doubt lingered in her mind. Could such an oddly shaped apparatus genuinely elevate the sugar production significantly? For the time being, Xiao Jie set aside matters of sugar production and began organizing disaster relief efforts. With the grain that the Tao family had preemptively dispatched, the food shortages in Jiazhou were considerably alleviated, grain prices gradually stabilized, and the populace's spirits rose, leading to a more tranquil atmosphere in the region. As the imperial envoy stationed in Panyu, Xiao Jie ensured that the local officials of Jiazhou not only refrained from embezzling disaster relief grain but also exhibited commendable diligence. After all, everyone aspired for Xiao Jie to speak favorably of them in his reports to the court, hoping it would facilitate their transfer from the desolate Jiazhou. On another front, Xiao Jie urged Yiqiu to intensify the training of the Qizhou soldiers, keeping them ever vigilant, for he anticipated that news of Li Rui's defeat and demise would soon reach Panyu, presenting him with an opportunity to advance troops into Jiaoji. Moreover, Xiao Jie advised Tao Han to dispatch agents to Xiangjuan and Yulingen for extensive land acquisitions, employing the local Yu people to cultivate sugarcane. Tao Han found this perplexing. She believed her focus should solely be on sugar production, questioning the necessity of purchasing land for sugarcane cultivation, particularly in such distant, remote, and hazardous locales instead of the bustling Panyu. Xiao Jie explained that monopolization was the most lucrative venture and that controlling the raw materials was imperative for peace of mind. As for the rationale behind choosing Yulingen and Xiangjuan for land purchases, Xiao Jie struggled to articulate it. He could hardly divulge that in the future, Guangxi would become renowned for its sugarcane plantations, yielding superior sweetness. Fortunately, Tao Han did not press further. Though somewhat bewildered, she acquiesced to Xiao Jie's directives. Chapter 85. The new sugar production method. A few days later, Tao Han exuberantly approached Xiao Jie, announcing that the honeycomb machine he had requested had been crafted by the artisans, eagerly urging him to accompany her to the Tao family sugar mill. Xiao Jie did not anticipate that within just a few days, these craftsmen had ingeniously devised a honey extraction machine, which he conjectured was likely linked to the financial prowess of the Tao family. Coincidentally, Xiao Jie had no pressing official duties at hand, and thus was more than willing to accompany Tao Han to the sugar workshop. In the unfamiliar territory of Jiazhou, Yiqiu was concerned for Xiao Jie's safety and decided to join him on this outing. Unfortunately, with Peng Hu remaining in Luoyang to protect Su Yao, Yiqiu had no choice but to assume the role of Xiao Jie as personal bodyguard. It is essential to clarify that Xiao Jie's decision to keep Peng Hu at the Qi Wang Fu was not due to any lack of trust in Su Yao, but rather a simple concern for his brother, who embodied the spirit of Jianan and the enduring influence of Wei Wu. Commoners pay their respects to His Highness, the Qi Wang. When Xiao Jie and Tao Han arrived at the sugar workshop, Manager Zheng had already received news and was waiting outside with all the staff. Upon seeing the young lady accompanied by a splendidly dressed young gentleman, he immediately realized that this must be the Qi Wang, as referred to by the young lady, and promptly knelt down in reverence. Xiao Jie smiled gently, saying, We are all family here. There is no need for such formalities. Hearing Xiao Jie refer to them as family, Cao Han's cheeks flushed a deep red, yet she showed no inclination to dispute his words. The other staff members assumed that Xiao Jie was simply amiable. However, Manager Zhang, being astute, quickly discerned the implication behind the Xiao Huang's words, especially given the young lady's blushing countenance. On the surface, Manager Zhang feigned ignorance, but internally he was overjoyed at the prospect. If the Tao family were to forge a familial bond with the Xiao Huang, who would dare to trouble them in the future? It is essential to recognize that in Jiaozhou, where the heavens seem distant and the emperor's presence is faint, the local officials are predominantly those who have been relegated to this forsaken place due to their demotion. With their political aspirations dashed, they resort to unscrupulous means to amass wealth, exerting particularly harsh extortion upon merchants. This very circumstance has fueled the ongoing discourse within the Tao family regarding the withdrawal of their entire enterprise from Jiaozhou. With the esteemed title of Prince Qi as their backing, it is unlikely any short-sighted official would dare to challenge the Tao family's interests. Upon contemplating this, Manager Zhang's face naturally beamed with genuine delight as he warmly guided Xiao Jie and his party into the sugar mill. Xiao Jie, unreserved, requested Manager Zhang to proceed with the traditional sugar-making process as per usual. After all, without a benchmark for comparison, the superiority of his innovative sugar production method would remain unrecognized. Cao Han had previously informed Manager Zhang that the Prince Qi was visiting for the purpose of sugar production. Although Manager Zhang found it curious that a prince, unaccustomed to manual labor, would possess knowledge of sugar making, he dared not refuse the request once it was uttered by the prince. Consequently, he promptly commanded the workers in the sugar mill to commence their tasks with fervor. A few robust workers first brought in several large bundles of sugarcane, skillfully peeling away the outer husks with sharp bamboo knives. Subsequently, other workers cut the peeled sugarcane into coin-sized pieces, which were then placed into a massive stone mill to be thoroughly crushed. Following this, the crushed sugarcane was transferred into a large pot, where a roaring fire was ignited to begin the boiling process, ensuring that the fragments of sugarcane were completely cooked to perfection. Among the fragments of sugarcane, there still remained some sugar that had not been extracted, necessitating several rounds of pressing. Concerned that Xiao Jie and his companions might not comprehend the process, Master Zheng took the initiative to explain. Xiao Jie, somewhat speechless, shook his head in silence. He had now grasped why, despite the sugarcane's sugar content being as high as 17 or 18%, the sugar production in this era was so remarkably low. It was indeed a paradox, where resources were squandered frivolously during times of need and prudently conserved when unnecessary. However, despite his internal lamentations, Xiao Jie maintained an outward calmness, his expression serene, and merely smiled slightly to convey his understanding. After several rounds of steaming and pressing, the workers finally poured the extracted cane juice into a new large pot, boiling it over a fierce flame. During the boiling process, the staff continuously stirred the sugarcane juice, allowing the moisture to evaporate until only a sticky layer of brown syrup remained at the bottom of the pot. The workers then scooped the syrup into a wooden tray, placing it in a cool, ventilated area to await cooling and solidification. Xiao Jie chuckled, realizing that such a small amount of brown sugar emerged from several large bundles of sugarcane. He finally understood why Cao Han had informed him that the sugar business was not particularly lucrative. Seeing Xiao Jie shake his head, Cao Han, already enlightened, smiled gently and said, "Your Highness, it is now your turn. Allow everyone to witness your innovative sugar-making method." Upon hearing that the prince had a new technique for sugar production, the busy workers, momentarily forgetting their fatigue, gathered around eagerly, their expressions filled with anticipation, including the well-informed Master Zheng. However, subsequently, Xiao Jie did not instruct the servants to crush the sugarcane pieces or to steam them, but rather to extract the juice directly. "Your Highness, if the sugarcane is neither crushed nor steamed, it is feared that the sugar within may not be completely extracted," Master Zheng timidly advised. Xiao Jie felt somewhat speechless. Surely the sugar lost during the crushing and steaming process would exceed the minuscule amount remaining in the cane pulp. Nonetheless, he wished to avoid further elaboration and merely smiled lightly, stating, "Everything shall be done as I desire." Although Xiao Jie spoke these words with a smile, the undertone of his message was unmistakable, causing Master Zheng to feel an inexplicable trepidation, rendering him mute. With Master Zheng silenced, the other servants were even more hesitant to oppose Xiao Jie's wishes. Following his directive, they proceeded to extract the juice from the sugarcane pieces, quickly yielding a considerable amount of liquid. Xiao Jie then commanded the servants to pour the extracted juice into a large pot and ignite a fire to heat it. He subsequently instructed them to add lime water and stir. The servants were momentarily taken aback. If lime water were added, would there still be any use for this large pot of sugarcane juice? None dared to act, casting inquiring glances toward Master Zhang. Still grappling with whether to counsel Xiao Jie, Master Zhang looked up to find Xiao Jie wearing a playful smile, which caused him to shudder involuntarily. He immediately barked at the servants. What are you all standing there for? If His Highness instructs you to add lime water, then do so without delay. With Master Zhang's command given, the servants had no recourse but to comply, swiftly retrieving the lime water and adding it to the pot, not forgetting to stir it as well. Tao Han was not particularly curious. She had witnessed her third uncle, Tao Lin, brewing wine using the new method taught by Xiao Jie, which also required the addition of gypsum to the liquor. Once the liquid in the pot had completely boiled and settled, Xiao Jie instructed his assistant to extract only the upper portion of the clarified liquid and transfer it to another clean large pot for further boiling. As the moisture gradually evaporated, a vast expanse of white crystals soon emerged within the pot. Chapter 86. Brothers compete for credit. The onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless. Their minds flooded with a myriad of questions. Is this sugar? But why is it white? Could it be that His Highness the Prince of Qi added lime water to whiten the sugar? Your Highness, is this sugar? Manager Zheng voiced the question that lingered in the hearts of everyone present. Xiao Jie nodded slightly, yet with a smile, replied, yes, but it is not finished yet. Subsequently, Xiao Jie commanded his assistants to place the white crystals into the newly crafted honey separator, summoning a few of the strongest workers to vigorously shake the machine. After a flurry of popping sounds, a small mound of snow-white granulated sugar quickly appeared before the crowd. The honey separator, this is a modern structure utilizing centrifugal force to separate white sugar. Merely replacing the motor with manual labor would suffice for anyone who might find themselves in the southern barbarians' land. Xiao Jie beckoned everyone to come and taste it. Their curiosity piqued. However, the thought that this substance might have been whitened with lime water made them hesitate to take a bite. Yet, Tao Han was unreserved. She extended her slender jade-like finger to dip into a small amount of white sugar, and an instant wave of refreshing sweetness enveloped her palate. Sweet yet not cloying. Found it challenging to articulate the sweetness, ultimately resorting to the most straightforward assessment. Upon hearing her remarks, Manager Zhang and his associates eagerly approached to sample the white sugar. And even Yu Qiu could not resist dipping a finger to taste, despite merely a few granules of sugar. Yu Qiu acknowledged that it might be the most exquisite flavor he had ever experienced in his life. Truly, His Highness is a remarkable individual, Manager Zhang contemplated, concluding that only this statement befits Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie chuckled heartily, yet his expression soon turned stern as he declared, from this day forth, you shall produce sugar according to the new method I demonstrated today. However, remember to maintain confidentiality. Any breach of trust will not be taken lightly. And should anyone dare to betray us, I, Xiao Jie, will not hesitate to sever ties. Instantly, Manager Zhang and the workers trembled in fear, each uttering their submission. Xiao Jie, however, was not inclined to place complete trust in these workers. He instructed Yi Qiu to deploy 100 soldiers from Qingzhou to guard the sugar workshop, preventing any espionage. Manager Zheng felt a shiver of apprehension. He understood all too well that these soldiers were also there to monitor them. Nevertheless, this arrangement was advantageous. It is not the thief that one fears, but the thief who harbors intentions. As a mere commoner, he could hardly withstand the pressure from officials. And with the presence of the Prince of Qi, no one would dare to trouble the sugar workshop. With the demise of the Grand Commander Li Rui, the officials of Jiazhou were left leaderless, awaiting Xiao Jie, the imperial envoy and Prince of Qi, to take charge. Xiao Jie, unable to fully comprehend the words of the messenger, was left only with a single perplexity. Why had Xiao Huang appeared in Ling and so swiftly and engaged with the rebel forces? According to the original narrative, Xiao Huang, appointed as a special envoy, was tasked with resolving the locust plague in the southern regions, utilizing his protagonist aura and a series of ancestral methods passed down through generations. He ultimately eradicated the infestation. Subsequently, the Grand Commander of Jiazhou, Li Rui, fell into an ambush set by the rebellious forces of Jiaozhi, resulting in his defeat and demise. As the Jiaozhi rebels invaded Ling'an, it was Xiao Huang, in his capacity as the imperial envoy, who rallied the remnants of Jiazhou's defeated troops, leading them to vanquish the advancing rebels. He ultimately stormed into Jiaozhi, breaching the stronghold of the rebel capital, Shangaling, now known as Hanoi, the capital of Vietnam. Capturing the rebel leader, Nguyen Nam, and decisively quelling the Jiaozhi uprising, earning accolades from both the court and the populace. Xiao Jie found himself perplexed. He was the designated envoy for addressing the locust crisis, yet Xiao Huang had inexplicably appeared in Lingnan, preemptively repelling the vanguard of the Xiao Jie rebels with his own 2,000 troops. Xiao Jie could already envision that once news reached the court, his father would undoubtedly be elated, and the officials would sing praises for Xiao Huang. It was clear that Xiao Huang would be formally assigned to quell the Xiao Jie rebellion, relegating all merits to himself, leaving Xiao Jie with no claim to glory. However, as he remained in Panyu, there was no feasible way for him to advance into Xiao Jie before Xiao Huang, and in the eyes of the emperor and the court officials, any attempt to assert his own achievements might be viewed with suspicion. Ding dong. The system has detected that the host is about to contend for merit against Xiao Huang and is now issuing the task. Speed is of the essence. Task requirements: capture Shingling City ahead of Xiao Huang. Success rewards: 5,000 destiny points, 30 leadership points, 20 intelligence points, and a random item. The long silent system unexpectedly interjected at this moment, issuing a new task. Xiao Jie was momentarily at a loss for words. This troublesome system had chosen such a time to meddle. How far was Panyu from Shenglong? And how distant was Yuan from Shenglong? Surely, he could not lead his troops to soar to Shenglong City. Did this era even possess an air force? As if struck by a sudden inspiration, Xiao Jie's eyes brightened, and he hastily inquired of Tao Han, "Does your family possess any large merchant ships capable of carrying hundreds of people?" Though Tao Han was puzzled by Xiao Jie's abrupt question, the urgency etched on his face prompted her to refrain from further inquiries. She simply nodded. There are 5 docked at the Panyu Wharf, designated for transporting grain to Jiaozhou for disaster relief. Jiaozhou, with its barren land and combative populace, had a low grain yield. The Tao family held little surplus in Jiaozhou, but given that the region was severely afflicted by locust plagues, they had no choice but to utilize large merchant vessels to transport grain from the grain-rich Yangzhou to Jiaozhou. Upon receiving his orders, Yu Qiu promptly set out, while Xiao Jie instructed Tao Han to notify the merchant ships docked at the wharf to immediately unload their cargo, for he intended to commandeer the vessels that very night. Tao Han, possessing an astute intellect, quickly connected the dots with the command Xiao Jie had just given to Yu Qiu. It was evident to her that Xiao Jie intended to set sail with the merchant ships. Though she was unaware of his destination, her instincts urged her to dissuade him. After all, while merchant ships were substantial in size, they paled in comparison to warships. Should Xiao Jie encounter tumultuous seas or pirates, the risks would be dire, leading to a fate from which no amount of remorse could redeem her. Xiao Jie, feeling helpless, awaited the news that the rebellious forces from Jiaozhi had invaded Ling'an, mercilessly slaughtering the Han populace. If the turmoil was not quelled swiftly, countless innocent lives would inevitably be lost to this senseless violence. At last, Tao Han was swayed by Xiao Jie's noble spirit. In a moment of fervor, she embraced him tightly, declaring that should he tragically meet his end in the belly of a fish or at the hands of the rebels, although she had yet to marry, she would never survive alone. Meanwhile, officials of varying ranks from Panyu City gathered outside Tao's residence, seeking the esteemed Xiao Jie, who held the dual titles of Imperial Envoy and Prince of Qi, to take command of the situation. However, they were informed that Xiao Jie was unwell and unable to receive guests. Even the troops from Qishou, stationed outside Panyu, had hastily departed, reportedly retreating to Jingzhou overnight to avoid confrontation with the rebels. The officials exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their understanding. They were not foolish, recognizing that this ineffectual prince must have been frightened into hiding or had already fled Panyu. Chapter 87. When the wall falls, the people push. In recent days, numerous rumors circulated throughout Luoyang City, almost uniformly linked to the far-off Jiaozhou. The Grand Commander of Jiaozhou, Li Rue, had unfortunately fallen victim to an ambush by the rebels, leading to his defeat and demise. The Jiaozhi rebels had already breached Ling'an, capturing Xiangyuan and Yulingen in succession, ruthlessly exterminating Han officials and civilians, bringing great disgrace upon the court. The Celestial Empire could not afford to lose its dignity. Fortunately, the heavens favored the great Ning, for Prince Qin, Xiao Huang, was fortuitously in Ling and mustering troops. Naturally, he could not tolerate the chaos wrought by the Jiaozhi rebels in Ling'an, leading his newly recruited 2,000 soldiers. He decisively defeated the invading rebels in Yulingen and those entrenched in Xiangyuan, pursuing them relentlessly in a counteroffensive against Jiaozhi, vowing to quell the rebellion once and for all. However, the situation did not calm down as anticipated. A rumor began to circulate in the city of Luoyang, claiming that Prince Qiwang, Xiao Jie, and his entourage were indeed present in Jiaozhou. Yet, as a special envoy, the prince remained aloof, indifferent to the turmoil in Jiaozhi, and feigned illness. refusing to emerge from his quarters in Panyu. Some whispers even suggested that the death of the Grand General Li Rue had instilled such fear in Xiao Jie that he had long since fled Jiaozhou, seeking refuge in an obscure location. In earlier times, few would have reproached Xiao Jie. After all, despite his status as a special envoy, his mission was solely to mitigate the locust plague, not to suppress the rebellion in Jiaozhi. However, with Prince Xiao Huang's exemplary conduct now serving as a stark comparison, Xiao Jie's actions appeared increasingly inadequate in the eyes of the public. Consequently, discussions about Xiao Jie's behavior proliferated throughout Luoyang, and his reputation plummeted to new lows. Naturally, Xiao Jie did not wish for the populace to cast such aspersions on his son, and he dispatched the Qilin Guard to investigate the source of these rumors. Yet they uncovered nothing. Instead, the gossip in Luoyang only intensified, leaving Xiao Jie in a state of helplessness. In the Chongming Palace, within the Qingjin Hall, the emperor was met with the reverent cries of "Long live the emperor!" as civil and military officials bowed in unison. "Your Majesty, may you reign for myriad years," they intoned. "All ministers, rise." Xiao Jie sat upon the dragon throne, his expression impassive, slowly raising his hand in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The officials bowed once more and then took their places, divided into civil and military ranks. "If there are matters to report, please proceed. If not, you may retire." According to custom, the head eunuch, Lian Yizhao, inquired of the officials present in the hall. The imperial censor Lu Yun lowered his head, his gaze fixed intently on the cuff of his sleeve, within which lay a memorial he had meticulously prepared long ago. Internally, he waged a fierce and tumultuous battle of thoughts, but ultimately, with a resolute determination, he swiftly extracted the memorial from his sleeve. Raising it high above his head and proclaiming loudly, the officials in the hall turned their astonished eyes toward Lu Yun, including Emperor Xiao Jie, who appeared somewhat taken aback. Lu Yun was somewhat known to them. Despite his position at the censorate, he had rarely submitted any memorials for impeachment, fearing to offend his colleagues and jeopardize his career. It was unexpected for him to boldly step forward today, leaving everyone curious about whom he intended to impeach. "Permission to proceed?" Emperor Xiao Jie nodded slightly, seemingly intrigued by the forthcoming content of Lu Yun's memorial. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun gritted his teeth once more and declared loudly, "I impeach the seventh prince, King Xiao Jie, for wielding military power with arrogance and for displaying cowardice in the face of the enemy." Upon hearing these words, the court erupted into an uproar among the civil and military officials. Although news of Xiao Jie's cowardice had circulated in Luoyang, and many regarded his behavior with disdain, it should be noted that Xiao Jie was merely a prince tasked with extinguishing locust plagues, not a military commander. And the pacification of the Jiaozhi rebellion was certainly beyond his purview. Thus, no one had considered using this matter against him. Su Jing, who served alongside Lu Yun at the censorate, found himself incensed at the audacity of Lu Yun to impeach his own son-in-law. He inwardly lamented the judgment of Xiao Jie, who had recommended such a person for promotion, now facing betrayal at the first opportunity. "Your Majesty, the words of Inspector Lu are nothing but baseless slander. A cacophony of nonsense. The Qi prince's journey to the south was solely to quell the locust plague, not to suppress the rebellion in Jiaozhi. Thus, there is no truth to the notion of fearing the enemy and shying away from battle. The remarks of Minister Su are indeed misguided. The uprising in Jiaozhi arose from the calamity of locust in Ling'an. Since the Qi prince was ordered to venture south to eradicate the locusts, how could he remain indifferent to the turmoil in Jiaozhi?" Minister of Agriculture, Du Jin, stepped forward to directly counter Minister Su's assertions. The faction of the Wang clan and Xiao Jie are irreconcilable foes, and naturally, Inspector Lu Yun led the charge to impeach Xiao Jie. The officials of the Wang faction would not let slip such a golden opportunity to strike at Xiao Jie when he is down. Minister Du's words ring true. Had it not been for the demise of General Li, there would have been no need for the Qi prince to mobilize troops to suppress the rebellion. However, with General Li now deceased and the officials of Jiaozhi in disarray, the rebel forces in Ling'an wreak havoc, burning and pillaging. As an imperial envoy and a member of the royal family, endowed with exceptional prowess and accompanied by elite troops, the Qi prince should not only strive to restore order in Jiaozhi but also lead his forces to engage the rebels, awaiting the arrival of the imperial army to quell the insurrection, thereby safeguarding the stability of the Dening dynasty. Minister of War, Yin Shi, presented irrefutable arguments, exposing Xiao Jie's failings. If we speak of detachment, the Qin prince was merely fortuitously recruiting troops in Ling'an and should be the one most distanced from the conflict. Yet, when faced with the formidable threat of the rebels, the Qin prince did not falter, leading a newly assembled army to repeatedly defeat the Jiaozhi insurgents, which, in stark contrast, cast the Qi prince in a less favorable light. Chen Qi, having been demoted to the position of deputy minister of the imperial chariot due to the Wang Din incident, harbors a deep-seated resentment toward Xiao Jie, and his sarcasm towards him is particularly cutting. The subsequent morning assembly devolved almost entirely into a personal inquisition against Prince Xiao Jie, as officials from the Wang faction took turns denouncing him, tearing into his reputation with relentless fervor. Save for Xiao Jie's father-in-law, Su Jing, and a few old acquaintances from the Su family who managed to offer a few words of defense, the remaining officials largely remained silent. The reality was that although Xiao Jie had not committed any grave offenses, he appeared somewhat inadequate in comparison to Prince Xiao Huang. Initially, due to Xiao Jie's daring efforts to combat the locust plague, even risking exposure to smallpox, he had garnered considerable respect from the ministers. However, his subsequent display of cowardice in the face of adversity had thoroughly extinguished any goodwill that he had previously accumulated. Ironically, the instigator of this turmoil, Lu Yun, now sat in silence, merely observing the chaotic situation in the court with a look of detached contemplation, a faint sense of regret stirring within him. Seated upon the dragon throne, Xiao Jie maintained an inscrutable expression as he surveyed the disarray in the hall, his hands unconsciously tightening around the armrests. Chapter 88. Hidden agendas. Following the assembly, memorials impeaching Prince Xiao Jie cascaded into the imperial study like snowflakes, quickly accumulating into a small mountain upon the emperor's desk. Xiao Jie's countenance darkened as he recalled the recent rumors circulating in the capital, sensing that this was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy against Xiao Jie. At that moment, a voice announced from outside the study, "The Grand Historian Lu Yun requests an audience." Upon hearing Lu Yun's name, Xiao Jie's expression grew even more ominous as he coldly uttered a single command, "Admit him." A young eunuch promptly ushered Lu Yun into the imperial study before bowing his head and retreating. Lu Yun lowered his gaze and knelt before Xiao Jie. Performing a deep bow, "I, Lu Yun, Grand Historian, pay my respects to your majesty." Xiao Jie did not permit him to rise, but instead fixed him with a chilling gaze, remaining silent. Lu Yun lowered his head, unable to meet Xiao Jie's eyes. Yet he unmistakably felt the weight of two icy stares upon him, causing beads of cold sweat to cascade down his brow. He inwardly regretted heeding Xiao Jin's advice and wading into this murky water. "Does your family, Lu Qing, harbor any animosity towards the crown prince?" After an indeterminate duration of silence, Lu Yun finally heard the emperor's frigid inquiry. Xiao Jie snorted derisively. "If you bear no grudge against the crown prince, why then did you suddenly impeach him in the court?" Lu Yun, filled with dread, found his speech faltering. I. Observing Lu Yun's demeanor, Xiao Jie's understanding deepened, and he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, someone was orchestrating events from the shadows. "Speak. Who was pulling the strings behind your actions?" Lu Yun wrestled internally, his expression a blend of despair and absurdity, uncertain if revealing the truth would elicit belief from his majesty. Noting Lu Yun's silence, Xiao Jie's anger intensified, and he coldly remarked, "It seems Lu Qing is unwilling to speak. Very well, I shall instruct the Qilin Guard to investigate. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I dare not conceal the truth." At the mention of the Qilin Guard, Lu Yun was instantly gripped by terror, fully aware of the misdeeds he had committed, knowing he could not withstand their scrutiny. "It was the Crown Prince. He approached me the day before leaving Luoyang, urging me to take the lead in impeaching him at the opportune moment." Xiao Jie was taken aback. Despite his meticulous calculations, he could never have anticipated that the root of it all lay with his own son. Suddenly, Xiao Jie appeared to recall something, casually picking up several memorials and allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. Indeed, they were all submissions from officials of the Wang faction. It was no wonder that even the Qilin Guard could not trace the source of the rumors circulating in the capital. It seemed likely that Xiao Jie had dispatched individuals to disseminate them, and no matter how hard the Qilin Guard racked their brains, they could not fathom that Xiao Jie would tarnish his own reputation. It was also understandable why, even amidst the ongoing locust plague, he was so eager to petition for permission to address the turmoil in Jiaoji. It appeared he had anticipated this day and had strategically prepared for it in advance. However, the rebellious forces in Jiaoji were notoriously cunning, having even ensnared the seasonally Rue, leading to a defeat. One could not help but wonder what means Jian possessed to quell the unrest in Jiaoji. Nevertheless, it must be said that Huang was commendable as well. Leading 2,000 newly recruited soldiers, he had continuously triumphed over the Jiaoji rebels, showcasing his innate talent for leadership and warfare. Xiao Jie suddenly realized that having exceptionally capable sons could also be a source of vexation. Lu Qing, You may withdraw, he commanded. The Qi Huang wishes for your impeachment. I do not wish for a fourth person to be privy to this matter. Finally, Xiao Jie recalled Lu Yun, who had been kneeling on the ground, and said this with a placid tone. Lu Yun felt as though he had been granted a pardon, repeatedly nodding in affirmation, Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall keep my lips sealed. The regret that had weighed heavily on his heart dissipated in an instant. It seemed that he had indeed made the right choice by heeding the Qi Huang's advice. Xiao Huang had already received an urgent dispatch from Luoyang, mobilizing as the general of the southern expedition to consolidate the remnants of the defeated forces, drawing upon the local militia from various counties in Ling'an. He had amassed an army of 30,000 troops. With this formidable force, Xiao Huang had successfully reclaimed Yulin and Xiang counties. Setting his sights directly on the rebellious forces congregating in Jiaoji, Xiao Huang harbored unwavering confidence, believing that he would undoubtedly pacify Jiaoji and quell the chaos once and for all. His tireless efforts were not merely to assist the Huang family in securing the position of governor of Jiazhou, rather, they were aimed at obtaining that very title for himself. From the outset, he had intended to leverage the power of the Huang family to bolster his own strength and influence. The turmoil in Jiaoji presented an unparalleled opportunity to establish his own faction and expand his authority. Once he secured the governorship of Jiazhou, he could emulate Xiao Jie, gradually severing ties with the Huang family until a complete and irrevocable rupture ensued. No one understands a father better than his son. Xiao Jie was well aware of their father's determination to eradicate the Huang family and its supporters. How could Xiao Huang be oblivious to this? His marriage alliance with the Huang family and his collaboration with the Huang faction were merely expediencies. However, should he aspire to ascend to the position of crown prince, he must assist his father in dismantling the Huang family and its party, thereby proving to his father that he, too, was a scion of the Xiao lineage, entirely devoted to the welfare of the great Ning dynasty. Yet, those considerations were for another time. The pressing concern was to swiftly vanquish the main forces of the rebels, breach the false capital of Shulong City, and capture the ringleaders of the insurrection, delivering them to Luoyang for judgment. He longed to demonstrate to his father and the entire court that he, Xiao Huang, was in no way inferior to Xiao Jie. However, it seemed the rebels had been thoroughly intimidated. Despite having entered Jiaoji several days prior, he had yet to locate the main body of the insurgents, let alone engage them in battle. Xiao Huang dared not be careless, for the rebels were exceedingly cunning. The governor of Jiazhou, Li Rie, had fallen victim to their ambush due to a moment's oversight and overconfidence, resulting in his defeat and demise. Xiao Huang vowed never to commit the same folly. The terrain of Jiaoji is merely long and narrow, bordered to the north by towering mountains and dense forests. The insurgents have long made their home in the wilds, making them exceedingly difficult to detect once they conceal their movements. Xiao Huang possesses an instinctive feeling that the main force of the rebels is lurking nearby, akin to a pack of hungry wolves fixated on his every move. Should he exhibit any sign of negligence or rashness, they would undoubtedly launch a devastating strike against him. Thus, Xiao Huang refrains from sending scouts to seek out the rebel forces. Instead, he deliberately slows the pace of his march, wary of the potential for ambush as his troops grow weary. He is confident that in a contest of endurance, the rebels cannot match him. As long as his 30,000 troops traverse the lofty mountains of northern Jiaoji and arrive at the gates of Tanglong, the insurgents will be compelled to emerge for a decisive confrontation. At that moment, he shall strike a crushing blow against their main force and subsequently seize Tanglong, thereby quelling the turmoil in Jiaoji once and for all. In stark contrast to the ominous clouds and heightened tensions in the north of Tanglong, the southern region of Tanhua presents a scene of serene tranquility. This area serves as the rear of Jiaoji, with the imperial forces dispatched to quell the rebellion still situated 1,000 miles away, rendering it impossible for them to reach this place. The majority of the rebel forces have been dispatched by Emperor Nguyen Nam of Dai Viet to the north to engage with the armies of the Ning dynasty, leaving Tanhua virtually defenseless. Only a few local militiamen, recruited by the county magistrate, maintain the semblance of daily order. The weather today is fair and sunny, and some Vietnamese fishermen, as is their custom, prepare to set out in their small boats to fish. However, alarm soon spreads as someone spots 5 unidentified large ships on the distant sea, their sails billowing as they race towards the port at full speed. Xiao Jie and his companions could faintly discern the outline of the harbor, and suddenly, a jubilant cheer erupted from the 5 vessels. They had lost count of the days spent adrift at sea, enduring relentless turbulence and the biting, briny winds, while also grappling with the profound solitude and despair. They had faced life-threatening perils amidst towering waves on several occasions, and now, upon unexpectedly beholding the harbor, How could they not feel exhilarated? As the soldiers gradually regained their composure, Xiao Jie, gazing intently towards the port of Qinghua, spoke in a resonant voice. Warriors, the opportunity for glory and reward has arrived. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the ranks of Qizhou soldiers. Their cheers ceased as they followed Xiao Jie's gaze towards the harbor, their expressions morphing into fierce intensity. And a frenzied thirst for bloodlust ignited within their eyes. Chapter 89. The assault on the county office. As the great ship approached the dock, 1,400 Qizhou soldiers, without waiting for the vessel to come to a halt, nimbly leaped ashore. Armed with crossbows in one hand and swords in the other, they scanned their surroundings with vigilance. Their bodies crouched low as they advanced cautiously. Though these soldiers understood that this small county town of Xiao Jie would likely lack a formidable military presence, the relentless training instilled by Yi Qiu had ingrained a warrior's instinct deep within their very essence, transforming it into an instinctual response. At that moment, a throng of locals, wielding an assortment of makeshift weapons, charged towards the dock, their shouts a cacophony of unintelligible sounds. Xiao Jie furrowed his brow slightly. The Central Plains dynasty had maintained a sporadic rule over Jiaoji for several centuries, yet these locals still spoke their native tongue. It was no wonder they entirely rejected the governance of the Han people. It is worth noting that in Panyu, both Han and Yu people coexisted. And the Yu inhabitants spoke fluent Mandarin. Although they identified themselves as Yu, they also considered themselves citizens of Daming. Prepare for battle. Yi Qiu's gaze darkened as he raised his longsword high, and then swung it forcefully towards the direction of the Yu people. With a commanding shout, the soldiers of Qizhou, their expression stern and resolute, charged forth with crossbows and swords aimed at their adversaries. These Yu warriors were hastily recruited by the county magistrate of Qihua to maintain local order. They happened to be patrolling near the port when they received reports from fishermen about several unidentified large vessels arriving. From a distance, the ships appeared to be merchant vessels, and the prospect of profit drew dozens of them in a raucous rush. However, upon realizing that the opposing force was also advancing towards them, they were struck with terror. A closer inspection revealed that the opposing side boasted at least 1,000 heavily armored soldiers, each wielding a sword in one hand and a crossbow in the other, exuding an unmistakable aura of lethal intent that made it clear they were not to be trifled with. These local Yu warriors, who had previously bullied the common folk on behalf of the county magistrate, were now utterly terrified at the sight of the Qizhou soldiers. Adopting the philosophy of a wise man who avoids immediate peril, they promptly turned and fled in all directions, lamenting the fact that their parents did not bless them with additional legs to escape more swiftly. Regrettably, they still underestimated the stamina and swiftness of the Qizhou soldiers. After all, they had to march daily, fully armed, with provisions for 3 days, traversing 100 miles in half a day, all for this very moment on the battlefield. Before long, apart from a few who were shot or slain in stubborn defiance, the remaining local militia were all brought before Xiao Jie. Dozens of Vietnamese militiamen knelt upon the ground, their eyes filled with terror and dread as they gazed at Xiao Jie, their faces pale and bodies trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Jie cast a cold, scrutinizing glance over the Vietnamese militiamen and asked icily, "Who among you can speak Han?" The militiamen looked at him with blank expressions, swallowing nervously, clearly unable to comprehend his words. Xiao Jie's expression darkened, and just as he was about to issue an order, a wiry, monkey-like militiaman timidly raised his hand. Xiao Jie regarded him with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. "What is your name? How did you come to speak Han?" The militiaman hastily nodded, stammering, I am Fan Air. I once accompanied my father to Ling Nan for a small business, and I learned a few words of Han." While Fan Air pondered the meaning of Xiao Jie's statement, Xiao Jie pointed at him, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Aside from this Fan Air, the rest shall be executed." Without the slightest hesitation, the Qizhou soldiers drew their swords. And before the militiamen could react, dozens of heads rolled to the ground in an instant. Fan Air, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed onto the ground, warmth spreading beneath him as a pungent odor immediately filled the air. Yi Qiu maintained an expression of calm, his demeanor betraying no hint of anxiety. He comprehended Xiao Jie's intentions. They had traversed the seas with a singular focus on the principle that speed is of the essence in warfare. The captured soldiers were nothing but a burden. Releasing them posed the risk of them alerting others, while executing them directly would be the most efficient resolution. "Take us to the county office," Xiao Jie commanded without a trace of superfluous conversation, casting a menacing glance at Fan Air, who had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Fan Air dared not utter a word of dissent, yet his legs trembled, rendering him incapable of standing. Thus, Xiao Jie ordered 2 soldiers from Qizhou to support him as they hastened toward the county town. The magistrate of Qihua County, Wu Jiang, was originally a minor landowner. Seizing the opportunity amidst the rebellion of the Jiaoji Vietnamese against Han officials, he amassed a considerable stockpile of grain from his estate, rallying a significant following to seize the county office. He ruthlessly executed the Han magistrate Zhao Cheng and other officials, declaring himself the magistrate of Qinghua County, shamelessly taking Zhao Cheng's wife and daughter for his own indulgence. Regrettably, Zhao Cheng's daughter, Zhao Xian, possessed an indomitable spirit and resolutely refused to submit, thwarting his advances time and again. Fortunately, her mother, Lu, demonstrated a modicum of prudence, catering to Wu Jiang's whims and serving him with unwavering compliance, thus somewhat alleviating his disappointments. Although Wu Jiang had caught wind of rumors regarding the arrival of the Ningguo forces to quell the rebellion in Jiaoji, he remained unperturbed. After all, Qinghua was far removed from the central authority, and should Ningguo fail to capture Shenlong, he could continue to revel in his role as magistrate. Had not Jiaoji and the Central Plains coexisted in this manner for centuries? On this day, with nothing of significance occupying his mind, the general found himself captivated by the enchanting beauty of Zhao Xian. Unable to resist the allure, he resolved to visit her confinement once more, hoping for a fortuitous encounter. Just then, a frantic officer burst in, exclaiming, "My lord, trouble is afoot. Someone is attempting to storm the county office." Overwhelmed by his carnal desires, Wu Jiang dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, ordering, "Just drive those ruffians out." The officer, however, appeared visibly shaken, trembling as he replied, "My lord, we cannot prevail. They are too numerous." Before he could finish, the county office doors were violently flung open, and a throng of armored soldiers surged in, encircling Wu Jiang entirely. Another group of soldiers dashed toward the rear courtyard, followed by a cacophony of terrified cries echoing from within. Chapter 90. Establishing authority through violence. Who are you? Wu Jiang, despite feeling a surge of panic, mustered his courage and inquired with a facade of bravado, "What brings you to our county office?" The soldiers regarded him with cold indifference, remaining silent. As Wu Jiang prepared to speak again, an officer barked at him, "Enough with your babbling. Be silent." The landowners and gentry of Jiaoji were educated in the classics and well-versed in the written and spoken word of Han Chinese. A sudden chill gripped Wu Jiang's heart as he realized that these soldiers were indeed Han. Confusion washed over him. Was not the army of Ningguo still stationed in the northern mountains of Shenlong? How could Han soldiers appear in Qihua? Has Shenlong city truly fallen? At this moment, a young man adorned in luxurious attire entered the county office, accompanied by a valiant general clad in full armor. Wu Jiang speculated that he must be the leader of these Han soldiers and hastily inquired in Mandarin, "Who are you?" Suddenly, a resounding slap struck Wu Jiang's face, sending him crashing to the ground, half of his visage swelling grotesquely. "Who do you think you are to speak to our prince in such a manner?" The soldier who struck him spat contemptuously. Wu Jiang, clutching his injured face, gazed in disbelief at Xiao Jie, his heart convulsing as he realized that a Han prince had arrived. In a sudden outburst, Wu Jiang wailed and crawled to embrace Xiao Jien's leg, pleading, "My lord, I have long awaited your arrival. You must intercede on my behalf. I was compelled by the insurgents to take on the role of Qihua County magistrate. I have been yearning day and night for the imperial forces to arrive." Xiao Jie furrowed his brow, taken aback by the county magistrate's unexpected display. "My lord, you must not believe this treacherous villain's fabrications." A sudden outburst of curses erupted from the direction of the back courtyard, and a haggard woman was brought forth by several soldiers, her gaze fixated on the kneeling Wu Jiang, her eyes ablaze with fury. Upon recognizing her, Wu Jiang's heart sank. She was Lu, the wife of Zhao Cheng, and he knew she was aware of his role in leading the insurgents to murder the former magistrate, Zhao Cheng. If she were to expose this truth, he would surely meet a grim fate. With a resolute determination, Wu Jiang decided to retaliate against Lu by proclaiming, "My lord, you must not heed the baseless accusations of this woman. It is she who colluded with the rebels to murder her own husband. Indeed, in her desperate bid to save her own life, she has been attempting to seduce me. Bah, were it not for my desire to protect my daughter's innocence, I would never allow you to tarnish my body." Lu, with tears streaming down her face, filled with sorrow and indignation, spat fiercely at Wu Jiang. She then knelt before Xiao Jie, bowing her head deeply, her expression tinged with melancholy. "My lord, I have endured humiliation and suffering to reach this day. Now that the imperial troops have arrived at Qinghua, I entrust the vengeance for my husband's murder to you. I am but a withered flower, no longer deserving of existence in this world. I entrust my daughter to your care." With that, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention. Lu violently struck her head against the nearby pillar, resulting in a fatal injury. Mother, a young woman with delicate features, rushed from the back hall, collapsing beside Lu. Overwhelmed by grief and weeping bitterly, her tears resembling rain on blossoming pear flowers. Under the gentle words of comfort from Xiao, the young woman gradually ceased her sobs, wiped away her tears, and knelt before Xiao Jie, bowing her head 3 times with great reverence. With a resolute expression, she spoke. My lord, I am Xiao Xian, the daughter of Xiao Cheng, the magistrate of Qihua County. My father has served in this position for many years, known for his integrity and love for the people, never discriminating against the citizens of Jiaoji due to ethnic differences. At this point, Xiao Xian suddenly cast a venomous glare at Wu Jiang, gritting her teeth as she continued. But that scoundrel Wu Jiang took advantage of the locust plague in Jiaoji, inciting the locals to attack the county office, killing my father and dishonoring my mother. And he even dared to target me. Overcome with grief, Xiao Xian's voice faltered, and she could utter no more. Xiao Jie, with a swift kick, sent Wu Jiang sprawling away, coldly declaring, What else do you have to say? Wu Jiang, stripped of his bravado, crawled towards Xiao Jie, repeatedly banging his head until blood flowed, desperately pleading for mercy. Your Highness, spare my life. I am willing to donate all my wealth to you, just to save my wretched life. Xiao Jie squatted down, a cruel smile gracing his lips. By killing you, your wealth will also belong to me. He commanded. Take him away and execute him. Let his corpse be fed to the dogs. At his order, several fierce soldiers from Qingzhou advanced swiftly, ready to drag Wu Jiang away. Yet, Xiao shouted from the side, Let me do it, without regard for Wu Jiang's pitiful pleas and struggles. Xiao seized him and dragged him away like a lifeless dog. Soon after, a blood-curdling scream echoed, and the county office fell into an eerie silence. Xiao Xian's gaze fell upon the direction of the backyard, where vengeance had finally been avenged, tears once again blurring her vision. Xiao Jie observed everything, shaking his head inwardly. Indeed, throughout history, heroes have found it difficult to navigate the trials posed by beautiful women. With a cold sweep of his eyes, Xiao Jie solemnly inquired, Who among you can speak the Han language? A few individuals trembled and raised their hands, while many others looked at Xiao Jie in utter confusion. Xiao Jie signaled to the soldiers from Qizhou, who understood immediately, and within moments, dozens of bewildered heads rolled onto the ground. Those fortunate enough to remain alive collapsed one by one, their spirits shattered. Several even soiled their trousers in terror. Xiao Jie approached an official clad in the attire of a county magistrate and, with a smile, asked, Are you the county magistrate? The magistrate hesitated, his lips moving silently several times, yet he lacked the courage to confirm his identity. Xiao Jie shook his head. The Qizhou soldiers behind the magistrate stiffened, a glint of cold light flashing in their eyes, and in an instant, the magistrate's head severed and fell to the ground. Xiao Jie maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, I prefer not to repeat my questions. Turning his gaze towards another official dressed as a chief clerk, he asked, Are you the chief clerk? The official nodded frantically, seemingly terrified that he too would meet a grim fate in the next moment. Satisfied with his reaction, Xiao Jie continued, Are you willing to assist me in the conquest of Shenglong City? The chief clerk glanced at the surrounding soldiers, his expression bewildered. He realized that their numbers barely amounted to 1,000, and the notion of capturing a city seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, he dared not refuse, his lips moved. But he could not muster the words. Xiao Jie shook his head, saying, You have taken too long to consider. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and the chief scribe's head fell to the ground in an instant. Xiao Jie directed his gaze towards an official clad in the uniform of a county lieutenant. Sensing Xiao Jie's scrutiny, the official fervently prostrated himself, pleading for mercy. I am County Lieutenant Wanfu, and I am willing to assist your highness in the assault on Shenglong City. Xiao Jie nodded slightly, acknowledging the eagerness to respond. He pointed at Wanfu and coldly declared, Aside from this Wanfu, there is no need to spare the others. In the county office, cries of despair erupted in a cacophony. Wanfu lay prostrate on the ground, dazed, torn between laughter and tears. Xiao Jie turned his attention back to Wanfu, offering a slight smile. County Lieutenant Wan, let us set forth now. Chapter 91. A sudden turn of events as night fell. Xiao Jie and his entourage finally arrived outside Shenglong City. Wanfu hung his head, repeatedly nodding. I understand. We are here under the command of the great Yu Emperor, by the order of Wan Nanji, leading the Qinghua volunteer army to assist in defending the city. Xiao Jie smiled faintly and gently patted Wanfu on the shoulder, saying, It is good that you understand. Throughout one's life, one may face numerous choices, and a single misstep can lead to irretrievable consequences. Wanfu nodded incessantly like a chick pecking at grains. I comprehend. Xiao Jie commanded over 100 soldiers from Qingzhou to remove their armor and disarm, donning instead the simple attire of ordinary Vietnamese citizens. Subsequently, Wanfu led the way, while Xiao Jie, at the helm of over 100 Qizhou soldiers disguised as local militia, followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Yu Qiu led over 1,000 Qizhou soldiers, concealed in the nocturnal shadows outside the city, poised to provide support for Xiao Jie at a moment's notice. As a group approached the city gate, before they could utter a word, the guards atop the wall were the first to notice the commotion below. One of them called out loudly, "Who are you?" The news of the Ningguo army's incursion into Xiao Jie to quell the rebellion had already reached Xianglong City. Consequently, Nguyen Nam had no choice but to dispatch a significant portion of the city's military forces northward to confront the Ning troops, leaving Xianglong City alarmingly depleted of defenders. In response, Nguyen Nam issued a decree to the various counties in Xiao Jie, instructing them to recruit local militias to bolster the city's defenses. The soldiers on the wall extended a torch and peered down for quite some time before shouting, "It is too dark to see clearly. Find a place to rest outside the city for the night, and you may enter at dawn." Nguyen Phuc shook his head and murmured to Xiao Jie, "They say it is too dark to make out who we are, and they want us to wait until tomorrow to enter." Xiao Jien's expression darkened. He possessed far too few troops to mount a siege, and a nighttime assault was undoubtedly the best course of action. If they waited until dawn, their chances of a surprise attack would be lost. "Continue shouting," Xiao Jie coldly commanded, offering no further explanation. As Xiao Jien's countenance grew increasingly grim, Nguyen Phuc, having witnessed Xiao Jien's ruthless nature, felt a chilling realization. If he failed to gain entry into Xianglong City tonight, he might not survive until morning. Observing the more than 100 unarmored men behind him, an audacious idea suddenly struck Nguyen Phuc. Steeling himself against the frigid gaze of Xiao Jie, he boldly called out to the soldiers atop the wall, "Quickly inform your general that the soldiers behind me are not local militiamen from Tan Hoa County, but rather Han troops. They plan to launch a surprise attack on Xianglong City tonight, posing a threat to the emperor." A palpable commotion erupted atop the city walls, followed by a resonant inquiry. "What did you say?" Filled with trepidation, Wanfu cast a furtive glance at Xiao Jie, only to find him still smiling, evidently oblivious to the Vietnamese words he had just uttered. A wave of relief washed over him as he summoned his courage to repeat his proclamation loudly, accentuating that these Han individuals were incapable of comprehending the Vietnamese language. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the battlements, leading Wanfu to surmise that someone was hastening to inform the commander on duty this night. His heart finally settled. Xiao Jie smiled slightly and gently patted Wanfu's shoulder, remarking, "I did not expect you to possess a modicum of cleverness. Once we see Xianglong City, I shall commend you for your significant